start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676 Dual Cultivation, Dragon and Phoenix Origin. Fellow Taoist Yangming, you're awake. True Lord Qingyun looked at Lu Changsheng with a somewhat hazy look in his eyes, and said in a calm and indifferent voice without the slightest embarrassment, "Fellow Taoist was seriously injured and his life was in danger, and I was also seriously injured. I had no choice but to practice the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana method with fellow Taoists to heal my injuries." Lu Changsheng was racking his brains for the wording just now, thinking about how to avoid embarrassment. But he never expected that True Lord Qingyun would behave so calmly. If he hadn't seen through the bamboo tube and caught a glimpse of the other party's beautiful cheeks with a little blush, Lu Changsheng would have suspected that he was dreaming and had hallucinations. After all, the other party was riding on him tightly at this moment. How can this be? Wouldn't it be too unfair to fellow Taoists to do this? Lu Changsheng looked surprised and happy, breathing heavily, and said anxiously, "As cultivators, why should we care about these things like ordinary mortals? Besides, the situation was urgent at the time. As long as fellow Taoist Yangming doesn't mind, it will be fine." Even though the two of them were very close and fit together perfectly, True Lord Qingyun's face remained calm and indifferent, and his words were soft and natural, as if he was telling a very ordinary thing. Lu Changsheng was speechless, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. In his early years, he taught his son to remain calm even if the sky and earth collapsed in front of him, and not be startled even if dragons and phoenixes appeared behind him. At this moment, Lu Changsheng had seen it. In other words, as long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Looking at True Lord Qingyun's face, which was soft and flowing, yet full of cold and arrogant majesty, as well as the faint sense of alienation between his eyebrows, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and said seriously, "Dao Qingyun, I took a pill in my early years, which had the effect of nirvana, so when I was dying, I could stabilize the situation through the effect of the medicine and be reborn from nirvana. However, this power of nirvana seems to produce some kind of wonderful situation with Dao's Yuan secret method. If we practice dual cultivation with all our strength at this time, maybe we can go a step further and both get baptism and transformation." Since True Lord Qingyun is unwilling to talk about love affairs, Lu Changsheng said with a serious and sincere face. While speaking, he stood up slightly and placed his palm on True Lord Qingyun's plump and attractive white thigh, wanting to see if she would reject it. Nirvana rebirth. Without Lu Changsheng saying much, True Lord Qingyun felt that under the interweaving of the two nirvana forces, her Xianfeng bloodline surged with some inexplicable throbbing. Although it is unclear whether dual cultivation will gain baptism and transformation, it is likely to gain some benefits. Okay. After a slight hesitation, True Lord Qingyun nodded in response. Although she is a woman, she has practiced for hundreds of years and has grown from a casual cultivator to the #1 casual cultivator in Zheng State, True Lord Yuanying. Naturally, she will not be as timid and act like a little girl as many female cultivators. Especially since she and Lu Changsheng have already broken through this relationship and gave each other the Heavenly Phoenix Yuan to heal his injuries, and now they are practicing together and can go further, she will naturally not refuse. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he immediately said with a serious look, "Fellow Taoist, please cooperate with me." True Lord Qingyun was startled, and looked into Lu Changsheng's eyes for a moment, then nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng stood up instantly, put his arms around True Lord Qingyun's waist, and took the initiative to press her down on the stone bed under him. Perhaps the power of the Black Dragon Nirvana in his body and the power of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana were running too excited, and Lu Changsheng did not control the power well, causing a magnetic and soft moan from True Lord Qingyun's lips. Boom. However, just this faint voice made Lu Changsheng's whole body boil, his eyes shot out two blazing rays of light, and he almost lost his mind. After all, this is Qingyun's engine. When he was still a foundation-building cultivator in his early years, he heard this name, the title of Zheng Kingdom's #1 casual cultivator, and he was yearning for it. Now, he has her under him. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, trying to maintain his sanity, picked up her plump and jade-like straight legs, and began to practice the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra and Yin and Yang Creation Sutra. Screech. As Lu Changsheng's skills were activated, the body of Qingyun's engine flowed with red light, and then began to burn like a flame, gradually condensing into a fiery phoenix with its wings spread high. The body is slender and graceful, majestic and luxurious. The feathers of the tail are layered, each of which blooms with different flame colors, like the flow of the five virtues. Roar. The ancient blue dragon condensed by the Zhuan Long Nirvana pill roared, and the sound of the dragon's roar was mighty, and it complemented the sound of the phoenix's cry, forming a perfect match. Immediately, the two forces began to blend slowly, as if one was yin and one was yang, incomparably harmonious. At the same time, the Xianfeng bloodline of the body of the true Lord Qingyun, the power of nirvana continued to surge out, blending with the chaotic body of Lu Changsheng, the power of the Zhuan Long Nirvana. And in this process, the two people on the stone bed also blended together, indistinguishable from each other. In the cave, Lu Changsheng and the true Lord Qingyun practiced dual cultivation day and night, and the phantoms of the dragon and the phoenix in their bodies blended together, submerging the two. In this process, the power of the dragon and the phoenix nirvana constantly washed the flesh and blood, tendons and bones, membranes, internal organs, meridians and dantian of the two people, as if they were reborn and transformed, becoming stronger and tougher. Especially Lu Changsheng. When he was trying to establish his foundation in his early years, Xiao Ziyu sent him a golden crow pill. With the help of the great sun essence of the golden crow pill and the Taiyin origin of her moon spirit body, she wanted to condense the top-level Dao foundation for him, the Sun and Moon Dao foundation. However, his seven lights Dao was already extraordinary, and by some strange coincidence, under the spiritual energy of Yun Wanshang in his early years, it eventually transformed into the Yin-Yang five elements Dao foundation. The current situation of true Lord Qingyun is very similar to that time. During the dual cultivation of the two, true Lord Qingyun's heavenly phoenix nirvana power and the effect of the black dragon nirvana pill intertwined, like one yin and one yang, forming a dragon and phoenix origin. If Lu Changsheng did not have a chaotic body, he might have condensed into some kind of acquired spiritual body. But even so, under this dragon and phoenix origin, Lu Changsheng's physical body, magic power, spiritual consciousness, yin-yang five elements Dao foundation, yin-yang great Dao golden pill, and chaotic body were all improved. Boom boom boom. I don't know how long it took, the phantoms of the dragon and the phoenix in the cave roared together, and a magnificent, majestic, and vast aura of magic power erupted, surging in all directions like a tide. Even though this cave was set up with a formation and blocked with a sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, it shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. As the phantoms of the dragon and the phoenix gradually dissipated, a man and a woman appeared. The two were naked, hugging each other tightly, looking into each other's eyes, as if a pair of lovers. But there was not much love in the woman's star-like eyes. She gently pushed the man away, opened her red lips, and said, "Thank you, Brother Yangming." Lu Changsheng did not lie to her. After repeated dual cultivation, not only did her Xianfeng bloodline condense a little, but her physical body, magic power, and nascent soul origin all improved a little. At least it saved her decades of hard practice. If she went back and settled down, she could even break through to a small realm directly. Fellow Taoist, you are too polite. I should thank you. Lu Changsheng looked at the Qingyun's engine in front of him and sighed in his heart. He knew that the Qingyun's engine in front of him was a true practitioner and a seeker of the Tao. He was firm in his Tao heart, and it was difficult for him to be affected by the love between men and women. In other words, he wanted to rely on being a hero to save the beauty, and then conquer the other party in a few double cultivations, which was simply a daydream. Looking at the snow-white and graceful jade body of the Qingyun's engine with a bit of red and golden luster, Lu Changsheng's heart was filled with some beautiful aftertastes. During the double cultivation process, although he was the main one, but after the Qingyun's engine adapted and understood the rhythm, he showed his strength from time to time and mastered the rhythm. The whole process, the two of them went back and forth, and it was also a different taste. The Qingyun's engine looked at the messy cave, raised his palm lightly, and the red glow on his body surged, all the filth dissipated, put on her gorgeous green brocade robe, and raised her messy green hair again. The whole person returned to the heroic, cold and domineering Qingyun's engine on weekdays. Lu Changsheng looked at the Qingyun's engine, who looked like a handsome and elegant gentleman in front of him, and his heart was slightly dazed. If it weren't for his naked body and the state of his magic power, he would have felt that everything that happened before was just a beautiful dream. Huh? Knowing that cultivators like Qingyun Sect need to rely on strength and personality charm to conquer step by step, Changsheng did not show any persistence. He raised his hand lightly and took out a green bamboo patterned robe from the storage ring and put it on. He usually wore a dark-colored Yuanquang robe when he used the identity of Yang Ming's Henrun. But in the previous battle, the magic weapon, Golden Tiger Dragon pattern armor, was completely scrapped, and the Yuanquang robe was also broken and could not be worn again. He sensed his physical condition a little. The magic power cultivation level has been raised from the originally somewhat frivolous 9th level of Jinden to the peak perfection. As long as he is willing, he can trigger the heavenly tribulation and impact the nascent soul at any time. The same is true for body refining. Originally, he had to spend a lot of resources to practice the Brahma Demon True Saint art before he could be sure of breaking through the 4th level body refining. In his opinion, it is no longer a problem. If he was not worried that breaking through the 4th level body refining would trigger the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, Changsheng could have used the Dragon and Phoenix Nirvana origin to directly break through this layer of physical punishment during the dual cultivation process just now. This wave of benefits is simple. Changsheng looked at the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dao Foundation and Yin-Yang Dao Jinden and his Ki Hai Danshan again. Compared with the improvement of cultivation, the improvement of foundation is more helpful to him. The medicinal power of Zhuanglong Nirvana Pill and the power of Qingyun Sect intertwined and surged, turning into a Dragon and Phoenix origin. Under the condensation and operation of the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, this origin is like the flow of yin and yang, which makes Changsheng's Dao Foundation and Jinden go further. It can be seen that the yin-yang fish circling around the Dao Foundation Dan seems to be a blue dragon, a fusion of heaven and earth, with an additional pressure that was not there before. Dragon and Phoenix origin. Changsheng murmured in his heart, knowing that his yin-yang origin has been greatly improved compared to before, whether it is warming the flesh, Dao Foundation, or practicing with others. And when fighting, the mana can contain some Dragon and Phoenix pressure, which has a certain suppressive effect on the monsters. Fellow Taoist Yangming, although we are out of danger now, what happened between you and me will certainly cause many nascent soul cultivators to be wary. In the next period of time, I plan to find a place to practice in seclusion and digest the gains from the secret realm. I will not return to Qingyun Immortal City for the time being. I wonder what plans you have for me. When True Lord Qingyun saw Changsheng in a long green robe and with a handsome face like an immortal, he paused slightly and spoke. With the secret realm's life-saving rescue, fighting side by side, and the dual cultivation during these days, the two of them have become more harmonious and natural. Practice in seclusion, not returning to Qingyun Immortal City? Changsheng raised his eyebrows, and instantly guessed that True Lord Qingyun was preparing to run away. The other party had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain the 4th-tier spiritual land of Poison Dragon Pond through a land reclamation war. It took these years to clean it up and start building the fairy city. Now he is leaving directly. But on second thought, Changsheng understood. This trip to the secret realm was a big hit, and secret treasures were obtained. After returning, many people will certainly go to Qingyun Fairy City to cause trouble. Although Jiang Kingdom has the Qingyun Sect. But before that, True Lord Qingyun was besieged and killed by 5 Yuanying cultivators. True Lord Zuanjian, who is also from Jiang Kingdom, did not take action. If True Lord Qingyun returns to Jiang Kingdom, it is hard to say whether the Qingyun Sect will be an enemy or a friend. I am also going to practice in seclusion for a while next. Changsheng said. Although he had gained a lot in this trip to the secret realm, he also suffered a lot of losses. His natal magic weapon, Yin-Yang diagram, was damaged and needed to be recast and upgraded. The armor, Golden Tiger Dragon pattern armor, was broken and needed to be refined. The robe, Yuanquang robe, was damaged and needed to be refined and repaired. The magical power, Brahma Demon True Body, self-destructed and needed to be condensed again. Although he did not clean up the storage rings of Xianquan's Henjin and the purple-robed old man, he thought it was enough to make up for his losses. So he planned to go home, go to the depths of Damings to break through the 4th level of body refining, and then settle down and prepare for the breakthrough of the nascent soul. Okay, in that case, take care, fellow Taoist, we will say goodbye here. If anything happens, fellow Taoist can break this feather, I can sense it, and I will rush to you as soon as possible. True Lord Qingyun spoke, and took out a green feather from the storage ring and handed it to Changsheng. This should be a token of trust, nurtured by magic power for a long time, so even if they are far apart, they can still sense each other. After that, she continued, regarding Qingzhu's matter, I will not hide it from you. My divination inheritance is related to the practice of exercises, which ordinary people cannot practice, so I can't teach him in this regard. However, I obtained several divination inheritances in my early years. If you are willing, you can let him study them. True Lord Qingyun handed a few more jade slips to Lu Changsheng and spoke. She naturally knew the purpose of Lu Changsheng sending Lu Qingzhu to Qingyun Fairy City. It's just that her martial arts inheritance is extraordinary and related to one's own body, and ordinary people can't practice it. Ordinary people can't practice it. Lu Changsheng thought of his Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, Brahma Demon True Saint Art, 10,000 Evils Poison Spirit Secret Book, and his son Lu Quanzhong's Kunpeng Swallowing the Sky Demon Art. In order to practice these skills, the prerequisites are very harsh, and ordinary people can't practice it at all. When True Lord Qingyun said this, he understood instantly. This kind of thing can't be forced. Since Qingzhu doesn't have this fate, it's naturally nothing to blame. Thank you Qingyun Daoyao for taking care of my son all these years. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, without forcing, and asked, Daoyao, how long do you plan to go out for cultivation, and what plans does Qingyun Fairy City have? 10 years at the shortest, and 30 to 50 years at the longest. Qingyun Zhenjin pondered for a moment and said, as for the Immortal City, as long as I don't show up, there will be no big problems with the Immortal City. Besides, the Poison Dragon Pond Immortal City is just being built, and the Qingyun Sect will not allow this city to be disturbed and destroyed. Lu Changsheng didn't know the attitude of the Qingyun Sect towards her, but she knew it very well. As long as she was not seriously injured or disabled, or took the initiative to turn against the Qingyun Sect, the Qingyun Sect would be optimistic about Qingyun Immortal City in order to maintain the problem of Zhang Kingdom. Daoyao, the heavenly secrets are in chaos, and I can't spy on them, but according to my calculations and perceptions, many Yuanying cultivators will focus their attention on Zhang Kingdom in the future. If Daoyao doesn't want to get into trouble, try not to show up in the limelight and appear in the public eye as Yangming Zhenrun. Qingyun Zhenjin stared at Lu Changsheng in front of him and reminded him solemnly. She was ready to flee far away, and she also had a feeling that if she returned to Zhang Kingdom and Qingyun Immortal City, there might be bad omens, so she temporarily avoided the limelight. Chapter 677, Farewell, Qingyun Zhenjin's Surprise. Return to the Immortal City. I know. Lu Changsheng nodded, knowing that he could no longer use the pseudonym of Yangming Zhenrun. The spiritual pet, the golden-winged Sky Pang, could no longer appear in the public eye. Otherwise, it would be noticed and would cause a lot of trouble. However, thinking that before coming to the Endless Desert, his pseudonym, the Lord of the Great Dream, had killed the 4th level of Voidkun, and now that the Hanja Fantasy Realm was over, Zuanjian Zhenjin and others would go back and probably know about it at the first time, and would be suspicious of him. In that case, Taoist fellow Qingyun, we'll see each other someday. Now that Yuanying was surrounded, he had to go home quickly to stabilize the situation in the Immortal City, so Lu Changsheng didn't say much to Qingyun Zhenjin, and said with a bow. The main reason was that it was almost impossible to marry a woman as strong as Qingyun Zhenjin. Even if they were to become Taoist partners, he would have to wait until he broke through the Yuanying and completely overwhelmed her. So it was better to behave more freely and wait until he broke through the Yuanying to continue the relationship. Now that he was facing an external crisis and Yuanying was spying on him, he had to keep a low profile. But as long as he breaks through the nascent soul, he can take the initiative to contact the true Lord Qingyun to resolve these troubles and grievances. Okay. The true Lord Qingyun nodded and clasped his fists, smiled gracefully, and then walked out of the cave, zhouking. In the distance, a girl with a cute and lovely appearance, wearing a green feather robe, with beautiful eyebrows and green feathers on her forehead, flew down and turned into an elegant and beautiful green phoenix. Is the girl just now the Qingyun incarnation of the true Lord Qingyun? Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the spiritual pet of the true Lord Qingyun would turn out to be such a girl. Thinking of his early plan to use this phoenix as a starting point to attack the true Lord Qingyun, he felt a little funny. However, although he and the true Lord Qingyun had a close relationship and knew each other well, there was not much progress in their relationship. This plan could continue to be implemented. Thank you for your help, Taoist Zhao King. Please accept these small gifts. Although Lu Changsheng had not yet cleaned up the storage rings of Xianqin's Henjin and the purple-robed old man, Lu Changsheng had gained a lot from killing Lao Shan's Henjin and the puppet man, so it was no problem to give some small gifts. Cry. The blue phoenix did not accept the gift immediately, but looked at Qingyun's Henjin. It seems that Qingyun's Henjin has a way of taming beasts. As far as Lu Changsheng knew, most cultivators raised spirit beasts differently from their own. When a spirit beast was promoted to the 3rd level, the owner would give the spirit pet a certain amount of respect, and the two would be both master and friend. When the spirit pet was promoted to the 4th level, they would even call each other Daoists in many cases. And Qingyun's Henjin's spirit pet was now a 4th level transformed demon king. He had to look at Qingyun's Henjin's face to accept a gift, which only showed that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. Since Taoist fellow Yangming has such a kind heart, Zhao King, you should accept it. Qingyun's Henjin, wearing a green brocade robe, with a tall and slender figure, nodded slightly to his phoenix. Thank you, Taoist Yangming. The green phoenix spoke human words, with a clear and melodious voice, very pleasant to the ear. Then it spit out a green rainbow light and accepted several gift boxes. As a 4th level transformed demon king, it naturally has its own small private treasury. However, as a spiritual pet, it is mostly with Qingyun's Henjin, and it cannot save much private money. Haha, you are welcome. Lu Changsheng smiled, looked into Qingyun's Henjin's beautiful eyes, and nodded slightly, saying, Dao Iao, see you someday. As soon as the voice fell, a small banner about the size of a foot long, with a human heart painted in the middle, and faintly emitting 5-color light appeared. It was the Michin banner. The golden-winged Sky Peng was seriously injured and had not recovered. On the way back to Jiang State, he might encounter the nascent soul cultivators who were searching for him and true Lord Qingyun. So in this case, it would be better to use the Michin banner to rush back. Besides, he had to hurry back to the Great Dream Fairy City to stabilize the situation. Put all the remaining 9 top-grade spirit stones into it. Boom. Lu Changsheng had millions of spirit stones in his early years, and the origin of his spirit veins was stored in the Michin banner. Now 9 more top-grade spirit stones were put into it, and colorful rays of light instantly bloomed, like a colorful cloud, wrapping his body, and then raising ripples and breaking through the air to leave. This is Dunkongling Bao. True Lord Qingyun saw Lu Changsheng urging the Michin banner to break through the air and leave, and his angular and beautiful face was a little surprised. The other party's performance in the Hansha fantasy realm was already amazing and beyond common sense. Afterwards, the Nirvana pill, the treasure mirror with the brilliance of the sun and the moon. Now there is another Dunkongling Bao. And judging from its appearance, it is definitely not a low-grade spiritual treasure, at least a mid-grade spiritual treasure, or even a high-grade spiritual treasure. How many methods does this person have? Qingyun's Henjin murmured, shocked beyond words by Lu Changsheng's methods. In a critical situation, this spiritual treasure burns its origin. Unless many Yuanying cultivators block the world or set up a formation to ambush, it will be difficult to stop him. Qingyun's Henjin thought of the situation when the two of them fought their way out of the secret realm. He realized that even if he did not forcefully break through the void and burn his origin to escape, the other party would most likely be able to leave with the help of this spiritual treasure. In this case, it seems that it is me. Qingyun's Henjin looked at the cave behind him, thinking of his double cultivation with Lu Changsheng day and night these days. His pupils were rippled. Although she is different from most women, even better than many men. But she is a woman after all. After practicing for hundreds of years, now that she has tried her first love, giving her Xianfang Yuan to others, how could there not be a wave in her heart? I don't know if this is a coincidence, or... The beautiful eyes of Qingyun's Henjin, as bright as stars, slightly tilted up, with a breathtaking and moving luster. In the secret realm, it was inexplicable to save her life, and then the body matched with her own Xianfeng bloodline. If she could not clearly sense that her mind and soul were not affected, she would even suspect that this was the other party's calculation. Deliberately in this way, he plotted his Xianfang Yuan and Yuanying origin. Dragon and Phoenix origin. Qingyun's Henjin looked at his key Hai Danshan. Not only did Lu Changsheng obtain the Dragon and Phoenix origin, but she also obtained this original key through dual cultivation, and the Yuanying spirit body seemed to be surrounded by the phantom of dragons and phoenixes. At this moment, she seemed to sense something, put her palm on her lower abdomen, and frowned slightly with her sharp eyebrows. After a moment, She looked at the green phoenix beside her and said, "Zhaoqing, let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, her jade boots tapped lightly and landed on the phoenix. The figure wrapped in a green gorgeous brocade robe was tall and slender, graceful and full of heroic spirit. Cry. The phoenix chirped, and the void of heaven and earth broke open, and then turned into a green escape light, and the whole person disappeared. At the same time, with a loud bang, the cave and the mountain behind collapsed at this moment and turned into ruin. The sky was spinning and the space was changing. The great dream fairy city, the city lord's mansion. A wave of void fluctuations appeared, and then the void broke open, and Lu Changsheng, wrapped in colorful light, emerged. Ho! Even though Lu Changsheng had an amazing physique and could break through the 4th level at any time, activating the Me Dust banner, and returning to the great dream fairy city of Jiang Kingdom from the endless desert still put a lot of pressure on his body. He felt a surge of blood and a dizzy feeling. After taking a deep breath for a while, Lu Changsheng finally recovered. "I'm still not used to crossing the void like this." No wonder Honglian said that Yuanying cultivators who have just broken through cannot cross the void at will. Lu Changsheng rubbed his eyebrows and let out a long breath. However, looking at the familiar scene in front of him, a sense of leisure suddenly surged in his heart. No matter where, it's better to go home. "My dear, you are back." At this time, Ling Zixio, who was wearing a blue palace dress and a beautiful hair, hurried over. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a green robe and had a handsome face. She knew that Lu Changsheng had integrated the 2 secondary banners of the Michin banner into the veins of Qingzhu Mountain and the city lord's mansion respectively. So when she sensed this familiar spatial fluctuation in the formation prompt, she knew that Lu Changsheng was back. Zixio. Lu Changsheng looked at his dignified and beautiful wife with bright eyes and charming demeanor, smiled and said, holding her white hand, "My dear, have you completed the task?" Ling Zixio saw that Lu Changsheng was in a very good mood and asked with a smile. "The task?" Hearing this, Lu Changsheng remembered that the main purpose of his trip was to find his son Lu Pingyun. His son was still unconscious and was thrown into the Xianyun Baohurong lotus by him. "Yes, it's done." Lu Changsheng nodded and said. As soon as he thought about it, the Xianyun Baohurong lotus in the Danshan of the Qi appeared in his hand, and then the rosy clouds bloomed, and the void rippled. A tall and burly young man with irregular features and closed eyes appeared. Although he was in a coma, his facial complexion and steady breathing showed that he was in a very good state. This is normal. Although Lu Pingyun was seriously injured and his blood and magic power were sealed and imprisoned by Lao Shan's engine, his main injury was still affected by Tianzuanguang. If Lu Changsheng had not been too busy to take care of him, and had placed Lu Pingyun in the Xianyun Baohurong lotus, fearing that he would wake up halfway and affect the situation in the Baolian cave heaven, thus interfering with himself, and had not sealed him again, with Lu Pingyun's physical body, the great wilderness dragon's spine, and the Linksuinitun pill, he would probably have woken up. "What's wrong with Pingyun?" Ling Zixio instantly recognized Lu Pingyun in front of him, and asked with surprise in her beautiful eyes, not knowing that Lu Changsheng was going out to find Lu Pingyun. "I sensed that Pingyun was in danger outside before, so this time I went out to find him with the help of the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror. He is fine now, but he is just temporarily unconscious." Lu Changsheng explained, holding his son's hand, and the Yin and Yang magic power flowed, unsealing his body, and then shot a healing divine light at him. After a moment, Lu Pingyun's blood and magic power revived and surged like a roaring river, and he subconsciously stretched his limbs and body. The meridians and bones made a crackling sound like fried beans. And a faint qi, blood and mana spread out. This is. Although Ling Zixio was a foundation-building cultivator, she had a wide range of experience and could instantly see that Lu Pingyun's qi, blood and mana were not right. It had already surpassed the foundation-building stage and broke through the Qingzhu stage. This. She clearly remembered that she had returned to Qingzhu Mountain with the Lu Changsheng that year, and not long after, Lu Pingyun was brought back to Qingzhu Mountain by Lu Changsheng from the secular world. At that time, Lu Pingyun had no cultivation and only practiced martial arts. Even the qi refining and breathing techniques were taught by her. Now, the other party has grown from a young man with no cultivation to a giant in real person. And judging from the qi and blood situation, the Lu Pingyun in front of him did not simply break through the Qingzhu stage with his mana cultivation, but also broke through the 3rd level in terms of qi, blood and physique. Ling Zixiao was surprised and wanted to know how the other party practiced, or how much resources her husband had invested in Lu Pingyan. Otherwise, with the other party's talent and comprehension, it would be impossible for her to grow to this level in a few decades. Dead and 98 of an hour later, Lu Pingyan opened his eyes as if waking up from a dream, looking at Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao in front of him, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Immediately, the whole person was stunned, and realized that something was wrong. Did he kill the Wolf King, and then was seriously injured by a Yuanying's engine and sealed and imprisoned? How could he appear here and see his father and aunt? His eyes were full of vigilance, and he practiced his skills to see if this was an illusion, and the other party wanted to deceive him in this way. Don't worry, it's okay now. Lu Changsheng saw the vigilant look in his son's eyes and said in a gentle voice. Lu Pingyan was stunned, and he was a little unsure. After all, the person who captured him was a Yuanying cultivator. His father was able to save him from a Yuanying cultivator. The Yuanying cultivator who captured you before has been killed by me. How did you get the attention of a Yuanying cultivator? Lu Changsheng continued to ask, caring about his son's situation. When this was said, Lu Pingyan and Ling Zixiao next to him were shocked and stunned. The captured nascent soul cultivator was killed? Nascent soul cultivator. How could this word sound so strange? Even though Ling Zixiao was full of confidence in Lu Changsheng, and had seen him use the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror to kill a 4th-level demon king, and felt that he was almost omnipotent, he still looked surprised and unbelievable. After all, this was a nascent soul cultivator, a nascent soul true lord. The nascent soul cultivator who captured me was killed. Lu Pingyan was also shocked beyond words by his father. Facing Lu Shan true lord, he realized how deep the gap between the giant and the nascent soul was. He had just broken through the 3rd-level late-stage body refining, and in front of the other party, he had no power to fight back. If it weren't for the great wilderness dragon spine and the indestructible golden body, he wouldn't even be able to struggle. But such an existence was killed by his own father. If it weren't for his intuition and the words telling him that what was in front of him was not an illusion, he would even think he was dreaming. You were possessed by someone before, and I felt it, so I went out to look for you. In the endless desert, I saw you being captured by a Yuanying cultivator and unconscious. Seeing his son's blank expression, Lu Changsheng shot another yin-yang magic power at him. Dad, at this moment, Lu Pingyan woke up as if from a dream, knowing that he was really rescued by his father and brought home. Then he said with a guilty look, I was out before. Lu Changsheng heard his son start talking about traveling, training with Qin Yi, and then going to U State, and immediately interrupted, speak to the point. Lu Pingyan was not annoyed by being interrupted, scratched his head, and then made a long story short, saying that he had an enemy with the Wolf King in the Black Desert Fairy City, and then got an opportunity in the Wu Kingdom, returned to the Endless Desert to hunt the Wolf King, and then attracted a Yuanying's engine. Wolf King meeting, Dragon and Tiger Fairy City, Yuxianshen, Daluo Mountain. After listening to this, Lu Changsheng didn't expect his son to cause so many things when he went out. He also understood why his cultivation progressed so fast, breaking through from the 7th level of foundation building to the giant level, and taking a step further after the breakthrough of the body refining not long ago, and obtaining the immortal golden body. Nascent soul took over the body, killed the Wolf King, and attracted the nascent soul. Although Ling Zixiao didn't know the strength of the Wolf King, he had heard of the name of Black Desert Immortal City. Knowing that he could establish a power here and have a place, he must be at least a giant and cultivator with extraordinary combat power. And Lu Pingyan was able to kill such a giant and cultivator, doesn't it mean that he has at least a combat power of the middle stage of giant? Zixiao, later you will collect intelligence information about Longhu Immortal City, Yuxianshen, Daluo Mountain, and Laoxin Mountain. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said to his wife next to him, My dear, is the nascent soul true lord behind the Wolf King from Laoxin Mountain? Ling Zixiao was very thoughtful and guessed the situation of Laoxin Mountain in an instant. Well, I cleaned up his stored ring at that time. According to the token, this person is most likely from Laoxin Mountain. However, this person fell in Hanja Fantasy Domain. The forces he belongs to are probably investigating and paying attention to this situation. You should be careful when collecting intelligence information. Don't worry. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. After that, he looked at Lu Pingyan and said, Pingyan, you should have a good rest these days. As for the Dragon and Tiger Fairy City and Qingzhu Mountain, don't worry about them for the time being. Consider it after you break through the nascent soul. Yes, Dad. Lu Pingyan nodded, knowing that these things were not something he could get involved in at the moment, and answered honestly. After sending Lu Pingyan away, Lu Changsheng asked his wife Ling Xiao if there was any situation in the fairy city these days, and if there was any intelligence information about the Hansha fantasy domain. These days, there is nothing. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, indicating that the news of the fairy city killing the 4th-level demon king has now spread throughout the Zheng kingdom's cultivation world, and no one dared to come to provoke or offend. As for the Hansha fantasy realm, unless the Qingyun Sect takes the initiative to release this level of intelligence, it needs to wait for the Qianxi Tower and other intelligence channels to be released, otherwise the Immortal City will not receive the news so quickly. Ling Xiao said so. Although Damn Immortal City has its own intelligence forces, these news come from various channels and cannot access the nascent soul-level secret realm of Hansha fantasy realm. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, knowing that the news would take some time to ferment. Did my husband enter the Hansha fantasy realm? At this time, Ling Xiao asked aloud. Just now, Lu Changsheng said that the nascent soul cultivator who captured Lu Pingyan died in the Hansha fantasy realm, so he guessed that Lu Changsheng had a high probability of entering this secret realm. For a moment, I was a little curious about my husband's harvest. After all, my husband has a rich harvest every time he goes out, and even according to the previous inertia, maybe he has fallen in love with a vixen again. Chapter 678, Settlement of Harvest. Well, I happened to encounter the opening of the Hansha fantasy realm in the Endless Desert, and saw a nascent soul cultivator capture Pingyan and enter the secret realm. At that time, I couldn't do anything, so I could only enter the secret realm. Lu Changsheng nodded. What's the situation in this secret realm? Is my husband in danger? Ling Xiao usually likes to read books and learn about various things in the world of immortal cultivation. But there is very little relevant information about the Hansha fantasy realm, and there is no way to know it. Now naturally I am a little curious. In fact, it is similar to most secret realms, like a small world, but I didn't enter the central core area to compete for opportunities, so I don't know. Lu Changsheng smiled slightly, raised his palm lightly, and the scene of the Hansha fantasy realm appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes were bright, looking at the scene in front of him. As for danger, there are indeed some. Lu Changsheng held his wife's white hand, and went to the attic of the city lord's mansion with her to tell her about this trip to the secret realm. He said that he met the dark demon true lord of the Yinming ghost sect. Although this person has only been in the nascent soul stage for more than a decade, he is very formidable in the hands of the sect's treasure, the 10,000 Ghosts blood pool, which has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Moreover, this person's blood pool can also summon a 4th-level ghost king, but the cost is too high, so he dare not use it easily. If there was no blood pool, I would have killed him at that time. Afterwards, this person called the Heavenly Silkworm True Lord of the Beast God Mountain and the Naked Body Sex Yun Mei True Lord. If it weren't for the appearance of the Blue and True Lord, I could only rely on the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror to fight them. Lu Changsheng said with some emotion. At that time, if the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror exploded and attracted the attention of many nascent soul cultivators, it would be very dangerous. However, in addition to chatting with his wife, he also mentioned the Blue and True Lord to prepare for the future. Even though Ling Xiao knew that Lu Changsheng was fine, he was still worried about his husband when he heard that 3 nascent soul cultivators were besieging him. After all, these were 3 nascent soul true lords. But when she heard that True Lord Qingyun had appeared, her heart paused slightly, and she looked at her husband with her beautiful eyes, saying, "My husband, did you have any encounter with this True Lord Qingyun in the secret realm?" Lu Changsheng was stunned. Is this the image of him in his wife's mind? Why did she think of romance first in the extremely dangerous secret realm? He immediately said seriously, "The situation in the secret realm is dangerous, how can there be an encounter? Besides, True Lord Qingyun is going to the center of the secret realm to compete for the core opportunity, and I don't plan to go. She invited me, but I refused." Lu Changsheng said seriously. "I'm just asking casually." Ling Xiao smiled lightly, snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms, and continued to ask, "My husband, are you just waiting for the secret realm to end?" "Yes." Lu Changsheng nodded and continued to tell some other things he saw in the secret realm, such as the genius who controlled 13 puppets and the puppets similar to the thousand-faced fox puppet. It is worthy of being a nascent soul secret realm. The cultivators who dare to enter it are extraordinary. Ling Zixiao also had a face full of emotion, knowing that the giant and cultivators who entered the secret realm were at least in the late stage of cultivation. Such strength, in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, is already the top existence below the nascent soul, and there are only a handful of such people in the entire Jiang Kingdom. What about the Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect? Did they gain anything in the secret realm? She continued to ask. I don't know about the Qingyun Sect, but Qingyun Sect should have obtained some top-level opportunity. He was surrounded and killed by 5 nascent soul cultivators, Lu Changsheng said. 5 nascent soul cultivators. Ling Zixiao's beautiful eyes were surprised. The cultivation realm is advancing step by step. At the key refining stage, it was reasonable to fight 5 with 1 by relying on sneak attacks, rare treasures, or talismans. At the foundation establishment stage, fighting 5 with 1 is very amazing, and it belongs to the top genius. Fighting 5 with 1 in the Jinden stage is almost unheard of. As for the nascent soul stage, fighting 5 with 1 is beyond her cognition. After all, whoever can break through the nascent soul stage is not a genius or a demon with a top-grade golden elixir. The spirit pet of the true Lord Qingyun has been promoted to the 4th level, and there are 500 Qingyun Dao soldiers, so he can hold out against 5 nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, it is impossible for one person to hold out for so long against 5 nascent soul cultivators. Seeing his wife's surprise, Lu Changsheng explained with a smile. That's also amazing. Ling Zixiao said with great emotion. True Lord Qingyun showed such amazing fighting power, I'm afraid that the Qingyun Sect will not be able to sit still. Then, did True Lord Qingyun escape from danger? Ling Zixiao continued to ask her husband. She was born as a casual cultivator, so she had a good impression of True Lord Qingyun, who was also a woman and a casual cultivator, and even had some admiration for him. Escaped. Lu Changsheng smiled while holding his wife's jade hand. As expected of True Lord Qingyun, he actually escaped from the hands of 5 nascent soul cultivators. Ling Zixiao exclaimed softly, and had a little more admiration for this True Lord Qingyun. Although True Lord Qingyun has escaped, he is now surrounded by many Yuanying cultivators and has fled far away from Jiang State. He will not be back in a short time. Lu Changsheng looked at the scenery in the distance and said aloud, not knowing when he could see True Lord Qingyun again. Such a strong and independent woman made him feel full of the challenge of conquering and wanted to conquer her completely. Fleeing far away from Jiang State. Ling Zixiao was surprised, and then asked in surprise, how did you know? When the 5 Yuanying cultivators surrounded and killed True Lord Qingyun, True Lord Xianqin and True Lord Mingxia stepped forward to help and block the exit of the secret realm. I have a grudge against them, and True Lord Qingyun helped me before, so I helped him. So in the next period of time, your husband should try to keep a low profile and not appear in the public eye as True Lord Yangming. Lu Changsheng said embarrassedly, knowing that it was a bit too risky for him to take action like this. Humph, I knew it. Ling Zixiao heard this and snorted unhappily, knowing that her husband would definitely be having an affair outside. However, it is not so easy to get a Yuanying cultivator like Qingyun Sect. My husband, you can help Qingyun Sect, but you should be careful when you go out, otherwise Miaoj, Yunar and others will worry about you. She knew that Lu Changsheng always took advantage of others, so she showed a little temper and said in a gentle voice. I know, I won't do it again in the future. Lu Changsheng held his wife's jade hand, and his heart was soft. He said, Zixiao, how is the whale hunting banquet going? This matter has been arranged long ago, just waiting for your nod. For such a big thing, she would naturally arrange it properly. In this case, let's set the time for 1 year later. If it was before, Lu Changsheng would send out the invitation letter immediately. But considering the matter of Hanxia Fantasy Realm, with Qingyun Sect and Mingyang Zhanren, the attitude of Qingyun Sect towards his family may change, so he should try his best to improve his strength. Taking advantage of this time, he recast and upgraded his life magic weapon, Yin-Yang Diagram, and then broke through the 4th level of body refining as soon as possible. This way, she would be more confident in facing the test of the Heaven Sword Sect. 1 year later? Isn't that a bit too long? Ling Zixiao asked. Because of the Hanxia Fantasy Realm, This banquet has been prepared for more than a year. Now waiting for another year is really a bit of a delay. My body training has reached the extreme, and I can break through the 4th level of body training at any time. Considering that the Heaven Sword Sect may make a move to test me at that time, I plan to break through the 4th level of body training first. Lu Changsheng also knew that it was a bit of a delay, and people might even speculate whether he went to the Hanja fantasy realm and got injured there, so he delayed time. But in any case, the longer the time is delayed, the more advantages it will have for him. 4th level of body training. Ling Zixiao was surprised. She didn't expect that her husband's body training would break through the 4th level. You know, the current environment is not suitable for physical training. The higher you go, the more difficult it is, and it basically depends on the accumulation of resources. The difficulty of breaking through the 4th level of body training may even exceed that of forming a baby. But thinking of her husband's situation, she was relieved instantly. After all, Lu Changsheng has not yet broken through the nascent soul, the 4th level of body refining, and can kill nascent soul cultivators. If he breaks through the nascent soul, the 4th level of body refining. My dear, rest assured to break through, I will arrange these things properly. Ling Zixiao said happily. Okay. After chatting with his wife, Lu Changsheng did not rush to reminisce with Honglian, Nanguang Mili, Meng Xiaojun and others, but quietly rushed out of the fairy city and came to the 9 Heavens Gangfang lair. The Daluo sword embryo appeared in his hand, and the blood and magic power roared, and he slashed forward fiercely. Puff! The brilliant sword light instantly cut out a dark and inky void crack, and endless turbulence swept out. Buzz! The Michin banner appeared, blooming with 5-colored light, covering Lu Changsheng, and then stepped into the void. It's still a bit difficult. Lu Changsheng felt the turbulent wind from all directions, and thought to himself. Knowing that he still needs to break through the nascent soul or condense the realm before he can travel in the void for a short time. He raised his hand lightly and took out the storage bag from the storage room of Xiankan's Henjin and the purple-robed old man in the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. Buzz! Tai's soul was sent out to erase the restrictions on the storage ring and the storage magic weapon. Huh? Xiankan is not dead. Lu Changsheng felt that Xiankan's Henjin storage ring was more stubborn, and frowned slightly, guessing that Xiankan's Henjin was still alive. At that time, Zuanjian's Henjin chased Xiankan and Yunmei, and Lu Changsheng thought that the two would be killed by Zuanjian's Henjin. This person's body is broken, and the origin of the nascent soul is burning. It will take decades for him to recover. Even if he takes over another body to cultivate again, his strength will be restored, which is not a big deal. Lu Changsheng knew that if a nascent soul cultivator takes over another body to cultivate again, unless he has a top opportunity, his strength will be greatly reduced, just like Xianxia's Henjin. With the current strength of Xiankan's Henjin, if he lowers one level, it will be completely insignificant. Besides, it will take a process to seize the body and rebuild, at least several decades, so he won't have to worry about it at that time. Buzz! After a moment, the forbidden light dissipated, and Lu Changsheng probed his consciousness into it. Instantly saw a lot of natural treasures, top-grade spiritual stones, and top-level magic weapons. He didn't look at it for long, and immediately found all the tokens, communication talismans, etc., and all were swept away by the turbulent flow of the void. This is the simplest and most direct way for Yuanying cultivators to clean up the stolen goods. Throw it into the void, and others can't find any traces or information. Top-grade spiritual stones, 3rd-level puppets, 3rd-level top-level spiritual wood, 1,000-year-old stalactite milk, Qinggyun fruit. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiankan's Henjin storage ring and couldn't help shaking his head. Compared with Laoshan's Henjin, Xiankan's Henjin's financial resources are obviously one level lower. Especially this person's Yuanying has left his body, and he also took away his lifelong spiritual treasure, Xiankan Yi. Otherwise, even if this spiritual treasure is damaged, it can be recast into a top-level robe, or even a pseudo-spiritual robe. Well, this is fueling flower? It's really hard to find it. At this time, Lu Changsheng opened a brocade box and saw a crystal flower as white as snow, with layers of petals, delicate and soft, like a lotus lily, and a faint fragrance. In addition to being one of the main ingredients of the 7 Apertures spiritual pill, this flower is also one of the main ingredients of the Heaven Repairing Pill. The one medicinal ingredient that Lu Changsheng lacked for refining the Heaven Repairing Pill was this fueling flower. Originally, He thought about whether he could exchange it through the high-level monk's trade fair, such as this whale hunting banquet, but he didn't expect to get it from Qingzhu. Not bad. After I'm done, I can spend some time refining the heaven-repairing pill. The quality of the spiritual roots of the children in the family in the early years was very average, or even low. So Lu Changsheng had long wanted to refine a few furnaces of heaven-repairing pills to improve the quality of the spiritual roots of his children. But the materials for the heaven-repairing pill are rare and the cost-effectiveness is too low. What is this? Lu Changsheng continued to search and saw a golden stone the size of a human head. It looked like some rare crystal ore, but it was also like a spiritual eye stone, lingering with a faint spiritual aura. After looking at it for a while, Lu Changsheng couldn't see anything, so he put it in the storage ring and planned to ask Honglian later. After all, Lu Changsheng didn't recognize some of the gains from Lao Shenzhen and the puppet man before, and he planned to find Honglian to identify them later. There is no way. He practiced too fast, and his cultural heritage is still a little lacking. It takes time to accumulate. After cleaning up the storage ring of Qingzhu, Lu Changsheng used the turbulent flow of the void to wipe out all the forbidden auras on several magic weapons. Then he looked at the storage ring of the purple-robed old man. It can be seen that the storage ring of this purple-robed old man is much richer than that of Qingzhu. And there are many messy natural treasures and spiritual materials in it. It is needless to think that this person has killed many giant and monks in the secret realm. Dragon scale fruit, 5-element spiritual fruit, black dragon wood, sky thunder wood, scorching sun red jade. Lu Changsheng saw many rare treasures from heaven and earth. He didn't feel much about spiritual fruits like dragon scale fruit and 5-element spiritual fruit. But black dragon wood, sky thunder wood, scorching sun red jade, etc. can all be used to refine talisman skins or magic weapons. It can be said that with this wave of harvest, Lu Changsheng has completely achieved magic weapon freedom. Not only can he refine a set of magic weapons for himself, but he can also give 1 or 2 good magic weapons to all his wives, concubines, and children who have broken through the giant stage. The only trouble is that it takes time and energy. It takes time to refine materials into magic weapons. And the finished magic weapons cannot be used outside, and they all need to be recast and refined again. Oh, if there were a few third-level refiners at home. Although Lu Changsheng himself is a top-level third-level refiner. But if he relies on himself, or together with Honglian, it will take at least several years to refine it. He simply doesn't have the time and energy to do these. After a little sigh, Lu Changsheng exhaled a breath of turbid air and continued to clean up. Relics. Lu Changsheng opened a jade box and saw a thumb-sized relic with a light golden luster. He was immediately surprised. When he took the Buddha bone relics back from his daughter Luling to practice the exercises, Lu Changsheng felt very guilty and wanted to compensate his daughter and find a few more relics. But relics are very difficult to find. Unexpectedly, he tried his best to find them. Although this relic is not as crystal clear and pure as the Buddha bone relics, he won in the lottery. The flowing Buddha light and energy are more powerful than the Buddha bone relics he got. It is very likely to be a quasi 4th level or even 4th level relic. Xiao will definitely be very happy to see this relic. Although Lu Changsheng can use the relic to practice the Brahma Demon True Saint art. But he has no time and energy to practice step by step. And it was helpful. As long as it was not urgently needed, he would choose to make a gift for his daughter. As expected, a Yuanying cultivator is a Yuanying cultivator. He can see the rare treasures of heaven and earth. After cleaning the storage ring and storage bag of the purple-robed old man, Lu Changsheng was delighted. He felt that although this trip to the secret realm was dangerous, the harvest was unprecedentedly rich. After cleaning it up, the Dalo sword embryo appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand. With the help of the Michin banner, he walked out of the void and flew towards the direction of the Great Dream Fairy City. At the same time, in the Beast God Mountain, in a cocoon cave wrapped in white silk, a Yuanying man soaked in a pool of colorful juice suddenly opened his eyes, looking surprised and angry, and said, "This is my magic weapon. The restrictions of the storage ring have been erased. Yang Ming's Henrin is not dead yet. This white and tender Yuanying spirit body is Qingzhu. Before in the Hancha fantasy realm, he was cut off by Lu Changsheng's body, and escaped from the secret realm by relying on the Yuanying to leave the body. But the nascent soul cultivators lurking outside don't care who you are, they will kill you without mercy, so in order to escape, They burned a lot of nascent soul essence, causing the nascent soul spirit body to be extremely weak. If it weren't for his own great elder who sensed the ominous omen and came to help, he and True Lord Yunmei would probably not be able to come back. At this time, he felt that the restrictions on his storage ring were erased, and thought that True Lord Yangming was not dead. He panicked and realized why True Lord Mingxiu was so afraid of True Lord Yangming and wanted to kill him in the secret realm. If such a person is not dead, it is simply unbearable to sleep and eat. The situation of True Lord Yangming at that time, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be disabled. It couldn't be True Lord Yangming, it was probably True Lord Qingluan. True Lord Xianqin comforted himself, but he still felt a pain when he thought of his stored ring. Although he has a lot of resources, and the treasures of heaven and earth are kept in the cave. But many rare items are still carried with him, but now they are all used as wedding clothes for others. Chapter 679, Five-Sided Catastrophe, the Stone of Spiritual Source. After Lu Changsheng cleaned up the harvest, he returned to the city lord's mansion. Lu Lang, you're back. Brother. Daddy. In the backyard, Meng Xiaojun, Bai Ling, and Binger were chatting with Lu Beixi, Lu Mengjin, and Lu Minghuang. When they saw Lu Changsheng, they immediately shouted with joy, throwing themselves into his arms. Xiaojun, Linger, Binger. Lu Changsheng was full of smiles, hugged the three women, and then let Binger hold his arm, looking at Lu Beixi, Lu Mengjin, and Lu Minghuang next to him. Compared with before leaving, the breath of daughter Lu Beixi was a bit more powerful, and it seemed that she had broken through the middle stage of the second stage. This cultivation speed seems ordinary. But her cultivation is like a monster, belonging to the dual cultivation of the law and body, so it is very amazing. It can only be said that the true spirit bloodline and the foundation accumulated during the fetal period are enough to make her quickly break through to a certain realm. The cultivation of daughter Lu Mengjin is at the peak of qi refining. In 8 years, from the introduction of qi into the body to the peak of qi refining, the speed is very amazing. But with a poisonous body, Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaojun, this cultivation speed can only be considered average. However, this cultivation speed is also because Meng Xiaojun is not in a hurry. She hopes that her daughter will master the secret book of 10,000 poisonous spirits and then break through. Otherwise, with her talent and the background of the Lu family, she can break through at any time. As for his son Lu Minghuang, his cultivation is not high, only the third level of qi refining. This is normal. 2.5 years ago, Lu Changsheng helped him tailor a magic weapon, and then he got started with a Shenji Bailianju. This kind of practice is very profound and difficult to practice. It is difficult to avoid bumps in the early stage, and Lu Changsheng has no time to teach the whole process, so he can only rely on Meng Xiaojun's guidance. Lu Changsheng sat down with his wives, concubines and children, and asked them what they talked about and what they were doing recently. Xiaoxi is thinking about your return every day. Lu Beixi's daily cultivation questions can only be answered by Lu Changsheng and Honglian. But most of the time, Lu Changsheng and Honglian are not there, so she has to ask Meng Xiaojun for advice, thinking about Lu Changsheng. Xiaoxi, if you have any questions about cultivation, Dad will teach you later. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter who was still about 11 or 12 years old, smiled and rubbed her head. He planned to put the golden-winged skypeng next to his daughter later. In the next period of time, he didn't need to use the golden-winged skypeng much. And the golden-winged skypeng ate the Yuanying spirit of the purple-robed old man, and it was time to settle down and improve himself, just in time to help take care of the baby. Do Mengming and Minghuang have any problems with cultivation? Lu Changsheng didn't favor one over the other, and asked about his daughter Lu Mengjin and his son Lu Minghuang. Well, no. Lu Mengjin bit her white fingers and thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, her delicate face gave people a sense of being a little girl, pitiful and well-behaved, which made people love her. No. Lu Minghuang next to him also shook his head and said, his current cultivation is mainly for refining qi. There won't be too many doubts in this process, and Meng Xiaojun can answer them. When his cultivation is high, the supporting secrets of the exercises, the art, and the method of casting magic tools are the problems, which are very time-consuming and energy-consuming. Okay, you can ask Daddy if you have any questions. Lu Changsheng smiled warmly, and then asked about Xiao. After all, his daughter Lu Ling, Lu Beixi, and Lu Mengjin have been inseparable for many years. Xiao went to Longai Island. Bai Ling said immediately, indicating that Xiao was very interested in the Black Dragon Taoist soldiers she raised, and had been with Lu Qingyun recently. Well, where are Ling Xiao and Wang Shu? Lu Changsheng nodded, planning to take his son Lu Pinggan to see his daughter later and give her the relic. He asked about Lu Ling Xiao, Lu Wangshu and others, and then did not ask again, enjoying the long-lost peace and happiness with his wife, concubines and children. Ling Xiao knew that the eldest brother that Lu Changsheng and his daughter often missed had returned, so he sent a message to her as soon as possible, indicating that Lu Wangshu should take her back. Daddy. Lu Ling, wearing a red dress and a high ponytail with her long black hair, shouted happily. Although Ling Xiao thought his daughter was silly and happy every day, Lu Changsheng liked his daughter's cheerful and contented personality. He felt happy when he saw her and was infected by her happiness. Xiao. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and rubbed his daughter's face. He wanted to give the relic to his daughter. But looking at his daughter Lu Wangshu, who was dressed in a pink and white dress and had a bright and dignified appearance, and other daughters, he resisted the urge and decided to give it later. After all, giving one would cost money. Moreover, this relic was precious, and he did not have too many gifts of this level to give to his children. Immediately, Lu Changsheng called Lu Pinggan together and indicated to hold a family dinner. Brother. Lu Ling shouted in surprise when she saw Lu Pinggan. She had a good relationship with Lu Pinggan. Not only did she practice martial arts with him, but she also often sat on his shoulders when she was young. When Lu Pinggan went out, she missed him for a long time. Xiao. Lu Pinggan also liked this lively and cheerful sister. He rubbed her hair with his big hands, then looked at Lu Wangshu next to him and said, Wangshu, Ling Xiao. Big brother. Lu Wangshu said with a smile, asking Lu Pinggan why he was out for so long. Yes, I encountered some things and walked too far. Lu Pinggan said a little embarrassedly, and looked at Lu Mengchen and others. However, when he went out, Lu Beixi was born not long ago, so he didn't know him. Lu Changsheng introduced him. Big brother. The siblings shouted immediately. This is the first time we meet. This is a little gift from Big brother. Lu Pinggan quickly took out a few natural treasures from his storage ring and gave them to the few people. Lu Wangshu, Lu Ling Xiao and Lu Ling naturally had some. Thank you, Big brother. After the few people thanked, Lu Wangshu glanced at Lu Changsheng with his beautiful eyes and wrinkled his delicate nose, as if to say that Dad didn't prepare any gifts for going out. Lu Changsheng ignored his daughter's gaze. The family talked and laughed, and during the process, Lu Wangshu and Lu Ling asked Lu Pinggan about his situation in recent years. After all, from Lu Pinggan's generosity just now, it can be seen that this elder brother has gained a lot in recent years. Lu Pinggan told them about his family's travels, the experiences of Yu Kingdom, Wu Kingdom, and Black Desert Fairy City. However, he avoided talking about the Wolf King meeting and the Yuanying's possession of the body. Brother, you have broken through the Jinden. Lu Wangshu was surprised when he heard it. Although her elder brother was far ahead in physical training, his ki training was only slightly higher than hers, or even about the same. How could she not be surprised that he broke through the Jinden at this time? Lu Ling Xiao, Meng Xianjun, Nanguang Mili and others beside him were also surprised. Pinggan, what are your plans next? At this time, Ling Xiao looked at Lu Pinggan and asked. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Lu Pinggan thought for a while. Since you haven't thought about it yet, just stay at home for the time being, or in the fairy city. Lu Changsheng said directly. He will impact the 4th level of physical training next. After breaking through the 4th level of body refining, he will have to prepare for the nascent soul, and practice magic weapons, Brahma Demon True Body and other magical secrets. So during this time, his son Lu Pinggan can come to guard the Immortal City. Yes, okay, Dad. Lu Pinggan immediately nodded in response, without any objection. After the family dinner was over, Lu Changsheng was ready to accompany his wife. Dad. Lu Pinggan immediately followed and handed a storage bag to Lu Changsheng, saying that he had gained a lot of gains on this trip, and there were 2 condensation crystal pills, which could be used at home to break through the den. 2 condensation crystal pills. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He only saw 1 condensation crystal pill in this trip, but he didn't expect his son to get 2. Well, one was obtained by me in the Black Desert Immortal City before, and the other was obtained by killing the person who lured me to death when I was possessed before, Lu Pinggan explained. The family is not in great need of condensing crystal pills at the moment. You can keep them for yourself first, or give one to Aunt Ling to express your gratitude for her care in the early years, and see if Xiaoqin needs the remaining one. As for the foundation building pill, you can give one to your mother in her name when you go to Qingzhu Mountain later, and arrange the rest yourself. Lu Changsheng said. He now has a total of 5 condensing crystal pills, enough for the family. And Lu Pingyan gave one to Ling Zixio, which was equivalent to keeping one for himself. As for the rest, you keep a few magic weapons first. When I'm done, I'll have time to help you recast them. Otherwise, if these magic weapons are used in public, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Changsheng glanced at the 2 magic weapons in Lu Pingyan's storage bag and saw that they were both top-level magic weapons. He thought that he had gained a lot on this trip. But thinking about inheriting the legacy of a Yuanying's engine, he felt it was natural. Dad, you keep it. I can't activate these magic weapons, but these 2 are enough. Lu Pingyan showed his ring and a square bronze tripod with complicated patterns. It's okay. You can use the extra to practice the 100 refining treasure body art. Otherwise, you can only make further progress in a long time if you practice slowly. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said indifferently. Although it is not cost-effective to practice the 100 refining treasure body art with magic weapons, it is even a bit of a loss. But if you calculate the time and energy saved, as well as the bonus you get, it is worth it. Dad, I was possessed by the nascent soul at that time, and then the Black Dragon Code and 100 refining treasure body art I practiced were all washed away. Lu Pingyan seemed to think of something and said immediately. It means that his 100 refining treasure body art was affected by the 9 cicadas immortal golden body power. If you continue to practice the 100 refining treasure body art, the 2 exercises will have a certain impact. Can you tell me about this exercise? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and asked. He knew that his son's cultivation method had been transferred, but he didn't know the details. Lu Pingyan immediately explained this cultivation method to Lu Changsheng, but he was enlightened and forced to cultivate it, and there were many things he hadn't comprehended yet. 9 cicadas indestructible golden body strength. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that this was a top-level body cultivation method, similar to the ancient body cultivation. During the practice process, you will gain some treasure bone supernatural powers condensed like 100 refining treasure body art, and your combat power will be better than that of the same level. But this method also has a disadvantage. It needs to be based on indestructible golden body. If too many other powers are mixed, it will affect the power of the method. After placing his palm on his son's shoulder and feeling his physical blood in detail, try to use 9 cicadas indestructible golden body strength as the main method and 100 refining treasure body art as the auxiliary method. This method is still very inclusive. I see that the treasure bone power you condensed before is directly compatible with this method and turned into your own use. Lu Changsheng said. The technique of 100 refining treasure body art is highly compatible and will hardly conflict with other techniques. So in his opinion, 100 refining treasure body art can be transformed into the nutrients of 9 cicadas immortal golden body power. Okay, I'll try. Lu Pingyan nodded in response. What about the other technique? I'll help you take a look. Lu Changsheng asked Lu Pingyan about the other technique. Lu Pingyan immediately told the method of practicing Dragon Tiger Fighting Abyss technique. Dragon Tiger Fighting Abyss technique, 9 cicadas immortal golden body power, a bit interesting. After listening to this technique, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. This technique is somewhat similar to Brahma Demon True Saint technique, and even more extreme. It belongs to 9 points of body refining and 1 point of ki refining. It can be said that ki refining is only auxiliary to increase the diversity of means. It is precisely because of this that this technique will be more difficult to practice. But for Lu Pingyan, who has already reached the 3rd stage late body refining, the road ahead is smooth and fits perfectly. This Qingzhu Mountain is interesting. Could it be the Taoist inheritance of the ancient physical cultivation? In Lu Changsheng's opinion, this Dragon Tiger Fighting Abyss is very similar to the ancient physical cultivation school. It's just that he didn't completely give up refining ki and integrated all his soul and magic power into his flesh and blood. These 2 exercises are very good and complement each other. You can practice them first. This exercise is far superior to the Black Dragon Code that Lu Pingyan practiced before, so Lu Changsheng thinks it can be practiced. The most important thing is that his son's current Tao Foundation and Golden Elixir are both Dragon and Tiger Tao Foundation and Dragon and Tiger Golden Elixir. If he switches to practice other methods, the Tao foundation of the exercises will not match, and his combat power, potential, and practice speed will all drop by 1 level. It's really not worth it. As for the incompleteness of the exercises, when Lu Pingyan breaks through to the nascent soul, he should be in the middle or even late stage of the nascent soul, so he doesn't need to worry too much. Okay, Dad. Hearing his father say this, Lu Pingyan was relieved and nodded in response, then handed a porcelain bottle in the storage bag to Ling Zixiao. Crystal condensing pill. Ling Zixiao couldn't help being surprised when she saw Lu Pingyan actually gave her a crystal condensing pill. After all, crystal condensing pills are so precious that countless cultivators in the outside world are eager to get them. Well, thank you for taking care of me in my early years, Auntie. Lu Pingyan said sincerely. Maybe it was Lu Changsheng's instructions, or maybe it was because he took care of Lu Ling, so Ling Zixiao took good care of him in his early years. It's better to give this kind of pill to your father. Ling Zixiao said softly, thinking that this kind of pill is too precious and he can't accept it. Auntie, I've already talked to my father. Lu Pingyan grinned. Hearing this, Ling Zixiao immediately understood that this was her husband's intention. Through Lu Pingyan, she expressed to herself that she had remembered all the contributions she had made to the Lu family over the years. In addition, Lu Pingyan would be in charge of the Great Dream Fairy City next, and hoped that Lu Pingyan and Lu Lingxiao would live in peace, and she shouldn't think too much. Okay, in that case, I'll accept it. Ling Zixiao smiled lightly on her dignified and beautiful face. I have a good impression of this uncompetitive, simple and generous eldest son of the Lu family. That night. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng expressed his longing and affection to Ling Zixiao, Bai Ling and Binger. Although there are only cows that die of exhaustion, there are no fields that are damaged. But Lu Changsheng's physical body and the ability of the kidney's divine storage are fully demonstrated in this regard. After several fierce battles, Ling Zixiao and Bai Ling were like a pool of muddy water. Only the seemingly weak Binger had the most endurance. Seeing that Ling Zixiao and Bai Ling are now at the peak of foundation building, their magic power cannot be improved. Lu Changsheng plans to help the two women break through the Dan formation as soon as he is done. After a long time. My dear. Ling Zixiao, with a rosy face and a rosy glow, recovered his breath and saw Binger defeated. He told Lu Changsheng about Lu Pingyan's gift of the Ningjing pill. Since Pingyan has given me a gift, you can keep it. Lu Changsheng said softly while hugging his wife's fair and plump graceful figure. Then he looked at Bai Ling and Binger, who were both beautiful but well-behaved and considerate, and took a breath of cool air and slowly exhaled. It must be said that Bai Ling and Binger have a good relationship. But looking at Binger's innocent and dreamy pure eyes, he always felt a little guilty. Maybe this is what it means to be a saint like Buddha after the event. Even if you are cultivating immortals, you can't avoid it. Ling Zixiao was very tired at this time. He said a few words to Lu Changsheng and then fell asleep slowly. Although Binger still wanted to play games, she saw Ling Zixiao and Bai Ling sleeping, so she hugged each other and slept. Looking at Binger's pale and delicate beautiful face without blood color, Lu Changsheng remembered how she looked when she suddenly grew up after taking his essence in her early years. Maybe he took the yin-yang wrong Ling pill at that time, and the essence was amazing. So Binger's second personality awakened. Even if she took essences and even watered them over the years, this situation never happened. Brother, as if sensing Lu Changsheng's gaze on her, Binger opened her hazy and tender eyes and called out softly, her voice as clear as a spring in an empty mountain, crisp and moving. Go to sleep. Lu Changsheng stroked her cheek and said softly. Although Binger had been lying in the ice coffin for the past few years, apart from playing games, she could not see any changes, and Honglian could not see through her situation. But since he had taken her home, Lu Changsheng just let it go and raised her like this. The next day, when Ling Zixiao lazily got up, Lu Changsheng, Bai Ling, and Binger were affectionate for a while, and then went to find Honglian to discuss the Dao. In the classical and elegant boudoir cave, each night shining pearl shone softly. Lu Changsheng and Honglian sat on the white jade bed and discussed the Dao. The cloud gauze curtain hanging on the bed was embroidered with a gorgeous and majestic, bright and dazzling vermilion bird, as if burning the world. As the bed curtain swayed gently, the gorgeous body of the vermilion bird with red flame pattern seemed to travel through the sky, swaying and beautiful. A few days later, Lu Changsheng and Honglian embraced each other quietly, chatting with a relaxed look, telling some things about their journey to the secret realm. Although she knew Lu Changsheng's strength and worked with him to kill the 4th level void kun, she was still amazed when she heard about this battle. In addition to the true spirit family, there are also some cultivators who can use the secrets of the exercises to integrate the blood of the true spirit into the body, thereby obtaining some blood effects and abilities, but I don't know the details. It is very likely that the true Lord Qingyun obtained the blood of the Heavenly Phoenix in this way and mastered the magical secrets of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. Honglian met the true Lord Qingyun in her early years. Through her means of breaking through the void and crossing the void, it can be seen that she has a deep attainment in space. It is suspected that she may not know the means of mastering the Qingyun clan, and it is also related to the Heavenly Phoenix. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, knowing that true Lord Qingyun had a high probability of having this secret method, and then used the Phoenix bloodline condensed by his true Phoenix feather. He did not pay too much attention to this aspect. After chatting for a while, he showed Honglian some of the natural treasures he had obtained on this trip. This is the 5 Directions Tribulation Stone, which is an excellent treasure to resist the nascent soul tribulation. It can help those who have formed a nascent soul to reduce the power of the tribulation by 10%. Honglian looked at the simple and angular irregular stone in front of him, and said after a while, 5 Directions Tribulation Stone. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and asked, can this stone help the 4th level body refining tribulation? Although he was confident that he could break through the 4th level body refining, as for the tribulation, after seeing the true spirit tribulation of the sea-splitting black whale, he still planned to recast his lifelong magic weapon, yin-yang diagram, first, and have more preparations to avoid accidents. Yes, for body cultivators, such treasures that can transform tribulations are even more precious. Because when a body cultivator faces a heavenly tribulation, it is not like a nascent soul breakthrough where they can just rely on various means to get through it. Instead, they must complete a baptism and transformation under the heavenly tribulation to be reborn, Honglian said slowly in a soft and pleasant voice. Then she looked at Lu Changsheng and said, are you going to break through the 4th level of body refining first? As long as it is not the impact of the heavenly Dao Yuanying, theoretically, breaking through the Yuanying will be easier than breaking through the 4th level of body refining. If you break through the Yuanying, it will be very simple to break through the 4th level of body refining. Practicing certain health-preserving and body refining techniques will not even cause the heavenly tribulation. Yes, I plan to break through the 4th level of body refining in the next period of time, Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Hearing this, Honglian did not ask more questions, thinking that for Lu Changsheng, such a thing as overcoming the tribulation is a sure thing, and continued to identify the remaining few heavenly and earthly spiritual materials. This is the blood slough stone, which was formed from the blood essence of the demon king after his death, but the blood essence has been lost. It can help demon cultivators to temper their flesh, blood and bones. My husband can give it to Bai Ling or Xiao Zai to see if it helps. This is the soul-solving crystal, which can keep the corpse from decaying, increase the soul power of ghost cultivators, and can also be used to refine magic weapons to warm the soul. This should be some kind of snake slough, but it is a spiritual material formed by some reason, and I don't know the specific effect. Honglian has a wide range of knowledge, but it is impossible for him to recognize every one of them. However, these heaven and earth spiritual materials that Lu Changsheng did not know are very precious and rare. This is. At this time, when Honglian saw the golden stone the size of Lu Changsheng's head, he frowned slightly, looked at it carefully, and said, this seems to be the Spirit Source Stone. Spirit Source Stone. Lu Changsheng was surprised, and had never heard of this name. The Spirit Source Stone is somewhat similar to the Spirit Eye Stone, and is easily formed in places with spiritual veins and dense spiritual energy. But the Spirit Source Stone is created by the transformation of heaven and earth, and often contains natural treasures. There is also a saying that some natural treasures, top-level treasures, just happen to fall in the place where the Spirit Eye is about to be formed, and eventually became the Spirit Source Stone. Honglian explained to Lu Changsheng. Isn't this gambling on stones? Lu Changsheng thought of a saying in his previous life and said, so this Spirit Source Stone has to be cut open. Well, this Spirit Source Stone has some monster aura, and it is very likely that some monster-related treasures are sealed inside. As for the specifics, I can't judge. If it is cut, it is likely to cause the death of the monster inside, or the treasure will be destroyed. Honglian said aloud, indicating that the most troublesome part of this kind of spirit source stone is that it is impossible to judge whether the natural treasures inside are mature and complete. I see. Then let's take a look later. Lu Changsheng looked at the golden stone with his fiery eyes, but he couldn't see through it at all. After asking Honglian to help identify the treasures in his hand, Lu Changsheng remembered that he had another reward. A puppet with a sense of luck and love appeared. The thought moved slightly. A puppet that seemed to be made of metal, glowing with a dark light, outlined with complex patterns, and with some minor damage on its body appeared. Chapter 680, Qingzhu Mountain, the genius of the puppet path. Is this the puppet with soul consciousness that you met in the secret realm? Honglian's crystal-clear eyes were glowing with a bit of red luster as she looked at the puppet in front of her. She didn't know much about puppets, but she heard that some puppet forces had inherited the secret technique of injecting spirits, which could inject puppet spirits into puppets and give them some thinking consciousness. Or, like cultivating spiritual treasures, they could cultivate puppet spirits similar to instrument spirits. But no matter which one, they are very rare. Yes, it's this puppet. Lu Changsheng nodded, raised his hand slightly, and wanted to untie the sealing talisman and rope magic weapon on the puppet. Husband, since this puppet has soul consciousness, you can first place a ban on its soul to prevent any backup later. Seeing this, Honglian immediately reminded him in a soft and gentle voice. That's right. The situation was urgent at the time, and Lu Changsheng only sealed the puppet in front of him and bound it with magic weapons, and did not do too much. He immediately made hand gestures, and the Tai soul in the shape of a golden man between his eyebrows came out, and cast the 6 desires heart demon art, setting a soul restriction on the puppet in front of him that seemed to be sleeping. After casting the 6 desires heart demon art, Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, feeling that the effect was a little bit worse. He did not spend time practicing this technique, so the soul restriction he set up was very ordinary, and could only affect some giant cultivators. Then he cast the soul secret method in the myriad evil poison spirit secret book. Although Lu Changsheng did not practice this technique, his chaotic body was fused with a evil poison body, and he could cast the secret method in it with ease. In an instant, the yin and yang magic power was activated, and a group of 3rd-level top-level poison brewed in Lu Changsheng's body, turning into a dark green poisonous insect. Swish! Lu Changsheng made hand gestures, the Tai spirit between his eyebrows shone brightly, and the poisonous insect suddenly rushed into the puppet's body, slowly depositing on the puppet's spirit like an ulcer attached to the bone. This secret method is called Poison Spirit Ban. As long as Lu Changsheng has a thought, the poison spirit will burst out and pollute and erode the opponent's spirit. Lu Changsheng is not sure whether it can kill the Yuanying spirit, but it is no problem to pollute the spirit of the giant and cultivator. Honglian, who is next to him, was amazed when she saw Lu Changsheng's method. Among all the extraordinary things about Lu Changsheng, one of them she was most curious about was how many magical secrets and skills he was proficient in. After all, alchemy, refining, making talismans, searching for dragons, and the way of formations shown before, as well as various skills and techniques, it would take at least 200 years for a Yuanying cultivator to master them. It's done. After Lu Changsheng arranged the prohibition method, he nodded with satisfaction, and then untied all the prohibitions on the puppet. Buzz buzz buzz. After a moment, a crisp sound came from the silent puppet body, as if a sophisticated war machine was started. In the dark and empty eye sockets, 2 balls of soul fire burned slowly, diffusing a faint spiritual fluctuation. Ghost puppet? No, it's not the breath of a ghost cultivator, but just similar. Honglian sensed this fluctuation, frowned slightly, and looked at the puppet in front of her carefully. However, the puppet's aura revived slightly, and then it became silent again, motionless. Lu Changsheng looked at the puppet in front of him and said lightly, "Since you have spiritual consciousness, I think you know your situation, why don't you say something?" The puppet was still dead silent and had no reaction. In the secret realm, you saw your master die, but you were able to escape alone, and even controlled the 12 puppets to self-destruct, and you also had spiritual fluctuations. I think you are similar to cultivators like me, so I am quite curious about your situation. If you want to continue to live, then speak up. If you have the intention to die, then I can also fulfill your wish. Lu Changsheng continued to speak, leisurely. It's you. The puppet's pupils were burning with dark flames, looking at Lu Changsheng, and instantly knew that he was the man who killed Shi Zhuan and imprisoned him in the secret realm. Your Excellency captured me alive, what are you going to do with it? Do you just want to know my situation? The puppet continued to speak. The voice was like frosted, hoarse with a trace of gloom, and it can be heard that it is a woman. It depends on how you behave. Lu Changsheng smiled indifferently, but he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is this puppet really a woman? If the other party is similar to the thousand-faced fox puppet, and was made by the puppet genius from his wife before, wouldn't it be impossible for him to reconcile with her? But judging from her words, it seems that she doesn't have too much hatred. Qingzhu Mountain was silent and didn't speak. If she could choose, she would naturally want to live well, and avenge her blood feud. But now that she has fallen into the hands of the other party, she has no choice. Through the previous means, and the ulcer that entangled her soul, she knew that she couldn't even self-destruct. Lu also knows a little about puppets, but at most he can cultivate a simple consciousness in the puppet, so I am quite curious about your situation. As long as you can solve my doubts, it's not a bad idea to let you go free. Lu Changsheng said calmly, as if he was just interested. I transformed half of my soul into puppet spirit, and it merged perfectly with this puppet, so I kept my soul consciousness. The puppet said aloud, and the hoarse and cold voice seemed to be a bit cold. Transform half of the soul into puppet spirit. Not only Lu Changsheng, but even Honglian was shocked when he heard this. What a ruthless person. This is definitely a ruthless person. He actually transformed half of his soul into puppet spirit. You know, the soul of a cultivator is very important. Once it is torn and damaged, it will affect the origin of the soul and even the potential of life. Were you a puppet cultivator in your lifetime? Lu Changsheng asked. Well, if you are interested in this secret method, as long as you let me go, I can give it to you. Qingzhu Mountain saw Lu Changsheng's surprise and said. So, the man who attacked my spirit pet before and was killed by me was not your master? The person who controlled and performed the puppet battle formation was not this person, but you. Knowing that the puppet in front of him was not a third-level puppet refined by someone, Lu Changsheng instantly realized that the 12 puppets before were probably controlled by this puppet. The puppet who he thought was the peerless genius of the puppet was actually an ordinary late giant and cultivator, not the master of this puppet. Well, the dark flames in the puppet's eyes burned, and his voice was hoarse. Incredible! Lu Changsheng exclaimed, realizing that this was a talent, a top talent, and continued to ask, so, the previous puppets were also made by you? The biggest gain of his trip to the secret realm was the various spiritual materials of heaven and earth. Unless he fully armed himself, or his wives and concubines who had reached the damned stage at home had multiple magic weapons, they would not be consumed. But if he were to refine instruments and magic weapons by himself, he would not have so much time and energy. If the puppet in front of him was a top puppeteer, he could completely use these natural materials and treasures to refine third-level top puppets and increase the family's heritage. Well, the puppet continued to respond. From what you said, you should want to live. In this case, let's make a deal. As long as you make, 100 puppets for me, and teach me the puppetry skills, and train 10 puppeteers for me, I can let you go free. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain was famous for puppets in the early years, but as time went on, the level of puppets was not enough after leaving Qingzhu Mountain. Since the puppet in front of him is a top puppet master, he can help his family train puppeteers and forge top puppets. I transformed half of my soul into puppet spirit, and I can't wake up for a long time and stay awake. At most, I will give you my puppet skills. Qingzhu Mountain suppressed the restlessness of his soul and said with a hoarse and gloomy voice. In her early years, she faced a life and death crisis. Seeing that the sect was broken, she merged her soul into the puppet in a hurry. The process was even more accidental, and half of her soul was transformed into puppet spirit, perfectly controlling the puppet. But the price is that this half of the soul that turned into puppet spirit is like a ghost cultivator, and its personality is gradually distorted, leaving only hatred and obsession in its heart. In this case, her awake soul is also constantly eroded and affected by the puppet spirit soul, and she must use secret methods to sleep to dispel this influence and negative emotions. Unable to wake up for a long time and stay awake, Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, and suddenly felt that the value of the puppet in front of him was average. After all, his family has inherited the puppet skills of Qingyun Sect. With his status as the lord of the Great Dream City, it is not difficult to get a few copies of the puppet inheritance. The reason why he wants to subdue is that in many cases, it is useless to have only the inheritance of skills. and someone must be instructed. And this puppet can't help teach, and can't help build puppets, so it has no value. How did you build the 12 puppets before? Lu Changsheng asked. Since she can't wake up for a long time, where did the 12 third-level puppets come from? Qingzhu Mountain was silent for a moment and said, although I can't stay awake for a long time, I can extend my wakefulness time through the soul treasures and secret treasures. And the person you killed is also a third-level puppeteer. Most of these puppets were built by me and him. Although the puppet's voice was calm, it became more and more cold, like a whisper from the abyss of hell, which made people's backs cold. My husband, this person's spirit that turned into puppet is a bit like the method of ghost cultivation, so I suspect that her puppet spirit is like a ghost cultivation, and must cultivate in a very yin place, otherwise it will be attacked by the turbid air between heaven and earth and become a fierce spirit. At this time, Honglian sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng and said, but her situation is different from that of a ghost cultivator. If she goes to a very yin place to cultivate, the other half of her spirit may not be able to adapt and will be constantly eroded by the ghost energy. Well, Lu Changsheng also saw that the emotional state of the puppet in front of him was very unstable, as if it was forcibly suppressing the restlessness of its spirit. He continued to say leisurely to the puppet, in this case, let's have a cooperation. As long as you can build puppets for me and train puppeteers, you can ask for any soul treasures you need. The puppet was silent, and seemed to fall into dead silence, filled with a gloomy atmosphere. There is no hatred between you and me. You can cooperate with others, and I think you can cooperate with me. Besides, the previous matter was also you who attacked my spirit pet first. Lu Changsheng said lightly, and his words always maintained a leisurely and natural tone. I want revenge. As long as you help me avenge my blood hatred, I am willing to build a puppet for you. I will teach you all the puppet skills. The puppet with a dark and cold luster suddenly trembled wildly, as if a war machine was started, and the sound was like a poisonous snake night owl, full of pain, resentment and resentment. Don't be excited. If you have something to say, just talk slowly. Lu Changsheng saw that there was a problem with the state of the puppet's soul in front of him, and immediately raised his palm lightly, and the yin and yang magic power flowed, trying to stabilize the situation for her. Under the balance of yin and yang magic power, the puppet's state gradually calmed down a bit, and then said with a bit of sadness and pleading, revenge, as long as you help me avenge my blood hatred, I can be your puppet and help you do anything. Qingzhu Mountain knew that she had fallen into Lu Changsheng's hands, and it was almost impossible for him to let her go. She entered the Hanja fantasy realm, to help Shizhuan break through the nascent soul, and then promote herself to the 4th level puppet, so as to avenge her blood hatred. The person in front of her was far more powerful than herself, so she had no choice but to seize this opportunity. Looking at the disordered state of the puppet in front of him, Lu Changsheng asked her what was wrong in a gentle voice. After a moment, Lu Changsheng knew the situation of the puppet in front of him. She came from the endless desert, a giant and level force called Qingzhu Sect. When she was young, she showed the phenomenon of heavenly spiritual roots and a strong mind, so she was accepted as a disciple by the leader of Qingzhu Sect and was given the name Qingzhu Yan. At the age of 21, she successfully broke through the foundation without the foundation building pill, which shocked the entire Qingzhu Sect. Then, under the guidance of the sect, she studied the art of puppetry. Compared with the practice of heavenly spiritual roots, her talent in puppetry is even more terrifying. In just 2.5 years, she created a 2nd-level puppet and became a 2nd-level puppeteer. She was praised by her master as the first genius since the establishment of Qingzhu Sect. In the following time, she put all her mind on puppetry. In just 10 years, she created a 2nd-level top-grade puppet. What affected her to continue to study puppetry was not talent, but cultivation. The master also said that she would focus on cultivation. Only after breaking through the giant stage could she create a 3rd-level puppet to suppress the sect. Because the puppetry took too much time, she didn't reach the peak of foundation building until she was 91 years old. Relying on the training and resources prepared by the Qingzhu Sect, she created a 3rd-level puppet at the age of 98, and broke through the giant stage in one go. At this point, the sect could only help her in a limited way, so she began to give back to the sect and devoted herself to studying the sect's puppet inheritance. In 100 years, she not only created a 3rd-level top-grade puppet, but also improved the puppetry treasure book in the sect, making the Qingzhu Sect flourish. However, The development of the Qingzhu sect was too fierce, and the puppet business also attracted the covetousness of others, especially one of the top forces in the Endless Desert, the ancient puppet sect. The ancient puppet sect, like the Qingzhu sect, is also a force that focuses on puppets. Seeing the situation of the Qingzhu sect, they wanted to take it as a vassal, and let them hand over the puppetry inheritance and 90% of the profits. The Qingzhu sect was not willing to negotiate with them. Who knew that the ancient puppet sect's acceptance as a vassal was just a cover, and they had already negotiated with several other forces to divide up the Qingzhu sect. On this day, the Qingzhu sect was faced with a disaster of extermination. Although Qingzhu Mountain was gifted and a master of puppetry, he could compete with the peak of the Jiandan with the puppet battle formation, but his cultivation was only in the middle stage of the Jiandan, far from being a match for the ancient puppet sect. Seeing the sect destroyed and facing the imprisonment of the ancient puppet sect monks, she chose to self-destruct the Jiandan. But at this moment, she thought of a conjecture she had made in her early years of studying puppets. She used the method of ghost cultivation to transform herself into a ghost spirit, merge into the core of the puppet, and transform into a puppet spirit. But when a cultivator becomes a ghost cultivator, it is like a new life, and they are almost two different people from before they died. They can be regarded as a brand new life. Moreover, not every cultivator can successfully transform into a ghost cultivator. They need to rely on the extremely yin land, yin turbid ghost energy, and other favorable conditions, as well as the ghost treasures. But perhaps because of the hatred and obsession in her heart, she succeeded. At the moment of self-destruction, she used the soul transfer technique to merge her spirit into the puppet, and then escaped from the pursuit of the ancient puppet sect. In order to stay awake and avenge her blood hatred, she only transformed half of her spirit into a ghost puppet spirit. But puppets are different from humans. They cannot be improved by cultivation, but can only improve the puppet spirit and the quality of the puppet. And half of her spirit was transformed into a ghost puppet spirit, causing her spirit to always bear the influence of the turbid air, the obsession of the puppet spirit, and the hatred, and constantly assimilated and transformed into a fierce spirit. For this reason, she used her own practice method Xiao Yanju to alleviate this situation through deep sleep. But it also led to her limited awake time, and she could not do many things by herself, and could only rely on the help of others. The man who was killed by Lu Changsheng in the previous, Hanja fantasy, was one of her main partners. The two made a heart demon oath that as long as she helped the other party get the opportunity of the nascent soul, the other party would do his best to help her advance to the 4th level and avenge the ancient puppet sect. Good guy. After Lu Changsheng learned about Qingzhu Mountain's situation, he didn't know what to say for a while. The other party has means, and believes in words like Yuanying first leads to the 4th level later. The other party is stupid, but he can improve the Qingzhu sect's skills, the puppet tradition, create his own skills, and even achieve the feat of integrating his soul into the puppet, and maintain the consciousness of the soul. Fortunately you met me. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Qingzhu Yan's soul is now in a disordered state, so he can see that the other party's words are not false based on the fluctuations of the soul. In this case, as long as the other party is truly submissive and doesn't mind helping her to avenge, even obedient, he can help her reshape her body by obtaining rare treasures such as the heaven and earth spirit fetus in the future. Your soul is not in a good state now, so sleep well first, and we will talk in detail after you wake up. As long as you can show your value, it is not difficult to upgrade you to the 4th level and avenge the ancient puppet sect. Lu Changsheng said lightly. Although he didn't know the specific power of the ancient puppet sect, according to speculation, there were at most 1 or 2 Yuanying cultivators. As long as he broke through the Yuanying, it would not be difficult. Thank you. The puppet seemed unable to suppress its own state, its body trembled constantly, as if it would riot at any time, and attacked Lu Changsheng and Honglian. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, it relaxed instantly, the soul fire in its pupils gradually subsided, and fell into silence, like an ordinary puppet. Buzz! Lu Changsheng watched for a moment, then flicked his fingers to form a barrier of yin and yang magic power, and asked Honglian next to him, Honglian, what do you think? This person's words have a great deal of truth, but you can't believe them completely. Honglian, wearing a simple and elegant red robe, with her hair tied up, said gracefully and dignifiedly. But the talent of puppetry cannot be faked. My husband will know after the fact. If the words are true, I can subdue it for my husband's use, and it can also add a boost. Although there is no physical body, The qualifications of the spiritual root are gone. But this kind of puppet talent will not be affected, and as the cultivation of the soul is improved, it can even go further. Well, I'll ask Zixio to check out the situation of the ancient puppet sect later. There should be relevant information about this kind of incident. We can find out the truth by checking it out. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, holding his wife's soft and boneless white jade hand. He now has a lot of 4th-level spiritual materials in his hands. If Qingzhu Mountain's words are true, he doesn't mind helping the other party to upgrade to the 4th level now. As long as the other party is promoted to the 4th level puppet, he will have another 4th level combat power. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681, Master Qingyun is missing and is coming. Honglian, take a look to see if there are any resources you need. After the two chatted for a while, Lu Changsheng handed his harvest to Honglian and let her choose. Honglian has a spiritual body, so as long as the resources are sufficient, she can quickly break through the nascent soul. Under such circumstances, Lu Changsheng naturally hopes that Honglian will reach the nascent soul as soon as possible. Moreover, the Dalao sword embryo in his hand can breed a sword embryo Taoist body. At present, Lu Changsheng plans to use the sword embryo for his and her children after Honglian breaks through the nascent soul. Thank you, husband. Honglian's beautiful eyes are shining with a crystal and soft luster, and she said softly. She didn't be polite to Lu Changsheng, knowing that her top priority is to break through the nascent soul as soon as possible. As long as it is useful to you, just pick it. Lu Changsheng saw that Honglian only picked a few things, and said aloud. These are enough. Honglian smiled gently, her red lips gently raised, just like a crescent moon, and like a blooming peach blossom, light and soft, delicate and charming. Aren't you going to refine a few more magic weapons? Lu Changsheng asked. The latter had no suitable magic weapon except the star disc, platinum mountain, and beast-controlling ancient talisman that he had given her. At present, the companion peach blossom is enough. I will consider refining magic weapons after I cultivate to the peak of the Qingyun stage. It will be a waste if I refine them now. Honglian said softly. Her situation is similar to Lu Changsheng. She doesn't like ordinary magic weapons. She spends time and energy to collect materials and refine magic weapons, but they will be eliminated soon after her cultivation level is improved. Okay, tell me if you need resources. If it were before, Lu Changsheng would not dare to say this, but now his pockets are bulging and his whole person is full of arrogance. Okay, thank you, husband. Looking at Lu Changsheng's heroic look, Honglian responded with a smile. She thought that Lu Changsheng was really lucky. As a Qingyun cultivator, he went to the Yuanying level secret realm and got such a rich harvest. I'm afraid that many Yuanying cultivators are not as good as him. After being affectionate with Honglian for a long time and motioning her to look at Qingyun's Huyan, Lu Changsheng found Meng Xiaochen and went to see Nanguang Mili with her. Because he and Ling Zixio didn't get along, Nanguang Mili turned a blind eye. Except for occasionally coming out to see his son and Meng Xiaochen, he mostly practiced in seclusion in the cave. Mili. Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaochen came to the cave and looked at Nanguang Mili, who was wearing a purple gauze skirt, with skin as white as snow, graceful and charming, and every inch of her body was full of charm, and called out in a gentle voice. HMPH. Seeing Lu Changsheng's tender and affectionate look, Nanguang Mili was furious. She and this dogman have been in Jiang Kingdom for more than 2 years, but except when he took the initiative to look for her, she couldn't even see his shadow at other times. And every time he looked for her, he would say, Master. After the master-disciple relationship, Meng Xiaochen became closer to Nanguang Mili and less respectful. Knowing that her master always said one thing and said another, and always had a little temper when facing her husband, as a disciple, she naturally stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. Xiaochen. Seeing her disciple throw himself into her arms like a child, hugging her tightly with a coquettish face, rubbing her pretty face against her plump and proud breasts, she snorted softly. Mili. Seeing the warm appearance of the master and disciple, Lu Changsheng went forward and sat down beside them, then moved closer. Nanguang Mili instantly felt her red lips covered by a warm breath, unable to speak, and could only stare at the dogman in front of her. But under the double attack of her lover and disciple, Nangguang Mili's body softened after a while. At this moment, she suddenly felt a slight coolness on her chest, and a warm and soft fragrance came. The whole person was struck by lightning, and her body trembled wildly. She wanted to scold, but her red lips were covered by Lu Changsheng, who grabbed the fragrance and sweetness domineeringly, and she couldn't speak at all. Master Mother Meng Xiaochen and Nangguang Mili have a very close relationship. In the early years, when the two went out on missions, they called each other mother and daughter. Now there are not so many taboos in the boudoir, and she called out in a greasy voice. Xiaochen, this is really too much? Nangguang Mili's misty narrow phoenix eyes were full of shame and annoyance. She wanted to struggle, but facing Lu Changsheng's strong and powerful body, she couldn't do it and could only let the two of them attack. Mili, so Mili. Lu Changsheng felt the trembling body of the beauty, and his heart was inexplicably happy. He leaned close to her earlobe, which was a little soft and red, and comforted her kindly. Xiaochen. After a moment, Lu Changsheng looked at the beauty in his arms, who was soft and weak, and her body was trembling. He patted Meng Xiaochen's upturned body, indicating that she should serve her master well. After a while, Nangguang Mili frowned and bit her lower lip lightly. The soft light in the misty phoenix eyes was like a pool of spring water wrinkled by the spring breeze, rippling, filling the misty curtains, and all the resentment in my heart disappeared. The night fell and the lights came on. It was unknown how long it had passed before the noise in the city lord's mansion and the ancient cave gradually died down. Nangguang Mili, a great monk in the late Qingyun stage, was graceful and charming, with a protruding front and a curved back. Her seemingly slender but plump and attractive body collapsed into the mud. Under her willow eyebrows that were like distant green mountains, her narrow and long Danfeng beautiful eyes seemed to be permeated with endless charming spring rhymes, and the light was flowing, captivating. You pressed my hair. Nangguang Mili recovered his breath and said coldly to Lu Changsheng, but his voice was indescribably moving, without the slightest deterrence. Although the resentment in his heart dissipated, this dog-man thought he had it all to himself, and he would do this whenever he encountered problems. While speaking, he looked at his disciple Meng Xiaochen, whose cheeks were flushed and slightly drunk, with a bad look. He thought that this disciple was becoming more and more crooked. Not only did he not fight against Ling Zixiao with his master, but he also played tricks on him all day with this dog-man. Master. Meng Xiaochen had been with Nangguang Mili for many years, so she naturally knew her master's temperament, and immediately admitted her mistakes. Mili. Lu Changsheng coaxed Nangguang Mili in a kind voice, saying that he was indeed busy during this period, and after a year, when he was done with the whale hunting banquet in Xiansheng, he would accompany her well and send her back to the Five Poison Sect. His identity as Yang Ming's Henren caused such a big commotion in Hanja fantasy realm, and he and Mingsha's Henjin could be said to be fighting to the death. So Lu Changsheng also needed to communicate with the Yaoduo, so as to prevent the old dog Mingsha from secretly making trouble again and using the Five Poison Sect as a breakthrough point. This is a gift prepared by your husband for you, see if you like it. Lu Changsheng knew Nangguang Mili's temperament a long time ago. Under normal circumstances, as long as it was not too excessive, he was willing to tolerate it and hand the prepared gift to the other party as a couple's interest. Seeing Lu Changsheng speak kindly and prepare gifts for herself, Nangguang Mili's white and charming face softened a little. My Xiaochen also has one. Lu Changsheng saw Meng Xiaochen next to him with her beautiful eyes full of hope, and said in a gentle voice, knowing that Meng Xiaochen was not concerned about the gift, but his attitude. Thank you, husband. Meng Xiaochen was immediately overjoyed and smiled sweetly. Humph. For some reason, Nangguang Mili snorted again when he saw that Meng Xiaochen also had a share, not just hers. However, seeing the gift in the brocade box, which was obviously carefully prepared for her, Nangguang Mili's heart surged with joy again. Lu Changsheng has a Yuanying level Tai soul, and can capture some of Nangguang Mili's soul fluctuations and general emotions in his heart. Seeing her emotions constantly fluctuating, happy and sad, he was speechless and thought that women are really fickle. But a woman who is happy and sad for you means that she is really sincere. After comforting Nangguang Mili, Lu Changsheng had time to care about his children at home. When he came to the backyard, he saw his daughters Lu Ling, Lu Beian, Lu Mengchen, Lu Minghuang and Lu Pinggan practicing boxing together, and Lu Changsheng was very pleased. These children are sensible and worry-free. Dad, Dad, Dad. Several people saw Lu Changsheng and shouted immediately. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile, sat down aside, taught and instructed his children to practice, and then handed each of them a gift. Although Lu Pingyan was so old, the atmosphere was right, and Lu Changsheng also gave one to show his intention. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. Lu Ling looked at her gift, looked at it for a few times, and asked aloud, Dad, you have used up this Buddhist bead. Although she could see that this Buddhist bead was a little different from the previous Buddha bone relic, she could not distinguish it in detail. This is the new Buddhist bead that Daddy has obtained. You should keep it well and don't let others see it, understand? Lu Changsheng said to his daughter in a gentle voice. Although his daughter rarely goes out, this relic is precious, so she still has to tell her. Daddy, don't worry. Lu Ling nodded vigorously, then took out the previous Vajra relic from his purse and said, Daddy, do you still want to use this Buddhist bead? Since this one is given to Xiao, it naturally belongs to Xiao. You keep it together. Lu Changsheng pinched her cheek and said with a smile, you can practice with 2 Buddhist beads in the future. If you feel uncomfortable, stop immediately and tell Daddy, understand? Daddy, I know. Lu Ling responded with a cute face. Then Lu Changsheng told his daughter Lu Beixi that if she felt uncomfortable during the practice with the help of the blood molting stone, she should stop and tell him as soon as possible. While speaking, he released the golden-winged sky peng of the Qingyan binding shadow belt. Uncle Jin. Lu Beixi was quite close to the golden peng with the true spirit bloodline. When he saw it, he immediately shouted crisply. Jin Peng, if you have nothing to do on weekdays, you can teach Xiaoxi how to practice. Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-winged sky peng and saw that its physical condition had recovered by more than half, and it was full of surging energy. It would not take long for it to fully recover. The golden-winged sky peng was stunned, then tilted its head to look at Lu Beixi, whose face was exquisite and delicate. After a moment of silence, it said, Yes, Master. Although it was a little closer to Lu Beixi, who had the blood of the true spirit, it did not mean that it liked to take care of children. Moreover, the breakthrough growth of demon beasts was mostly accompanied by sleep. It was only half a step away from being promoted to the top of the 3rd level. After swallowing the broken Yuanying spirit body of the purple-robed old man, its body was full of energy, and its flesh and bone seemed to be evolving and cleansing all the time. It just wanted to have a good sleep. You don't have to watch it all the time. If you want to rest, take a good rest. When you have time, solve Xiaoxi's problem. Lu Changsheng saw that Jin Peng's current situation was suitable for sleeping to advance, and spoke again. After caring about Lu Mengjin and Lu Minghuang, Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Pingyan and said, Pingyan, I'm going back to Bihu Mountain. You can go back with me. Although he let his son stay in Diamond Fairy City, there is no rush now. And his son has been away from home for so many years, he should go back and take care of his own affairs. Yes, Dad. Lu Pingyan nodded in response. Immediately, Lu Changsheng went to see the other children in Diamond Fairy City, told Ling Zixiao about Qingyan Huyan, and then he drove the escape light to take Lu Pingyan back to Bihu Mountain. Because the matter of Hanja Fantasy Realm has not spread yet, Bihu Mountain has not obtained relevant information, so Lu Maioyan, Lu Maioja and others saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Pingyan coming back and did not ask much. They thought that after Lu Changsheng sent Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu back to Yu Kingdom, the rest of the time would be to find Lu Pingyan. However, when they learned that Lu Pingyan had broken through the Jinden, the women exclaimed. There is no need to rush to spread this news for the time being. Lu Changsheng said aloud. Although Lu Pingyan held a dam-forming ceremony, and there were 4 dam-forming members in one family, and 3 dam-forming members in the father and son, which was enough to further enhance the reputation of the Xianfu Lu family. But once this ceremony was held, Qingyun Sect was afraid that they would not be able to sit still. Although he was not afraid of Qingyun Sect, he was still a little afraid of Qingyun Sect, the overlord of Jiang State. Moreover, Lu Changsheng did not want to make the situation between the 2 families too stiff, which would embarrass Xiao Ziyu and Chu Qingyi. But when you encounter troublesome things, you should still take action. There is no need to be too humble. Lu Changsheng continued to say to his son Lu Pingyan, worried that he would deliberately suppress his strength in order to avoid causing trouble for the family. Dad, I know. Lu Pingyan grinned. After chatting with his wife, Lu Changsheng put the sun and moon to yin and yang Zhuan Guangjian back to Zumi Cave Heaven, looked at the situation of Zhuan Muteng, and then accompanied his wife and concubines on a daily basis teaching and guiding his children. A few days later, after finishing his work at Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng went to Qingyun Sect. On the one hand, he wanted to see Xiao Ziyu and Chu Qingyi. On the other hand, Xiao Ziyu had sent a message to Qingzhu Mountain, saying that the head of Qingyun Sect wanted to see him. Meet the immortal Changsheng. Meet Elder Lu. When Lu Changsheng arrived at Qingyun Sect, the disciples saw him on the way. Their eyes were full of respect, worship, and admiration, and they bowed to him. The reason for this, in addition to Lu Qingshan's return home, which further enhanced the reputation of the Xianfu Lu family, was the beast tied in the Great Dream Lake a year and a half ago. The couple of the Lord of the Great Dream City killed the 4th-level Demon King, and Lu Changshen, as the Deputy Lord of the city, suppressed the 3rd-level Demon King with Lu Miaoj in this battle, which was also talked about by many people, and his status and position rose accordingly. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded lightly, and quickly came to the main hall of Qingyun Sect to meet the head of Qingyun. Real man Changshen, please sit down and rest for a while, I will inform the head of the sect. The head of the sect, who received him respectfully, invited Lu Changsheng to the side hall and served him tea. Not long after, a sound of footsteps sounded. The head of Qingyun Sect, who was wearing a Qingyun Taoist robe, was thin and calm, and entered the hall. He bowed and said, Master Changshen, I've been waiting for a long time. Hello, head. Lu Changsheng bowed in return and asked the other party what was going on. It's nothing big, but I heard about the killing of the 4th-level Demon King in the Great Dream Fairy City before, and I wanted to find you to learn some details. The head of Qingyun Sect exchanged a few pleasantries and went straight to the point. The head of the sect has said that I am also shocked by the killing of the 4th-level Demon King by the Lord of the city. Lu Changsheng knew what the head of Qingyun Sect wanted to know, and said with emotion, Did you say that the Lord of the Great Dream City would leave the Fairy City in the future? The head of Qingyun Sect continued to ask, hinting at the relationship between Lu Changsheng and the Great Dream Fairy City. After all, according to rumors, the joint cultivation method of Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj is somewhat similar to the magic weapon of the Lord of the Great Dream City. And it is rumored that the Lord of the Great Dream City and his wife are also proficient in joint cultivation methods. Regarding this aspect, it is what I said to the headmaster before. However, this time when hunting the 4th-level Demon King, the city lord urged me to draw the 4th-level talisman as soon as possible. It can be seen that he is quite anxious about this aspect. Lu Changsheng said seriously. Draw the 4th-level talisman as soon as possible. If the Lord of Daming City needed the 4th-level talisman before, the headmaster of Qingyun could understand it. But the other party has the means to kill the 4th-level Demon King, so why does he need the 4th-level talisman? However, thinking that the Lord of Daming City has not shown up for so long after killing the 4th-level Demon King, it is estimated that the cost is very high, which is understandable. He continued to ask Lu Changshen, wanting to get some information. But Lu Changsheng's replies were all ambiguous, leaving the headmaster of Qingyun to guess for himself. After all, some things are not beautiful if they are said too bluntly. Thank you for your hard work, Immortal Changsheng. A quarter of an hour later, the headmaster of Qingyun sent Lu Changsheng out of the hall without getting much useful information. The inheritance of the main skills belongs to the privacy of the cultivators, so he couldn't ask too much. Especially since this kind of inheritance of skills also involves the mysterious Lord of the Great Dream City. It seems that this Qingyun Sect master values the Great Dream Fairy City more than I thought. After walking out of the Qingyun Hall, Lu Changsheng looked at the Qingyun Sect's mountain protection formation flowing with a luster of colored glaze, and thought to himself. But it's normal to think about it. Jiang Kingdom has added a force that can kill the 4th-level Demon King, a cultivator. How can the Qingyun Sect, one of the 4 major immortal sects in Jiang Kingdom, not pay attention to it? I don't know what the attitude of the Qingyun Sect is. Compared with the Qingyun Sect, the attitude of the Qingyun Sect is the top priority. Lu Changsheng didn't think much and went straight to Qingyun Peak, Mingyu residence. In the ancient cave, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu expressed their thoughts to each other. Afterwards, Xiao, has the real person Qingyun gone to Hansha Fantasy Domain? Lu Changsheng hugged Xiao Ziyu's fairy jade body, gently stroked the few strands of her black hair that stuck to her beautiful face, and suddenly thought of something and asked aloud. Although he didn't see Yun Wanshang in Hansha Fantasy Domain. But seeing that Master Xuanjian was with several giant and cultivators, he thought of Yun Wanshang. The other party had been out looking for nascent soul opportunities for many years, and the Hansha fantasy realm was a nascent soul level secret realm, so there was a high probability that he would go there. Probably not. The head of the sect and the great elders had tried to contact the master before, but Xiao Ziyu's hair was disheveled, no longer the cold and fairy-like appearance she usually had. She pursed her red lips and said with some worry in her beautiful eyes, "Did Master Qingyun have an accident?" Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly paused. Master's soul lamp is fine at the moment, but the sect has contacted the master in the early years, but there has been no response. Xiao Ziyu's beautiful eyes, like a rugged spring, glanced at Lu Changsheng and said softly, feeling a little depressed. For some reason, when Lu Changsheng heard that Yun Wanshang had no news and might be in danger, he felt worried and heavy in his heart. However, seeing the worry on Xiao Ziyu's face, he put his arm around her shoulders and comforted her in a gentle voice. "It's okay, Master Qingyun is blessed by heaven. Maybe he will get the opportunity to form the nascent soul and retreat to form the nascent soul," so he didn't respond. Yet, Xiao Ziyu quietly snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms without saying a word, but her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. After all, the first time the sect contacted the master was 18 years ago. Not only has there been no news, but 3 years ago, the Supreme Elder also asked Master Xuanjian to divine the whereabouts of the master, but no relevant information was obtained. However, these involved the secrets of the sect, so she could not reveal them to Lu Changsheng. Just as Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu were being intimate, outside the Qingzhu Mountain, a figure wearing a dark mask and a large black cloak, as if blending into the shadows, looked at the Qingzhu Mountain in front of him, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and murmured, "Is this the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain?" Chapter 682, 9 Nether Mastiff is in danger. According to intelligence information, Qingzhu Mountain was a second-level middle-grade spiritual vein in its early years, but after being occupied by the Lu family, it has grown to the second-level top after years of cultivation. And the Lu family's ancestor Lu Changsheng and mistress Lu Mayaoj have both broken through the Qingzhu stage. The second-level top spiritual land is completely unable to meet their cultivation needs, so most of the time they are in the Great Dream Fairy City. The figure wearing a dark mask and a cloak is Yinger, who came to investigate the situation of Jiu Yao Mastiff at the order of the Holy Lady Yao. It's just that the distance between Lianguo and Jianguo is far. Especially on the way, you need to be careful, so it took more than a year to sneak into Jianguo and come to Qingzhu Mountain safely. Yinger looked at the Qingzhu Mountain formation in front of her with her dark eyes like the stars in the dark night. One pupil turned into azure blue and the other turned into dark green, like a cat's pupil, trying to see through the illusion and see through the formation restrictions. Huh? After a moment, she found that she could hardly see through the Qingzhu Mountain formation in front of her, and even felt a bit of inexplicable danger from the Qingzhu Mountain in front of her. What's going on? Yinger was naturally extraordinary to be sent on a mission by the Holy Lady of the Moon. She practiced the skills of the Beast God Mountain and merged with a demon beast, Nethercat. Not only is her attack full of killing and penetration, she can transform into shadow, and she also has the ability to break through illusions, see through the underworld, and sense danger. Just now, when she was looking for the weaknesses and flaws of the Qingzhu Mountain formation and wanted to transform into shadow and sneak into it, the nether cat in her body actually appeared to warn her, indicating that there was danger. The master of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, has grown from a son-in-law to giant and cultivator in 100 years. He also married the Yuanying seed of Qingyun Sect, helped his wife Lu Mayaoj break through the Qingdun, and cultivated a third-level nether moon wolf. He must have a great opportunity. Even if he is not in Qingzhu Mountain on weekdays, he must have a backup plan. This time she came to Qingzhu Mountain, she was naturally well prepared and collected all the information about Lu Changsheng and Qingzhu Mountain. The cultivators who knew about the rise of a small figure like Lu Changsheng were not simple. And maybe Lu Changsheng is in Qingzhu Mountain. Yinger looked at Qingzhu Mountain in front of her and thought to herself. After thinking for a while, she looked in the direction of Qingzhu Mountain and murmured, according to intelligence information, the Lu family's clan guardian beast, Jiu Yao, is guarding Qingzhu Mountain most of the time. In that case, I will go to Qingzhu Mountain first to see how much of the heavenly wolf bloodline this beast has awakened. Although according to intelligence information, Jiu Yao Mastiff's combat power far exceeds that of Yao Wolf, and it is likely to have awakened the heavenly wolf bloodline. But for such a thing, she still has to go there in person. Even with a Yuling ring in hand, even if this Yaoyu wolf only felt a thin heavenly wolf bloodline, she would take it back to report. After thinking for a moment, Yinger turned into a shadow and sneaked towards the direction of Qingzhu Mountain. A few hours later, Yinger arrived at Qingzhu Mountain and looked at the large formation in front of her. However, the second-level superior White Tiger Mountain formation was full of flaws in front of Yinger's nether eye, and she could see it all at a glance. Even through the White Tiger Mountain formation, she could faintly sense the fierce evil spirit from the back mountain. This Phantom Moon Wolf has only broken through the third level not long ago, and the evil spirit is so strong. It seems that it is not simply awakening the heavenly wolf bloodline, but a bloodline mutation. As the personal guard of the Holy Lady of Phantom Moon, Yinger is very familiar with the breath of the heavenly wolf of Phantom Moon. Through this fierce evil spirit, it can be judged that the blood auras of the two are different, and it is very likely that there is a bloodline mutation. After observing the White Tiger Mountain formation in front of her for a long time, Yinger's delicate and small face gradually became sharp under the dark mask, and several lines appeared on her cheeks, like a cat's face. A pair of furry black cat ears stood up on both sides of her head, and her white and slender hands turned into sharp claws at some point, with a cold and sharp luster. The graceful figure wrapped in a black cloak seemed to be slender and agile, but it instinctively crouched down like a fully drawn longbow. If you look closely, you can see a long and powerful tail like a whip under the cloak. Swish! Yinger looked at the White Tiger Mountain formation in front of her, and the whole person rushed in like a shadow. The whole process was smooth and did not cause any impact on the formation. She was like a light and flexible cat demon, crouching and lurking towards the back mountain. The patrolling monks on the way seemed to ignore her. However, when she approached the back mountain where the 9 Nether Mastiff was, the 9 Nether Mastiff, a heavenly blood demon beast, instantly sensed something, opened its scarlet eyes, and looked in the direction of Yinger who had turned into a shadow. Roar! The 9 Nether Mastiff stood up from its crouching body and roared. The sound was like rolling thunder, spreading throughout the entire White Tiger Mountain. This is Juyao's voice. What happened? Now, Qingzhu Mountain is guarded and managed by Lu Xian's son, Lu Zuanliu. He is also responsible for taking care of Juyao Mastiff's food and drink on weekdays. Knowing that Juyao Mastiff would not make such a noise if nothing happened, he immediately turned into a beam of light and went to check. But the next moment, a sound like thunder rang in his mind. Someone sneaked into Qingzhu Mountain. Enemy attack. Lu Zuanliu was suddenly shocked. He didn't notice the cultivator sneaking in at all. Moreover, Qingzhu Mountain has a second-level upper-grade formation. It is absolutely impossible for a foundation-building cultivator to sneak in silently. Jidan Xianrun. He looked horrified and immediately used all his strength to operate the Qingzhu Mountain formation, crushed the emergency communication talisman, and sent a message to Qingzhu Mountain. What a sharp intuition! Yinger saw Juyao Mastiff looking at her, and was surprised. Although the intuition of wolf monsters is very sharp, her nether cat is also extraordinary. In the shadow state, it is difficult for the giant and cultivators of the same level to detect it. But now, just approaching, before taking action, the 9 Nether Mastiff noticed it. Seeing the spiritual light of the formation above the White Tiger Mountain began to surge rapidly, Yinger knew that she had been discovered. Without hesitation, she immediately sacrificed the third-level Yuling ring given to her by the Holy Maiden Yaoyu. Although she has a record of assassinating a giant in real person. But assassination and capture are completely different concepts. Moreover, assassinating a cultivator is completely different from assassinating a demon beast. Buzz! The pale golden beast controlling ring instantly expanded to several feet wide, with complex and winding patterns and symbols flowing on it, emitting a deep and gorgeous light, flying towards the 9 Nether Mastiff, as if to restrain it. Roar! The 9 Nether Mastiff felt an instinctive danger from the beast controlling ring, and its hideous head roared to the sky, and circles of hurricane-like sound waves swept out from its fan-like mouth. Then, a tail shaped like a dragon's head suddenly rose up, like a roaring dragon, and continued to extend, biting towards the beast control ring. Boom! The black dragon-like tail collided with the beast control ring, forming a terrifying wave of magic power, shaking the entire White Tiger Mountain. Seeing this, Yinger flew towards the 9 Nether Mastiff like a flexible cat demon. Under the wide cloak, the tail extending from the spine was like an iron whip, with faint dark purple veins, breaking through layers of void, forming a sonic boom, and swung towards the nine-nether mastiff. Roar! The nine-nether mastiff continued to roar, and its dark and dense hair stood up, forming a terrifying demonic aura, blocking the iron whip-like tail. But the next moment, Yinger, who was flying like a shadow, merged the claws of his hands to form a black light blade. Under normal circumstances, the nine-nether mastiff is not afraid, but this spirit control ring is very restraining to it. At this time, it needed to contend with the Imperial Spirit Ring, and was no match for Yinger. It could only roar, and a burst of sound waves burst out of its mouth, breaking the light blade. But the black light blade still fell on its huge body, leaving a deep mark on the black scales under its hair. What is the strength of this Nethermoon wolf? Yinger saw that the nine-nether mastiff had only lost some hair under her spell, and she looked suspicious. She realized that the latter was not simple, and it was not an ordinary bloodline reversion. A dagger with a cold luster suddenly appeared in her hand. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Jiden's Henren. This is a Jiden's Henren. It was no secret that the nine-nether mastiff had broken through the 3rd level. All the cultivators in the White Tiger Mountain knew it. At this time, seeing a cultivator appear in the White Tiger Mountain and kill the nine-nether mastiff, everyone knew that this was a Jiden cultivator, and they looked terrified. After all, for most cultivators, Jiden's Henren was still an unattainable existence. Not good. As a foundation-building cultivator, Lu Zuanayu saw that the nine-nether mastiff was no match for Yinger and was suppressed by the opponent's huge golden ring. He quickly controlled the White Tiger Mountain formation and bombarded the Imperial Spirit Ring. The Imperial Spirit Ring was naturally resistant to monsters, but it was not very effective against magical weapons. The phantom formed by the White Tiger Mountain formation was hid and trembled suddenly, forming a sound of metal clashing, which seemed a little unstable. A mere foundation-building cultivator dares to interfere. Yinger's face under the mask was cold and blue, and his dark green eyes looked at Lu Zuanayu from a distance. He shot out 2 beams of light, which made him feel like he was struck by lightning, spitting blood from his mouth and flying out. Roar! Taking this opportunity, the nine-nether mastiff, who broke free from the Imperial Spirit Ring, roared, and the sky and the earth trembled. The wind swept, and the hair on his body stood up like steel needles. Like a ferocious beast that chooses its prey, it pounced on Yinger and bit him. Yinger saw that the nine-nether mastiff was not simple, so she turned into a residual image and did not confront it head-on. She threw out a ball of poison powder, then pinched her hands together and continued to activate the beast control ring, with a dagger in her hand breaking through the air. The nine-nether mastiff faced the soul control ring that restrained it, and its body seemed to be carrying an ancient sacred mountain on its back, unable to move. A series of sparks were cut by the dagger, and then the black scales were cut and blood flowed out. Buzz! The soul control ring trembled wildly at this moment, and the light shone brightly, as if it wanted to use the blood of the nine-nether mastiff as a medium to further suppress it. Not good. Lu Zuanayu, who was dizzy and bleeding from all 7 orifices, saw this scene and looked very anxious. Everyone blessed the formation. Use puppets to interfere with the golden giant ring. He took a pill to stabilize his physical condition and gave a loud order, knowing that the golden giant ring above would have the greatest impact on the nine-nether mastiff. Then he activated a second-level top-level talisman as soon as possible to protect himself, so as not to be killed by Yinger. After all, with just one look, he deeply realized the horror of the Jiden's Henren. If the opponent just made a casual attack, he might die. Annoyance. As an assassin, under normal circumstances, if someone alerted her and failed to strike, she should flee far away. But this mission was to capture the nine-nether mastiff alive. If she missed the opportunity, she would have no chance when the ancestor of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, came back. Yinger immediately took out a 3rd-level talisman from her arms, injected magic power, and turned it into a sharp knife light that was a foot long, slashing towards the nine-nether mastiff. The nine-nether mastiff, who stubbornly resisted the Yuling ring, could only passively defend against the sudden 3rd-level talisman. Its black scales flickered, forming a dark light curtain to block the knife light. However, facing Yinger's dagger that continued to kill, the light curtain of its body was broken again, blood splashed, and it screamed in pain. However, at this time, under the isolation of the White Tiger Mountain formation, dozens of second-level puppets attacked the Yuling ring to share the pressure for the nine-nether mastiff and delay time. Seeing the puppets rushing over, Yinger's sharp claws suddenly stretched out, forming several sharp blades in an instant, tearing more than 10 puppets into pieces. Seeing this scene, the Lu family monks of the White Tiger Mountain felt distressed and terrified. It takes a lot of time and energy for them to create a second-level puppet, but now more than 10 of them were torn apart in an instant, which is simply terrible. Talisman tactics. However, as the puppet base camp of the Fu Lu family, the White Tiger Mountain has a strong combat power. It not only has a large army of puppets, but also talisman tactics. One by one, the monks controlled the puppets and attacked Yinger with talismans to activate the talismans. Annoying. Yinger wanted to get rid of these annoying Lu family monks. But as long as she was distracted, the 9 Nether Mastiff could break free from the Yuling ring and attack her. At this moment, she felt a little regretful, thinking that she had underestimated the enemy. She didn't expect that the Lu family's spirit beast was so extraordinary that it could actually find her directly. She pinched her hands together, slapped her chest suddenly, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dark light flowed all over her body, and her breath rose steadily. Dark hair could be seen growing on her cheeks and palms. Her hands almost turned into cat claws, and her nails became hooks, half a foot long, shining with cold light, and dark purple veins flowed. Swish, swish, swish. Performing the secret technique, the shadow with surging aura formed several shadow clones, all of which rushed towards the 9 Nether Mastiff. The Imperial Spirit Ring bloomed with brilliance, constantly suppressing the 9 Nether Mastiff, making it difficult for the blood in its wounds to heal, and it flowed, increasing the suppression power of the Imperial Spirit Ring on it. Roar. The 9 Nether Mastiff screamed, blood gushing from its body. It fought tenaciously, its fallen black hair and scales turned into pine needles, and its flying knife flew towards Yinger. Lu Zuanayu saw that the 9 Nether Mastiff was in an extremely dangerous situation, so he sacrificed the trump card talisman in his hand, bombarded it with a beast control ring, and shouted at it, "Jiuiao, run away quickly. Go back to Bihu Mountain." He had already seen that Yinger's means were obviously beyond the 9 Nether Mastiff. No matter what, Jiuiao must not suffer any losses. As long as he escaped back to Bihu Mountain, with a Bihu Mountain formation and all the means prepared by his grandfather, he would be able to turn danger into safety. Roar. The 9 Nether Mastiff also realized that if the stalemate continued, he would not be able to consume the soul control ring. The black hair on his body stood up, and the fierce demonic aura rushed into the sky, with a bloody and cold luster. He barely broke free from the soul control ring and tried to escape to Bihu Mountain. "Where are you going?" Yinger's eyes were dark green, and her blue pupils were cold. Her enchanting body wrapped in a black cloak and dark soft armor suddenly turned rapidly, tearing all the attacking puppets into pieces, and continued to kill the 9 Nether Mastiff. She saw that the 9 Nether Mastiff was fleeing to Bihu Mountain, and realized that Bihu Mountain had sent a message to Bihu Mountain, and there might be support coming, so she wanted to make a quick decision. Roar. Facing the Yuling ring that continued to kill, the 9 Nether Mastiff desperately broke through, and his whole body was covered in blood. Yinger, as the personal guard of the Holy Maiden of Yaoyu, an assassin-type monk, was extremely fast and followed closely, suppressing the 9 Nether Mastiff with a Yuling ring, and using her killer move. However, as a heaven-level blood demon beast, the 9 Nether Mastiff, under the cultivation of Lu Changsheng's resources, condensed the immortal golden elixir, and had extremely strong combat power. He quickly stabilized his injuries, resisted the Yuling ring, and continued to flee towards Bihu Mountain. At the same time, Bihu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven. With the help of Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror, Lu Miaoyan saw the situation in Bihu Mountain and felt anxious. Although Lu Pingan brought the Thousand Faces fox puppet to support. But seeing Xiaohe being so seriously injured, he still couldn't help but worry. Especially Yinger's method, obviously prepared, rushing towards the 9 Nether Mastiff. "I hope Pingan can arrive in time." Seeing that the 9 Nether Mastiff rushed out of Bihu Mountain and should be heading towards Bihu Mountain, Lu Miaoyan prayed in her heart. After thinking for a moment, she sent a message to her husband Lu Changsheng. After all, Xiaohe was her husband's first spiritual pet. After so many years of training, it was not easy to break through the 3rd level. If there was an accident, she would not know what to do. Chapter 683 Female Prisoner, Short-Range Teleportation Array. Boom boom boom, in the sky, the 9 Nether Mastiff was covered with a dark light curtain, like a stream of light, bearing the attacks of the Imperial Spirit Ring and Yinger, and rushing towards the direction of the Green Lake Mountain. Roar. Looking at Yinger who was constantly killing him, the 9 Nether Mastiff roared fiercely, and the pupils between his eyebrows glowed with cold and cruel fierceness, shooting out a beam of light that seemed to come from the nine nether hell. Puff! Yinger hurriedly activated the body protection magic shield, which broke with a sound. The dark soft armor under the cloak glowed with a crystal luster. She could only retreat repeatedly and activate a third-level talisman to dissolve this magical power. This beast can actually use its innate magical power under the suppression of the Imperial Spirit Ring. With this kind of combat power, I'm afraid it will catch up with the heavenly wolf of Her Highness the Saint. Yinger was extremely shocked, and she used all her strength to activate the Imperial Spirit Ring and continued to kill the nine nether mastiff. The chase between the man and the beast caused a huge commotion, which frightened the monks and family forces passing by. This is a battle between giant and cultivators. How could there be giant and cultivators fighting here? It seems to be the clan spirit beast, Jiuiao, of the Xianfulu family. Hiss, who is so bold to attack the Xianfulu family? Jiden's Henren, this is a giant's Henren hunting the spirit beast of the Xianfulu family. No one dared to participate in a battle of this level, but someone looked at the sky from afar and recognized the dark and strong body of the Jiuiao mastiff with a ferocious and terrifying wolf head. Looking at the Jiuiao mastiff with strong physical strength and constantly running away, Yinger became more and more anxious. If this continues, this monster will really escape back to Qingzhu Mountain. By then, not only will she fail her mission, but she will also face the Xianfulu family and Qingyun Sect's pursuit. She made a prompt decision, pinched her hands, and a soul-stirring cat cry sounded in her body. A stream of dark mist overflowed, and the whole person was like smoke and fog, like a ghost, between the human world and the underworld. Swoosh! Yinger's speed increased suddenly, and she turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards the nine nether mastiff. Her sharp claws slashed out several dark and inky dark blades of light. The dark light curtain flowing through the nine nether mastiff's body continued to dim, shattered, and wounds and bloodstains appeared. At this moment, the nine nether mastiff roared, and Yinger's heart was alarmed, and she suddenly felt a dangerous aura. She looked around with a vigilant look, and saw a small black dot in the distant sky approaching this side rapidly. Not good. Although she didn't know who the visitor was, she was in the territory of Zhang country and Qingyun Sect. As a Liang country magic cultivator, she would be in great danger no matter who she met. What's more, she had a keen sense of perception and realized that the figure was coming towards her. Let's go. Yinger made a quick decision to give up this action and prepared to report the matter of the nine nether mastiff to Her Highness the Saint. With the amazing performance of this Phantom Moon Wolf, Her Highness the Saint would forgive her even if the mission failed. However, at the moment when she took back the Yuling ring, the nine nether mastiff roared and shook the mountains and rivers. The dark sound waves swept from the wolf's mouth with fangs, and the pupil between the eyebrows seemed to be completely opened, cold and scarlet. Dark red beams burst out one after another, like soul-catching chains from the nine nether hell, blocking the world where Yinger was. At the same time, its black tail with a dragon head roared out like a dragon, and pounced on Yinger. Not good. Seeing this, Yinger's whole body was filled with black mist, and the whole person seemed to be a cat demon from the netherworld, trying to directly pass through the blockade of the chain beam. However, the nine nether eye is the nine nether mastiff's innate magical power, which can not only kill people invisibly, but also has the effect of blocking the world and imprisoning others. Even if Yinger turned into a shadow and could ignore many magic restrictions, she could not penetrate instantly. At the same time, the black dot in the distance approached. This is a tall and strong man with a sense of power and oppression. He looked at Yinger, without any hesitation, raised his hand and clenched his fist, his back bent like a full moon bow. On his arm, the shadows of dragons and tigers coiled, and then he punched out like a god. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon and tiger intertwined, and the fist broke through the layers of void, and with an unimaginable terrifying power, it bombarded Yinger. Facing the innate magical power of the nine nether mastiff, Yinger, who was already affected by this punch, was like a kite with a broken string, flying out horizontally under the black cloak. In an instant, the dark red soul-catching chain entangled her limbs and imprisoned her, and the dragon head and tail bit Yinger's neck hard, trying to bite her to death. Meow. A sharp and painful sound rang out. The entangled and bound Yinger was like a ghost cat, turning into a rolling dark mist and forcibly breaking free from the restraints of her body. But the tall and hidden figure stepped on the void, like a god or demon beating a drum, and his body broke through the space and bombarded again. Moreover, A square bronze tripod with intricate patterns appeared above his head, causing the sky and the earth to tremble suddenly, as if solidified. Puff! The rolling black fog dissipated. Under Yinger's black cloak, her graceful body wrapped in dark soft armor instantly bent into a shrimp. Her slender waist, like a willow, seemed to be broken, and the whole person flew out horizontally. Her back hit hard on the invisible restriction formed by the square tripod, and she vomited blood. "Who are you?" Yinger kept coughing up blood, stabilizing her body. Her eyes were cold and frightened. If her soft armor was not a magic weapon, the punch just now would not be as simple as a serious injury. Her giant-level magic power was boiling and roaring, her essence and blood were burning, her breath was surging, and she performed the last secret technique, trying to struggle and escape. But the 9 other mastiff bombarded her again, biting her with its cold fangs in its mouth. Xiao He. The burly figure was Lu Pingyan. He continued to suppress Yinger with the 4-sided cauldron, signaling Xiao He to show mercy and not to kill. After all, a giant and cultivator suddenly appeared and attacked his family, and he had to investigate it clearly. As he punched out again, Yinger fainted. Before she lost consciousness, she couldn't figure out who Lu Pingyan was and where he came from. If this person was a supporter of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. But apart from Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, where else in the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain could there be a giant and cultivator, and who had such amazing combat power? Lu Pingyan stepped forward, imprisoned Yinger's giant in mana, confiscated the storage ring, and then looked at the bloody Jiuao Mastiff, and said, "Xiao He, how are you?" He has a good relationship with Jiuao Mastiff, and the two even grew up together. When he came back with his father before, he went to Qingzhu Mountain to visit Xiao He as soon as possible. Roar! Jiuao Mastiff roared, indicating that he was fine. Then he looked at the Yuling ring that had lost its mana control and fell to the ground. What kind of magic weapon is this? Lu Pingyan saw that the Yuling ring was very restrained towards Jiuao Mastiff. After a few glances, he asked, "What's the situation at Qingzhu Mountain? This woman is mainly targeting me." Jiuao Mastiff growled, his eyes glowing with cold and cruel light. "Let's go to Qingzhu Mountain first." Lu Pingyan felt a little relieved, put the shadow in front of him into the square tripod, cleaned up the battlefield, and then rushed to Qingzhu Mountain with Jiuao Mastiff. There was no one there just now, and he didn't want others to know too much. After arriving at Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pingyan was relieved to see that only Lu Zuanai was injured and more than 10 second-level puppets were lost. After all, as long as the people are fine, it's fine. He handed a precious healing pill to Lu Zuanai, indicating that he should take good care of his injuries. Safe. Just as he was reporting the situation to his aunt Lu Miaoyan through the Sun and Moon card, a warm and peaceful voice sounded in his ears. Looking up, he saw a faint black and white glow, and a tall and slender figure, handsome as an immortal, emerged. "Dad?" The person who came was Lu Changsheng. He was accompanying Xiao Ziyu in Qingyun Sect. He was going to visit Zhao Qingqing, who had returned from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range after accompanying Xiao Ziyu, and to have a warm relationship with her, and then go back to Qingzhu Mountain to visit his son Lu Qingyu. As a result, he received a message from his wife Lu Miaoyan. Although he had confidence in his son Lu Pingyan and felt that he could handle it, he thought about it and rushed to see. "Pingyan, how is the situation?" Lu Changsheng looked at the 9 other mastiff next to his son, and took out a bottle of elixir from the storage ring and gave it to it. Previously, he obtained a lot of elixirs for monsters to take from the storage ring of Xianqin's Henjin. "Dad, it has been resolved. There is no big problem here in Qingzhu Mountain," Lu Pingyan said immediately, released the shadow in the 4-sided tripod, and then handed the seized storage ring and the Yuling ring to Lu Changsheng. Seeing the Yuling ring and the unconscious Yinger in his hand, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and stepped forward to hold the other's soft wrist. As his spiritual consciousness and magic power were explored, Lu Changsheng immediately saw a black cat coiled in Yinger's Qi Danshan, and narrowed his eyes and said, "It is indeed the Beast God Mountain." In addition to Xianqin's Henjin, he also killed a giant and cultivator from the Beast God Mountain, Black Crow's Hunrun. So when he saw Yinger, he felt that this person's aura was somewhat similar to the two of them, and his magic power was a mixture of human and monster breath. Why would someone from the Beast God Mountain come to Qingzhu Mountain to cause trouble? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, puzzled. Although he had a grudge against the Beast God Mountain, it was Zhenren Yangming who caused the trouble. What does it have to do with the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain? He looked at Jiu Iao and asked what was going on. Roar. Jiuiao roared in grievance, indicating that he didn't know. He was sleeping well, and suddenly felt a strange breath with bad intentions. Then, the opponent used this golden ring to suppress and imprison him. If it weren't for this golden ring, this cat demon would not be my opponent. As a third-level demon king, Jiuiao Mastiff also had to save face, and he growled and added, "Come here for no reason." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng looked at the Yuling ring in his hand, thinking. As a third-level weapon refiner, he saw that this ring was somewhat similar to the demon-killing magic weapon he had refined before. The main effect is to suppress and imprison the demon beast, which is a third-level medium-quality magic weapon. I don't blame you. Seeing Jiuiao Mastiff's aggrieved look, Lu Changsheng patted its head with some amusement, and then looked at Yinger. He lifted the mask on her cheek with his palm. The standard oval face, pointed chin, and soft lines give people a feeling of both exquisiteness and charm. Maybe she was injured in the battle just now, her fair face was as pale as paper, and her lips were not painted red and blood was flowing. Her eyes were tightly closed, and she was unconscious. It could be seen that her eyelashes were very long, and her nose was small and straight, making her facial contour more three-dimensional. Overall, she was definitely a beauty. However, for Lu Changsheng, who had experienced a lot and had seen many fairies and goddesses, Yinger in front of him could only be said to be good-looking, and there was not much surprise. Buzz! From the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, Tai's soul, like a golden little man, walked out. The palm was raised lightly, like an invisible tentacle, strangling Yinger's sea of consciousness and soul, and asked aloud, "Who are you? Are you from the Qingzhu Mountain of Liang country?" Unlike many cultivators before, Yinger was very tenacious in the face of Lu Changsheng's 6 desires heart demon art, and her face showed a struggle, as if she was about to wake up. Interesting. Lu Changsheng saw that Yinger in front of him was not simple. Not only was there a soul restriction in the sea of consciousness, but she had also been trained in soul searching. "Ping'an, is the thousand-faced fox puppet with you?" When Lu Miaoyan sent a message to Lu Changsheng, she said that Lu Ping'an brought the thousand-faced fox puppet to support. However, Lu Ping'an had not used this third-level puppet in previous battles. "Yes, Dad." Lu Ping'an quickly took the thousand-faced fox puppet out of the storage ring. "Su Rongrong." Lu Changsheng gestured to the thousand-faced fox puppet, then took out a set of needle-shaped magic weapons from the storage ring, pinched his hands, and pierced into the acupuncture points on Yinger's head, and continued to use the Tai soul to perform the 6 desires heart demon art. It's not that he couldn't search the other party's soul. But it's still difficult to search the soul without affecting the other party's sea of consciousness. "My name is Yinger, from the Beast God Sect. I am the personal guard of the Holy Maiden Yaoyu." Although Yinger's pale face was full of struggle, she slowly told her origins under the manipulation of Lu Changsheng and the thousand-faced fox puppet. The personal guard of the Holy Maiden Yaoyu. Lu Changsheng heard this, and it seemed as if an electric current passed through his mind, remembering something his son Lu Qingshan had said to him in his early years. Ziohei is somewhat similar to the Yaoyu Heavenly Wolf, the pet of the Yaoyu Saint of the Beast God Mountain. What is your purpose for coming to the White Tiger Mountain this time? Lu Changsheng's brows were shining, and he continued to ask. However, this question involved the secrets of Yinger's sea of consciousness, and the whole mouth was vomiting blood, unable to reveal it. This woman is the personal guard of the Yaoyu Saint. It is very likely that she came here under the order of the Yaoyu Saint. Only in this way can she not reveal relevant information. Lu Changsheng thought to himself and asked in a different way, "Why did you attack Jiuiao? This monster is a Yaoyu wolf with a reversion of its ancestral bloodline, which is useful to the saint." Yinger said with empty eyes. "How do you know the news about Jiuiao?" Lu Changsheng asked in confusion. Although Jiuiao Mastiff had taken action in the 5 Elements Mountain after being promoted to the 3rd level. But Jiang Kingdom and Liang Kingdom are far apart. In recent years, Liang Kingdom has also been at war with Yu Kingdom. How can they care about a 3rd-level monster of their own? Even if they heard that there was a monster with similar blood and appearance, they would not send a Jinden-level guard to verify and capture it. After all, the situation between the 2 countries was tense. It was very dangerous for a Jinden cultivator from Liang to cross the country and lurk in Jiang. One careless mistake could cost him his life. It was obviously not worth it to let a Jinden-level guard take risks for a monster whose situation was unknown. "Your Highness, the Saint." Order Yinger's pale face was full of struggle and distortion, and she vomited blood. As long as it involved the so-called saint, it would be very difficult to induce her to spit out relevant words. How does this Yao saint know the situation of Jiu Yao? Is this woman so concerned about all the monsters related to the Yao wolf? Or did Zai break through the third level too quickly and attract attention? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Beast God Mountain, you have troubled me time and again, and now you have hurt my pet. It's time to settle this account. After thinking for a moment, looking at the shadow in front of him, Lu Changsheng's calm and indifferent eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, looking towards the direction of Liang country. In his early years, his daughter Lu Wangshu met the Black Crow Master of the Beast God Mountain and was almost killed. This time, he was surrounded and killed by the three people of Shiankan Master and Mingxia Master in the Hansha Fantasy Realm, and was extremely embarrassed. Now the Yao Saint of the Beast God Mountain has sent her guards to snatch and capture his pet and injured Zai. How could he not take revenge for such a grudge? As the personal guard of the Yao Saint, can this woman be used to lure the Yao Saint out, and then use the Yao Saint to lure out the Shiankan, or the Supreme Elder of the Beast God Mountain, Jiu Ling's Henjin? Lu Changsheng's eyes were cold. With his current means, as long as he set up an ambush in advance, even the Yuaning's Henjin would suffer. As long as they can find a way to kill the Supreme Elder Jiuling's Henjin of the Beast God Mountain, the entire Beast God Mountain can be said to exist in name only. But the most urgent thing is to break through the fourth level of body refining. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, putting this idea aside for the time being. He decided to break through the fourth level of body refining first and consider it after finishing the things around him. After erasing the monomark of the Yuling ring in his hand, he thought of the cultivators of the Beast God Mountain who merged the monsters into their own bodies, threw it forward, and landed on Yinger's slender neck, and then said to Lu Pinggan, "Pinggan, you will stay in Behu Mountain these days, I will go back first." "Dad, don't worry, I'm here." Lu Pinggan had no objection. "We still need to make more preparations for these spiritual places in Behu Mountain." After walking out of Behu Mountain, Lu Changsheng looked at the clear blue sky and sighed in his heart. He was originally planning to put his son Lu Pinggan in the Great Dream Fairy City. But this trip to Jiu Mastiff reminded him. Now that his family is gradually being noticed by the forces at the Jinden and Yuanying levels, there are many potential dangers. There is no fear for Behu Mountain and Damning Fairy City. However, Behu Mountain, Huaguo Mountain, Hemming Mountain and other spiritual places may become breakthrough points. You can consider setting up a short-range teleportation array. In his early years, Ling Zixio studied and observed the Michin banner, and he had a lot of experience with short-range teleportation arrays. However, short-range teleportation arrays are not very meaningful and consume a lot of resources, so they have never been set up. The harvest and potential dangers of this secret realm made Lu Changsheng think that he could consider setting up several short-range teleportation arrays. In this way, if there are dangers in spiritual places such as Behu Mountain and Huaguo Mountain, Behu Mountain can provide support in the first time. And if there are any situations in Billy Island and Chili Island, Damning Fairy City can also rush there in the first time. Chapter 684 The Five Poison Sect Leader is shocked. Behu Mountain. Zumi Cave Heaven. Husband. Although she knew that the crisis in Behu Mountain had been resolved through the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror, Lu Maoyan still stepped forward to ask about the situation when she saw Lu Changsheng. "Don't worry, it's been resolved." Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said in a gentle voice, telling her the general situation. Lu Maoyan was stunned. She didn't expect that the enemy came from the overlord-level forces of Liang State, which was adjacent to Yu State. "Husband, this matter must be reported to Qingyun Sect." Although Lu Maoyan felt that her family could handle it, she thought it would be safer to report it to Qingyun Sect and then report it to Qianjian Sect through Qingyun Sect. "No, if Qingyun Sect asks, just say that an unknown evil cultivator wants to rob Jiao, rush over safely, and force the enemy back." Lu Changsheng was still planning to deal with Beast God Mountain through Yinger, so how could he report it to Qingyun Sect? And if he reported it to Qingyun Sect, who knows if the people of Qianjian Sect came to investigate later, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Yet, hearing her husband say this, Lu Maoyan was relieved and stopped asking. "Zumaru, you keep an eye on her for now." Lu Changsheng raised his hand slightly, and the unconscious Yinger appeared, throwing her to the Zumi Tree King. Although in theory, The body of Qingzhu was cut off, and the great elder of the Qingzhu Mountain, Qingzhu, could not cross the country to Jiang State for a small Jiangdan guard. But for the sake of safety, Lu Changsheng still did not hang Yinger outside the Zumi Tree King. Otherwise, through the token on her body, or her Qingzhu Mountain's magic power, he tried to fish. As long as the people of Qingzhu Mountain dared to come, Zumi could suppress them all below the nascent soul stage and lock them up in the Zumi cave heaven. Zumi's growth is still not enough. Lu Changsheng looked at the Zumi Tree King in front of him and sighed in his heart. In his early years, Zumi, who is invincible below the nascent soul stage, could be said to be his absolute guardian. But as time went by, he gradually came into contact with nascent soul level cultivators and forces, and Zumi's invincibility below the nascent soul stage was not enough. If you want to cultivate Zumi to the 4th level, the biggest difficulty is the spiritual vein. It is estimated that it will take more than 10,000 years for the Zumi Tree King to reach the 4th level through normal growth. Even if Lu Changsheng has the 10,000 spirit bottle, it is very difficult to cultivate it to the 4th level. The only way is to feed back to oneself through the heaven and earth in the body and achieve rapid growth. But now Lu Changsheng himself has no place to reach the 4th level spiritual land for the nascent soul, so how can he cultivate the spiritual vein of Zumi Cave Heaven to the 4th level? The boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridgehead. I will upgrade the dragon-seeking technique later, and maybe there will be a way. Although Meng Wuhan once said that the 4th level spiritual vein gathers the luck of one side. If it is destroyed and the origin of the spiritual vein is intercepted, it will inevitably encounter the backlash of luck and be plagued by bad luck. But there are many means in the world of cultivating immortals. The 2nd level dragon-seeking technique can survey the spiritual machine of heaven and earth and intercept the spiritual vein. The 4th level dragon-seeking technique may have the method of carrying mountains and chasing the sun and moving the spiritual vein. Not to mention the distant ones. With Lu Changsheng's current magical power, he can try to move small 1st and 2nd order spiritual veins, without having to slowly intercept the origin like in his early years. However, doing so will cause a lot of noise, which will cause the mountain to collapse, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be cut off where the spiritual veins were previously located. The forces such as Qingyun Sect, Qingzhu Sect, and Qingzhu Sect have obviously moved spiritual veins, otherwise how could they have such a large spiritual land through normal cultivation? Lu Changsheng has been to Qingyun Sect, Qingzhu Sect, and Qingzhu Sect. In addition to the main peak spiritual vein, they also have many 3rd order branches. If the spiritual veins grow naturally and the spiritual source beads are cultivated, it is unknown how much time it will take, and the natural materials and treasures. Therefore, it is highly likely that they have this means to improve their own spiritual land. After handing Yinger over to Zumi for care, Lu Changsheng continued to return to Qingyun Sect to visit Zhao Qingqing. She came back from the front line a year ago, and now the status of the sect has been improved. As long as she breaks through the late stage of foundation building, she can be promoted to an outer sect elder. With Lu Changsheng's current resources, it would be easy for him to help her break through the bottleneck from the middle stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building. However, considering that the 2nd level advanced level breaking pill breaking through the late stage would have a certain impact on the future formation of the pill, almost eliminating her possibility of forming the pill, Lu Changsheng still helped her condense the magic power through dual cultivation. A few days later, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Qingqing finished their tender feelings and went back to Qingzhu Mountain to visit their son Lu Qingyu. With the help of Zuochen Lingteng and 6-eyed Bodhi Seed, this son successfully condensed a perfect foundation of Taoism and was one of the current geniuses of the Lu family. Dad, Mom. Lu Qingyu has a green wood body, practices the Baotingyao Wang Sutra, has a method to maintain his youth, and still looks like a teenager, wearing a green shirt and robe, like a jade tree, with a thriving temperament, somewhat similar to Lu Changsheng. Yet, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Qingqing were concerned about their son's situation and asked the latter what the latter planned. The child is now a little successful in magic, and wants to go out for experience. Lu Qingyu glanced at his parents and said aloud. Although the Baotingyao Wang Sutra is a method that tends to focus on alchemy, farming and health preservation, most cultivators are unwilling to settle for the status quo and want to go out to practice, get opportunities and adventures, and soar to the sky. In this case, you can go to Qingzhu Mountain and practice with your brother Qingzhu and others to adapt first. Lu Changsheng did not reject his children's practice, and even encouraged them. After all, only by going out can they grow quickly, especially these children with excellent talents. Yu'er has just broken through the foundation building and has never been far away. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Why not hone your skills under Qingyun's rule for a while? Zhao Qingqing has been in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range since the start of the land reclamation war and has seen countless deaths. Not to mention that his son has just broken through the foundation building. Even the cultivators in the late stage of the foundation building have died. A man has ambitions in all directions. Since Qingyu has the heart, go out and try, and there are Qingzhu and others. Lu Changsheng said while holding Zhao Qingqing's hand. Although the foundation building cultivators are like ants to him now. But in the area around Qingzhu Mountain, he is still an ancestor level figure. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, and he gives himself a few more talismans, if there is still danger on the way, it can only be said that it is not suitable to go out for cultivation. Seeing Lu Changsheng say this, Zhao Qingqing had no objection. In the past war of opening up wasteland, she and Lu Xingyu had met Lu Qingzhu many times, and knew that he was a person who could stand on his own. With him, his son should be fine. In addition to Lu Qingzhu, there are several Lu family foundation builders in Qingzhu Mountain, which is a considerable force. Thank you, father, please rest assured, mother. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu happily bowed to his parents. Originally, Lu Changsheng wanted to find Chu Qingyu to reminisce about the past, but the other party had already gone to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to garrison. Thinking that he still had a pair of concubines and children in Yunnaifang City, he rarely went there in the past 2 years. After thinking about it, he decided to go. Now when he comes to Yunnaifang City again, not only the casual cultivators, but even the sisters Yanlin and Yufei see Lu Changsheng, and their expressions are full of restraint and respect. The two women grew up from casual cultivators to this point, and they pay more attention to the law of the jungle and the respect for the elders. In the early years, when Lu Changsheng was just a foundation-building cultivator, they were only a little respectful. But as Lu Changsheng showed his elixir formation and became a high-ranking elixir formation real person, they had a deep respect from the bones. Dad, the 3 children of the 2 women are all adults. But because they have lived in Yunnaifang City for a long time, it is difficult to integrate into Qingzhu Mountain, and they rarely see Lu Changsheng on weekdays, so they know more about their father from their mother and rumors, and their eyes are full of awe. Well, Lu Changsheng looked at the 3 children in front of him, caring about their situation in a gentle voice, and then looked at Yanlin's child and said, "How confident is Ayahun in breaking through the foundation building?" He can see that this son has a strong foundation and no problem with a perfect foundation. Replying to father, the child is absolutely sure to break through the foundation building, but I heard that there is a perfect foundation above the perfect foundation, so I want to try. Lu Yanhun said with a bow. He has a 2nd grade spiritual root, and his physical meridians are different from ordinary people, so he can break through the foundation building. But his mother told him that he would aim for Dan in the future, so he had to lay a good foundation. You want to hit the perfect foundation, but you still lack some heat. Your father has a Shenko here. After you take it, I will help you refine it, which can increase your probability. Now it is not difficult for Lu Changsheng to have a perfect foundation. As long as he is willing, he can get it unless his talent is too low. His son has good talent, so Lu Changsheng is willing to give him some resources with some compensation ideas. Shenkao. Lu Yanhun didn't know, but Yanlin Yufei had heard that it was a very rare 3rd-level spiritual herb. After taking it, it has the effect of improving talent and condensing consciousness. Under normal circumstances, key refining cultivators can't refine it at all. But with Lu Changsheng, a father of a Danzhunren, helping to refine it, his talent foundation will definitely be further improved. Hainer, don't thank your father. Yanlin said to his son hurriedly. Lu Yanhan hurriedly bowed his hands to thank him, while Lu Yanyu and Lu Yanming beside him looked envious. You should practice well. When you break through the foundation, your father will also have a gift. Lu Changsheng looked at the 2 children and said. After a pause, he continued to add, your eldest brother came back from training not long ago. If you have time, you can go to Qingzhu Mountain to visit him and ask for advice on cultivation. Now that Lu Pinggan has returned home, he can help teach and guide his children in their cultivation. Lu Changsheng plans to give the Dongsun treasure mirror to Lu Pinggan. In this way, He can also use the guidance to consolidate and accumulate cultivation knowledge and learn by analogy. Big brother. The three were all surprised when they heard it. In the Xianfu Lu family, in addition to the most famous ancestor Lu Changsheng and the female monarch Lu Miaoj, the remaining few are the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Pingyan, the talisman fairy Lu Wongshu, and the sword fairy Lu Qingshan, who joined the Qingyun Sect of Yu State and killed the third-level demon king a few years ago. So the three have heard of the name of their eldest brother. In the early foundation building period, he and the mistress of the Lu family, Ling Zixio, ambushed the fake Dan Zhenren and captured the fake Dan ancestor of the Sima family in his mother's Yunifang market. Afterwards, he took charge of the Lu family's Taoist soldiers in the Xiao secret realm and defeated Shengwen Jiuyang of the divine sword Shengwen family, shocking the Jiang kingdom's cultivation world. He was called the second Qingyun Sect by the gossipers. However, in the past few decades, he suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Some people speculated that he broke through the Jianden and went out to practice, while others speculated that he failed to achieve the Jianden and died. Dad, I heard that my eldest brother was only one step away from breaking through the Jianden in his early years. Has he broken through and returned now? Lu Yanyu asked with some curiosity. You will know when the time comes. Lu Changsheng smiled and did not answer. Yu Fei, who was beside him, quickly sent a message to her daughter, saying that such things were family secrets and she should not ask too much. As Xianfu Lu's family is already a big tree that attracts the wind, with 3 Jianden in one family and a third-level demon king. If the family produces another Jianden's Henren, it will be more popular and feared by the upper sect Qingyun. At night. Afterwards. Lu Changsheng hugged the 2 sisters Yanlan and Yufei, who were like muddy water. His hand wandered over Yanlan, who had a pretty face, a strong body, and wheat-colored skin. He suddenly asked, Laner, I remember you are less than 150 years old, right? Yanlan in front of him had excellent talent. As a casual cultivator, she had come this far, and her ability was unquestionable, so Lu Changsheng was willing to support her. Well, there are still 9 years. Yanlan naturally knew what 150 years old meant to a cultivator at the peak of foundation building. Her heart trembled suddenly, and then she whispered. Yu Fei beside her also trembled suddenly, and her beautiful eyes looked at her sister and Lu Changsheng with surprise and joy. Soon, the city lord will hold a banquet, and several third-level demon pills will be released at that time. I'll see if I can buy one. You should focus on cultivation these years and prepare well. Lu Changsheng said softly to Yanlan. Although the latter had good talent, as a casual cultivator in his early years, he had limited resources and a general foundation. Breaking through the late stage of foundation building still depends on the second-level advanced level breaking pill that I gave to Yu Fei when I proposed marriage, so the probability of breaking through the real pill is very small. Unless I max out the crystal-forming pills, 5-element spirit fruits and other pill-forming spirit objects. But the 2 sisters, Yanlan and Yu Fei, originally took concubines for the sake of profit, so they were not prepared to devote all their resources to cultivating them. Husband, isn't this too expensive? Yanlan heard the words, her delicate body trembled suddenly, and she said with surprise and trepidation on her face. For Lu Changsheng, fake pills can only be considered ordinary. But for her, fake pills are already a luxury, an unattainable existence. Even if she knew that Lu Changsheng was a third-level talisman master and the deputy city lord of Daming Xiansheng, and could get the third-level demon pill, she didn't dare to hope that the latter would help her to seize the third-level demon pill and break through the fake pill. After all, selling the 2 sisters is not worth a third-level demon pill. As long as you can break through, it won't be a waste, but I can't guarantee that you can get it. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, not showing it too easily. Thank you, my husband. Despite this, Yanlan still showed her gratitude. Yu Fei, who was standing beside her, expressed her gratitude to Lu Changsheng with her actions. After all, her relationship with Yanlan was better than that of many sisters. Now that she saw that her sister had the hope of forming a pill, she was happy for her. If you want to express your gratitude, then give birth to a few more children. Lu Changsheng stood up. He cultivated Yanlan. In addition to the fact that she was his concubine and would help his family a little after the breakthrough, there were not many wives and concubines who could get pregnant. After all, it was very difficult to take a concubine to form a pill, almost impossible, and they could only rely on their own cultivation. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately remembered the rumors about their husband in his early years. He liked to marry wives, concubines, and have children and grandchildren. My husband Yanlan didn't like pregnancy, thinking that one was enough, but Yu Fei really wanted to have more children, to give birth to a few talented children like Lu Pingyan, Lu Qingshan, and Lu Wangshu. It's just that in recent years, there have been few opportunities to see Lu Changsheng. And one of them is a foundation-building cultivator and the other is a giant cultivator, so it's not that easy for them to get pregnant. For a while, the cave was full of spring. Because he had other things to do, Lu Changsheng didn't spend too much time in Yunnaifang City. After staying there for 7 days, he returned to Qingzhu Mountain and began to retreat, recasting and upgrading his life-saving magic weapon, Yin-Yang Diagram. At the same time, the news about Hanja Fantasy Realm spread from the endless desert to the surrounding countries such as Yang State and Yu State. As a Yuanying level force in Jin State, the 5 Poison Sect leader got the relevant news at the first time. Master Yangming killed the body of Master Xiankan of Beast God Mountain and killed Master Zikang. The 5 Poison Sect leader was wearing a purple-red luxurious dress, a silver crown and a hairpin, and her delicate and majestic face was full of shock. When she fought with Master Yangming, she had seen his strength. He had all kinds of means, comparable to a Yuanying cultivator. The most amazing thing was that the opponent practiced both the method and the body, and the flesh ignored and was immune to her magic poison. Otherwise, if you want to defeat her, you will have to pay a heavy price. But she never expected that after only a few years, Yang Ming's Henren could kill Yuanying cultivators, and even killed 2 of them. Especially the Yuanying spirit of Zikang's Henjin was killed. Although the intelligence information shows that Zikang's Henjin was killed by Yang Ming's Henren and Qinglun's Henjin, it is enough to show his strength. Even if it breaks through from the 7th level of Jinden to the 9th level of Jinden, it is impossible to improve like this. Because Lu Changsheng plundered the source of mana, Aotuo knew that Yang Ming's Henren was only at the 7th level of Jinden when he fought with her. But it was because she knew that she was shocked. The lord of the Shengming dynasty. Over the years, the 5 Poison Sect leader often wondered whether Yang Ming's Henren was deceiving and bluffing himself. After all, the lord of the Holy Emperor of Zhongzhou, rewalking the reincarnation, the Supreme Dragon Emperor Dao Body, the Yin and Yang Avenue, the Dao Yuanying, are simply more bluffing than the other. Incredible. She flipped through many ancient books and couldn't find any relevant records. But now, with this news, Aotuo believed it. Completely believed, without the slightest doubt. After all, an ordinary old nascent soul monster who took over another body to cultivate again could never do this. He could defeat the nascent soul master as a giant and cultivator and even kill 2 of them. Only the existence that surpassed the nascent soul level, the transformation master. According to the information, the master used some kind of life-burning secret method at that time. I don't know if the situation is dangerous now. Although the intelligence information indicated that Yang Ming's Henren was likely in love with Qinglun's Henren and was the latter's servant, so he risked his life to attack, but Aotuo guessed why Yang Ming's Henren did this. The Supreme Dragon Emperor Dao Body. The Supreme Yin and Yang Avenue. The other party wanted to use Qinglun's Henjin to cultivate the Dragon Emperor Dao Body in Yin and Yang Avenue. The Lord is the true Lord of Transformation, the reincarnation of the Lord of the Shengming dynasty, and it is absolutely impossible for him to sacrifice his life for a woman. The leader of the 5 Poison Sect looked at the message jade slip in his hand, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Come here, pass on my order. From now on, the mountain gate will be blocked, and any situation will be reported to me." That year, she and Yang Ming's Henren came out of the 10,000 demons abyss and were seen by the nether demons Henjin, who spread the news about the 2. Although it would not have a big impact on her, now that Yang Ming's Henren has made such a shocking noise, it is very likely that there are Yuanying cultivators who want to find Yang Ming's Henren through her. Not to mention the far away, the nether demons Henjin will not let Yang Ming's Henren go. Especially since Yang Ming's Henren killed Xiankan's Henjin and had a grudge with the Beast God Mountain, and the nether demon's Henjin was very close to the Beast God Mountain. So in this case, she had to be as vigilant as possible. Walking out of the hall, looking at the 5 Poison Sect in front of her, for some reason, she actually missed Yang Ming's Henren a little. But thinking that the latter might now be practicing the Yin-Yang Dao with Qinglun's Henjin, she felt a little jealous. The 5 Poison Sect leader's heart suddenly paused, knowing that it was the 7 deadly love goo that had an effect on her. Although the 2 were far apart, She could suppress this emotion, but she was still inevitably affected. Especially when she saw the information about Yang Ming's Henren killing Yuanying, her emotions surged uncontrollably. But thinking of Yang Ming's Henren's situation, she did not suppress this feeling. Knowing that once suppressed, unless she removed the love goo, otherwise, when they met in the future, the emotions would burst out like a tide. Unlike the 5 Poison Sect leader, the Yinming Ghost Sect and Xianxi Sect leader were stunned when they saw this news. Especially the Yinming Ghost King. After the return of the true Lord of Darkness, he immediately closed himself off to recover from his injuries and ordered the Yinming Ghost King to collect information about the true Lord of Yangming and the true Lord of Qingluan. He did not know the details of the secret realm. He never expected that the true Lord of Yangming was so fierce that he killed 2 true Lords of Yuanying in a row in the Hanxia Fantasy realm, and was so close to the true Lord of Qingluan. What if the 2 recovered from their injuries or broke through the Yuanying and came to his Yinming Ghost Sect for revenge? He immediately went to pay a visit to the true Lord of Darkness, thinking about asking what was going on and whether the information was false. It seems that my Xianxi Sect has no grudge against this true Lord of Yangming. Although the leader of the Xianxi Sect wanted to kill the true Lord of Yangming in his early years, he gave up the idea after seeing this information. Unless the true Lord of Yangming was seriously injured and surrounded by many people, he would choose to go up and finish him off. Otherwise, he would never want to deepen the hatred. Chapter 685, Famous in the Southern Wilds, a quasi-spiritual treasure. Qingluan Zhenjin won the core opportunity of the secret realm, was surrounded and killed by many Yuanying monks, and worked together with Yangming's Henren to kill Xiankan's Henjin and Zikung's Henjin. His whereabouts are unknown. Qingluan Xiancheng is one of the top forces in Jiang State. Its intelligence system is better than Diaming Xiancheng, and it has been paying attention to the situation information of Hanxia Fantasy Realm. After all, the city lord of our city went to Hanxia Fantasy Realm and has not returned yet. The high-level officials of Xiancheng can't help but worry. But at this moment, after seeing the intelligence information of Hanxia Fantasy Realm, the high-level officials of Qingluan Xiancheng were stunned. For a while, they didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Good news, our city lord won the core opportunity of the secret realm. 1 person and 1 pet fought against 5 Yuanying monks, and worked together with Yangming's Henren to fight 7 Yuanying monks, killing 2 people, and shocking the world. Bad news, our city lord did not come back. As the high-level officials of Qingluan Xiancheng, they all know the deeds of their city lord in his early years. They often release news of serious injuries to confuse their ears and eyes, kill potential enemies, and run away as soon as they encounter danger to protect themselves. Through this information, they knew that their city lord would definitely find a place to hide and would not come back in a short time. As long as the city lord is fine, Qingluan Immortal City will be fine. A high-level official of the Immortal City said. Yes, according to the news, Zuanjian's Henjin also went to Hanxia Fantasy Domain. He must know the situation of the city lord, but he did not do anything, which shows that he has no hostility towards the Immortal City. Another high-level official of the Immortal City responded, saying that he would work together with the Immortal City and wait for the city lord to come back. However, a few days later, several high-level officials quietly left the Immortal City. After all, in the early years, Qingluan's Henjin gave up the Immortal City to attack the nascent soul, which led to the cleansing of the Immortal City and many people died in it. Although the remaining people were rewarded and cultivated after Qingluan's Henjin came back, there was still a great risk, which made people dare not gamble. Lu Qingxun served as a steward in Qingluan Immortal City and had been taken care of by Qingluan's Henjin before, so a high-level official gave him this intelligence information as soon as possible. Asked Qingluan's Henjin before, did he have any instructions? Qingluan's Henjin, Yangming's Henren killed 2 Yuanying's Henjins in Hanxia Fantasy Realm. Lu Qingxun looked at the intelligence information in his hand and couldn't help being surprised and moved. After so many years in Qingluan Xiancheng, he naturally knew the name of Yangming's Henren. And through Yangming's Henren's magical powers and mounts, he guessed that this Yangming's Henren was his father. So when he saw the intelligence information inside, he was shocked. Killing Yuanying cultivators. You know, Yuanying cultivators are top-level existences no matter where they are. With a Yuanying's Henjin sitting in charge, it belongs to the overlord-level force. But at this time, his father actually killed 2 Yuanying's Henjins with Aunt Mu. Especially Zikang's Henjin, not only was his body killed, but even his Yuanying spirit body was killed. This This even though Lu Qingzhu has always been calm, he was shocked beyond words and felt like a dream. No wonder my father sent me a message to let me feel at ease in Changsheng and send him a message if there is any situation. Lu Qingzhu thought of his father's sudden message a month ago. He immediately took a deep breath, and with a surprised look on his face, he bowed to the elder of the immortal city in front of him and said, "Elder Luo, the city lord has not given me any instructions, but as the intelligence said, the city lord has obtained a core opportunity, and it is estimated that he is recovering outside. I think he will be able to improve his magic power soon and return to the immortal city. Besides, our Qingyun immortal city is connected with the Qingyun Sect. Even if the city lord has not returned, there will be no danger." As Lu Qingzhu spoke, his eyes were full of awe and trust for the true Lord Qingyun. The old man called Elder Luo shook his head secretly, thinking that Lu Qingzhu was still too young. Although he was steady and intelligent on weekdays, he still didn't know the true Lord Qingyun clearly enough. Although the city lord is peerless, amazing, talented, and has great perseverance, great opportunity, and great willpower. But for hundreds of years, few people who chose to follow her and lived to a good end were able to do so. Some people even speculated that the true Lord Qingyun was a star of destiny, and if your life was not strong enough, you should not cling to her too much. That's natural, but don't spread this news for the time being, so as not to cause panic in the immortal city. Elder Luo chatted with Lu Qingzhu for a few words, and seeing that he seemed to be unaware of the situation, he gave a few instructions and turned away. After Elder Luo left, Lu Qingzhu pondered for a moment in the hall and shouted, "Xiao Yu!" As the news of Hansha Fantasy Realm fermented, the entire forces in the southern wilderness and northern region remembered the name, Yangming's Henren. And this name and Qingyun's Henjin, under the deliberate propaganda of some forces, spread to the entire southern wilderness immortal cultivation world. In the evaluation and speculation of the major forces, Yangming's Henren is the reincarnation of the old monster of the nascent soul, and has the backup and treasures prepared in the previous life, so the giant in stage can be comparable to the nascent soul cultivator. And Qingyun's Henjin has a 4th level spiritual pet, a large formation of Taoist soldiers, and a fighting magic that is enough to compete with a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator. These two people with unlimited potential are feared by many forces. After all, when Yangming's Henren breaks through the nascent soul and Qingyun's Henjin digests the opportunities in the secret realm, their strength will be further improved. Together, they may be the top existence below the late nascent soul. Two such nascent soul cultivators will inevitably affect the situation in the northern region of the southern wilderness. Yuanguo, in a certain fairy city, Yangming's Henren and Qingyun's Henjin fought against 7 nascent soul cultivators and killed 2 of them. This Jiang Kingdom is really a place of outstanding people. It is located in the northern region of the southern wilderness, a remote place, but it has produced so many amazing people. Did my parents choose to settle in Damegs because they saw the luck of heaven and earth gathered here? A woman with a 5-colored mask on her face, wearing colorful clothes, full of ethereal fairy charm, looked at the message jade slip in her hand, and her beautiful eyes revealed a bit of interest. Or as my parents said, the southern wilderness is about to usher in a great change that has not happened in 10,000 years. Although this period is full of darkness and blood, it may also usher in a brilliant prosperity with bright stars. Although the woman's appearance was covered by a mask, she sat with her legs crossed in a lazy and casual posture, but she still couldn't hide her stunning appearance, giving people an indescribable elegance and beauty. Especially on her slender right foot, a high-heeled shoe that was as bright as a dream was half taken off and hung on the toes, shaking gently. It was obviously full of temptation, making people want to hold it in their hands and rub it, but it was full of noble elegance. Jiang Kingdom, Dream Fairy City. Yangming's Henren burned his life to help Qingyun's Henjin, and the two worked together to kill Xiangkin's Henjin and Zikung's Henjin. In the city lord's mansion, Ling Zixio looked at the intelligence information about the Hansha Fantasy Realm, and her elegant and dignified beautiful face was full of astonishment. As one of Lu Changsheng's closest wives, she naturally knew that Yangming's Henren was her husband. She also knew that Lu Changsheng went out to find Lu Pinggan, entered the Hansha Fantasy Realm, encountered danger in the secret realm, and then helped Qingyun's Henjin. But when Lu Changsheng told her about this, he downplayed it all the time and didn't mention too much. Seeing the intelligence information at this time, she suddenly felt a sense of unreality as if she was dreaming. After all, in the intelligence information, Yang Mingzhenren burst out with his life, and competed with Qingyun Sect against the 7 Yuanying Sect. In the end, the two were seriously injured and fled into the void, while the 7 Yuanying Sect, Xiangqin Sect of the Qingzhu Mountain, had his body cut off, and his Yuanying fled out of his body, and Zikang Sect of the Zikang Gate had his Yuanying spirit body killed and swallowed by Yang Mingzhenren's pet pangbird. But her husband came back, not only without any signs of injury, but also as if nothing had happened. He downplayed the situation in the secret realm with her. The bird that devoured the spirit of the Yuanying of the purple Qingzhu Lord, the golden-winged Sky Peng, is now sleeping in the backyard of the city lord's mansion, occasionally instructing and teaching Lu Beixi to practice. Ling Zixiao looked at the jade slip in her hand, and then looked towards the direction of the Green Lake Mountain, and deeply felt a separation between reality and rumors. If Lu Changsheng was not on the Great Dream Fairy City, she would have wanted to confirm the situation of her husband and ask what was going on. Humph, it must be that he risked his life to help the Blue and True Lord, and deliberately passed it over. Ling Zixiao knew her husband's temperament very well, and knew that Lu Changsheng was a playboy and could not help flirting with other women whenever he went out. But after returning home, facing herself and others, she felt a little guilty. After thinking about it, she still went to pay a visit to Honglian and asked the other party if she could see the physical condition of her husband and whether he had been holding on before. Don't worry, my husband is not injured, and he has gained opportunities to improve on this trip. Honglian has the soul of a nascent soul and the body of a spirit fetus. When practicing with Lu Changsheng, she can clearly sense his magic power and physical condition. Although Lu Changsheng did not tell her about the trip to the secret realm in detail, she guessed it almost right. Okay. Ling Zixiao was relieved when she heard it, and vaguely guessed the situation of her husband and Qingyun Sect. Thinking of the legendary figure of Zhang Country, the first casual cultivator, who would also come to Qingzhu Mountain in the future, her dignified and beautiful face could not help but show some strangeness. In her heart, she wondered if the legendary female nascent soul cultivators she had seen in the book would also be taken home by her husband in the future. As soon as this thought came up, pictures gradually emerged in Ling Zixiao's mind. But thinking that she was still in the foundation building stage, she inevitably felt a sense of urgency. Yang Mingzhenren, Chu Qingyi, who was sitting in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, also received intelligence information about the Hansha fantasy realm. When she saw Yang Mingzhenren and Qingyun Sect fighting against 7 Yuanying cultivators and killing 2 of them, she couldn't help but pursed her red lips. Her mind flashed back to the 2 of them in the Xianyun secret realm and the Yingming ghost sect of Liang country. At that time, Lu Changsheng's cultivation was the same as hers, at the 2nd and 3rd levels of Jinden. Because her Jinden was broken, she had to rebuild it, and after breaking it, she rebuilt it. Now, 36 years have passed, and she has only reached the 5th level of Jinden. But this speed can be called rapid progress. But Lu Changsheng has grown to the point of killing Yuanying without knowing it. Even Chu Qingyi, who has been praised as a genius since childhood, feels an unprecedented pressure. I am afraid that I will be left far behind by him. How is he now? Looking at the intelligence information, Yang Mingzhenren fought for his life and was seriously injured. She was worried and wanted to visit him. But suddenly she thought, where should I find him? Qingzhu Mountain? Or Diamond Fairy City? In the name of what? Chu Qingyi's cold and heroic brows were furrowed, her eyes were full of worry, and the white jade hand holding the sword was tightly holding her skirt at this time, which was completely different from the cold and arrogant sword fairy on weekdays. As the situation in the Hansha fantasy realm spread thoroughly, undercurrents suddenly surged in the southern wilderness and northern regions. Like the Liang Kingdom's cultivation world, the body of Xiangqin Sect of the Qingzhu Mountain was cut off, leaving only the Yuanying spirit body. The naked Xian Mei's Henjin was not only seriously injured in the secret realm, but was almost killed by Zhuangjian's Henjin of the Qingyun Sect of the Zhang Kingdom afterwards. If it weren't for the Supreme Elder Jialing's Henjin of the Qingzhu Mountain who came to respond in advance, the Yuanying spirit bodies of the Xian Mei's Henjin and Xiangqin's Henjin might have been killed by Zhuangjian's Henjin. However, even so, Liang Kingdom was also seriously injured. Yu Kingdom declared war at the first time, wanting to take this opportunity to take back the territory that was seized by Liang Kingdom in the early years. As soon as Yu announced the start of the war, Lu Qingshan chose to go to the battlefield and lead his troops to attack the spiritual stronghold, Black Leopard Valley. Lu Qingshan held his Haoshan Star fighting sword, and his whole body revealed a sharp and peerless aura, and fought with a giant demon cultivator. Although the demon cultivator in front of him was at the 3rd level of Jinden, he was defeated by Lu Qingshan's sword energy that seemed to tear the sun and moon sky apart, and his body protection shield dimmed. Puff! The Zhaoshan star fighting sword broke through the demon cultivator's body protection shield, and a sword mark appeared on his body, revealing his white bones. Go! Seeing this, the demon cultivator had no choice but to retreat and abandon this spiritual stronghold. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Seeing that the Liang army began to retreat, Lu Qingshan did not kill them all. After all, these demon cultivators all have backup plans. If they are really forced into a corner, they will self-destruct their magic weapons and form a den. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Once injured on the battlefield, it will affect his subsequent series of actions. After Lu Qingshan had cleared the battlefield for several days, a backup team came to take over the spiritual land. Brother Qingzhu, a beautiful, petite and cute woman wearing the robe of an elder of the Qingyun Sect, saw Lu Qingshan and immediately shouted with joy. Then he praised, as expected of Brother Qingzhu, the demon cultivator guarding this spiritual land is the Yan'ai Henrin of the Qingyun Sect, who has broken through the Jinden for many years. Fairy Shenyu. Lu Qingshan nodded slightly when he saw the person coming, and was extremely cold. However, when he saw a beautiful, quiet and beautiful woman wearing the robe of a disciple of the Qingyun Sect in the backup team, he immediately raised his hand and shouted with joy, Zio Zuer. Then, under the respectful gaze of everyone, he rubbed his sister Lu Qingzhu's dignified and soft hair and talked to her carelessly, without the cold and arrogant appearance of the sword fairy just now, which made the cultivators in the field envy Lu Qingzhu. After all, having such a peerless demon brother, and being so spoiled, is simply enviable, better than their efforts for 100 years. Brother. Lu Qingzhu immediately signaled his brother to pay attention to his demeanor and image. Now the business is important. What else is more important than my little Zuer? Lu Qingshan said nonchalantly, concerned about his sister's situation these days. If she is not used to it, she will return to the sect to guard. After all, he didn't want his sister to go to the battlefield, but the latter saw that he signed up at the first time and chose to serve as logistics. A few months later, the battlefield of Yu State. The fairy city across the huge mountains is shrouded in a quasi-4th-level formation. Without Xiangqin's Henjin and Yunmei's Henjin in charge, Liang State can only passively defend in the face of Yu State's counterattack, relying on the spiritual land and spiritual vein seized in the early years to continuously consume Yu State's combat power. However, in the early years, Liang State defeated Yu State. In addition to having many Yuanying's Henjin in charge, the biggest killer is still the 4th-level Beast King. On the battlefield, this 4th-level Beast King is almost unstoppable. It takes multiple Jinden cultivators to form a formation to stop the 4th-level Beast King's advance. Roar! Facing the Yu army, outside the fairy city, a 4th-level Beast King with a majestic body like a mountain roared out. Its purple-black hair is like a black iron needle, with a cold luster, and many mysterious ancient patterns can be vaguely seen. It allows many magical powers to bombard it. Its 2 eyes are like a burning red sun, shining with red clouds, and the brutal and violent aura contained in it seems to annihilate everything, shooting out terrifying blood flames. This kind of Beast King is really terrifying, almost immune to the attacks of Yuanying's Henjin below. Lu Qingshan looked at the 4th-level Beast King in front of him from a distance, his expression solemn. Although he has extraordinary combat power, he is not qualified to go forward to fight the 4th-level Beast King. Just seeing this 4th-level Beast King, I can't help but think of the 4th-level Void Kun I saw in the Great Dream Fairy City. Compared with the real 4th-level Demon King, this Beast King cultivated through secret methods lacks intelligence, mobility, magical means, Demon King field, etc. But this Beast King is so terrifying, and the real 4th-level transformed Demon King was killed by the Lord of Damning City in a short time. Kill. Seeing that the 4th-level Beast King was dragged by several late-stage Jinden great monks through the formation, Lu Qingshan did not hesitate. He slapped the sword box, and 7 flying swords coiled around him, turning into swordlight and killing him. At the same time, Qingzhu Mountain, the weapon refining hall. Boom boom boom, on the black gold forging platform, the thunder dragon flame that looked like a purple-red dragon roared and burned with the blazing flames. In the purple-red flame, a picture scroll with yin and yang flowing up and down, interweaving the way of yin and yang. As Lu Changsheng continued to enter the magic formula and put into the essence of the spiritual materials of heaven and earth that had been melted, this picture scroll seemed to be all-encompassing, evolving all things in the world, the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains and rivers, and it was like a golden bridge. After a long time, Lu Changsheng cast a spell, and the yin-yang diagram in front of him glowed, soared into the sky, and fell into his hands. Huh? I still overestimated myself. Looking at the yin-yang diagram in front of him, Lu Changsheng exhaled a little tiredly. He originally wanted to refine his yin-yang diagram to the quality of a spiritual treasure, and then use the secret method of Shenji Balian-Ju to quickly cultivate spirituality and completely upgrade his life magic weapon to a spiritual treasure. But after really getting started, he realized that not only was it difficult for his refining level to refine a 4th level spiritual treasure, but the earth-fire spiritual veins at home were not enough. If it weren't for this treasure forging platform, which completely stimulated the effect with a top-grade spiritual stone, his yin-yang diagram couldn't even be upgraded to the quality of a quasi-spiritual treasure. It's difficult. Lu Changsheng suddenly understood why Xiankan's Henjin, Laoshin's Henjin, and Zikun's Henjin all had only one spiritual treasure. Under normal circumstances, a Yuanying cultivator can only rely on the spiritual machine of heaven and earth when impacting the Yuanying origin, and then spend time slowly nurturing, so as to upgrade his life magic weapon to the level of a spiritual treasure. If you want to hire someone to cast it, not only are the materials rare and expensive, but there are also very few master craftsmen who can refine 4th level spiritual treasures. If the refining process does not meet your wishes and requirements, and there is a slight mistake, it will be equivalent to 100 years of hard work in vain. But for me now, it is enough. Under normal circumstances, the quasi-spiritual treasure level yin-yang diagram is enough for Lu Changsheng to use. After all, he can't explode every day. However, thinking that his body refining will break through the 4th level, the upper limit of the 9 treasures Ruai bone will also be greatly increased. Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head and wanted to upgrade the refining to the 4th level. But in addition to refining, divination, making talismans, and searching for dragons are also very necessary. The most urgent thing is to break through the body refining first. Lu Changsheng looked in the direction of the Great Dream Fairy City. The breakthrough of the body refining is different from the nascent soul. There is a certain demand for spiritual veins, but it is not so harsh, a bit like the breakthrough of the demon beast. Considering that the breakthrough will bring about a heavenly tribulation, Lu Changsheng plans to break through the sea deep in the Great Dream Lake. As for whether he can survive the heavenly tribulation, Lu Changsheng is still confident. Practicing with True Lord Qingyun, under the dual baptism of the power of the Black Dragon Nirvana and the power of the Phoenix Nirvana, his physical power is almost impossible to improve, especially his physical body, which must break the shackles of the 4th level body refining. With this kind of basic physique, and with the 9 treasures Ruai bone, Daluo sword embryo, yin-yang diagram, 5-direction tribulation stone, talisman array and other magic weapons obtained from True Lord Laoshin and the other 2 top-level elixirs, and heaven and earth elixirs, unless he actively seeks death, it will be difficult for him to die. In addition to these, the immaculate heavenly fragrance body melted from his chaos body has another effect, which is to weaken the heavenly tribulation. Lu Changsheng also wants to take this opportunity to experience the effect and prepare for the future Yuanying heavenly tribulation. It's a pity that time waits for no one, otherwise it would be safer to sacrifice and refine a few magic weapons and refine a few more treasures to turn the catastrophe into a new one. Or give Ping in the essence of the flesh and blood of the 4th level Void Kun. When he breaks through the quasi-4th level body refining, he may be able to break the limit of my physical body and imitate the sea-splitting mysterious whale to face the heavenly tribulation. The sea-splitting mysterious whale's experience of crossing the true spirit tribulation gave Lu Changsheng a lot of insights, and he realized that he could use the heavenly tribulation to baptize himself and undergo a transformation. Without thinking any more, Lu Changsheng walked out of the weapon refining hall and returned to the Lu family mansion. He spent a few days with his wife Lu Maoyan, Lu Maoj, Lu Maahun, and Chu Henzhen, and then left Bihu Mountain silently and went to Damang's to break through. To be safe, he still brought the Sun and Moon 2 Yin mysterious light mirror with him. After all, during the trip to the secret realm, he realized that this heavenly spiritual treasure was really useful and could almost avoid being spied on and attacked by others. Chapter 686, Overcoming the Tribulation. Lu Changsheng had just returned to the Great Dream Fairy City and was about to ask Ling Zixio about the whale hunting banquet in the Fairy City. When the latter saw him, her beautiful eyes were full of light, and she said with admiration and worship, "Isn't this Yang Ming's Zhenren? I heard that Zhenren showed his skills in the Hansha fantasy realm, fought against the 7 Yuanying Zhenjins with Qingyun Zhenjin, killed 2 people, and became famous in the southern wilderness. I really admire him." Ling Zixio was wearing a blue palace dress, with her hair tied up high, and her demeanor was dignified and elegant, but she was like a young girl who had just begun to fall in love, and said infatuatedly, Lu Changsheng knew without thinking that it must be Ling Zixio who got the intelligence information about the Hansha fantasy realm. He stepped forward and held his wife's soft and boneless white hand, and said with a righteous face, "Oh? In this case, this Zhenren will tell you about the battle against the 7 Yuanyings." After the words fell, he picked up his wife's white and plump legs under the blue and white palace clothes, and strode into the cave with her exclamation. After a moment, a spring breeze filled the air. Afterwards, Qingyun's Zhenjin helped me, but Xiang'an's Zhenjin and Mingsha's Zhenjin have a grudge against me, so when I saw them attacking Qingyun's Zhenjin, I chose to help them. The reason why I risked my life to help is that after entering the secret realm, my husband took a pill that can activate the effect of the medicine through serious injuries and endangered conditions, and transform into nirvana. Lu Changsheng hugged his wife, who was limp and powerless, and said in a gentle voice, "Through serious injuries and endangered conditions, there are such pills in the world that can transform into nirvana." Although Ling Zixio was unhappy that her husband risked his life for other women, she would not hold on to it. After all, everything is too much or too little. Occasionally mentioning a little temper can also be a hobby for the couple, making her husband feel guilty and restrained. If she holds on to it, it will only affect the relationship between the couple. "Well, this pill is called Zuanlong Nirvana pill," Lu Changsheng said with a smile, and he didn't mind telling his wife about this to broaden his horizons. After that, he asked, "By the way, Zixio, how is the Immortal City these days? In addition to the Hansha fantasy, are there any major events in the world of immortal cultivation?" In addition to the Hansha fantasy, the biggest thing is that the Yu Kingdom and the Liang Kingdom continue to go to war. Ling Zixio snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms, her cheeks flushed, and she said softly, "Liang Kingdom and Yu Kingdom." Lu Changsheng had guessed that the war between the 2 countries would continue once the Hansha fantasy was over. Especially since he had killed the body of Xiang'an's Zhenjin, which seriously hurt Liang Kingdom. By the way, was the Qingyun Sect's Zhenjin Mei killed by Zhuanjin's Zhenjin? Lu Changsheng suddenly asked. "It shouldn't be. I see that the relevant information about the Hansha fantasy is not recorded. I will pay attention to it later." Although the Great Dream Immortal City has collected intelligence information about the Hansha fantasy, it is all known through various channels, not first-hand information. Moreover, the fall of Yuanying's Zhenjin is difficult for outsiders to know except for a very small number of forces and someone who deliberately promotes it. "Yes." Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and continued to ask about the whale hunting banquet. "The invitation has been sent out, and the Qingyun Sect has not made any move, saying that they will attend the banquet on time. However, such a big thing has happened in Hansha fantasy realm. Now the whereabouts of Qingyun's Zhenjin are unknown, and Liang and Yu countries are continuing to fight. The Qingyun Sect is likely to make a big move next. In the eyes of the Qingyun Sect, our dam in Fairy City is probably an unstable factor." Ling Zixio said with a bit of worry in her eyes. Although her husband killed many Yuanying cultivators in Hansha fantasy realm, she knew that it was not easy to do and it cost a lot. Moreover, as a native Jiang country cultivator, she would have a bit of offer the giant Qingyun Sect and the overlord of Jiang country. "It's okay. I'm going to the depths of the Great Dream Lake to break through the 4th level of body refining. As long as I break through, I won't be afraid of the Heavenly Sword Sect. In a few years, Taohui can also break through the 4th level. By then, this Great Dream Lake will be safe and worry-free." Lu Changsheng hugged his wife's plump and graceful body and said with a smile, "He is not a match for the true Lord Zhuanjin now. But once he breaks through the 4th level of body refining, he will practice the Brahma Demon True Saint art well and be sure to fight. And the Black Dragon Whale of the Sea Splitting, who has been promoted to the True Spirit level, only needs to break through the 4th level. In this Great Dream Lake, I'm afraid that the true Lord Zhuanjin will not be his opponent. Is it dangerous to break through the 4th level of body refining?" Ling Zixio immediately asked with concern. Although she was at the peak of foundation building, she also knew that it was very difficult to break through the 4th level of body refining, and it might even bring about a heavenly tribulation. Haha, when has your husband ever done something that he is not sure of? Lu Changsheng saw the worry and concern in his wife's eyes and said with a smile. Isn't this because I'm worried that you, my husband, will break through forcefully in order to deal with the heavenly sword sect? Ling Zixiao said with a grumble. Although she was full of confidence in Lu Changsheng. But Lu Changsheng's growth and breakthrough speed made even his wife feel like it was a dream. In less than 100 years, he had grown from a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building when they met to the point of killing the Yuanying's engine and impacting the 4th level body refining. If this were to be spread out, it would be simply shocking and shocking the southern wilderness immortal cultivation world. Don't worry, with the help of the efficacy of the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill, your husband's foundation is now solid and powerful. Not only in body refining, if he wants, he can even directly break through the Yuanying. It's just that the Yuanying is not well prepared, lacking the right time and place. If you force a breakthrough, I'm afraid it will be the most human Yuanying. Lu Changsheng smiled at his wife. He has a perfect Tao foundation and a great Dao Jinden. As long as he prepares well, even if he doesn't have a 4th level spiritual vein, he has some confidence in breaking through the Yuanying. It's just that he lacks the right time and place, the baptism and tempering of the earth veins and the heavenly Dao Qi, and has no chance to compete for the top-level heavenly Dao Yuanying. Ling Zixiao felt relieved when she heard this, knowing that her husband could not be measured by common sense. It is highly likely that, as senior Honglian guest, he is the reincarnation of a true god, or a higher-level powerful being. Without much delay, the next morning, Lu Changsheng went to the depths of the Great Dream Lake with Honglian and Jinqi Xianpeng. Although the 2 demon kings, Jinqi Xianpeng and Sea-Splitting Black Dragon Whale, were enough, he still called Honglian, the former Yuanying True Lord, to be on the safe side. Hulala. Sea-Splitting Black Dragon Whale has been promoted to the True Spirit level for more than a year, and its appearance is much more slender and majestic than before. On its huge body covered with dark black gold scales, dark golden dragon-shaped patterns slowly flow, like the most ancient complex runes, with a terrifying and profound aura. The 2 dragon horns on its head have gradually become majestic, thick and sharp, full of majesty and dignity, and the fins on both sides are like a pair of wings, broad and thick, covered with fine scales like blades. After Lu Changsheng and Honglian entered the stomach of the Black Sea Dragon Whale, its flippers stretched out, forming a terrifying wave, and then its huge body flew towards the eye of the sea, bringing up turbulent water and forming huge whirlpools. This force is enough to tear many foundation building and even Jinden cultivators into pieces. Although the bloodline promotion has not been completely completed, the speed of the Black Sea Dragon Whale has been greatly improved compared to before, and it arrived at the eye of the sea in less than a month. It is not known whether the Black Sea Dragon Whale passed the tribulation here a year ago, and Lu Changsheng killed 2 top-level 3rd-level demon kings, resulting in the fact that this eye of the sea is not occupied by a demon king at this time. Honglian. Lu Changsheng signaled Honglian and Jinpeng to watch the wind above the sea area, and he and the Black Sea Dragon Whale entered the eye of the sea to break through. Husband, just rest assured to break through. Honglian, wearing a red gilded and luxurious dress, her body flowing with a hazy luster, and her graceful figure, said seriously. Yes. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. Considering the time, Lu Changsheng did not set up the formation, etc. He came to the sea eye, threw out a spiritual eye spring, threw several top-grade spiritual stones and a pile of heaven and earth spiritual medicines into it, then sat cross-legged in it, closed his eyes, and began to brew a state, ready to impact the 4th-level body refining. Hulala. As Lu Changsheng's skills were running, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around the sea eye was like a big dragon, gathering towards him. The spiritual eye spring was like a cauldron, and the heaven and earth spiritual medicines inside began to burn, turning into brilliant and magnificent essence, slowly pouring into Lu Changsheng's body, limbs and bones. Lu Changsheng did not wear the magic weapon robe he had harvested at this time, but wore an ordinary green robe, with black hair draped over his shoulders, peacefully and quietly moving blood and tempering himself. Time passed bit by bit. I don't know how long it has been. Boom boom boom. Lu Changsheng's blood and qi boiled and roared, and the surging essence overflowed from his pores, setting off waves of stormy waves. At his head, a pale golden dragon-shaped blood rushed up into the sky, breaking through the huge waves and forming a tidal vortex. Is my husband's blood and body really just a cultivation body? Above the great dream lake, Honglian and the golden-winged Sky Pang looked around to prevent any demon king from attacking and disturbing them. Looking at the blood and blood roaring like a real dragon in the deep sea, and the terrifying movement and noise, Honglian was secretly shocked. Just the blood and blood that overflowed, the potential released, has such a might. If all is exerted, I am afraid that the physical strength alone will be enough to form an invincible pill, comparable to the top demon king, right? At this moment, Honglian has a better understanding of Lu Changsheng's combat power of forming a pill to defeat the nascent soul. Buzz! Lu Changsheng sacrificed his life treasure yin-yang diagram, and strands of yin-yang mysterious light fell and bloomed, suppressing the tidal vortex of the great dream lake, and the blood and blood overflowing from his body stabilized. Although the yin-yang diagram that was recast and upgraded to a quasi-spiritual treasure still looks the same as before, it has a more mysterious and natural charm when you look at it carefully. The black and white mysterious light bloomed, brilliant and blazing, and a yin-yang fish swam around Lu Changsheng's body, with a positive pole embracing the negative pole, and the negative pole embracing the positive pole, interpreting all things, making the handsome Lu Changsheng, who is like a banished immortal, even more extraordinary, like an immortal king. With the infusion of the spiritual energy of the CI, all kinds of natural treasures and spiritual medicines were refined, and even the yin-yang diagram could not stabilize the surging essence of Lu Changsheng's body. His internal organs trembled, and his mouth, nose, and ears were surrounded by misty essence like dragon pillars. This is the limit of the physical body. No matter how much it is washed, it is useless. It is necessary to break the shackles of the fourth level. However, Lu Changsheng still did not move at all. He wanted to accumulate these pure and surging essences and medicinal power in his physical body and limbs as the foundation for his breakthrough. Boom boom boom. As time went by, the sound of Lu Changsheng's body became louder and louder, and his blood and ki were like a volcanic eruption, rumbling like a river bursting its banks, impacting his limbs, bones, and internal organs. Lu Changsheng knew that if he continued, it would be too much. The aura of his nearly fourth-level physique was fully released, and his eyes were half open and half closed, sensing the door of creation in his body. The 13th level of 100 refining treasure body art is to sense the door of creation in the human body, blast it open with spirit, and soul, blend the innate spirit of creation in it, open the treasure of the human body, and give birth to all kinds of incredible magical powers. Break. The spirit, and soul of the whole body burst out with a bang, bombarding the human body's divine storage, and the astonishingly powerful momentum swept across the four directions like a tsunami, setting off endless waves. There was no difficulty, no obstacles. Lu Changsheng seemed to hear a sound of breaking in the dark, and the human body's divine storage, the door of creation was opened. Like a river bursting its banks, the roaring and surging blood at this moment seemed like the sound of the great way, resounding through the world. Boom boom boom. The spiritual energy of the world in Damangs and the vast medicinal power of the Spirit Eye Spring continued to flow into Lu Changsheng's body, interweaving with the door of creation opened in his body, forming an indescribable force of heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng's spirit was boiling, and his heart was like a drum of gods and demons, boom boom boom, giving people a strong and powerful feeling. But at this moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered over Damangs. The blue sky suddenly became dark and dark, like an abyss, with thunder and lightning arcs rolling. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, shot out two golden beams, and looked at the sky. Heavenly tribulation. Even across the endless sea, Lu Changsheng felt that his whole person was locked by a tribulation force, and his body and mind were heavy and difficult to avoid. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Although I have seen the sea-breaking black whale pass the tribulation. But when I experience it myself, the feeling is completely different. Is this my husband's heavenly tribulation? Honglian looked at the thunder tribulation brewing in the sky and murmured in her heart. As a Yuanying's engine, she had naturally experienced the heavenly tribulation. That was why she knew the horror of the heavenly tribulation. Even though she was full of confidence in Lu Changsheng and knew that he would definitely be able to survive the heavenly tribulation, she was still a little uneasy when she saw the sky covered with tribulation clouds and the purple electric light rolling and entangled with each other. Boom. A huge thunder as thick as a water tank fell towards Lu Changsheng. With the experience of the sea-splitting black dragon whale, Lu Changsheng did not use the sea and the Great Dream Lake to dissolve the power of the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he held the five-sided tribulation stone, soared into the sky, and faced the heavenly tribulation directly. Boom boom boom. The first heavenly tribulation fell on him, and Lu Changsheng was completely unharmed. At this moment, he could feel that his physical body seemed to have received some kind of inexplicable baptism, and his ki, blood, bones, and membranes were rapidly improving. Not only that, the yin and yang magic power in his body seemed to have been tempered and became even purer. As I guessed, the heavenly tribulation is a kind of disaster, a test, and also a reward, a gift from heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng's eyes were gleaming. He put away the five-sided tribulation stone in his hand, looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky, his black hair flying, and stood with his head held high. The second tribulation fell, submerging Lu Changsheng. He did not dodge or evade, and did not even make any defense, allowing the heavenly tribulation to bombard him. This no need to use the treasure of tribulation, nor the magic weapon, use the heavenly tribulation to baptize the physical body in magic power. Honglian naturally knew that during the tribulation, if you face the baptism of the heavenly tribulation directly, you can get all kinds of benefits. But facing the heavenly tribulation directly will consume more of yourself, and it will be difficult to survive the heavenly tribulation. This is a very dangerous behavior. Only the top monsters dare to do this. Thinking of Lu Changsheng's various extraordinary things, Honglian did not speak, but just watched quietly. After a few breaths, the second heavenly tribulation gradually dissipated. Lu Changsheng stood in the thunder, and his body was charred and damaged. However, the healing divine light of the 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest shone, and his injuries recovered instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He continued to look up at the sky, his blood and ki rushed to the sky, without any sign of decline, and even more momentum. Boom. The third heavenly tribulation fell, blazing and gorgeous, like a thunder tide, submerging the area where Lu Changsheng was, making people tremble with fear and horror. If it were a giant and cultivator, facing such thunder, he would have to go all out, but Lu Changsheng let the thunder bombard him. However, facing the baptism of thunder like an ocean, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but grin, suck in a breath of cold air, and use the Brahma demon true saint art to defend and remove some of the thunder tribulation. After all, if you resist it completely with your physical body, you will get injured anyway, which will affect the subsequent tribulation. And it really hurts to be bombarded by thunder tribulation. In addition to obtaining the 7 Stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra in his early years, using the 7 Stars Sword Key to temper the magic power and eliminate the poison of the pill, when has ancestor Lu ever suffered such pain? Heaven has bestowed a great responsibility on this man. Thinking of the benefits of the heavenly tribulation, Lu Changsheng still gritted his teeth and endured it, resisting it with his physical body. However, the price was that his body was charred black, his skin was torn, and blood was dripping. Buzz! The 9 treasures Ruai bone burst into a blazing luster, and the healing divine light surged to his limbs and bones, interweaving with the immortal matter and surging essence in the body. The injuries were completely healed in a few breaths, and a layer of charred dead skin fell off. After taking a pill from Master Lao Shen, Lu Changsheng continued to face the 4th heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the origin of his chaotic body was intertwined, and the effects of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body were fully operational, trying to reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation. After all, it was impossible for him to fight the 4th heavenly tribulation with his physical body, so weakening it a little bit would not have any effect. However, this weakening was only a small weakening, and the power was still several times stronger than the 3rd one. Lu Changsheng knew that he couldn't rely on his physical body to fight it. He held the 5-sided tribulation stone, and sacrificed his magic weapon, yin-yang diagram, to remove some of the power of the thunder tribulation, and then endured the baptism of the heavenly tribulation with his physical body. He found that the quality of his yin-yang diagram seemed to have improved a little under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation is really an opportunity. Lu Changsheng grinned and said with great pain all over his body. After recovering from his injuries through the 9 treasures Ruai bone, he took 2 more pills and used his chaotic body to weaken the heavenly tribulation, preparing to fight the 5th one. He was originally planning to use the magic weapon to overcome the tribulation. But after feeling the benefits of the heavenly tribulation, he planned to try his best to overcome the tribulation with his physical body. Boom boom boom. As the power of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th heavenly tribulations increased, Lu Changsheng had to put on a top-level third-level armor. But even so, his physical body was pierced, blood splattered, and the armor was broken. If he didn't have the 9 treasures Ruai bone, and had enough natural treasures and spiritual medicines, he wouldn't dare to survive the tribulation like this and let the tribulation bombard him. Boom boom boom. Looking at the 9th tribulation that was like the end of the world, the overwhelming tribulation intertwined and fell from the sky, as if to destroy everything. The Dalao sword embryo appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand. Although he had seen the tribulation of the sea-splitting black whale, the flesh body was reduced to a skeleton under the tribulation, and then reborn with the help of immortal matter. But Lu Changsheng didn't dare to imitate it. In this situation, if there was a slight accident, he would die. He had already gained enough benefits from this tribulation, so there was no need to covet a little baptism harvest. The yin-yang diagram hovered above his head, and he was wearing a third-level robe. The brilliant sword light that covered the world slashed towards the sky. He held the 5-colored tribulation stone in his left hand, and the 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest intertwined wildly, gushing out endless vitality. Boom boom boom. The devastating tribulation submerged Lu Changsheng, causing the void around him to collapse. Crack, crack, crack. From the 7th heavenly tribulation, the 5-sided tribulation stone began to struggle and cracks appeared. At this time, the heavenly tribulation was comparable to the attack of a mid-stage Yuanying cultivator, so this tribulation treasure was completely shattered. Not only that, the third-level robe that Lu Changsheng had just put on was also shattered under the heavenly tribulation. Even if Lu Changsheng used all his strength to operate the chaos body and the Brahma demon true saint art, his body was charred, crackling, his skin and flesh were torn, blood splattered, bones were broken, and the whole person fell into the great dream lake. It's done. Although Lu Changsheng looked embarrassed, his overall condition was better than ever before. In his body, the immortal substance continuously tempered his flesh and blood, penetrated into his bone marrow, and gave his body new life. His almost unlimited mana was 30% more refined than before, and the 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest also underwent some inexplicable changes under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, as if it was more integrated. However, the most surprising thing was that his physique broke through the 4th level, and his spirit, energy and spirit blended with the energy of heaven and earth, opening up the treasures of the human body. Like a demon king, he was born with innate magical powers in his flesh. Chapter 687 2 Great Magical Powers, Great Trend. The innate magical powers born from the physical body are not a certain number of specific ones, but depend on the cultivator's skills and physical condition. For example, for cultivators who practice fire-attributed skills, the awakened physical magical powers will naturally tend to be fire-attributed. And those who have spirit bodies such as the immortal golden body and the immaculate heavenly fragrance body are more likely to awaken spiritual body-related magical powers. In short, it varies from person to person, and the innate magical powers of each cultivator will be different. Lu Changsheng practiced 100 refining treasure body secrets and Brahma demon true saint skills, and his physique was amazing. With the help of the heavenly tribulation to temper his body, his spirit, energy and spirit blended with the world, blasted open the treasures of the human body, and obtained a total of 2 major physical magical powers. The first magical power comes from his chaotic body. In other words, with a chaotic body as the cornerstone, it integrates the 9 treasures of the bone, the true saint of the Brahma demon, the yin and yang magic power, and the great sun's extinction light to form a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Once the strange phenomenon appears, it is like the law domain and realm of the law cultivator, forming a great trend of heaven and earth, crushing others. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, facing his heaven and earth vision, it is estimated that they will lose their combat effectiveness, spit blood, or even be killed. In addition to bullying, the vision can also enhance their combat effectiveness, resolve offensives, form a gain aura, and interfere with the enemy. The second magical power comes from the dragon and phoenix origin. Previously, through the power of the black dragon Nirvana and the power of the sky phoenix Nirvana, he was broken and then established, baptized and transformed, resulting in a Nirvana power bearer deep in his flesh and blood. In this case, he has the physique of the immortal golden body and the kidney's divine treasure, so he obtained a Nirvana magical power. Lu Changsheng can reborn by consuming the immortal matter and the dragon and phoenix origin in his body, and recover as before. However, this magical power can only be used once in a short period of time. If used continuously, The burning dragon and phoenix origin and the immortal matter are too much, which may cause permanent damage to the origin, making it difficult to recover and affecting the foundation. Physical magical power. Lu Changsheng realized his awakened magical power, and suddenly raised his eyebrows, muttering to himself, physical innate magical power is mainly based on the physical body. If I condense the 7 natal treasure bones with 100 refining treasure body art before the breakthrough, wouldn't the awakened innate magical power be invincible? However, as soon as the thought came out, he felt that it was not worth the cost to spend such a price for a natural magical power. He had the time and energy, so he might as well practice the current skills and magical powers. But, is this the 4th level body refining? After surviving the heavenly tribulation, the rules of heaven and earth will generate a new force after the tribulation, baptizing the physical body of the tribulation, promoting the recovery of ki, blood, mana, and injuries, and completing the final transformation. Even if the physical body is damaged at this time, ki, blood, and mana are consumed, and it is still transforming, Lu Changsheng can clearly feel that the physical body seems to have broken through a layer of heaven and earth shackles, obtained a huge improvement, and mastered infinite divine power. With the raise of his hands and feet, he can shake the trend of heaven and earth. The 4th level body training not only improves the body, blood, and strength, but also gives birth to physical supernatural powers. The spirit, energy, and spirit blast open the door of human creation, blending the energy of heaven and earth, thus forming a momentum. As the saying goes, the trend of the world cannot be changed by human power. And the 4th level body cultivator can use his momentum to influence the operation of all things in the world and form a momentum. In other words, through his own spirit, energy, and spirit, in a tyrannical and overbearing way, he forcibly mobilizes the power of the same attributes in the surrounding area to use for himself. It seems that one person is fighting, but it is like thousands of troops attacking together, forming a comprehensive spirit, energy, and spirit suppression, like a rolling torrent pushing away. Yes, if I break through the 4th level and only improve the strength of the physical body, then what is the difference between me using the 9 treasures Ruai bone to improve my physical body to the 4th level before, and how can I compete with the Yuanying's engine? Lu Changsheng realized something. When the sky is murderous, the stars will move. When the earth is murderous, dragons and snakes will rise from the land. When people are murderous, the world will be turned upside down. Just as it is said that the Yuanying's engine controls the power of heaven and earth, then the 4th level body cultivator controls the killing intent of people. But aren't these methods only possessed by the ancient body cultivators? Is it because of the Brahma demon true saint art? It is difficult for a concurrent body cultivator to give birth to 2 innate magical powers like himself, and also to obtain such a great improvement. Lu Changsheng believes that it is related to the Brahma demon true saint art he has practiced. Although this method is cultivated by controlling all laws through the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra and simulating the power of Buddha and magic, the whole process is not omitted. It really took a lot of time and energy to practice with Buddha bone relics, the origin of the magic, and the blood of the sky demon. Husband. Without waiting for Lu Changsheng to experience too much, Honglian saw that the heavenly tribulation had completely disappeared, and she stepped forward at the first time, looking at him with her beautiful eyes full of concern. The way Lu Changsheng survived the tribulation just now really shocked her and frightened her. For ordinary cultivators, it is already a blessing to be able to survive the heavenly tribulation and not die. How dare you let the heavenly tribulation bombard you like Lu Changsheng? Especially after the 3 heavenly tribulations, Lu Changsheng did not fight with all his strength, and allowed the heavenly tribulations to baptize and temper his body, which was simply horrifying. Even among the ancient physical cultivators, there were very few who dared to be so bold and use the heavenly tribulations to temper their bodies. Honglian, I made you worried. Lu Changsheng broke out of the water, his body shook violently, and his 3rd level robes were shattered, and the charred old skin of his body fell off. The body that was reborn after bathing in the heavenly tribulation was crystal clear, with precious light flowing, full of beauty and powerful power. Even Lu Changsheng himself couldn't help but admire his body at this time. However, he didn't have an exhibitionist fetish. He raised his palm lightly and put on a long green robe. His posture was tall and slender, like a banished immortal walking out of a scroll, elegant and out of the world. He had just broken through the 4th level body refining, and his whole body exuded a majestic and domineering aura that was powerful enough to pull mountains and conquer the world, which was seriously inconsistent with his current appearance and image, and even gave people a sense of awkwardness. He was a handsome man, but he was like a king who could swallow mountains and rivers. Congratulations, husband, on breaking through the 4th level of body refining. Honglian's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance, and a faint smile appeared between her red lips. She bowed to Lu Changsheng and congratulated him. It's just a breakthrough in a small realm, nothing to be proud of. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and smiled. Although breaking through the 4th level of body refining is enough to compete with Yuan Ying's Henjin head-on. But in his opinion, his body refining is just a sideline, and it can't be compared with breaking through the Yuan Ying. You are worthy of being my husband. You broke through the 4th level of body refining first in the Jinden stage, and you can be so calm. Honglian was secretly surprised. Although there are many cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation who also practice body refining. But it is rare to see a person who breaks through the 4th level of body refining first in 1,000 years. Most of them achieve Yuan Ying, and then spend a lot of resources to break through the body refining. Honglian, how long did it take me to break through? Lu Changsheng asked without paying attention to Honglian's surprise. According to his own judgment, the breakthrough should not take too long, and it can be done before the whale hunting banquet. Just half a year. Honglian replied softly. In that case, there is no need to rush. Lu Changsheng heard that there was still a month, knowing that it was enough time for the sea-splitting black dragon whale to rush back, so he did not use the meet us banner. He planned to use this time to stabilize his lower realm and experience the mystery of the 4th level body refining. Dahui, let's go. Lu Changsheng did not waste time and shouted to the sea-splitting black dragon whale in the deep sea. Roar. The sea-splitting black dragon whale roared and rushed out of the water. Lu Changsheng took back the golden-winged skypeng into the Qingzhu shadow belt, and then entered the stomach chamber with Honglian. Although there are many benefits to overcoming the tribulation, it also consumes a lot of energy. Not only did it cost a lot of elixirs, the 5-sided tribulation stone was shattered, and 2 of my magic weapons were destroyed. In the stomach chamber, Lu Changsheng thought of the armor and robes that were shattered by the tribulation during the tribulation, and felt a little distressed. After all, these are 2 top-level magic weapons. Even if he killed Laoshan's Henjin, Xianqin's Henjin, and Zikung's Henjin and obtained many magic weapons, he couldn't waste them like this. I have to refine a better robe later. Thinking of his battle in Hansha fantasy realm, his Yuanquang robe and Jin Hilong pattern armor were completely damaged. Now he doesn't even have a decent robe or armor, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although he has a 4th level physique, he doesn't need a robe or armor. But there is no such thing as too many magic weapons. In many cases, they are still useful. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Taoist robe of Yin-Yang Creation Sutra and the Brahma Demon True Saint armor of Brahma Demon True Saint art also have a certain bonus to the magical skills of the 2 exercises, which are worth refining. Sitting cross-legged, he began to stabilize the blood and ki of his body, and experienced the new power after the heavenly tribulation, the mystery of the 4th level body refining. The flesh, meridians, tendons, bones, and danshin have all expanded. And the body has become much purer, as if there is more spirituality. Lu Changsheng looked at his skin. It was like the most perfect jade in the world, whiter and more transparent than mutton fat white jade, with a glittering luster. Lu Changsheng realized that his body was like a spiritual treasure, with a spirituality. In other words, like a demon king, he was more sensitive to various auras, especially the intuition and premonition of danger. There is a saying, ducks know when the spring river is warm, and cicadas know when the golden wind blows. After a cultivator breaks through the foundation and sheds his mortal body, his spiritual sense will gradually become sharper, and he will have a sudden impulse, restlessness and other mysterious senses. The breakthrough of physical cultivation is simpler and more direct. The flesh and blood have spirituality and can see through the danger. For example, if someone has bad intentions towards Lu Changsheng and peeks at him through his divine consciousness or some magic weapon, it may be hidden from his Tai soul, but it will be sensed by his body. The human body is mysterious and profound. Lu Changsheng sighed and continued to experience the 4th level physique and stabilize his cultivation. Dream Fairy City. These days, the Fairy City is very lively. On the one hand, the Lord of Damang City hunted the 4th level Demon King, which made him famous in Jiang country, and many cultivators came to settle in Damangs, resulting in an increase in the flow of people in Damang Fairy City. On the other hand, there was the whale hunting banquet held by the city lord's mansion. Although only high-level cultivators and Qingyun henren were invited to the whale hunting banquet, in addition to the whale hunting banquet, the city lord's mansion also preheated an auction. After the whale hunting banquet, the city lord's mansion will hold an auction to sell some rare third-level natural treasures and demon beast materials. In this case, it is natural to attract many cultivators to Diamond Fairy City. In particular, there are rumors that Diamond Fairy City is likely to release third-level demon pills, Qingyun spiritual objects, and even rare treasures such as condensed crystal pills, so many forces came early to wait. The whale hunting banquet is about to start. Why hasn't my father come back yet? In the city lord's mansion, a pavilion, Lu Wangshu tried to calm her mind by drawing talismans, but she couldn't calm down. Some time ago, she accidentally heard about the news of Hansha Fantasy Realm. After learning about the amazing record of Yang Ming's henren and Qingyun's henren killing 2 Yuanying's henrens in Hansha Fantasy Realm, she wanted to find her father to verify and ask about the truth. But her father was not on the fairy city. Especially when the whale hunting banquet was about to start, the Qingyun monks from various forces came to the Great Dream Fairy City, but her father still did not show up, which made her worried. Although her father seemed fine before, her aunt Ling Xiao also said that her father just had something important to do and would come later. But thinking of the intelligence information from Hansha Fantasy Realm, she couldn't help but worry. At this moment, the Great Dream Fairy City was tens of thousands of miles away. Huh? Lu Changsheng and Honglian walked out of the stomach chamber of the sea-splitting black dragon whale, signaling it to rest here, and then the Michin banner appeared in their hands. The Michin banner bloomed with 5-colored brilliance, covering Lu Changsheng and Honglian, and then turned into a colorful cloud, raising ripples, and moved towards the Great Dream Fairy City. The sky and the earth spun, the void rippled, and the two appeared in the city lord's mansion. Even though Honglian had seen the Michin banner before, she couldn't help but admire the convenience of this magic treasure. Zixio. Lu Changsheng immediately found Ling Zixio and asked her about the whale hunting banquet. Husband, people from the Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, Yuling Sect, Qingzhu Mountain, and Huanayan Sect have all come. But the Qingyun Sect only saw Gujian's henren, not Zhuangjian's henren or Zhujian's henren. Ling Zixio said. Unless disguised, under normal circumstances, it is difficult for cultivators to enter the fairy city and hide from the fairy city's formation. Especially for the whale hunting banquet, the fairy city's formation has been upgraded to a higher level in the past few months. If the disguise is too poor to conceal the magic power and energy, it will be sensed by the fairy city's formation. Yuanying's henren is a dragon that can only be seen from head to tail. Since the Qingyun Sect has agreed to attend the appointment, we don't need to care. Lu Changsheng said with a chuckle. In his opinion, it doesn't matter whether Zhuangjian's henren and Zhujian's henren come or not. If he doesn't come, I will simply hold a banquet to show my friendly attitude and continue to develop steadily. Yes. Ling Zixio nodded softly and handed her list to Lu Changsheng. Tisk, 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 it's really grand. Lu Changsheng looked at the list of famous cultivators in Jiang State and said with a sigh. But when he thought that he had 2 Yuanying cultivators on the list and killed 3, he suddenly felt that it was just average. By the way, Wangshu has been worried about you after hearing about your affairs in Hansha Fantasy Realm. At this time, Ling Zixio seemed to have thought of something and reminded him. Okay, I'll go and see. Lu Changsheng's thoughts moved slightly, and the 3 treasures transformation pearl flew out of the fontanelle and turned into a figure with the same appearance and temperament as Lu Changsheng. As the deputy city lord, Changsheng's henren naturally had to attend this banquet. The 3 treasures incarnation brought the rare treasure, Thousand Illusion Mask, given by Qingyun's henren. Unless Zhuangjian's henren used his magical powers, he would never be able to see through the 3 treasures incarnation. As for the original body, after breaking through the 4th level of body refining, he realized the small world of the flesh, his blood and magic power were leak-free, and his body was like a spiritual treasure. As long as Lu Changsheng did not use all his strength and display his magical powers, even Zhuangjian's henren would find it difficult to see through him, and he did not need to use the Thousand Illusion Mask to cover up his aura. Moreover, among cultivators, it was a taboo to forcibly spy on others through magical powers, and generally they would not do so. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, See the Shadow Sect Again, Whale Hunting Banquet. The three treasures incarnations went to visit their daughter Lu Wangshu, and the other children, while the original body continued to chat with Honglian and Ling Zixio. At this time, Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered that when he was striving for the 4th level body refining, 10 descendants of his family broke through the foundation and got a chance to draw a lottery. He silently said in his heart, "System, draw a lottery." Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning the magic weapon, Bilo Zhuangguang Fan. The reward has been issued in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A bright color, with a deep blue luster, like a peacock spreading its tail, emerged from the lottery plate. Lu Changsheng took a look. It is a medium-grade magic weapon. After activating it, it can form Bilo Zhuangguang, which can stun the souls of others, or it can be transformed into Bilo Xiangfeng, scraping people's flesh and blood, or using the wind escape to escape. It is undeniable that this is a top-quality magic weapon. But for Lu Changsheng, that's all. Now, in ordinary draws, unless you are extremely lucky and get some good rare treasures, natural treasures, or other than cultivation skills, other skills, magic weapons, and elixirs are useless to him now. Time flies. Lu Changsheng looked at the Bilo Zhuangguang Fan in the system space, feeling quite emotional. I still remember that when I first started practicing, I could only watch the magic weapons. I drew ashes and used them to practice the 100 refining treasure body art. Now that nearly 100 years have passed, such magic weapons are no longer in my eyes. They can be blown up with one punch, and can only be used as food for wives, concubines, and children. At the same time, the incarnation of the three treasures came to the courtyard of his daughter Lu Wangshu. I saw a woman in a pink and white dress with a delicate face, who was absent-mindedly supporting her cheek and playing with a talisman pen in one hand. The platinum-colored 3rd-level talisman pen was flexibly turning between her slender fingers, just like a dancing butterfly. When she saw the incarnation of the three treasures in a long green robe, she instantly became energetic, her eyes glowed with crystal colors, and she shouted happily, "Dad, you are done." Yet, the Great Dream Fairy City belongs to Lu Changsheng's spiritual awareness, so the incarnation of the three treasures is no different from his original body, but he is doing two things at the same time. He stretched out his hand and knocked on his daughter's smooth forehead, saying, "I told you to practice the talisman and spiritual patterns at home. Why are you absent-minded all day long?" "Humph, I'm worried about you." Lu Wangshu wrinkled his nose, looked at his father unhappily, and then asked seriously, "Dad, did you really kill the Yuanying's engine?" "What do you mean by killing the Yuanying's engine?" Lu Changsheng pretended to be ignorant. "You still want to lie to me? I have heard that not long ago, the Hansha fantasy realm was opened." Lu Wangshu's figure is slender, and her small and delicate chin is like a bright moon, slightly raised, like a noble swan peacock. "What does it have to do with any that Yang Ming's Henren killed Yuanying's engine?" "Practice the talismans well," Lu Changsheng said directly, preparing to check his daughter's understanding of the 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra and the 3rd-level talismans. But seeing that his daughter was still curious and asking, Lu Changsheng said that she had passed the test and would talk to her. It must be said that Lu Wangshu's talent in the way of talismans has never disappointed him. If it weren't for the lack of cultivation, he could definitely draw the 3rd-level medium-quality talisman stably. And the understanding of the 99 and 81 special spiritual patterns in the 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra has also reached the level of forming a pill. What she has to do next is to raise her cultivation to the peak of foundation building as soon as possible to prepare for the immortal golden pill. Under normal circumstances, Lu Wangshu's spiritual root talent, even if he has a blood talisman spirit body and the 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, it is difficult to get the immortal golden pill. But with the many natural treasures such as the crystal condensing pill and the 5-element spiritual fruit prepared by Lu Changsheng, as long as he is willing to spend more time, it is not a big problem. "Dad, how is it?" Seeing that she had passed the test, Lu Wangshu's delicate face was filled with a bright and moving smile of pride. The strands of hair that fell carelessly on her forehead added a bit of playfulness and agility to her. Okay, my fairy Wangshu is the smartest," Lu Changsheng said with some amusement. "Dad, you still think I'm a child?" Lu Wangshu said unhappily, asking about the Hansha fantasy realm. Although they, as children, should not ask too much about their father's affairs. But thinking of their father disregarding his own safety and risking his life for a woman outside, they felt depressed and dissatisfied, and couldn't help but care. The secret realm is actually nothing. At that time, I sensed that your eldest brother was in danger, and I accidentally entered the Hansha fantasy realm, so I had to go in. Lu Changsheng naturally knew what his daughter wanted to know, and said in a gentle voice. Big brother. Lu Wangshu suddenly realized that there was such a thing. After understanding the situation and knowing that her father was not seriously injured as rumored, she felt relieved and asked, then, what happened to that Qingyun's Henjin? In the secret realm, he helped me, and I had a grudge against Mingsha's Henjin and Xiangkan's Henjin, so I naturally chose to help. Lu Changsheng tapped his daughter's smooth forehead again, indicating that the child should not care about these things. I told you not to hit my head. Lu Wangshu said in a delicate voice, and then asked his father if he had obtained a treasure suitable for him on this trip, and the 4th level talisman he promised him before. Lu Lingxiao has been practicing in the fairy city for many years. He has no shortage of resources, and with the guidance of Honglian, he has made rapid progress and is almost at the peak of the foundation building. Even if it takes several years to prepare for the formation of the elixir, it will take at most 10 years to break through the elixir. And she has been practicing in the talisman way for many years, so she has only reached the peak of the 7th level of the foundation building, and the formation of the elixir is far away. I'm busy. I got a lot of 4th level materials this time. I can refine a 4th level spiritual talisman that matches you, so you have to wait a little longer. Although Lu Changsheng received several 4th level talismans from the 3 Laotian's engines, not all talismans can be used to nourish Lu Wangshu's natal talisman. He needs to convert the yin and yang mana into the mana of the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra, and then draw several specific talismans for the condensation technique according to the latter's situation. As for other natural treasures, he has a lot of them, but he doesn't think they are particularly suitable for his daughter. However, seeing his daughter crying poor with a pitiful face, he still flipped his palm and 10 high-quality spiritual stones appeared. The rich harvest of this trip to the secret realm made Lu Changsheng much more generous than usual. It was mainly the storage bag of the incarnation of the 3 treasures. There were not too many natural treasures, so he put some basic supplies. Thank you, Daddy. Seeing this, Lu Wangshu's eyebrows curved, and his face bloomed with a bright smile like spring flowers. 2 shallow dimples appeared on his cheeks, just like a carefree and playful girl, without the pitiful and unhappy look just now. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The whale hunting banquet began. Although Lu Changsheng's original intention was to hold a small banquet to express his attitude, and then hold a trade fair. But considering that this was the first time that Lu Changsheng officially appeared in the eyes of others as the Lord of Damning City, Ling Zixiao prepared a very grand banquet. A year and a half ago, he invited several spiritual chefs to cook the flesh and blood of the 3rd level Demon King and the 4th level Avoidkun as the main course of the banquet. And the wine and water also came from the quasi-4th level spiritual wine that Lu Changsheng obtained from Xiangkan's Henjin. Fortunately, there were not many high-level cultivators coming, and there was no need for too much fine wine and food, otherwise it would be difficult to arrange such a level of specifications. As the deputy city lord of Xiancheng, Lu Changsheng entered the banquet early and took the initiative to receive them. He saw many familiar giant and cultivators. For example, the leader of the Qingyun Sect, Master Lu Yun, came in person. Lu Changsheng exchanged pleasantries with the leader of the Qingyun Sect. In the back hall, Lu Changsheng chatted with Honglian, and the Sun and Moon 2 Yin mysterious light mirror in his hand glowed, observing the giant and masters who came. Under normal circumstances, it is a taboo to spy on others with spiritual consciousness, spiritual eye pupil technique, etc. But if your strength is far superior to that of the other party, and you can make the other party unaware, then it is another matter. Tisk 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 tisk, it seems that everyone's strength and cultivation is somewhat concealed. Through the Sun and Moon 2 Yin mysterious light mirror, Lu Changsheng saw that the leader of the Qingyun Sect, who was rumored to be at the 6th level of Jinden, had already broken through to the late stage and should be at the peak of the 7th level of Jinden. Before he went to the Qingyun Sect, he was unable to see through the other party's cultivation due to the ban on his blood and magic power. Is this the most beautiful woman in Jiang country? Lu Changsheng looked at a woman with a graceful and charming figure, Her hair tied up like a fairy, her eyebrows and eyes like a painting, her face covered with plum blossom gauze, revealing a little whiteness, and an ethereal temperament. This woman is the new leader of Qingyun Sect, Fairy Qin Qing, who was known as the Fairy Qin in her early years. After breaking through the Jinden stage, she was called the most beautiful woman in Jiang country by gossipers. However, with the help of the Sun and Moon two yin and yang mysterious light mirror, Lu Changsheng saw the true appearance of Fairy Qin Qing and felt that although she was beautiful, she was not worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in Jiang country. Whether it was Yun Wancheng or Xiao Ziyu after the Jinden stage, they were not inferior to Fairy Qin Qing. But thinking about the world of immortal cultivation, at the Jinden stage, most cultivators focus on cultivation. Only Qingyun Sect practices music and rhythm, is good at singing and dancing, seductive skills, and serving people with beauty, and attaches great importance to the false reputation of appearance and beauty. For someone like Sister Mayaoj and Xiao, it would be detrimental to compete with her for the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiang country. Although he could not directly see the quality of the elixir formed by Fairy Qin Qing, through the power of his magic, Lu Changsheng judged that the elixir formed by Fairy Qin Qing was most likely only of the 5th or even 6th grade. I wonder what the level of music, singing and dancing of the Qingyun Sect is like. Lu Changsheng thought to himself as he looked at Fairy Qin Qing, who was elegant and noble, like a goddess of the sky, with an ethereal temperament, full of classical beauty, yet charming and graceful. After practicing for so long, he had not seen many top-level music techniques, singing and dancing techniques. He was somewhat interested in this and wanted to learn from it and see if he could teach his daughter Lu Beixi. After all, the technique inherited by his daughter through the Beian bloodline was the music technique. Lu Changsheng continued to observe the guests through the Sun and Moon two yin and yang mysterious light mirror. At this moment, Lu Changsheng saw a middle-aged man in a black robe with a dignified appearance, frowning slightly. Anyone with a Jinden cultivation level can participate in the whale hunting banquet, so there are some casual cultivators. This person is a casual cultivator, called Zhengan Jeshi, with a Jinden early stage cultivation level. But through the Sun and Moon two yin and yang mysterious light mirror, Lu Changsheng instantly saw that something was wrong. In other words, after the initial glimpse of the Sun and Moon two yin and yang mysterious light mirror, Lu Changsheng did not see the depth of this person. This is very wrong. With the Sun and Moon two yin and yang mysterious light mirror, Lu Changsheng can see at a glance even the cultivation level, power and energy of a late Jinden cultivator. Is this person a Yuanying cultivator? Lu Changsheng's eyes condensed slightly, and he communicated with the spirit of the instrument, Awu, asking if he could tell the truth. The Sun and Moon two yin and yang mysterious light trembled gently, and the Sun and Moon glow flowed. In the mirror, it seemed that the Sun and the Moon moved together, swallowing the past and the present, reflecting the universe. No. Awu's voice was without any emotion, and then his key connected with the Lu Changsheng, sharing the situation of the black-robed man with the Lu Changsheng. Peak Jinden. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he saw the black-robed man's cultivation. You know, in the entire Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, there are only a handful of cultivators at the peak of Jinden. Except for himself, almost all of them have names and come from the 4 major sects. This person's appearance is definitely not any of the Jinden great immortals from the 4 major sects. Wait. This magic power key. Lu Changsheng looked at the situation of the black-robed man, and suddenly felt somewhat familiar with the magic power key, but he couldn't remember it. What's wrong, husband? Seeing Lu Changsheng's solemn face, Honglian used the Sun and Moon two yin and yang mysterious light mirror, and couldn't help asking. I saw that someone was a little strange. Lu Changsheng pinched his chin and said, still thinking about where he had seen this magic power key. Something's wrong. Honglian had long guessed that the killing of the 4th-level demon king in the Great Dream Fairy City would make too much noise. In addition to the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, it might also attract the attention of other immortal cultivation countries. Hearing Lu Changsheng say this, he immediately doubted this situation. The Shadow Sect. After thinking for a long time, Lu Changsheng finally remembered why this magical energy was somewhat familiar. 21 years ago, he broke through the Jinden stage in the Great Dream Fairy City as the Lord of the Green Lake Mountain. Then when he took his wife Lu Mayaoj and daughter Lu Wangshu back to the Green Lake Mountain, he noticed that his daughter had a divine mark on her body, and then lured a Jinden cultivator to attack and kill her. Afterwards, Through the 6 desires heart demon art, Changsheng knew that this person was called Partridge, and came from the shadow sect of Yan Kingdom. The purpose of coming to Zhang Kingdom was mainly to gather intelligence, infiltrate and rebel, and assassinate cultivators. In recent years, Changsheng has not heard about the situation of the shadow sect and thought that this matter was over. Unexpectedly, another cultivator from the shadow sect came to Zhang Kingdom, the Great Dream Fairy City. Is this person here for the Partridge, or because of my killing of the 4th level Demon King? Through the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, Changsheng saw that this shadow sect monk had a very good disguise. Not only did he practice a technique that possessed the magical power of hiding his key, he should also have a magic weapon for this purpose. Even a Yuanying cultivator would find it difficult to see through him. I just want to live a peaceful life and develop my family, why do you always bother me? Changsheng sighed lightly, feeling like a tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. But since you are here to seek death, don't blame this city lord. Changsheng observed the guests in the front hall through the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, just to see if there were any people with bad intentions among them. The 4th level Demon King had been killed, so he didn't mind killing a chicken to scare the monkey. After another half an hour, seeing that almost everyone in the front hall was seated, Changsheng could sense a nascent soul key. He smiled calmly, looked at Huanglian next to him, and said, "The real master is here, let's go." This nascent soul key was not released, but it was not concealed. Through the sharp sword energy that was sometimes there and sometimes not, it was known that it came from the Qingyun Sect. Yet, Honglian and Changsheng held hands and walked side by side to the front hall. When the two stepped into the front hall, the hall, which was originally chatting and talking, suddenly became silent. Everyone's eyes were cast on Changsheng and Honglian. "Meet the city lord, Madam City Lord." The cultivators in the field looked at Changsheng and Honglian and bowed. Although they were all Jiandan cultivators. But the two people in front of them were the existence of hunting the 4th level transformed Demon King. Several male cultivators cast amazing eyes on Honglian, but did not dare to stare at her for too long. Is this the Lord of Daming City? True Lord Zhujian looked at Changsheng, who was walking towards him, wearing a black wide robe and a handsome and elegant face. He looked like an ordinary person, without any magical power. But if you look closely, his tall and straight body seems to be covered with a seamless heavenly robe, which makes it impossible to see through him. Has this Lord of Damning City broken through to the nascent soul? Although true Lord Zhujian did not use the spiritual eye pupil technique, as a sword cultivator, his eyesight and spiritual perception far surpassed those of the same level cultivators. But he could not see through the Lord of Damning City in front of him. Not only this Lord. The Lord's wife next to him, although she only has the 6th level of Jiandan cultivation, is graceful and elegant, with a hazy luster flowing through her body, as if the flow of immortal charm, and the indifference and transcendence of the years, all give him a sense of no simplicity. Hello, fellow Taoists. Although the absolute sword master was a sword cultivator, he was not ignorant of the ways of the world. He bowed slightly to Changsheng and Honglian and handed over a generous gift. After all, even if the two were only Jiandan cultivators, they were qualified to talk to him and call him fellow Taoists. It is an honor for me, the city lord, to have the absolute sword master come in person. This is a great honor for our city. Changsheng politely clasped his fists in return, then looked at the other cultivators in the hall and said, "I also welcome all fellow Taoists to my great dream immortal city." As he spoke, he and Honglian sat down on the main seat at the top, indicating that the banquet had begun. I think all you fellow Taoists know that this banquet is being held. My wife Anna first came to Jiang State and caused quite a stir, so I thought I would take this opportunity to get to know you fellow Taoists, exchange cultivation experiences, and hold a trade fair. Changsheng said with a smile, holding a wine glass. Of course, of course. I'm very happy to do so. Some cultivators remained silent, while others responded immediately. You two Taoists are new to Jiang State, why do you take charge of the Great Dream Fairy City? At this time, the true Lord Zhujian, who was wearing a black sword robe, had an ordinary face but sharp edges, and his body seemed to contain a peerless divine sword, asked. After this, all the cultivators in the field paused, remained silent, or looked at the two. It is known that the Qingyun Sect is wary of the current Great Dream Fairy City. After all, 30 years ago, the true Lord Qingyun, who is in charge of the Qingyun Fairy City, suddenly returned to the nascent soul stage and affected the situation in Jiang State. Now the couple Meng Wuhan, who are in charge of the Great Dream Fairy City, disappeared quietly, and a pair of new city lords who can hunt the 4th-level Demon King appeared. How could the Qingyun Sect, as the overlord of Jiang State, sit still? But the cultivators present did not expect that this true Lord Zhujian was so direct and came straight to the point. Chapter 689, Chaos shocked the whole audience. As expected of a sword cultivator, you are really direct. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought that this absolute sword master would wait until the banquet was over to ask him about relevant matters in private, but he didn't expect him to ask directly. However, thinking that the other party was a sword cultivator and was straightforward, it was understandable. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "My wife and I met Taoist Wu Hun in our early years. We had a good chat and stayed in Diamond Fairy City temporarily. And Taoist Wu Hun and Taoist Yunmeng were just planning to leave Jiang State, so they made a deal with my husband and me. As long as my husband and I help them hunt down the 4th-level transformed Demon King, Deep Sea Demon Whale King, in the depths of Diamond Lake, they will use the Fairy City as my spiritual place. So as Taoist friends can see, my husband and I took charge of Diamond Fairy City when we first arrived in Jiang State." Lu Changsheng said in a calm tone, with a calm face. However, the seemingly understated words were deafening to the ears of the cultivators in the field, like a thunderclap. Hunting the transformed Demon King, Deep Sea Demon Whale King, in the depths of the Great Dream Lake. The Great Dream City Lord in front of him not only killed a 4th-level transformed Demon King 3 years ago, but also hunted a 4th-level Demon King with Meng Wuhan and his wife in his early years, and it was in the depths of the Great Dream Lake. Although the cultivators in the field have never been to the depths of the Great Dream Lake, they also know that the Great Dream Lake is filled with mist all year round, suppressing the cultivators' mana and consciousness. As they go deeper, even the Jindan's Henren will be affected and suppressed, which is very dangerous. But in this case, the two of them actually hunted a 4th-level transformed Demon King with Meng Wuhan and his wife, the overlord of the deep sea. What a feat. So that's it. Zhujian's Henjin looked calm, nodded slightly, and did not question it. Not long after Lu Changsheng entered the Immortal City, the Qingyun Sect received the news that the Immortal City had changed its owner and surveyed the Great Dream Lake. Through the huge movements and fluctuations from the deep sea, as well as the collapse of islands, the corpses of monsters, and traces of tragic battles, it is suspected that Meng Wuhan and his wife were caused by the two. Moreover, after the change of ownership of the Immortal City, there was still a lifeline layout of Meng Wuhan in the Great Dream Immortal City to conceal the secrets of heaven, so it was highly likely that some kind of deal would be reached with a new city lord in front of him. However, he did not expect that the deal between the two and Meng Wuhan and his wife was to hunt down the 4th-level transformed Demon King in the depths of the Great Dream Lake. At this moment, he was a little more afraid of the couple in front of him. Dao can rest assured. My wife and I are both idle people and don't like disputes and trivial matters. So how was the Great Dream Immortal City in the early years? Everything is still the same now. Lu Changsheng said, raising his glass to the Absolute Sword Master. He expressed his attitude in a gentle and friendly manner, and had no intention of making an enemy of the Qingyun Sect. You are most welcome. Regardless of whether Lu Changsheng's words were true or false, a top cultivator who could hunt down the 4th-level transformed Demon King showed a friendly attitude in such an occasion, and the Absolute Sword Master would no longer be hostile. Now that the Liangai War has begun, the Jin State is eyeing it covetously, and the southern wilderness has begun to be turbulent. His Qingyun Sect does not want to provoke a great enemy at this time. Moreover, at the level of Yuanying, they are all well-known figures, their words are as firm as a mountain, and they are unlikely to lie. Seeing that Zhujian's Henjin did not have any hostility, some monks in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Zhujian's Henjin would fight with the Lord of Damning City. If so, it would be like a fire in the city gate that would affect the fish in the pond. Next, it was to drink and chat, and exchange cultivation experiences. Lu Changsheng had two original purposes for this link. First, it could give the other party a legitimate reason to invite him to compete, so as to show his strength. The second was to show off a little. Whether it was him or Honglian, they were far superior to Jindan monks in terms of cultivation experience, and they could confirm their identity as Yuanying's Henjin. However, With the incident of bombarding the 4th level avoid Kun and hunting the deep-sea demon whale king with Meng Wuhan and his wife, no monk dared to provoke them and invite them to compete. Immediately, Lu Changsheng and Honglian took the initiative to talk with the monks in the hall and exchanged experiences, which benefited many monks in the field and thanked them. Some cultivators in the field saw the lord of the great dream city chatting and talking about everything. He not only exchanged cultivation experiences, but also talked about the way of talismans with the famous Changsheng's Henren, and exchanged alchemy with the great elder of Qingzhu Mountain. They couldn't help but exclaimed. He could even talk and exchange a few words with the fairy Qingyun of the Qingyun Sect on the way of music. It was amazing. This is not just about being knowledgeable. He must be a yuaning old monster who has spent a lot of time on the 100 arts of immortal cultivation to have such a deep accumulation. After a conversation, the cultivators in the hall had a little more respect and goodwill for Lu Changsheng and Honglian. After all, 2 top cultivators who hunted the 4th level transformed demon king and didn't have too many heirs discussed cultivation with them, which was a feeling of flattery. It's a pity that this lord of the city already has a lover. Zhenren Qingyun looked at Lu Changsheng's elegant and handsome face and felt quite regretful. Qingyun Sect is proficient in music, singing and dancing, and illusions. In terms of fighting, it can only be considered average, or even low. The reason why Qingyun Sect has been able to gain a foothold in Jiang State for thousands of years is that, in addition to the fact that one of its ancestors was the Taoist partner of the founder of Qingyun Sect in the early years, another reason is that female cultivators with such skills are very popular. Not only can they help Taoist partners cultivate their sentiments and soothe their hearts, but they are also suitable for dual cultivation. Therefore, many disciples of Qingyun Sect became Taoist partners and concubines of the core true teachings of the 4 major immortal sects in Jiang State, thus protecting Qingyun Sect. Under this influence, Fairy Qingyun, as the current sect master, is naturally willing to dedicate herself to the rise of the sect and find a suitable husband. The lord of Daming City in front of him is not only elegant in appearance, knowledgeable, and eloquent, but also has a high level of cultivation. He is in charge of the immortal city without too many constraints. He is indeed a good candidate. However, he has a wife who is better than him in appearance, figure, temperament, and even talent and cultivation. Facing Honglian's graceful and noble appearance and temperament, she dared not have too many ideas at all, for fear of offending the other party. After eating and drinking, the banquet entered the second half. Lu Changsheng clapped his hands and said with a smile, "I don't need to say much about the rules of the exchange fair. It starts with my husband and I, and each of us takes turns to sell or buy what we need, and then repeats the process. If the transaction is over, you still have needs, you can trade on your own. If you need to communicate privately, I can also arrange a private space for you." Although Lu Changsheng has never participated in a private trade fair, it is generally the same. As the host, Lu Changsheng is naturally the first to trade. Of course, the cultivators in the field naturally have no objection. In this case, I will throw a brick to attract Jade. Since he is the organizer and needs to consider his reputation, Lu Changsheng did not buy a bunch of natural materials and treasures at the beginning. A white jade gourd appeared in his hand, and he smiled lightly and said, "A gourd of the essence and blood of the 4th level of Void Kun. As for the effect, I don't need to say more, right? 4th level of Void Kun essence and blood." At this trade fair, many cultivators came for the natural materials and treasures and monster materials released by Lu Changsheng. Upon hearing about the Void Kun's blood, the Giant's Henren from the Yuling sect immediately asked with eager eyes, "Excuse me, City Lord, how much is this blood?" Since it is a trade fair, it is only for exchange and not for sale. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, "As long as it is rare spiritual materials, it will be fine. Soul Dao heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Yuanying spiritual objects, and elixirs for cultivating spiritual beasts are preferred. Dao Iao is from the Yuling sect. If you have Sinelin beast heart pills, or beast yuan pills and related spiritual medicine materials, I can trade more monster beast materials with your sect." After obtaining Laoshan's Henjin, Xiangqin's Henjin, and Zikung's Henjin, Lu Changsheng is no longer bad in general cultivation resources and heavenly materials. So he thought about acquiring some Soul Dao heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed by Qingyun's Huyan, as well as elixirs for cultivating children and spirit beasts. Sinelin beast heart pills are top level 3rd level monster beast pills. It can help the monster king stabilize his mind and spirit, resist external demons, and help him survive the transformation calamity. Although the sea-splitting black dragon whale is sure to be promoted to the 4th level, after seeing it pass the true spirit tribulation, Lu Changsheng felt that as the master, he could make more preparations. 3 Yuan Beast Heart Pill. The cultivators in the hall were at least Jinden's Henren, so they naturally knew the effect of the 3 Yuan Beast Heart Pill and looked at Lu Changsheng with surprise and doubt. According to intelligence, the Lord of the Great Dream City has a 3rd level top-level demon beast spirit pet. Now that he needs the 3 Yuan Beast Heart Pill, could it be that this spirit pet is preparing to break through the 4th level? Question mark. Even the Absolute Sword's engine couldn't help but look at Lu Changsheng. If the latter's spirit beast breaks through the 4th level again, I will report this to the sect. The giant cultivator of the Yuling sect said after a moment of hesitation. Not to mention that he doesn't have the 3 Yuan Beast Heart Pill. Even if he does, he dare not trade directly with Lu Changsheng without the approval of the Qingyun Sect. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile, not minding, and continued to look at the other people present. He held the trade fair for another purpose, which was to show his needs. If there were any natural treasures in this area, they could come directly to the Great Dream Fairy City to trade with him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find high-level natural treasures by relying solely on the collection and purchase of the Fairy City. Lord of the Great Dream City, I have a piece of 3rd-level soul-nourishing wood. I wonder if it can be exchanged for a gourd of blood essence. A cultivator had a piece of purple-black wood with a deep dark luster and the thickness of a thumb in his hand. Lu Changsheng also obtained a small piece of soul-nourishing wood from the storage bag of Master Laoshan. The quality was even a few points higher than the soul-nourishing wood in this person's hand. However, there is no such thing as too much of this kind of rare spiritual wood. It can be worn by children at home on a daily basis, or refined into a magic weapon to warm the soul. Of course. Lu Changsheng nodded. Since his body refining has broken through the 4th level, he can trade all the remaining Voidcun flesh and blood essence for rare resources. Lord of the Great Dream City, I have a 9-color soul-stealing flower here, which has the effect of refining the blood of monsters. I wonder if I can exchange it for a gourd of essence blood. Monster essence blood can not only be used to make pills and talismans, but also to cultivate spirit beasts and refine magic weapons. It can be said that it has many uses. Therefore, this 4th-level Monster King's essence blood is mostly useful to the cultivators in the field. Facing these people, Lu Changsheng said that they cannot trade, and he has enough 4th-level essence blood in his hands. After Lu Changsheng completed the transaction, it was the turn of the true Lord Zhejian. Trade Jingjing, Lianjing, Xiansujin and other 4th-level sharp gold spiritual materials, or natural materials and treasures containing the property of destruction. The price is negotiable. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for this level of trade to have the materials needed by him, the true Lord of the nascent soul, but since he is here, he still puts forward his own needs. Hearing this, the cultivators in the field knew that the true Lord Zhujian needed materials to improve the quality of the flying sword. I happen to have a piece of Qingzhu Mountain here. I wonder if it can meet the needs of Taoist Zhujian. Lu Changsheng raised his hand slightly, and a piece of deep black, cold and shiny black iron appeared in front of him, like the stars in the night sky, interwoven with strands of patterns. Qingzhu Mountain. True Lord Zhujian raised his eyebrows slightly, nodded and asked, I wonder what you need. In addition to the treasures mentioned before, other valuable natural treasures are all fine. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, showing a friendly and frank attitude, as if he was doing a favor for the other party. However, sword cultivators like true Lord Zhujian never take advantage of others. He said that the sect has a 4th-level soul-nourishing wood, and they will trade later. But Lu Changsheng needs to make up 3 gourds of 4th-level blood essence, or other equivalent items. Yes. The price of the 4th-level soul-nourishing wood is far higher than that of Qingzhu Mountain, which is very reasonable. Lu Changsheng nodded. In this way, the transactions continued in turn. During the process, the incarnation of the 3 treasures of Changsheng's Henren released more than 10 3rd-level high-quality talismans and 2 top-level talismans, hoping to exchange for Ningjing Dan-forming spiritual objects, 3rd-level demon pills, and Bushianzi, which are elixirs that improve spiritual roots. Since Zhejian's engine is here, Lu Changsheng cannot use his identity as the Lord of Damning City to purchase Ningjing Dan. Bushianzi, a natural treasure, will naturally be given to Changsheng's Henren. This Changsheng's Henren has only been through the dam-forming stage for 20 years, but he can actually draw 3rd-level top-level talisman, Although the Xianfu family and Changsheng's Henren are quite famous in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, except for the 4 major immortal gates, other forces and casual cultivators do not pay much attention to him. So seeing this scene, he was very surprised. Pills, talismans, and magic weapons are hard currency no matter where they are. It is easy to trade Dan-forming spiritual objects, but Ningjingdan and 3rd-level demon pills are much more difficult. However, seeing Lu Changsheng's talisman-making level, some people immediately expressed their friendliness and asked if he could make talismans. At present, Lu can only draw few high-quality talismans stably. The top-level talismans must rely on secret methods to have a chance of success, and they cannot be customized. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, not wanting to show too much. But even so, many people still make friends with him. There are too few well-known 3rd-level talisman masters in Jiang State. Most of them are bought by the 4 major immortal gates. It is too difficult for casual cultivators to buy 3rd-level talismans. There is no channel. Although this immortal is also affiliated with a great dream immortal city. But at present, for the sake of the younger generation of the family, there is still a great demand, so they can have more exchanges and more transactions. Some people also secretly thought that this immortal has such talent and skills in the way of talismans, and has been attached to the great dream immortal city for a long time. The future rise of the Xianfu family is unstoppable. After an hour, the transaction link was basically over. The cultivators in the field began to trade on their own, communicate privately, or drink tea and chat, share intelligence information with each other, and some interesting stories in the world of immortal cultivation. Lu Changsheng had previously shown a friendly and generous image, and he would not refuse anyone who came. As long as they had rare natural treasures, they could be exchanged for the flesh and blood essence of the 4th-level demon king. There were constantly cultivators looking for him to trade. However, since Changsheng's Henren did not prepare many talismans, they were all sold out during the transaction. As time passed, the cultivators gradually said goodbye and left. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw a middle-aged man sitting outside, wearing a black robe and with a majestic appearance, stand up and leave. He suddenly looked at him and said calmly and indifferently, "Are you going to leave like this, fellow Xingyan?" Huh? The cultivators in the field all felt a bit of hostility from the tone of the elegantly spoken lord of Daming City. Xingyan was stunned, his eyes were a little dazed, then he bowed and said, "What's the matter, city lord? I'm holding a banquet today, mainly to invite fellows from Jiang Kingdom to chat and get to know each other, but I didn't invite you from the Shadow Sect." Lu Changsheng has a handsome and elegant appearance. His tall and slender figure under the black cloak suddenly looks like a dormant ancient volcano, exuding an unparalleled domineering aura that can pull up mountains and overwhelm the world, majestic and towering. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in the field all looked at Xingyan with surprise and doubt. They didn't expect that this person came from the Shadow Sect. As giant and cultivators, they naturally heard of this force, which belongs to the demon Dao Xiuxin Kingdom. "You are joking, Lord City Lord. I was in Jiang Kingdom in my early years. How could I be a cultivator from the Shadow Sect?" Xingyan, who was dressed in a black robe, said hurriedly. But he felt that the 2 sharp auras were locked on him, and he knew that no matter how he defended himself, it was useless. The lord of the great dream city in front of him had seen through his disguise. Without any hesitation, his body suddenly burst into dark light, with an amazing momentum, rushing out of the city lord's mansion at a speed faster than thunder, and then crushing the air-breaking and moving talisman in his hand. However, at this moment, boom! Behind the great dream city lord, who was wearing a black robe and standing with his hands behind his back, a void of chaos appeared, as if returning to the beginning of the world. A figure appeared, like an immortal king god, standing in the depths of chaos, with the sun above his head, the yin and yang and 5 elements flowing under his feet, and divine light blooming in all directions, with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. At the same time, a sound of the great way sounded between heaven and earth, like the sound of Buddhist chanting, the roar of demons, and the roar of demons. What kind of magical power is this? Although Lu Changsheng did not target other cultivators in the hall. But when the strange phenomenon appeared in front of him, this side of the world seemed to be shrouded in chaos, filled with a trembling aura. Looking around blankly, in front of the guests and in various places in the hall, the sun and the moon were all in the sky, and the mysterious light was blooming, illuminating the mountains and rivers. This is exactly the physical innate magical power that Lu Changsheng mastered after breaking through the fourth level of body refining, chaos myriad. Chaos derives all things, and all things become myriad things. The effect of this phenomenon is naturally needless to say. Just like the realm of the Yuanying cultivator, it turned into a small world and rushed towards Qingyun Hermit to crush him. As a cultivator at the peak of the Qingzhu stage, Qingyun Hermit, who was bursting with all his strength at this time, felt his body sink instantly under this heaven and earth phenomenon, and his blood and mana were disordered. He only felt countless attacks falling on his body, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Break! He roared loudly with a ferocious face, and the surging mana of the peak of the Qingzhu stage roared endlessly, and his ki was rising steadily. Jidan Great Immortal. Qingyun Hermit is actually a spy of the demonic Dao. Just now, some people were a little skeptical of Lu Changsheng's words, and did not believe that Qingyun Hermit was a cultivator of the Shadow Sect. Now they believe it instantly, and their hearts are horrified. True Lord Zhujian also had cold eyes, and two sword energies were released, ready to attack. HMPH. Lu Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back, snorted coldly, and the energy of the fourth level physique fell into the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. In an instant, chaos filled the air, and the world overturned. Qingyun, whose energy was surging, suddenly vomited blood and flew backwards. His body bones seemed to be broken one by one, and he was pressed down to the ground by an ancient sacred mountain, unable to move at all. Silence. Silence. In an instant, the whole hall was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Except for Honglian and True Lord Zhujian, all the cultivators in the field were shocked and looked at Lu Changsheng in horror. They felt incredible and their scalps were numb. Is it solved? They were not sure whether Qingyun was a cultivator of the Shadow Sect, but the peak mana of the Qingzhu stage could not be faked. Such a giant and great real person was actually easily suppressed by the Lord of Damning City, and he had no power to fight back. Question mark. This. The cultivators in the field were speechless, and their eyes looking at Lu Changsheng gradually became respectful, admiring, and fearful. Hulala! At this moment, Hong Lian threw out the demon-binding chain and tightly bound the Qingyun Hermit, who was spitting blood and was suppressed by the strange phenomenon and unable to move. The next moment, the chaos dissipated, and the sky and the earth were bright. The Lord of Damning City above the hall was wearing a black robe and a cloak, standing with his hands behind his back. Although he was still so elegant and handsome, the whole person had a domineering and majestic aura, like a peerless tyrant, transcendent, and anyone would crawl and kneel at his feet. Is this what the Lord of Damning City really looks like? Before, he was gentle and elegant in his demeanor and conversation. I thought he was a friendly senior, but I didn't expect. This Lord of the Great Dream City has definitely broken through to the nascent soul stage. The cultivators in the field were shocked and shocked beyond words. Even though some people had long speculated that the Lord of the Great Dream City was a nascent soul cultivator, it was still a little unbelievable after seeing it for real. Is this a body cultivation supernatural power? As a nascent soul cultivator, True Lord Zhujian saw some of the situation and recognized that it was a body cultivation supernatural power. According to intelligence information, this Lord of the Great Dream City is practicing both the Dharma and the body, so he is not a third-level body cultivator, but a fourth-level body cultivator. Even True Lord Zhujian was shocked by Lu Changsheng's situation. Although there are many fourth-level Dharma and body cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, such people are still a minority after all. As for having a fourth-level body in the Qingzhu stage, True Lord Zhujian has never considered it. After all, practicing both the Dharma and the body, breaking through the fourth-level body first, and then breaking through the nascent soul is completely unreasonable. But according to the intelligence information from the early years, this person's strength is not as good as that of Yuanying's Zhenjin. Could it be that he was injured in his early years and lived in seclusion in the Great Dream Fairy City to recuperate? Zhujian's Zhenjin thought in his heart, unable to figure out Lu Changsheng's situation. But with this kind of strength, and the conversation and cognition he showed before, this person is definitely a Yuanying cultivator. Even his wife is a Yuanying cultivator. Zhujian's Zhenjin did not get too entangled. In any case, the Great Dream Fairy City has Yuanying level combat power, and their Qingyun Sect must treat it seriously. Fellow Taoist, you have great means. He looked at Lu Changsheng above the hall and praised him. Although he only needed one sword to attack. But it cannot be denied that Lu Changsheng's means are very amazing. Without taking action, he suppressed a peak giant and cultivator with only magical power and vision. Fellow Taoist, you are too kind. Lu Changsheng smiled lightly, as if he had solved a trivial matter. Looking at the shock of the cultivators in the hall, he was very satisfied with the effect of his magical power. The Shadow Sect is very good at disguise. How did you recognize it? Asked True Lord Zhejian. The Shadow Sect is proficient in assassination, escape, hiding, and disguise. If Qingyun Hermit had not burst out with all his strength, even he would not have seen the other party's situation. In the early years, when I took over the Immortal City, I cleared out some of the scum lurking in the city, among whom was a cultivator from the Shadow Sect, so remember this breath of mana. Lu Changsheng just replied lightly. However, this made the cultivators in the field shocked and unbelievable. The Immortal City was cleared once? Just relying on the mana breath in the early years, can the disguise of the Shadow Sect be seen through? If the disguise of the Shadow Sect is so easy to see through, it is impossible for them to infiltrate many immortal countries, spy on intelligence, and even assassinate and instigate the rebellion of other countries. Chapter 690, Qingyun Sect Speculation. Ling Xixiao is trying to form a pill. Dao, you are extraordinary. I admire you. Absolute Swordmaster said seriously with a solemn face. This is not an empty statement. Just by cleaning up a Shadow Sect monk and remembering the mana breath, you can see through the disguise of a giant and peak monk. It is incredible. If their Qingyun Sect has such magical means, they can completely clean up all the scoundrels lurking in Jiang State. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, then threw the Shadow Sect monk aside, raised his glass to the monks in the hall and said, I'm really sorry to bother you. No. Lord City Lord is too polite. If someone thought that the new City Lord was good-tempered and friendly before, but seeing that he stood still, and only the magical power and momentum suppressed a giant and peak great real person, the monks in the field did not dare to be disrespectful, and hurriedly held the wine glass with both hands. An hour later, the whale hunting banquet was completely over. Dao, can you talk to me alone? Absolute Swordmaster looked at Lu Changsheng before leaving. Yes. Lu Changsheng agreed without hesitation. As the representative of the Qingyun Sect, Zhu Zhenjian was willing to show goodwill as long as he was friendly. After all, the two of them had a common wish, hoping that Jiang Kingdom would be stable. The two came to the side hall and set up a barrier. I wonder if there were any other enemy monks besides the Shadow Sect among the scum you cleaned up in your early years. Zhu Zhenjian said straight to the point. There may be some scum, but I don't care. Only a Shadow Sect monk attacked and killed Changsheng's Henren at that time, so I have some impression. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Attacking Changsheng's Henren. Zhu Zhenjian naturally knew that Changsheng's Henren was the deputy city lord of Daming Xiancheng. According to the information from the Qingyun Sect, this Changsheng's Henren may have some unknown origins and relationships with the Daming city lord, so he got so close to him and attacked the giant in Daming Xiancheng as the deputy city lord. However, the strength shown by the Lord of Daming City now made it difficult for him to ask more questions. He just asked about the main business and said, to be honest, the Shadow Sect has always been mainly engaged in spying and infiltrating other Xiuxin and countries. As Dao said, a giant and cultivator from the Shadow Sect appeared in Daming Xiancheng before, and now a giant and peak great immortal has appeared. It is very likely that Yan State or a certain force is secretly targeting our Jiang State. So I hope Dao can hand this person over to our Qingyun Sect for disposal today. Afterwards, our Qingyun Sect will give Dao corresponding compensation. If the Shadow Sect has any ill intentions towards Daming Xiancheng, our Qingyun Sect will also share the information with Dao. Absolute Swordmaster said. At present, the Yuanying masters of the major Xiuxin countries will not easily leave their sphere of influence. A giant and peak cultivator has already shown the importance of the problem. Of course. This Shadow Sect cultivator is not very useful to Lu Changsheng. Through the 6 Desires Heart Demon Sutra, the intelligence information of soul search is also limited. It is better to let Qingyun Sect handle it in exchange for enough benefits. Moreover, the Shadow Sect learned that their giant and peak cultivator had fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Sword Sect, so they would not come to the Great Dream Fairy City to cause trouble. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Absolute Sword True Lord bowed his hands, and then continued to speak. Do you have any intelligence information about this? To be honest, my wife and I are not cultivators from the southern wilderness. We came to the Great Dream Lake to settle down for some reasons. As for the Shadow Sect, I learned some information through soul searching before, mainly involving the layout of the 7 sects of the demonic path, but the details are not clear. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly, and continued to pretend to be a cultivator from the northern plains, taking the opportunity to gather intelligence. After all, as a dignified Yuanying old monster, it would be unreasonable if he knew too little about the top intelligence information from the southern wilderness. Not a cultivator from the southern wilderness. Absolute Sword True Lord stared at Lu Changsheng in front of him, wanting to know whether this was true or not. But the latter had a 4th-level physique, with no leakage of ki, as if he was wearing a seamless heavenly robe, and he could not even feel the fluctuations of his soul, and could not see through it at all. He paused, and said with some surprise, "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist is not a cultivator from the southern wilderness then." This seemingly straightforward Yuanying Zhenjin chatted with Lu Changsheng about the customs and practices of other cultivation worlds. With previous experience, Lu Changsheng was able to deal with it with ease. The Northern Plains cultivation world. Zhenjin Zhujian thought to himself. He only knew the customs and practices outside the southern wilderness, through ancient books and a few words. About the 7 sects of the demonic path, I think fellow Taoist should know a little now. Zhenjin Zhujian didn't ask much, and told Lu Changsheng about the 7 sects of the demonic path. In the past 100 years, the 7 sects of the demonic path have been much more active, especially in the past few decades. Many forces can see the 7 sects of the demonic path walking outside. Although the intelligence information was too deep, Zhenjin Zhujian didn't say much, but from these words, Lu Changsheng could hear the importance and fear of the Qingyun Sect. But it's normal to think about it. No matter how powerful the Qingyun Sect is, there are only 2 Yuanying Zhenjin sitting in it. Even though these 2 nascent soul cultivators are both outstanding at the same level, they are not good enough in the entire southern wilderness immortal cultivation world, and can only try their best to survive the future catastrophe. Since I am temporarily living in the Great Dream Immortal City, I naturally hope that Jiang country can be stable. If your sect needs anything, I am willing to help. Lu Changsheng naturally heard the hidden meaning of what Zhujian Zhenjin said to him. He hoped that he could help Jiang country. It was naturally impossible to ask him to work for Jiang country. But if it was really necessary and within his ability, Lu Changsheng was still willing to help. After all, once Jiang country collapsed and fell into war, his Lu family would also be affected. With your words, Yun is relieved. Zhujian Zhenjin clasped his fists and bowed, then chose to leave. As for the man from the Shadow Sect, he would bring treasures of corresponding value to exchange. Although the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Sect are straightforward, they are still quite straightforward to deal with. Looking at Zhujian Zhenjin leaving, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. However, thinking of the Qingyun Sect fishing through the Qianyun secret realm, ambushing and killing Qiansha's Zhenjin, and continuing to plot against Jin State in the war of opening up wasteland, he could not help but dispel this idea. The 2 of them were able to break through the nascent soul and become the best of the same level. How could they be ordinary and simple-minded? The great power of the cultivation world belongs to oneself. Conspiracies and calculations are ultimately small ways. You can use them occasionally. If you deal with people and are still full of calculations, you will be backfired sooner or later. Compared with conspiracies and calculations, Lu Changsheng prefers open plots, which are upright, moving with a trend and launching with a trend. Husband. At this time, Honglian came forward with a graceful figure, and asked Lu Changsheng, "Is there anything about this Zhujian Zhenjin?" Lu Changsheng talked about the conversation between the 2. Husband is still too easy to talk to. Honglian took her husband's arm and said softly, "As the overlord of Jiang State, Qingyun Sect at least acts uprightly and magnanimously on the surface. If something really happens, it doesn't matter if they sell a few of them." Lu Changsheng naturally knew that the words of Zhujian Zhenjin were full of tentativeness, and he wanted to find a top-level combat force at a very low price. But after living in Jiang State for 100 years, he still had a good impression of Qingyun Sect in general. As long as the other party did not attack his family, he was willing to maintain a good relationship with the other party. Honglian, you will be responsible for the next auction in Xiancheng and the person of Shadow Sect. I will take Xiao back to attack the Jinden. Lu Changsheng said to Honglian. Now that the whale hunting banquet is over, he is also ready to busy himself with other things. For example, his wife Ling's Xiao's Jinden. The refining of Butyondan. The recasting of the stolen magic weapon. Recultivating the Brahma demon true body. Going to the 5 poison sect with Nangong Li. Don't worry, my husband, leave these things to me. Although Honglian is devoted to cultivation and doesn't care about things on weekdays, she is gentle and considerate in front of Lu Changsheng. But as a Yuanying Zhenjin and the master of a region in his early years, his ability is naturally beyond doubt. It's just that she knows what image Lu Changsheng likes, so she has always behaved in this way, being as kind as water. Let's go, Zixio. In fact, with Ling Zixio's innate Taoism, the magic weapon of the same sect, and the resources for forming the golden elixir prepared by Lu Changsheng for her, it is almost certain that she will get the top-grade golden elixir. It's just that Lu Changsheng has been protecting and helping the previous wives to form the golden elixir. Now it's Ling Zixio's turn, but he is not there, which is really unreasonable. And Ling Zixio has a stubborn and competitive spirit in his bones. If you waited until now to break through the golden elixir, if there is a slight mistake, or if there is a mistake in the golden elixir, the quality is far inferior to Lu Miaoji and others, and I am afraid that his state of mind will be damaged. So for the sake of safety, even if Ling Zixio said that she could do it herself, Lu Changsheng insisted on helping and waiting for her to finish. Thank you for your hard work, my husband. Although Ling Zixio said that she didn't need Lu Changsheng's help and he had something to do first, Lu Changsheng's attitude made her very happy. You and I are husband and wife, why do we need to say such words? It's my husband who has been busy all the time, and I've delayed you, Zixio. Lu Changsheng held her jade hand and said in a gentle voice. Then he took her and his daughter Luling back to Bihu Mountain. Although Dam and Fairy City can also break through the Danji. But Bihu Mountain has the Zumi Tree King sitting in the palace, which can help to sort out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cleanse the soul, and break the obsession of demons when breaking through the Danji, which is somewhat helpful for Danji. And Bihu Mountain also has Zuanshan Ling 10. Although the theory of luck is illusory, and the collective luck that falls on an individual is negligible, it is helpful after all, and can be icing on the cake. After returning to Bihu Mountain, Lu Changsheng threw his daughter to Lu Pinggan to take care of, and gave him the Dongsong treasure mirror. So that he can guide and check the cultivation of his children at home when he is free, and then start to help Ling Zixio upgrade the Tonkin magic weapon, Dushan Shensha 2. Ling Zixio came to Zumi Cave Heaven as soon as possible, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust to his state. At the same time, True Lord Zhujian returned to Qingyun Sect and reported the situation of this banquet to True Lord Zuanjian. Deep Sea Demon Whale King, Sinun Beast Heart Pill, Shadow Sect, 4th level body cultivator, Being Cultivation World. True Lord Zuanjian sat cross-legged in a loose snow-white robe with a calm expression. He was seriously injured during this trip to Hanja Fantasy Realm, so True Lord Zhujian went to Dam and Fairy City for the banquet. This is why True Lord Zhujian mainly tried to test and appease the Lord of Damning City. On the one hand, the combat power of killing the 4th level Demon King required them to treat it seriously. On the other hand, True Lord Zuanjian was injured and True Lord Qinglun was missing, so Jiang State also needed to win over helpers. After a moment of contemplation, Master Zhuanjian opened his eyes and looked at Yun Jianfeng, who was wearing a black robe and had a calm and sharp face. He suddenly asked, "What do you think is the probability that this person is Master Yang Ming?" Although there are many similarities and coincidences between the Lord of Damning City and Master Yang Ming, as you said, Master Yang Ming had a life-burning explosion in the secret realm. Even if he didn't die, he would have to recuperate for decades, while this Lord of Damning City had no injuries at all and had a 4th level body refining. In the early years, the Qingyun Sect suspected that Master Yang Ming and the new Lord of Damning City, Wang Lin, were the same person. However, according to intelligence information, the two people's magical powers did not match. But the situation of the two people hiding, as well as the time of their appearance, the dual cultivation of law and body, and the mysteriousness made Master Zhuanjian feel that it was too coincidental. The Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world is just a relatively remote country in the southern wilderness and northern region. How could it be worthy of two top mysterious cultivators to stay? Lord Qinglun will not be back in a short time. I think the Liangai War is likely to change, so we should try to win him over. Lord Zuanjian nodded slightly and said softly, his voice was calm and gentle, without the sharp edge of a sword cultivator. Lord Qinglun. Lord Zhujian paused when he heard the name and looked at his senior brother. As the Yuanying Lord of the Qingyun Sect, He naturally knew a lot of secret information about Lord Qingyun. For example, Lord Qingyun is likely to have inherited the phoenix. And there are naturally many rumors about legendary spirits like the phoenix. Among them, the most famous one is Nirvana. Nirvana. Lord Zhujian thought of the postponement of the whale hunting banquet in Damen Fairy City, and instantly understood why his senior brother still suspected that the Lord of Daming City and Yang Ming's Henren were the same person. There are really many coincidences between the two. But even with so many speculations, they dare not easily test it. The Lord of Daming City, who has a treasure that is enough to kill the 4th level demon king, Yang Ming's Henren, who relies on the burst of burning life to form a pill to defeat the Yuanying Lord. There was also the true Lord Qingyun, who had successfully broken through the nascent soul stage under the nose of their Qingyun Sect and won the core opportunity in the Hanja fantasy realm. Such strength, no matter where it is enough to make people pay attention and be wary. However, seeing that his senior brother had closed his eyes and the whole person was like a statue, no longer speaking, he did not ask any more questions, got up and said goodbye. The auction in the Great Dream Fairy City was very lively. Although there were no rare elixirs such as the condensing crystal pill, there were also many rare treasures such as the 3rd level demon pill and the Dan-forming spiritual objects. Among them, the 3rd level demon pill was bought by the ancestor of the Xianfulu family, the Changsheng's Henren, which caused a lot of discussion. After all, the Xianfulu family, a family with 3 Dan-forming pills, and a 3rd level demon king sitting in the seat, now bought another 3rd level demon pill. Could it be that the family wants to train another fake Dan's Henren? Many people talked about it, speculating which wife and children Lu Changsheng would use this demon pill to train, and some people speculated that Lu Changsheng would use it to accumulate family heritage. The Immortal who was auctioning the 3rd level demon pill was naturally the incarnation of the 3 treasures that Lu Changsheng left in the Great Dream Fairy City to cover up his tracks. As the original Lu Changsheng, he was helping Ling Xiao to reach the Jinden stage. The latter's, Dushan Shensha II, did not need to be upgraded and recast like his life treasure, Yin Yang II, so it was completed in half a month. At this time, in the cave, the two of them hugged each other tightly, and the sun and the moon rotated above their heads, playing a beautiful and moving life melody. When Lu Changsheng helped Xiao Ziyu and Lu Miaoj in his early years, they were only in the middle and late stages of Jinden. At this time, his cultivation level was raised to the peak of Jinden, and his physique broke through the 4th level, which greatly improved the effect of the sun and moon reincarnation art. The pure and rich spiritual energy was like mist and steam, pouring into Ling Xiao's body and limbs. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao's dragon roar body revived and roared, forming a mysterious balance with a magic treasure, Dushan Shensha II, on his head, as if explaining the way of yin and yang. Then, Lu Changsheng used the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra as a basis, simulated the magic power of the 12 capitals of demonic arts, and helped Ling Xiao to form a pill. At the same time, Xingxiu, an island mansion. On this day, a powerful wave of magic power emerged in the cave of the mansion, and the invisible spiritual pressure and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were like a roar of a kunpen. 2nd level of forming a pill. Lu Quanzhong opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His dark and deep pupils were like 2 black holes, which were breathtaking. He calmed down the breath of magic power, flicked his palm, cleared all the dust after the breakthrough, and then walked out of the cave. Mr. Chu. The maid waiting outside saw Lu Quanzhong and immediately saluted. Has anything happened recently? Lu Quanzhong asked the maid. 3 years ago, he fought with others and was seriously injured. He needed to find a place to recuperate. But the 3rd level spiritual vein dojo is either controlled by a big force, or occupied by a powerful independent cultivator, or occupied by a demon king. As for renting a cave on the big island, he was seriously injured at the time and it was inconvenient to go there, so he disguised himself as a fake alchemist and served as a worshipper in a chamber of commerce that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Not only are the conditions generous and relaxed, and there is a spiritual place to recuperate and practice, but you can also learn about the situation in Xingxiu through this chamber of commerce. The disadvantage is that the spiritual veins are weak and cannot be practiced for a long time, and you need to bear the risk of bankruptcy and extinction of the chamber of commerce. Mr. Chu, wait a moment. The maid immediately left quickly and handed over a piece of intelligence jade slip. Kunpeng Nest. Looking at the jade slip message, Lu Quanzhong narrowed his eyes slightly. He has been in Qingzhu for more than 10 years. Naturally, he has heard about Kunpeng Nest. At first, he was quite excited and thought of the Kunpeng swallowing heavenly demon divine art he practiced. But when he carefully collected and learned about the relevant intelligence of Kunpeng Nest, he realized that something was wrong. There would be news about Kunpeng Nest every now and then in Qingzhu, and he immediately guessed that someone was deliberately spreading the news, trying to confuse people, or setting up a trap. However, you can go and take a look. Although this news is both true and false, it is probably false. But he has never been a person who practices in seclusion. Knowing his talent, it is difficult to achieve anything if he relies on hard practice. Now that his injuries have recovered and his cultivation has broken through, it is natural for him to go out and see if there are any opportunities. Even if the news about Kunpeng's nest is false, someone will take the bait at that time. He might be able to fish in troubled waters and gain opportunities from it. Immediately, Lu Quanzhen told the maid that he had something to see the president. Mr. Chu. The reason why this chamber of commerce was in decline and on the verge of bankruptcy was naturally that the Jindan's Henren died outside, leaving only a few fake Dan monks. So when Lu Quanzhen came to serve as a worshipper, he had thought of a countermeasure. He directly showed his Jindan-level magic power, indicating that he could no longer serve as a worshipper, and terminated the contract between the two parties in advance. Hearing this, the president was angry and wanted to ask for some benefits. But sensing the intimidating aura and bloody murderous aura of Lu Quanzhen, he immediately said respectfully, "It is an honor for our Linghai Chamber of Commerce that you can come to our Linghai Island for a temporary stay. If you are willing, our Linghai Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay a large sum of money to support you. No need, these spiritual stones will be used as the spiritual vein rental fee for the next 3 years." Lu Quanzhen threw out a storage bag, then turned into a divine rainbow and shot out, flying towards the sea where Kunpeng's nest was. The president of Linghai looked at Lu Quanzhen who was leaving, his face was cloudy, and finally he sighed. Chapter 691 Jade-Faced Rakshasa, Shen Bei Shuang. Half a month later, Lu Quanzhen came to an island fairy city, ready to learn more about the intelligence information of Kunpeng Nest, and replenish his elixirs and talismans. However, just as he landed and entered the city, he suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. "I saw a brilliant and gorgeous glow like a rainbow breaking through the air, and in an instant it fell on the 4th level formation of the island. Suzuanzi, get out of here." The cold and majestic voice resounded through the world. Outside the island formation, the red glow gradually dissipated, and a stunning woman in a gorgeous red dress appeared, like a peony blooming in the red flames. Her face was crystal clear and hazy, and her eyebrows, eyes and facial features were like flowers in the fog and the moon in the water. It was not clear, but the exquisite and fair beautiful outline showed that her appearance must be peerless. She was extremely slender and graceful, with long black hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, half of which fell on her shoulders and the other half on her hips, like the softest silk. The red dress was made of some unknown material, like the sunset glow in the sky, the tail feathers of a phoenix, shining with the heaven and earth, reflecting her beautiful figure with a dreamlike and gorgeous luster, which was beyond description. Although her appearance and figure were hazy and unclear, it was not known whether it was intentional or not. The chest of the dress was proud, as if it was about to burst at any time, resulting in a little bit of white skin that could be blown away. Below the slender waist, the red skirt was split to the thigh. As the wind blew, the skirt fluttered, and from time to time a touch of plumpness like snow fat loomed, which made people dazzled and wanted to further appreciate this suffocating temptation and sink under the skirt. Yuanying's Henjin. Lu Quanzhen looked at this mature and seductive gorgeous woman, his heart beating violently uncontrollably, realizing that this was a peerless enchantress who was causing chaos in the world. But he came back to his senses in an instant, not daring to have the slightest blasphemous heart. Yuanying's Henjin. This woman is a Yuanying's Henjin. And the Zuxuanzi mentioned by the other party is the owner of this island, also a Yuanying cultivator. This woman dared to provoke a Yuanying's Henjin, her identity and strength can be imagined. Lu Quanzhen now just thought in his heart that he was unlucky, and he didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing just after going out. If two Yuanying cultivators fight, not to mention sinking the island, but it will definitely cause a huge impact, affecting the area around Zuxun Island, and even possible to close the island. Who is this, dare to call the island owner by his name? Yuanying's Henjin. This is a Yuanying's Henjin. This woman seems to be the second palace master of the goddess palace of Penglai Island, jade-faced Rakshasa Shen Beishuang. Not only Lu Quansun, but also the cultivators on Zuxun Island were startled by this momentum and voice, and they all looked towards the sky and exclaimed in a low voice. Many people were intimidated by the woman's hazy appearance and figure, which was so majestic that they overwhelmed their minds and souls. Greetings to Palace Master Shen. I wonder what the Palace Master has come to my Zuxun Island for. I will report to the ancestor. Immediately, a giant and cultivator flew out and bowed to the woman in red across the formation. He did not dare to face her directly, for fear that his heart and soul would be lost and he would be killed by the latter. Why bother? The stunning woman in red took light steps. Under her calves of white jade, she wore a pair of exquisite embroidered shoes that looked like the sunset in the sky. The exquisite patterns on the upper of the shoes seemed to have hundreds of flowers blooming, and spirit birds spread their wings to fly, forming a red glow, adding a sense of extreme luxury and nobility to her mature and fiery figure. As the voice fell, an unparalleled pressure from the nascent soul fell on the island formation, causing thousands of feet of waves on all sides of the island, and the hazy spiritual light of the formation flickered and rumbled. The next moment, Shen Beishuang, what are you doing here at my Zuxun Island? An old voice like a huge bell came out, filling the world with a heavy majesty. Zuxuanzi. Everyone knew that this voice came from the owner of this island. Is this woman Shen Beishuang, the second palace master of the goddess palace? Lu Quansun looked at the red-dressed woman in the sky again, and was slightly surprised. After coming to Xingzhu for so many years, he also had some understanding of the situation here. As one of the top forces, Penglai Island, the goddess palace had naturally heard of it. The grand palace master, Shen Jianjia, was one of the top nascent soul cultivators in Xingzhu. Not only was he highly skilled, but he was also extremely graceful and famous. In his early years, he was pursued by the first demon cultivator of Xingzhu, Six Paths Demon Lord, and the first alchemist of Xingzhu. The second palace master, Shen Beishuang. Although his strength was not as good as his sister Shen Jianjia, he was also extremely graceful. He broke through the nascent soul 100 years ago, and his reputation spread throughout Xingzhu like his sister Shen Jianjia. In addition to the background of the goddess palace, the old owner of the sword-casting villa went to the goddess palace in the early years to propose marriage for his son Lin Yuanting and made an engagement with the second palace master. So behind the second palace master, in addition to the goddess palace, there is also a Yuanying level force like the sword-casting villa, and almost no one dares to offend. I remember that this second palace master Shen broke through the Yuanying only 100 years ago. How dare he provoke Zuxun Island? You must have never heard of the name of this second palace master. She is called Rouge Tiger and Jade-faced Rakshasa, and she will massacre the island and wipe out the family. Since she broke through the Yuanying, any provocative force within the scope of Penglai Island will be wiped out by her. The most interesting thing is that 40 years ago, a force was related to the sword-casting villa. Her husband Lin Yuanting came to stop him and was directly beaten seriously by her. Hiss, so cruel? Isn't her husband the owner of the sword-casting villa, Yuan Wei's Henjin? After the second palace master broke through the Yuanying, she has been active in Xingzhu for many years, so there are many rumors. However, most cultivators are not very interested in serious news and rumors, but are very interested in some gossips. For example, the second palace master of the goddess palace, who is well known, has a bad relationship with her husband Lin Yuanting. Half a year ago, a batch of important goods from my sword-casting villa was intercepted and killed, and one of them was from your Zuxun Island, so I came here to ask for an explanation. Shen Beishuang's face was cold, standing high in the sky, like a red-clothed empress looking down at all living beings, full of majesty. Don't say that this matter has nothing to do with me. Even if it is related, you come to my Zuxun Island with such a fierce momentum to ask for punishment. Do you really think that my Zuxun Island is easy to bully? Although Zuxun Island is far less powerful than Penglai Island, the nascent soul cannot be insulted. As a veteran nascent soul cultivator in Xingzhu and an old ancestor, Zuxuanzi is now provoked by someone. How can he be weak? In that case, let's show you our true moves. Shen Beishuang snorted coldly, raised her fair jade hand, and an endless red glow filled the air, bombarding Zuxun Island, causing many buildings outside the island's formation to explode and break apart. Not good. It's over. The two nascent soul cultivators won't really fight, will they? Zuxuan Island is protected by a fourth order formation, and this palace master Shen can't break it, but she will wipe out all of us who enter the island with her jade-faced Rakshas's methods, right? Seeing this scene, many cultivators on the island looked solemn, fearful, and terrified. Shen Beishuang, do you think that I won't dare to touch you just because you rely on your sister? In the depths of Zuxuan Island, an old man with a dark blue sheen all over his body appeared, and his whole body was filled with the surging pressure of the nascent soul, and he looked at Shen Beishuang. However, the beautiful woman in red took another step forward. The two of them were only in the nascent soul realm, and the imposing pressure clashed, causing the island to tremble. The seawater within a radius of dozens of miles boiled and roared, forming a tornado. Is this the power of the nascent soul? At this time, not only many casual cultivators on the island, but even Lu Quanzhong was terrified and dared not breathe. After all, under such power, they could only wait for the battle to stop on the island. If there was no big formation to protect them, the power of the nascent soul alone and the field energy could wipe out most of the cultivators on the island. Boom boom boom. Under the fourth level formation of Zuxuan Island, the old man's power was surging, overwhelming the second palace master of the goddess. But the second palace master of the goddess raised her white jade hand lightly, and an ancient sword with golden veins and red clouds appeared. She slashed forward, as if a golden crow phoenix flew out. In addition to this ancient sword, another azure ancient mirror that looked like 1,000-foot blue waves appeared above Shen Beishuang's head, like a bright moon, competing with Zuxuanzi. Could this sword be the phoenix-seeking phoenix of Zhujian Villa? It is rumored that the old owner of the villa used this sword as a betrothal gift to promote the marriage between Yuan Wei's Henjin and this palace master Shen. I heard that this palace master Shen has just reached the nascent soul stage, but he can rival the old nascent soul stage. He relies on several spiritual treasures from Zhujian Villa. Yes, look at her robe, bracelet, and the ancient mirror on her head. They are all spiritual treasures. Alice, it's good to have a good sister and a good Taoist partner. Although Zhujian Villa is famous for sword casting, it is not only good at sword casting. In the early years, the old owner of the villa was a well-known fourth-level refining master in Qingzhu. He produced many fine spiritual treasures in his hands and was famous in Qingzhu. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power of the nascent soul continued to clash and collide, and the space was distorted and broken. The unparalleled circular impact destroyed everything along the way like a broken bamboo. Zuxuan Island kept shaking, the formation flickered, and the tsunami from all directions came in waves, sweeping across the area. With several spiritual treasures, Shen Beishuang was not at all inferior to Su Zuanzi, the veteran Yuanying. Even when Su Zuanzi controlled the fourth-level formation, he had a slight advantage. However, facing the fourth-level forbidden formation, this palace master Shen could not break it. Moreover, Yuanying cultivators controlled multiple spiritual treasures, which consumed a lot of energy and could not continue to burst out. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, Shen Beishuang took the upper hand and said with great momentum, Su Zuanzi, today I am here to remind you, an old ghost. If I know that Zhujian Island is secretly sneaking around and has something to do with those forces, then I will not be the only one coming. As soon as the voice fell, he slashed forward with a phoenix-seeking phoenix in his hand, breaking through the void, tapped his red embroidered shoes lightly, and floated away, leaving only a burst of gorgeous red clouds. Huh? Seeing Shen Beishuang leave, the cultivators of Zhujian Island all breathed a sigh of relief, and they were really afraid that the two would continue to fight. If they really got angry and provoked the goddess palace and the sword-forging villa to attack with all their strength, Zuxuan Island might really be sunk. So domineering. Too strong. Some people looked at the direction where Shen Beishuang left, and their minds couldn't help but emerge with a beautiful and graceful, mature and enchanting figure under the red dress. Although her appearance was not seen, she had too much charm, which aroused endless reverie. No wonder the old owner of Zhujian Villa arranged this marriage for Master Yuan Wei in his early years. It is rumored that Master Yuan Wei has mediocre talent and character. He relied entirely on the old owner's training to successfully reach the nascent soul stage. He could not keep this foundation at all. It's great to have a good father. Not only did he train him to the nascent soul stage, but he also helped him marry such a woman. Alice, if I had a good father, I would not have wasted more than 100 years building my foundation. This second palace master is too domineering. Most people can't control him at all. It is rumored that Master Yuan Wei and the second palace master are not in harmony because the second palace master is too strong and can't stand his timid character. Master Yuan Wei is a nascent soul cultivator after all. How could his son be timid? I heard that Master Yuan Wei has a crush on the Grand Palace Master of the Goddess Palace. He wanted to marry her before, but the second palace master knew about it, so the couple became estranged. Why do I hear that Master Yuan Wei actually likes the third palace master Shen Yiren? After all, the third palace master is not only as good-looking as her two sisters, but also approachable, helping the weak and the poor, and kind-hearted. If only I could marry the third palace master. With these two sisters-in-law, I could walk sideways in Qingzhu. As the crisis of Zuxun Island was resolved, the cultivators in the city also put aside their worries and began to gossip. The three palace masters of Penglai Island and the Goddess Palace are fairies and goddesses in the hearts of countless people. They have many true and false rumors, and naturally they are talked about with relish. Penglai Island, Goddess Palace. Lu Quanzhong walked in the city, listening to these gossips, and shook his head gently. It is also because the situation in Qingzhu is different from that in Jiang State. There are many Yuanying cultivators, which leads to the fact that the foundation building and Jiangdan cultivators can learn some news about the Yuanying master. If it were Jiang State, ordinary cultivators would not know the situation of the Yuanying master except for his name. However, it is estimated that none of these people's words are true. After all, whose intelligence network can know the family affairs of Yuanying's engine? However, Lu Quanzhong's own father was a flirt, and he always saw the inexplicable aunt when he went home. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, does his father know a palace master of the Goddess Palace? Bihu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng was helping Ling Zixiao condense the golden elixir. Suddenly, he felt a pure and rich mana pouring into the Qi Danshan, and guessed that it should be his son Lu Quanzhong, or his daughter Nangguanyao's cultivation breakthrough. After all, it has been a few years since the two of them broke through the Jiangdan. Name, Lu Quanzhong. Lifespan 95/341, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, Kunpeng demon body, superior spiritual body, cultivation, Jiangdan 2nd level, talent, fighting compatibility, 81%, it's Quanzhong. Lu Changsheng thought, and his son Lu Quanzhong's system panel appeared. Seeing that his son's lifespan was stable, he felt much more relieved. He was ready to go to Qingzhu after finishing his work here and the black dragon whale of the sea splitting breakthrough. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Lu Quanzhong's current strength would not be able to cross the Great Dream Lake and come back. Calculating the time, I have been on the immortal path for almost 100 years. Looking at his son's age, Lu Changsheng suddenly thought that in a few months, it would be 100 years before he awakened his memory on the Qingyun Sect's heart-searching platform. Thinking of the past 100 years, he had gone from being confused and helpless, being eliminated by the Immortal Sect, and having the only choice to become a son-in-law, to becoming the master of a mountain and the lord of a city without knowing it. Lu Changsheng was quite emotional. Without thinking too much, he continued to look at Ling Zixiao in front of him and pay attention to her Dan-forming situation. Originally, Lu Changsheng planned to simulate the 12 capitals of heavenly demons through the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra to help Ling Zixiao form a Dan. But with the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra and the Xianhu start of the same magic weapon, Ling Zixiao said that there would be more difficult nascent souls and even gods in the future. If he breaks through the Jiangdan stage, he will let Lu Changsheng help him throughout the process. How can he keep up with him in the future? He will choose to do it himself, hone himself, and understand the mystery. Lu Changsheng naturally respected this and let Ling Zixiao do it himself. Chapter 692. Ling Zixiao breaks through to the Jiangdan stage, and true Lord Qinglun gives birth to a daughter. 2 months later, the swirling vortex of spiritual energy in Zumi Cave suddenly solidified, and the sound of the great Dao sounded, falling into the Changsheng Palace. Immortal golden pill, the rhythm of the great Dao. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Ling Zixiao in front of him. Although her Tao foundation was not as good as Lu Mayaoji's, and she lacked the Tai Yi Sheng Shuiju, her character, perseverance, and talent were all better than Lu Mayaoj. And relying on the same magic weapon, Du Dian Shen Sha Tu, the effect of the dragon yin body was fully released, so the immortal golden pill was directly condensed. This is the immortal golden pill. Ling Zixiao held her breath, looked inward with her consciousness, and looked at her own Qi Hai Danshan. On the Tao platform, there was an immortal golden pill with 12 glazed lusters. The whole person looked trance, as if dreaming. Dan. She broke through Dan and condensed the most superior immortal golden pill. Even though Ling Zixiao had experienced a lot and had a firm heart in Taoism, she couldn't help but feel emotional at this time. In other words, it is precisely because of the hardships along the way that the breakthrough of Jinden at this time is so precious. Congratulations to my wife Zixiao for achieving the immortal golden pill. The future is promising. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife's excitement and joy, held her fair jade hand, and smiled and congratulated her. For any cultivator, breaking through the Jinden is a matter worth celebrating. Especially Ling Zixiao is already gifted, but was delayed by the dragon yin body and wasted many years. Thank you, husband. Ling Zixiao opened her bright and beautiful eyes, and her dignified and beautiful face was full of joy and excitement. I've said that you and I are husband and wife, there is no need to say more, and being able to achieve the immortal golden pill is also your own effort, Zixiao. Lu Changsheng knew that Ling Zixiao was a bit competitive in his bones. He didn't want to help with the Jinden himself, probably because Lu Miaoj, Xiao Xiao, and Meng Xiaochen didn't have this kind of Jinden, and wanted to prove himself. Ling Zixiao glared at Lu Changsheng, and then quietly snuggled in his arms. In addition to her own talent, she was able to form the immortal golden pill. She was also inseparable from the crystal condensation pill, the five-element spirit fruit, the sun and moon essence, the Dushan god demon diagram, and Lu Changsheng's sun and moon reincarnation art. Moreover, without the Dushan god demon diagram, a magic weapon that formed a yin-yang balance with a dragon yin body, she could not release the potential of the dragon yin body at all. She might even die in the explosion of the dragon yin body, just like when she was building the foundation in her early years. It's just the formation of the pill, but it's the first step in cultivation. There's still a long way to go in the future. Lu Changsheng hugged his wife quietly, knowing that she felt unreal, and said softly, "Nascent soul. Transformation of the god." Ling Zixiao murmured with her red lips, saying nothing, but her bright and beautiful eyes were full of expectation and yearning. The two of them were affectionate for a long time, and Lu Changsheng signaled Ling Zixiao to stabilize his cultivation realm. Although the immortal golden pill realm is stable, unlike the lower-grade miscellaneous pills, it is easy to be unstable, resulting in flaws and cracks in the pill body, but if conditions permit, it is still necessary to stabilize it well. Otherwise, if there are hidden dangers, it will be too late to regret. Even though Ling Zixiao wanted to spend a long time with Lu Changsheng, she still calmed down and began to stabilize her realm and experienced the mystery of the golden elixir. The breakthrough of the foundation building to the elixir forming stage also has a kind of baptism and transformation similar to the breakthrough of the foundation building stage from the key refining stage, which makes the body of the elixir forming cultivator comparable to the second level body cultivator, flawless and spotless, even without cultivation. Seeing her husband walk out of the cave, Ling Zixiao looked at the immortal golden elixir in the Qi Si and Danshan, still a little dazed. In her mind, many memories emerged like a passing scene. When she was young, she was adopted by a strange man, who taught her to practice, showed excellent talent, and had a smooth road to immortality. She thought that she would definitely become a high-ranking elixir-forming real person in the future, but when she broke through the foundation-building stage, the hidden dragon singing body erupted and she almost died. The top-level spiritual body that countless cultivators dream of became a death warrant on her way to practice, making her smooth the road bumpy. In order to prolong her life and solve the problem of the dragon's voice body, she began to run around. Until she met Lu Changsheng when her life was running out. Recalling the time when they met and then returning to Qingzhu Mountain with him, Ling Zixiao felt a little funny. At that time, she was completely desperate, even a little desperate. Of course, the other party was handsome and elegant, and she said that she fell in love at first sight when they met, which made her feel quite interesting. Who knew that a childish decision like a butterfly spreading its wings at that time would directly affect her fate? Changsheng. As soon as Lu Changsheng walked out of the Changsheng hall, Lu Miaoj, who was wearing a plain white dress and had a watery temperament, called him softly. She had been in Qingzhu Mountain these days, so she naturally sensed the movement of Ling Zixiao's breakthrough to the Jinden, and knew that the latter had successfully broken through. Sister Miaoj. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife and immediately went forward to hug her. Sister Ling, Is this a breakthrough to the Jinden? Lu Maoj asked with concern. Well, a smooth breakthrough. Although Lu Maoj's temperament is not competitive and gentle, Lu Changsheng did not mention the immortal golden elixir. Thank you Sister Ling for your hard work over the years. Although Ling Xiao sometimes behaves more aggressively, Lu Maoj still admires her. Whether it is the early years of Qingzhu Mountain or the Dream Fairy City in recent years, Ling Xiao has made a lot of efforts, which has delayed his practice. Relatively speaking, she has more time to spend on cultivation. Thank you Sister Maoj for your hard work. In Lu Changsheng's view, although Ling Xiao is busy with many things at home, Lu Maoj has always helped to maintain the balance of relationships between Ling Xiao, Lu Maoyan, Xiao Ziyu and others. Moreover, Lu Maoj often cares about the situation of his children at home. However, as a father, he has been busy all over the years, and he rarely cares about his children except Lu Wangshu. After being affectionate with Lu Maoj, Lu Changsheng asked about the situation at Lu Maoyan's home. With his return, the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror was placed in Zumi Cave Heaven, so the intelligence information of the Fairy City and Qingzhu Mountain can be said to be shared in real time, which is very convenient. Honglian has already dealt with the auction in Xiancheng and the transaction with Absolute Sword Master. Have Qingzhu and Qingzhu sent back any news? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. Qingzhu Master fled to another country and may not come back for at least 20 to 30 years, so he has been paying attention to the situation in Qingzhu and Xiancheng. If there is turmoil in Xiancheng, he will bring his children back as soon as possible. With the residual power of Qingzhu Master, unless Qingyun Sect takes action against Xiancheng, there will be no worries in the short term. However, according to the news from Qingzhu, several high-level officials in Xiancheng have quietly disappeared, and many have taken the opportunity to go out for training or retreat. Lu Maoyan said softly. Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head when he heard this. Of course, he had heard about the rumors about Qingzhu Master in his early years. It's not without reason that he knows that this master lacks loyal subordinates. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of his good friend Li Feiyu, who served as a captain in Qingzhu and Xiancheng in his early years. Since they met in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in their early years, the two have not seen each other for almost 40 years. He didn't have Li Feiyu's soul lamp and soul tablet, so he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. But for a foundation-building cultivator, unless he chose to retire, the current environment of cultivating immortals would be very dangerous. And his old friend was a fighting spirit who refused to admit defeat. Alice, Lu Changsheng sighed softly, and after spending a few days with his wives and concubines at home, he began to refine the heaven-repairing pill in seclusion. At this moment, in the central region of the southern wilderness, in a mountain range that was as majestic as a blue dragon, cry. With a wave of ripples in the void, a blue bluebird with an elegant and beautiful posture, like a dream, broke through the air. Under the sunlight, its feathers were shining with colorful crystal luster, magnificent. On the phoenix bird sat a handsome young man with delicate features, handsome lines, and sharp edges. But this young man was tall and graceful, and it was obvious that he was a graceful young man. After the blue phoenix found a spiritual vein to land, the woman suddenly frowned. What's going on? It hasn't been shaken off yet. The blue phoenix frowned like a sharp sword, and calculated with his fingers. After a moment, she looked down at her flat belly and gently placed her palm on it. Is it still the same reason? After parting with Lu Changsheng, she realized that she was pregnant. As a legendary cultivator of Jing State, she was also very surprised about pregnancy. After all, it is too difficult to get pregnant at the level of Yuanying. And she and Yang Mingzhenren were only practicing dual cultivation to heal her wounds, but she got pregnant unexpectedly. Considering that life has been born, she couldn't bear it in her heart, and she should find a successor to inherit her mantle after breaking through the Yuanying, so she decided to give birth to this child as her heir. But this unexpected pregnancy, affected by the origin of dragon and phoenix, caused this fetus to be gifted and perfectly inherited her Xianfeng bloodline. In this case, her cultivation of mana and the phoenix bloodline nurturing this child caused her mother's fetus to be seriously affected. She sensed some danger in the dark, so she chose to continue to flee. Unexpectedly, she crossed countless tens of millions of miles from Jiangguo to the edge of the current southern wilderness central region, and this dark crisis has not disappeared. Through dark calculations, Qingzhu Mountain realized that the crisis came from the child in her belly. In other words, if she wants to successfully give birth to this child, she will have to be pregnant for at least 3 to 5 years, or even longer. During this period, her cultivation of mana will continue to decline, and she will be in a weak state, making it difficult to completely deceive the heavens. It is very likely that divination will predict that a great disaster will occur. As a casual cultivator who rose from obscurity to become Yuan Ying's engine, she is not a hesitant person. After weighing the pros and cons, she immediately made a decision. Premature birth. If she continues to be pregnant, when the great disaster comes, both she and the child will be in danger of life. After more than a year of pregnancy, the child has taken shape, but it still needs time to nurture her talent potential and digest the dragon and phoenix essence. Zhaoqing. King Zhenjin looked at his pet and signaled her to wait outside, saying that he was going to give birth to a child prematurely. Yes, master. The phoenix bird never questioned its master's decision, and spoke in human language with a clear and melodious voice. King Zhenjin nodded slightly and entered the cave he had opened up. 3 days later. In the cave, a clear cry like the cry of a phoenix sounded. King Zhenjin's face was as pale as paper, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and he looked at the baby in his hand with a weak look. Although he was born prematurely and was born with congenital deficiencies, this baby was still full of fairy spirit, delicate and lovely. Alice King Zhenjin's eyes were as bright as stars, with a bit of helplessness and regret. If given time, this child will perfectly inherit her Xianfeng bloodline, digest the dragon and phoenix essence, obtain the power of dragon and phoenix nirvana, and become her perfect heir to Mu Qinghuang. But I, Mu Qinghuang, have come to this point today not by relying on my supreme talent. Although King Zhenjin gave birth to a child prematurely, which greatly damaged her vitality and made her look weak, her angular face was still sharp and handsome, without the slightest hint of weakness. But if you look closely, you can see that there is a bit more maternal radiance in the depths of her pupils. Looking at the delicate baby in her hands, she said in a softer voice, "Queer, if you continue, both of us will be in danger of our lives. Although you have not perfectly inherited your mother's phoenix bloodline, your talent is much better than your mother's in her early years. When your mother survives this disaster, she will take you back and make up for your congenital deficiencies, but as my daughter of Mu Qinghuang, I hope you can rely on your own efforts to become a divine phoenix." Although the child was born prematurely, King Zhenjin did not dare to ensure that he was out of danger and prepared to find a place to foster his daughter. Naming her is to hope that she can become a divine phoenix in the future and sing to the sky. "Master, this is the baby." When King Zhenjin walked out of the cave holding his daughter Queer, a cute and lovely Qinglun with a green feather robe, beautiful eyebrows and green feathers on her forehead fell down. Her eyes, as clear as a green jade gem, looked at her little master. "Zhaoqing, take care of her these days." King Zhenjin did not send her daughter away immediately, but hurried to recover her physical condition. Although she chose to give birth prematurely, she also did her best to help her daughter refine the dragon and phoenix essence and turn it into the potential foundation for the future. The girl heard the words, and then as if facing a great enemy, she carefully held the delicate and lovely baby in front of her. Qingzhu Mountain, Balian Peak. In the simple and empty alchemy room, Changsheng looked at the purple gold alchemy furnace in front of him with full concentration, pinching his hands to control the temperature. Although he has the top-level 3rd-level alchemy skills, he was still very cautious when refining the Butyandan for the first time. After all, this furnace of elixir can be said to be the highest quality elixir he has ever refined, ranking top 3. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 2 descendants with true spirit blood, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Detect the conflict between the host's current spirit body and blood effect. Do you choose to merge? At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Changsheng's mind. Changsheng, who was concentrating on refining the elixir, was suddenly stunned and confused. True spirit blood descendants? What the hell? He has been running around and working hard every day for these years. Where did his children come from? He thought he had heard it wrong, and that one of the descendants of the Lu family had a chance to give birth to a true spirit blood descendant. But after a closer look, he was sure that he was not wrong. What's going on? Changsheng was very confused and couldn't understand what was going on. People sitting at home, children coming from the sky? System. Changsheng took a deep breath, looked at the elixir furnace in front of him and opened his system interface. After a moment, a system interface emerged. Name, Muke, Lifespan 1/141. Talent, 3rd grade spiritual root. Cultivation, none. Talent, space, 36%. Muk, this is the child of Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng was stunned, and then his expression suddenly became clear. He knew that when he and Qingyun Sect were practicing dual cultivation to heal his injuries, the latter was pregnant with his child. This woman, really. Although Lu Changsheng was very happy to have a child with Qingyun Sect, he shook his head helplessly when he thought that the other party didn't say a word about her pregnancy. He didn't sense that the other party was pregnant at the time. Qingyun Sect, as a Yuanying cultivator, definitely knew that he was pregnant. But when the two parted, the other party didn't even mention it. Let alone fighting for the custody of the child. As the child's father, he at least has some right to know, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confused. But this child only has 3rd grade spiritual roots. 3rd grade spiritual roots are not low anywhere. But the child born to him and Qingyun Sect, a Yuanying cultivator, only has 3rd grade spiritual roots, which is a bit ordinary. But with true spirit bloodline, it doesn't matter if the spiritual root is a little bit worse. Before, when they were healing with dual cultivation, Lu Changsheng knew that true Lord Qingyun had a bloodline of the phoenix. Just now, the system prompted that this child, like his daughter Lu Beixi, inherited the bloodline of the phoenix from true Lord Qingyun. At this time, he was refining the elixir, and Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry to fuse the true spirit bloodline, but continued to look at the elixir furnace in front of him. But his thoughts couldn't help but drift to true Lord Qingyun, wanting to know what she was like now and when she was going to come back. With the other party's cultivation strength, he naturally didn't need to worry too much, but with a child as a bond, he subconsciously thought about it. If you want to recognize this daughter in the future, you must at least break through the nascent soul, right? Thinking of true Lord Qingyun's strong temperament, she was indifferent and calm when riding on him, and she didn't say a word when she was pregnant and left directly. Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head again. If he wanted to recognize this child in the future, he must have the strength to conquer true Lord Qingyun. However, no matter how evil true Lord Qingyun was, Lu Changsheng believed that as long as he broke through the nascent soul, he could surpass her. Nascent soul. But thinking that he had no suitable 4th-level spiritual land and nascent soul pill, Lu Changsheng sighed secretly. But with this child, it will be easier to get close to him after he breaks through the nascent soul. Under normal circumstances, even if he breaks through the nascent soul, Lu Changsheng couldn't figure out how to capture a woman like Qingyun Sect. The other party's temperament is really. Lu Changsheng didn't know how to describe it for a while, how to start. But now with a child as a bond, as a bridge, Lu Changsheng felt that there were many more opportunities. Mukwik, why did you choose such a name? Before, the two fought side by side in the Hansha fantasy realm. Lu Changsheng knew that Qingyun Sect's name was Mu Qinghuang. Such a domineering name, but he named his child K. His thoughts diverged from time to time, making it difficult for Lu Changsheng to concentrate on refining the pill. Thinking of the importance of this furnace of Butyeondan, Lu Changsheng still practiced the skills, held his breath and concentrated, and even used the Zumi Tree King to calmly refine the pill. Half a month later. In the alchemy room. Buzz, 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 the underground fire burned fiercely, the purple gold furnace glowed with rosy clouds, and the 36 carved golden crows kept trembling, breathing in and out the fragrance of medicine. Lu Changsheng looked serious and cast a spell to control the fire. Time passed little by little. As the furnace gradually became spiritual, the 7-color glow flowed, and Lu Changsheng's eyes burst into golden beams, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Open!" Bang! The furnace cover opened with a bang, and billowing hot air rose, like a group of golden crows flying and singing. Lu Changsheng quickly cast several spells again, then sprinkled out the spiritual liquid, raised his palm lightly, and took the Butyeondan in the furnace into his palm. 3 pills with flickering luster, as if they had life, breathing in and out, and strands of light, and the fragrance of medicine appeared in his hands. 3 genuine pills failed to refine the best, or even the best. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. The Butyeondan is a rare recipe, which is not included in his basic alchemy skills. This is his first time refining it. In this case, the effect of refining the pill is average. However, being able to make 3 pills is already an extraordinary performance, and the quality of the materials of this batch of Butyeondan is good enough. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make 3 pills. It's okay. For any alchemist, The first time to refine Buyuandan, making 3 pills, it would be shocking to spread it. But for Lu Changsheng, who is used to fine and top-grade pills, it's a little bit less. With a slight lift in his hand, 3 Buyuandan fell into 3 white jade porcelain bottles respectively, and then he exhaled a breath of turbid air with some fatigue and walked out of the alchemy room. Refining such top-grade pills is still quite exhausting. Chapter 693, The 7 Aperture Exquisite, The Soul-Crying Beast. The Lu family mansion, Miaoyan's small house. Is this the legendary Buyuandan? Lu Miaoyan looked at the pill in front of her with curiosity. Chu Hansun had seen Buyuandan in her early years and knew that her son Lu Quansun and daughter Lu Kaishun had taken this pill. Well, this is Buyuandan. After taking it, it can make low-grade spiritual roots promoted to middle grade, and middle-grade spiritual roots are expected to be promoted to high-grade spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng said with emotion. It is not easy to collect this furnace of Buyuandan. Even if he can now trade directly with the high-level cultivators of Qingyun Sect and Jiang Kingdom through his identity as the master of Diamond Fairy City, it is not easy to continue to collect a furnace of Buyuandan. Husband, how do you plan to arrange these 3 Buyuandan? Chu Hansun knew that this furnace of Buyuandan was refined for the children of the family. Give 1 to Ruai and King Song first, and the remaining 1, let's see later. Lu Changsheng said softly. He was entangled and thinking for a long time about the distribution of Buyuandan. After all, there are too many children in the family who need Buyuandan. For example, his daughter Lu Wangshu and his son Lu Qingzhu, taking the Buyuandan, can completely add icing on the cake, upgrade to the upper grade spiritual roots, and increase the probability of forming a pill in the future. His Taoist partner Zhao Qingqing has a lower grade spiritual body, the body of plants and trees, but only has a 6th grade spiritual root. If he takes the Buyuandan, his spiritual root will be promoted to the 4th grade, and he may have the hope of forming a pill. There are also his children Lu Chensha, Lu Xinggang, Lu Qingyan, Lu Qingli, Lu Qingzhu, etc. who can use it. In the end, he decided to give priority to his children with lower grade spiritual roots. Like his daughter Lu Ruai, who worked hard for the family, she only has an 8th grade spiritual root. Even with many natural materials and treasures, expanding and tempering the meridians and physical body, and the speed of cultivation is comparable to that of middle-grade spiritual roots, it is difficult to break through the late stage of foundation building. Relying on the 2nd-level breaking pill, breaking through the late stage of foundation building is basically the end. If you take a Buyuandan, the lower-grade spiritual root will be promoted to the middle-grade spiritual root. Not to mention the late stage of foundation building, you can even try to form a pill or a fake pill in the future. The same is true for his son Lu Qingsong. He has made many contributions to the family, but he only has a 7th grade spiritual root and is the son of his wife Lu Miaoyan. As for the remaining 1, considering that there are too many children in the family who need the Buyuandan, he does not want to be too partial, so he plans to set a requirement later and let the children compete for it themselves, or the family contribution is the main factor. Lu Miaoyan and Chu Hansun responded softly without expressing their opinions. After all, they also knew that many people in their family could use the Buyuandan, but there were only 3 pills, and it was difficult to distribute them anyway. After resting and relaxing for a few days, Lu Changsheng thought of the lottery and the true spirit bloody one. System, merge. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he chose to integrate the true spirit blood into his chaotic body first. Boom. In an instant, Lu Changsheng felt a hot force flowing through his limbs. Gradually, he knew the effect of this true spirit blood. It fits the space attribute, is fire-friendly, and has a strong self-healing power. Why is the effect of this true spirit blood so weak? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. If this true spirit blood is compared to a spirit body, it can only have the effect of a medium spirit body at most. But the effect of the true spirit blood of his daughter Lu Beixi in the early years, the 3 characteristics of the effect, almost surpass the top spirit body. Is it because Xiaoxi's blood is more concentrated? Lu Changsheng didn't know much about the true spirit blood. He only knew that whether it was a true spirit or a monster, they all paid attention to the concentration of blood. Just like Bai Ling. He also had the true spirit blood, but he couldn't compare with his daughter Lu Beixi at all. But logically speaking, the top true spirit like Xianfeng, shouldn't the blood be extraordinary? Lu Changsheng felt that this effect was not worthy of the famous Xianfeng blood. But after thinking about it, he felt that this daughter's talent was average. After all, When it comes to giving birth, it can only be said that the higher the cultivation of the parents, the higher the talent of the children born. There is no guarantee that the children born will be gifted. If this daughter really has a third-grade spiritual root and a true spirit blood comparable to a medium-level spirit body, she is not bad no matter where she is, and can even be called a genius. It's just that Lu Changsheng had too high expectations for the child's mother, Qingyun Sect. It's okay. Talent determines the starting point, not the upper limit. With me as a father and her mother, her future achievements will not be bad. After so many years, Lu Changsheng is now much more indifferent to his children's talents. He is no longer as worried about gains and losses as he was in his early years. Now the only expectation is when Qingyun Sect will bring his daughter back. Or wait until I break through the nascent soul and take the initiative to contact her. Before the two of them parted, Qingyun Sect gave him a feather so that he could take the initiative to contact her. But the Hanja fantasy realm made too much noise, and Qingyun Sect said that he would go out to avoid disaster. Without absolute strength, Lu Changsheng would not rashly contact the other party. System, draw a lottery. Without thinking too much, Lu Changsheng had an idea. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic seed, 7 apertures. The reward has been issued in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A white jade pattern with a crystal luster appeared with the system prompt sound. Magic seed. Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly paused, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. You know, after so many draws, the magic seed is one of the rewards he is most looking forward to. Whether it is his son Lu Qingshan's sword rush bullfight, or his son Lu Lingxiao's Emperor's Vision, the effects are very extraordinary. Unexpectedly, I drew another magic seed today. It was obtained by ordinary draw. Finally, my luck is bursting again. Lu Changsheng looked happy and looked at the effect of this magic seed. Magic seed, 7 apertures and delicate, rank, 4th rank, description, the heart has 7 orifices and the body is exquisite, which shows the sincerity of the world. With a 7-orifice exquisite heart, you can communicate with all things in the world, break through the barriers, and greatly improve your understanding. Communicate with all things in the world. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and extracted this magic seed from the system space. In an instant, a light red ball of light that looked like a heart appeared in front of him. At the same time, a detailed introduction to this magic seed flooded into his mind. Like the previous 2 magic seeds, it has basic effects, improving talent, growing 6 senses, changing the mind, improving the appearance, and supplementing deficiencies. Secondly, it will greatly improve the understanding. But the premise of improving understanding is not to have too many distracting thoughts in your mind. You must keep a positive mind, otherwise it is easy to go astray. As for communicating with all things in the world, all things have spirits. After fusing the 7 apertures and exquisite Dharma seed, you can sense this spirituality and get some information from it. If you face spirit beasts, plant spirits, heaven and earth spirit fire, etc., you can even communicate. In addition to these advantages, the 7 apertures and exquisite also has a disadvantage. Unlike swords and bullfights, and emperors look at key, that subtly influence the mind, after fusing 7 apertures and exquisite, the heart will gradually turn into 7 apertures and exquisite heart. Once the 7 apertures and exquisite heart is formed, although it will improve the innate qualifications of the recipient, it will also make the whole person full of aura like the great medicine of heaven and earth, which has a great tonic effect on all spirits, thereby attracting and tempting monsters and spirits. The Dharma seed is good, but it has negative effects one by one. Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head. Once the 7 apertures and exquisite is fused, it will be like Tang monk's meat. I'm afraid that not only the monsters and spirits, but also some top cultivators will want to refine the human pale after seeing the situation. And if you want to perfectly fuse this 7 apertures Ling Long, you can't have too many thoughts, distractions, or evil thoughts, and you must keep a righteous heart. In addition to the side effect of Tang monk's meat, 7 apertures Linglong also has conditional restrictions. If a person with too many evil thoughts fuses this magic seed, it may even hurt a body. The heart will fail in the process of turning into 7 apertures Linglong heart, and he will go crazy. It's quite suitable for Xiao. Lu Changsheng thought of his daughter with the purest mind. And Xiao never has any jealousy or evil thoughts, always positive and upright. But in addition to Xiao, he thought of his daughter Lu Qingzhu. Before refining the Butyeondan, he wanted to give the last Butyeondan to this daughter. But there are too many children in the family who need Butyeondan, and he is too partial to it, and he doesn't have time to go to you. If this 7 apertures Linglong is given to Xiaozhuer, it can also improve her current situation. Just by integrating 7 apertures, it is like a human-shaped magic medicine. It is very dangerous to walk outside, and his daughter Lu Qingzhu is away from home all year round. Ping'an is also suitable in addition to his 2 daughters. Lu Changsheng thinks that his son Lu Ping'an is also suitable for this magic seed. Compared with his daughters, Lu Ping'an has the ability to protect himself when he is away from home. Even his wife Lu Maioj is also suitable for this magic seed. Forget it, let's see later. Lu Changsheng thought for a long time, and felt that many people in his family were suitable for 7 apertures, so he decided to think about it later and went out to Qingyun Sect to be affectionate with Xiao Zi'er and Zhao Qingqing. A few days later, meet the immortal Changsheng, the head of the sect invites you. When Lu Changsheng walked out of Qingyun Peak, a boy came forward and saluted respectfully. Okay. Lu Changsheng recognized that this was the boy beside the head of Qingyun Sect and nodded slightly. However, the head of Qingyun Sect invited him here, not for any important matter, but mainly to show concern and greetings, and to ask about the progress of the talisman. If Lu Changsheng needs some natural treasures, elixirs, or miraculous medicines, he can trade with them before Qingyun Sect. Please rest assured, Sect Master. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng knew that this was because the Great Dream Fairy City showed its nascent soul-level strength, which led to the rise of his status as the Deputy City Master. And Qingyun Sect also knew that it could not restrict itself, so it was better to sell more and convert it into a favor. Dao Changshen, you are too polite. We are all family. If there is anything, you can also come to me directly. Although the head of Qingyun Sect had a good attitude towards Lu Changsheng in his early years, it can be clearly felt that it has now been upgraded to a higher level. In response, Lu Changsheng was not polite and directly asked about some natural treasures, elixirs, and miraculous medicines that can improve the qualifications of spiritual roots. He said that many of his children had mediocre or even low talents, and as a father, he now has the ability, so he naturally hopes to do his part. And he can probably save 2 or 3 third-level talismans every month, and then he will have priority in trading with Qingyun Sect. Dao Changsheng is so kind. Seeing that Lu Changsheng spent so much resources and energy to help his wife break through the Jinden stage, and now he is collecting elixirs for his children to improve their talents, the head of Qingyun said with emotion. There are people like this in the world of immortal cultivation, but there are very few like Lu Changsheng. After all, most of the spiritual materials that improve spiritual roots are very valuable, and the actual cost performance is average. Especially the Lu family has a bunch of mediocre or even low-talented children, which is completely a delay in their own cultivation. It's just being a parent. Lu Changsheng just said softly, and then said goodbye and left. This person is so sentimental, it's also a good thing for my Qingyun Sect. Looking at Lu Changsheng who was leaving, the head of Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm and majestic. Their Qingyun Sect showed such a friendly attitude to Lu Changsheng. In addition to the relationship between Dam and Fairy City and Xiao Ziu, it was also related to Lu Changsheng's behavior over the past 100 years. He married into the Qingzhu Lu family in his early years. Although he established his own family and established the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family, he has always taken care of Qingzhu Mountain. As for his friends, those who had helped him were all willing to lend a hand and support him. Not to mention his wife, concubines and children. In order to fulfill his promise with Xiao Ziu, he reached the Jinden stage ahead of time, resulting in the 5th grade pill. After the War of Land Reclamation, he contributed all his resources to his wife Lu Maioj to exchange for the Ningjing pill. Now he has spent a lot of money on improving his children. It's hard to achieve the great way with such waste. The head of Qingyun shook his head gently. But on second thought, 90% of the cultivators have basically reached the end of the Jinden stage. It is extremely difficult to break through the Yuanying stage, and it is a life-threatening situation. Even if you spend endless thoughts and energy, it may be in vain. The latter has now achieved the Jinden stage and has an excellent talent for the way of talismans. He puts all his time and energy on the family. With the current situation of his Lu family, he may become the first force in Jiang State under their 4 major immortal sects and prosper forever. The way of the family is to sacrifice the small self to achieve the big self. As the head of Qingyun, he understands this behavior very well. Tisk, it's good to have a backer. After Lu Changsheng walked out of Qingyun Peak, he sighed in his heart. And the backer is himself, so he will never fall. After staying in Beikao Peak for a few more days, Lu Changsheng prepared to go out to Yunnaifang City, and visit his daughter Lu Ruai by the way to give her the Buyuandan. On the one hand, the elixir is more precious. On the other hand, it has been a long time since he saw his daughter. 3 days later, Lu Ruai sensed the storage bag token and immediately rushed out to greet her. Not far away, she saw a young man wearing a green robe, handsome and outstanding, tall and slender, with a faint and gentle smile on his lips looking at her. Dad, why are you here? She immediately stepped forward with joy, and then bowed. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I came to see you. Time leaves no trace, but vicissitudes leave traces. Although Lu Ruai is still like in her early years, wearing a green armor, with her long hair tied up high as usual, and heroic, her face can already show some traces of time, as if she is older than her father Lu Changsheng. On the one hand, she was just a foundation-building cultivator, now over 90 years old, and she was not practicing health-preserving exercises. On the other hand, she needed a little dignity to be in charge of the Lu family chamber of commerce, and she did not continue to take elixirs to maintain her beauty. Dad, you are a Jindan's Henren, and now you are the deputy city lord of Daming Xiansheng, so you naturally have a lot of affairs to deal with. Lu Ruai was a little reserved about her father, who was a Jindan's Henren and whom she had not seen for a long time. But her father's gentle eyes and temperament made her relax her body and mind instinctively, and she felt close to nature. Just like in the early years, he talked about family matters and his life in recent years. Lu Changsheng listened quietly, but nodded and smiled from time to time, asking her some details. Yes, this is a gift prepared by your father for you as a reward. Lu Changsheng handed the Buyuandan to his daughter and said in a gentle voice. Thank you, Dad. Lu Ruai knew that her father never took back the rewards given by his father, so she did not refuse. Don't you want to take a look? Lu Changsheng naturally watched his daughter take such a rare elixir. Hearing this, Lu Ruai opened the porcelain bottle and looked at the long incised, crystal-like, life-breathing Buyuandan inside. She was a little surprised and said, Dad, what kind of elixir is this? She was in charge of the Lu family chamber of commerce and had extraordinary knowledge. Although she could see that this elixir was extraordinary, she didn't recognize it. This elixir is called Buyuan, which can make up for the lack of spiritual roots, refine the innate spiritual roots, and thus improve the quality. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Buyuandan? Is this the legendary Buyuandan? With only an 8th grade spiritual root, Lu Ruai has naturally always been concerned about spiritual medicines and natural treasures that can improve spiritual root talents. Over the years, she has also used the Chamber of Commerce to collect spiritual materials in this area. The elixirs that can improve spiritual roots are extremely rare and far beyond the level of foundation building. The most famous one is Buyuandan. But Buyuandan is priceless in the market, even rarer than Ningjingdan, and even Jindan's Henren may not be able to obtain it. Dad, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Lu Ruai knew the value of the Buyuandan, and resisted the throbbing in her heart, and returned the pill to her father. After all, even if she sold herself, or even the entire Lu family chamber of commerce, it would not be worth this pill. The elders gave it, and you can't refuse it. Since your father gave you this pill, you should accept it. Your father has seen your efforts over the years. After taking this pill, you can quickly cultivate to the peak of the 6th level of foundation building, and rely on yourself to break through the late stage of foundation building, and you will have the hope of forming a pill in the future. Lu Ruai was his first daughter with spiritual roots. He still vaguely remembered the appearance of the latter when she was born. So Lu Changsheng would be more partial to these daughters. Form a pill. Lu Ruai, who resisted the temptation of the Buyuandan, was moved by her father's words, and her eyes were full of desire. How many people in the world can resist the temptation of forming a pill? Take it. Lu Changsheng saw his daughter's entanglement of wanting it but feeling distressed, and he was a little funny, and directly turned his 2 fingers. The crystal-clear Buyuandan flew out of the porcelain bottle and flew into Lu Rui's mouth. Boom! The moment Lu Rui took the pill, a mysterious feeling immediately surged through her body. Spiritual roots. Her spiritual roots were throbbing. There was a mysterious power that made her spiritual roots throbbing. Concentrate on refining. Lu Changsheng immediately reminded her, and his palm fell on her back to help her consume the power of the Buyuan, trying not to waste a single bit. After a few hours, Lu Ruyi opened her eyes as if she had just woken up from a dream. In her heart, she knew that her spiritual roots had been greatly improved. But she couldn't tell how much it had improved. Spiritual roots are 4th grade, and there is hope for Dan in the future. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter, who was still a little surprised and stunned, and even a little distressed, and said with a smile, 4th grade spiritual roots. Lu Ruyi heard this, and an indescribable joy and excitement surged in her heart. 4th grade spiritual roots. Her spiritual roots have been upgraded to the 4th grade. With only an 8th grade spiritual root, she had to spend several times more effort to catch up with others in cultivation. But even so, she only realized the gap between spiritual roots, which could not be made up by hard work. Especially when she saw the cultivation speed of several of her brothers and sisters, she felt desperate. Many outsiders envied and admired her. With a low-grade spiritual root, she could actually reach this point. But she envied those top-level talented cultivators even more. Now, she is finally no longer a low-grade spiritual root, but a 4th grade one. Thank you, Daddy. Lu Rui's eyes were a little red, and she bowed to her father. If it weren't for her father's care, help, resources, and foundation-building pills, no matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to break through the foundation building. So with this, she can always maintain a normal mind, knowing that even with an 8th grade spiritual root, she is better than many cultivators. Today, her father gave her the extremely rare Buyuan again. Her mind was in 1,000 twists and turns, and it was really hard to express her current mood. It's just some material possessions, as long as they are helpful to you. Seeing his daughter crying with joy, Lu Changsheng said softly. After comforting his daughter, Lu Changsheng continued, now you don't need to worry too much about the family chamber of commerce, and spend more time and energy on cultivation. Although there is hope to achieve Dan before the age of 150, the sooner the better. After that, Lu Changsheng gave his daughter some spirit stones and pills, indicating that she should practice well and not waste her body training, and then left quietly. When Lu Changsheng came to Yanlan, he told her that he had successfully bid for a 3rd-level demon pill. If she was well prepared, she could go to the Great Dream Fairy City to prepare for Dan. Hearing this, Yanlan was so happy and excited that she couldn't express it in words. She didn't know how to express her gratitude, and then she was a little worried about whether she would fail to achieve Dan. After all, using the 3rd-level demon pill to break through the fake pill is not 100%, and there is a certain probability of failure. In this regard, Lu Changsheng told her the process of condensing the fake pill and his experience. Although he had never condensed a fake pill, nor had he seen a fake pill condensed. But with the Encyclopedia of Honglian and as a guest elder of Qingyun Sect, he could read the books of Qingyun Sect and still knew the general idea. Thank you, my husband. Yanlan could only express her joy and excitement through her actions. As the younger sister, Yu Fei was also sincerely happy for her sister and expressed her gratitude to Lu Changsheng. A few days later, when Lu Changsheng left, the two sisters were a little dazed, as if they were dreaming. If it weren't for you, Fei. After a long time, Yanlan slowly came back to her senses and said with a complicated look, if it weren't for her sister Yu Fei choosing to marry Lu Changsheng, she would not have such a relationship with Lu Changsheng. Without this relationship, she herself would not have been able to obtain the 3rd-level demon pill and impact the fake pill in this life. In this case, how should my sister thank me? Yu Fei hugged her sister, and then murmured softly, sister, you won't dislike your sister after becoming a fake pill real person. Although the two sisters have become Lu Liaozu's concubines, they still have a deep relationship and occasionally help each other solve problems. After leaving Yunnaifang City, Lu Changsheng went directly to Damen Fairy City. Congratulations to the host's 15th offspring for breaking through the 2nd-level body refining and getting a chance to draw a high-level lottery. A few days later, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Although Lu Changsheng had told his children with good talents in his family to practice both magic and body as much as possible in his early years. However, due to the limited magic weapons, it is impossible for everyone to learn the 100 refining treasure body art. So he just gave them more body refining resources, and then didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, before he knew it, 15 of his children had already broken through the second-level body refining. Later, I can dilute the flesh and blood of the Voidkun and use it for medicinal baths for my children. Lu Changsheng thought of the Voidkun in his dream fairy city and thought to himself. Decided to give the Lu family's children a few more luxurious medicinal baths when he had time. Or now he can ask his son Lu Pingyan to do the medicinal baths for him. System, draw a lottery. With 7 apertures, from a few days ago, Lu Changsheng suddenly ignited some expectations for the lottery, wanting to see if he could still be lucky and win the grand prize. In an instant, the advanced turntable appeared and began to rotate rapidly. After a few breaths, the golden light slowly slowed down and stayed on the spirit pet magic weapon column. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual pet, the crying soul beast. The reward has been distributed to the system space. The host can check it at any time. Chapter 694 The Beast of Punishment, Qingzhu Mountain wakes up. Spirit pets. Lu Changsheng had long lost interest in the ordinary lucky draw pet cubs. But Lu Changsheng felt that the high-level lucky draw pets were still good. Whether it was the Zumi Tree King, the golden-winged Sky Peng, or the sea-splitting black dragon whale, they were all very useful and helpful to him. Spirit pet, crying soul beast, grade, low-level true spirit, description, primary punishment beast, late third-level strength, not a demon, not a devil, not a ghost, mastering the power of punishment, can capture souls and eat ghosts, restrain all kinds of ghosts, monsters, corpses and demons, can also evolve itself by absorbing souls and eating ghosts, spirits, and corpses and ghosts. The power of punishment? Restrain all kinds of ghosts, monsters, corpses and demons. Lu Changsheng looked at the introduction in front of him and raised his eyebrows. The Baiyan bloodline effect of his chaotic body and the evil repelling golden thunder have some effect in restraining the magic. Now there is another spirit pet that captures souls and eats ghosts, restrains ghosts, monsters, corpses and demons. Will I become the nemesis of the demon sect in the future? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, thinking of the 3 major demon sects in Jin State, the Qianxi sect and the Yinming ghost sect. These 2 sects, one refines corpses, and the other raises ghosts. It's a pity that I came a little late. If I had this weeping soul beast in my early years, I would not be afraid of the Qianxi sect and the Yinming ghost sect. In the early years, Lu Changsheng was no match for the 2 Yuanying sects. If there was a third-level spirit beast that could restrain them, it would be a great help. But now, his strength has greatly increased, and he doesn't need the help of the weeping soul beast to deal with the 2. But it's better than nothing, at least it's the third-level combat power. Although he has the combat power of the Yuanying level, he can even kill the Yuanying monks with full power. But having a third-level combat power at home is still a huge improvement. With a slight thought, Lu Changsheng extracted the weeping soul beast in front of him from the system space. In an instant, a small beast several inches long, with golden hair all over its body, huge nostrils, and black eyes, like a macaque, appeared. Is this the weeping soul beast? Normally, all third-level demon kings are huge in size. In many cases, one can even judge the strength of a demon beast by its size. But the weeping soul beast in front of him, as a third-level late-stage demon king, is only a few inches in size, and looks naive, like a cute ornamental pet. However, according to the detailed introduction in his mind, Lu Changsheng knew that this weeping soul beast has another combat form. It can transform into a real punishment beast, with a ferocious appearance, and it becomes stronger when encountering demons, and is a real evil demon nemesis. And in this state, the weeping soul beast can also use magical means to punish and judge the sins of others. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy for the immortal world to interrogate and torture. After all, who is not a person with the firm heart of Taoism after cultivation? It is very difficult to pry open the door through severe torture. As for the soul-searching technique, first of all, the cultivation of the soul must be one level higher than the other party. Secondly, many key information is difficult to obtain, and it is easy to cause the other party's soul to be disordered, broken, and stupid. The punishment ability of the crying soul beast can make people confess through the dual torture of the flesh and soul. If it is one level higher, it can even suppress the effect of the restriction on the other party during the confession process, which is amazing. And the crying soul beast is different from other monsters. As long as it has enough spirit, corpse ghost, and Yinming evil spirit, it can quickly improve and evolve. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought. According to the system's introduction to the crying soul, the latter is not a certain monster. It is a strange creature between monsters, demons, and ghosts. Therefore, its growth and promotion are different from those of ordinary monsters. Like the golden-winged skypeng and the sea-splitting black whale, even if they are fed with a lot of natural treasures, they still need time to digest and grow. But the crying soul beast is different. If it is given enough spirit, corpse king, and ghost king now, it can quickly be promoted to the top of the 3rd level, break through the 4th level, and continue to evolve and improve its level and grade. Why don't you go to the Qingyun Sect to find the dark evil? After several waves of pursuits in the Hansha fantasy realm, the Qingyun Sect and the Dark Evil Lord have been on Lu Changsheng's must-kill list. Prepare to have enough strength to break through the gate of the Qingyun Sect. Now seeing the weeping soul beast, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think of the Yinbin Ghost King formed by the Qingzhu Sect's mountain protection formation, as well as the 10,000 ghosts blood pool of the nether evil true lord. If all of these were fed to the weeping soul, the latter might be able to directly advance to the 4th level. Forget it, under the current circumstances, there is no need to show off. Considering that Hansha fantasy realm was too noisy and he was being watched by many forces, Lu Changsheng gave up this idea and prepared to endure it. Let's go. Lu Changsheng looked at the cute weeping soul beast in his hand, took a few glances, and flew towards the Great Dream Lake. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng returned to the Great Dream Fairy City. Husband. Honglian saw Lu Changsheng and was concerned about Lingzixio's dam formation. Then she told him about the situation in the Fairy City for the past 6 months and gave him the storage bag that the Heaven Sword Sect exchanged for the Shadow Sect monk. Lu Changsheng took the storage bag and looked at it, and praised, the Qingyun Sect is really generous. This is the first time the two families have cooperated, so the Qingyun Sect will naturally not be stingy. The Yuling Sect brought a beast heart pill before, and I think it was also after the Qingyun Sect nodded and took the initiative to show goodwill. Honglian, wearing a simple and elegant red robe, with a delicate and perfect appearance, said with a faint smile on her lips. Oh. Although the beast heart pill is not as good as the 3-yuan beast heart pill, it also has a certain effect on the breakthrough of the Demon King and can stabilize the mind and spirit. Since they are willing to take the initiative to show goodwill for the transaction, we can also be more generous in future transactions. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. The natural materials and treasures he had obtained in the Hansha fantasy realm before were all stolen goods, and he needed to slowly trade them out in exchange for the resources he needed. Honglian knew her husband's temperament. As long as others did not take the initiative to provoke, she would be tolerant and make friends. Oh, my husband, Qingzhu Mountain has woken up. Honglian said to Lu Changsheng in a dignified and graceful manner. As for the news about Qingyun Sect and ancient puppet sect, it has been a long time, and Xiancheng has only collected general information. In the early years, there was indeed a force called Qingyun Sect in the endless desert. Because of disobeying the upper sect and fighting for the secret treasure, it was destroyed by the ancient puppet sect and several forces. At present, there are 2 Yuanying cultivators in the ancient puppet sect, both of whom are Yuanying early stage cultivators. Honglian said softly. 2 Yuanying early stage. The strength of this ancient puppet sect is about the same as Lu Changsheng guessed. In other words, there is no top-level force in this area of the southern wilderness and the northern region. Let's go see Qingzhu Mountain first. The two came to the cave and immediately saw a puppet with a faint dark light all over its body, outlined with complex patterns, and a slightly broken body. Master. Seeing Lu Changsheng and Honglian coming, the soul flame in the puppet's pupils burned, and he shouted in a hoarse voice. With Honglian, it is natural that Lu Changsheng, the head of the family, does not need to do these things personally, such as taming and negotiating. Don't worry, as long as you perform well, I will help you advance to the 4th level within 100 years, and help you avenge your blood hatred. Lu Changsheng saw that Qingzhu Mountain in front of him was much calmer and more stable than before. Immediately, the two sides reached an agreement. Qingzhu Mountain will do her best to help Lu Changsheng build puppets in the next period of time, and teach her puppet skills and knowledge. And Lu Changsheng must help her advance to the 4th level within 100 years, and assist her in avenging her blood hatred. After revenge, she will completely submit to Lu Changsheng. Afterwards, Qingzhu Mountain took the initiative to cooperate with Lu Changsheng, refine the core center of the puppet, and lay a soul mark. However, Qingzhu Mountain has independent consciousness and does not need Lu Changsheng to control it. Even when Lu Changsheng is not around, he can act independently. What is your physical condition? Can you repair it yourself? Lu Changsheng looked at the slight damage on Qingzhu Mountain's body and asked. Although his puppetry skills are only at the second level, but as a top-level third-class weapon refiner, and with a Shenji by Lianju, he can still try to repair it. Yes, but it requires materials and time. Qingzhu Mountain said in a hoarse voice. I have some materials in my hand now, see if you can use them, or which ones can increase your wakefulness time. The only shortcoming of Qingzhu Mountain in front of him is that she can't stay awake for a long time. She needs to sleep to avoid being eroded by the puppet spirit. So Lu Changsheng thought about upgrading her and trying to improve this aspect. Thank you, my lord. Qingzhu Mountain saw a pile of fourth-level natural materials and treasures in Lu Changsheng's hands, and the soul fire in her eyes fluctuated. Realizing that the master in front of her was more extraordinary than she thought. When repairing the puppet's body, Lu Changsheng gave many suggestions based on his own weapon refining experience. Qingzhu Mountain was surprised to learn that Lu Changsheng was actually a top-level third-class weapon refiner. There are many similarities between weapon refining and puppetry. If Lu Changsheng's weapon refining helps, it will greatly improve the quality of the puppet and promote it to the fourth level. Half a month later, the half of her soul that had turned into puppet spirit began to erode and affect her normal soul consciousness like a ghost cultivator. Is this the erosion of the puppet spirit? Lu Changsheng sensed this negative emotion of the ghost path through the Tai soul. The golden little man on his forehead was shining, and he tried to operate the six desires heart demon art, using the soul mark between the two as a medium, and then turn this negative emotion of the ghost path into food to practice the six desires heart demon art. Then, a magical scene appeared. The ghost aura and negative emotions generated by Qingzhu Mountain's puppet spirit soul were directly refined by Lu Changsheng's Tai soul. Can it be like this? The six desires heart demon art uses the 7 emotions and 6 desires to cultivate one's own consciousness. Because cultivation is troublesome, Lu Changsheng spent some time cultivating it when he built the feminine refining key tower in his early years, and did not pay attention to it at other times. He never expected that he could refine the negative emotions formed by her puppet spirit by using the soul mark between the two as a medium. Doesn't that mean that I can use the negative emotions generated by her puppet spirit soul to practice the 6 desires heart demon sutra? Lu Changsheng looked at the dark armor puppet in front of him and thought to himself. This. Not only Lu Changsheng, but even Qingzhu Mountain himself was confused, not knowing what was going on. How could the obsession, hatred, and evil thoughts formed by her puppet spirit soul all disappear in the blink of an eye? My lord. The soul fire in her eyes burned, and she looked at Lu Changsheng puzzledly. Is it that as long as you dispel this negative emotion, you can stay awake for a long time? Lu Changsheng asked calmly without explaining. Yes, my lord, if there is no influence from the puppet spirit, my soul only needs to bear the erosion of the turbid air, which can greatly increase the awakening time. If you add soul-nourishing wood to the puppet brain component, this awakening time can be extended. Qingzhu Mountain's hoarse voice sounded a little happy. If she had more awake time, she could better demonstrate her value, help Lu Changsheng build a puppet, and then use the other party's materials to upgrade herself to a 4th-level puppet. As long as the 4th-order puppet is upgraded, she will have a chance to take revenge. Okay, I'll think of a way to see if I can solve it. Although Tai Soul and the 6 Desires Heart Demon Sutra can temporarily solve this situation for her. But this is a temporary solution. However, this solution gave Lu Changsheng some inspiration. I think he can study the situation of the latter puppet spirit soul carefully, and then find a way to solve it. At this time, Lu Changsheng seemed to think of something, his mind moved slightly, his palm was lightly raised, and the crying soul beast in the Qingzhu shadow belt appeared. Squeaky the crying soul just appeared, and the dark eyes with a strange yellow luster immediately looked at Qingzhu Mountain, and his pupils were filled with a bit of desire. Qingzhu Mountain in the dark armor puppet suddenly froze, as if he had encountered some great terror. Especially the general soul that turned into puppet spirit, it seemed to face a natural enemy, and the soul instinctively trembled. Crying soul, do you have a way to solve it? The crying soul beast restrains all kinds of ghosts, monsters, and corpses. Maybe there is a way to solve Qingzhu Mountain's situation. The crying soul, like a little monkey, jumped from Lu Changsheng's hand to Qingzhu Mountain's shoulder. It sniffed with its huge nostrils, and then told Lu Changsheng that it could eat the other party's spirit that was like a ghost. Qingzhu Mountain was able to perfectly control this puppet because half of his spirit had turned into puppet spirit. If it was eaten by the crying soul, not only would his spirit be seriously injured, but he would also lose the ability to control the puppet. Forget it, it's none of your business. Lu Changsheng signaled the crying soul to come back, intending to study it later. However, the appearance of the crying soul made Qingzhu Mountain more afraid and terrified of Lu Changsheng in front of him. 5 days later, Lu Changsheng completed the body repair for Qingzhu Mountain, and refined the soul-nourishing wood, soul crystal, and star-shining stone he obtained into her body to extend her wakefulness. As for upgrading and improving the quality of the puppet, it would take a lot of time, and he had other things to do now. He gave the materials for making the puppet to Qingzhu Mountain, saying that she could go directly to Honglian if she had any problems, and Lu Changsheng went to accompany his wife, concubines, and children. Lu Meng Xiaochen saw that Lu Changsheng had finished his work, and immediately told him about his daughter Lu Mengjin's foundation building. After these years of practice, Lu Mengjin's cultivation has long been improved to the point where she can break through the foundation building and condense a perfect foundation at any time. However, in Meng Xiaochen's view, foundation building is the beginning of the Great Way, and it is crucial and must be done to the extreme. Even though she thought that her daughter's foundation was already extremely strong and far better than her own in her early years, she still waited for Lu Changsheng to finish his work. After all, she knew that she was far inferior to Lu Changsheng in terms of vision and understanding of the secret book of 10,000 evil poison spirits. It's already very good. Lu Changsheng held his daughter Lu Mengjin's white and tender wrist, and the yin and yang magic power entered her body. Possessing the evil poison body, practicing the secret book of 10,000 evil poison spirits, and taking many natural materials and treasures that fit the evil poison body, his daughter Lu Mengjin's spiritual power is even more powerful and profound than when he was in the key refining stage. If it weren't for Xiao Ziao's Tian Moonlight, Jinwu Dan's Sun Essence, and Yun Wanchang's spiritual key, which upgraded his Dao Foundation to Yin Yang 5 Elements Dao Foundation, and then through Ling Xiao's Dragon Roar body, Nanguang Mili's Tian Jade Liquid and many other spiritual bodies, his Dao Foundation would never have been improved to this point today. I'll come to help Meng protect the law later and break through the foundation. Since his daughter has such a talent and his wife Meng Xiaochen is so concerned, Lu Changsheng is also ready to protect the law himself and help his daughter build the foundation through the yin-yang origin. If it weren't for the fact that the 5-element spiritual fruits in the family are really limited and the Wanling Kangshandu is all consumed on the Zuanmu vine, Lu Changsheng even wants to give his daughter a 5-element spiritual fruit to see how far her Dao Foundation can be improved under this circumstance. Thank you, Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochen heard that Lu Changsheng personally protected his daughter's breakthrough, and her eyebrows and eyes were immediately happy. Thank you, Daddy. Lu Mengjin also said crisply, with a delicate and exquisite face with a pitiful and well-behaved meaning, which made people love her. Ha, why are you thanking Daddy? Lu Changsheng smiled and pinched the fair faces of the mother and daughter, then looked at his storage ring to see if there were any natural treasures or elixirs that could help his daughter. But at his level, he no longer had any natural treasures that could help with key refining and foundation building. Ordinary natural treasures and foundation building spiritual objects were not only useless to his daughter, but might even affect the purity of her foundation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, Children, the Foundation of the Tao by the Poisonous Spirits that Devour Souls. A few days later, after accompanying his wives and concubines, Lu Changsheng found his daughter Lu Wangshu and said, "Your mother Maya Oj will go to Zhuxiao Xiancheng. If you want to go out for a walk, you can go there together later. If you don't want to go, haven't you always been interested in puppets? I'll find you a puppet teacher to learn puppet battle formations." At the beginning, he planned to end the ban on the War of Reclamation, so he went to the Li family with Li Xingguo and his sister to resolve the grievances of the early years. But there have been many things in recent years. In addition to practicing the Brahma Demon True Body, recasting magic weapons, and refining supernatural powers, he also has to go to the 5-poison sect of Jin state. There is really no time to go to Daoshin Li's family with the 2 sisters of the Li family. The main reason is that he uses the identity of Changsheng's Henren to deal with it. In public, it is not convenient to use the golden-winged sky pen to go back and forth quickly, which is very time-consuming. So he plans to let his wife Lu Mioj take his place and go with the 2 girls. Jiuxiao Xiancheng? What is mother going to Jiuxiao Xiancheng for? Lu Wangshu asked in surprise. Your Aunt Xingruo in the early years. Lu Changsheng told his daughter the general situation. Dad, why don't you wait a little longer? In this way, almost all the older generations of the Li family have passed away, and the grudges will disappear. Lu Wangshu was a little speechless about his father's efficiency. Seeing that his father was going to hide him again, he immediately said with a smile, Xiao Li and the others will go together. It just so happens that I haven't been to Jiuxiao Fairy City yet, so I'll go and take a look. If your mother and aunt go there, she can handle it as a junior if she encounters any inconvenience. After saying that, her poetic and beautiful eyes looked at her father with suspicion. By the way, Dad, what's the matter with the puppet master you mentioned? In his heart, he thought to himself, could it be that his father took a fancy to puppet female cultivator, or the other party needed a smart disciple, and then his father sent his clever self to be a wingman? What are you thinking about all day? Although Lu Changsheng didn't know what his daughter was thinking, he could guess a little. He knocked on her head and said, when I was in Hanja Fantasy Realm, I got a puppet. This puppet is a genius in puppetry. You are now affected by your cultivation in the way of talismans, and it is difficult to make any progress. You mainly comprehend the spiritual patterns, so your father will find you a teacher to satisfy your hobbies. Lu Changsheng said unhappily. Transform into a puppet, manipulate 12 puppets, and fight against a nascent soul through the battle array. Lu Wangshu was shocked by his father's words, and his red lips opened slightly. What a trick! If he had this level of puppetry, and then perfectly combined the talisman array, talisman soldiers, and puppets, and had the affection and sponsorship of his father, even a Jinden's Henren could be killed head-on. Well, if you are interested, you can study hard. In the early years, Lu Changsheng didn't like his daughter to learn too much, thinking that it would distract time and energy. But after so many years, she has always been interested in puppets. Now there is a puppet master like Qingzhu Mountain, it is worth spending some time on this. Besides, Lu Wangshu is also preparing to form a pill, so this kind of analogy might be helpful to her. Thank you, Dad. Lu Wangshu responded happily, thinking about how to show her ability and strive for a 3rd-level puppet. She had several 2nd-level top-level puppets and 2 quasi-3rd-level puppets, but she didn't have a real 3rd-level puppet yet. Now there was a 3rd-level puppeteer in the family. As long as her father nodded happily, a 3rd-level low-quality puppet was just a word. You study hard and that will be the greatest thanks to your father. Lu Changsheng said unhappily. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took his daughter Lu Wangshu to see Qingzhu Mountain. He signaled the latter to pass on her puppetry and puppet battle formation to Lu Wangshu. As for the principle of puppets and the creation of puppets, this is a long-term job and cannot be learned in a short time. Lu Changsheng did not intend for his daughter to waste time on this. It is better to wait until Qingzhu Mountain's condition is stable before sending him to Behu Mountain for teaching. Then Lu Changsheng called his son Lu Qingsong. Dad, you're looking for me. Lu Qingsong walked quickly to the hall and saw Lu Changsheng standing with his hands behind his back in a long green robe. He immediately bowed. Here you are. How are you doing recently? Are you adapting? Lu Changsheng turned to look at his son. Among the many children in the family, Lu Qingsong is the most conventional one, or in other words, the one who is well-behaved and mediocre. He has a 7th-grade spiritual root and his ability can only be considered above average. From the early family affairs to being in charge of Behu Mountain, then coming to Damangs, taking charge of Longayu Island, and now serving as the manager of Xiancheng. He has not made many outstanding achievements, nor has he made any mistakes. He got married early, married a wife and concubines, and expanded the family, giving birth to 5 sons and 4 daughters. It's just that his luck is not very good. Only 4 children have spiritual roots, and their talents are average. Reply to Father Lu Qingsong has a traditional personality and has been in charge of family affairs for many years. So when facing his father Lu Changsheng, like most of the children in the family, he behaves very respectfully and formally. He will not be as natural and casual as Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingqi, or Lu Wangshu. Through Lu Qingsong's words, Lu Changsheng could see that his son put most of his attention on family affairs and had half given up on cultivation. However, he could also see some from his cultivation at the third level of foundation building. This is normal. Lu Qingsong only has a 7th grade spiritual root. Even if he works hard, he can only rely on hard work or break through the middle stage of foundation building with a broken level pill. It is difficult to go further. Unless he chooses to leave the family and go out to experience and find opportunities. Not bad, but don't waste your practice on weekdays. Lu Changsheng said softly. During the conversation, a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand and said, I got a Xianbu pill this time. It has the effect of refining innate spiritual roots and improving the grade of spiritual roots. After you take it, you can get twice the result with half the effort in your future cultivation. Xianbu pill. Although Lu Qingsong is only in the early stage of foundation building, he has heard of the name of Xianbu pill. His brother Lu Qingshan also mentioned Xianbu pill to him before, saying that he would give him one in the future. Unexpectedly, his father would give him such a rare pill. A warm current surged in his heart, and he wanted to take it, but he smiled bitterly, bowed and said, Thank you, father, but it is a waste to give this kind of elixir to my child, please take it back. One's family knows one's own affairs. After many years of being a 7th grade spiritual root, starting a family and taking care of family affairs, he gradually lost the ambition to practice. Not to mention the comparison with his genius brother, even compared with Lu Qingyan and Lu Lingxiao, he could feel that he seemed to be older than them. So in this case, he knew that even if his spiritual roots were improved, the speed of practice would be improved at most, and it would be difficult to achieve anything beyond breaking through the middle stage of foundation building. You have been running around for the family for these years, and your father has seen it in his eyes. This is also a reward for you. Lu Changsheng said softly, knowing that he paid little attention to the son. In his early years, before his father-in-law Lu Yuanding died, he said that this son was holding a grudge because his brothers and sisters were too outstanding. But due to his lack of ability, he could not vent this grudge, and finally he could only choose to let it go and admit his mediocrity. Dad, the Buyondan is precious. There are many other brothers and sisters in the family who need it, such as Sister Ruai, Qingyan, Qingzhu, and Wangshu. They all need it and have a greater role. It would be a waste to give it to me. Lu Qingsong, wearing a dark green brocade robe and a beard, looked to be in his 40s. He was calm and majestic, and said with a cupped hand. Lu Changsheng had the Yuanying level Tai spirit, and he could see that his son's words were not false. Knowing that he was like Lu Xianzi in his early years, admitting that he was mediocre, he was unwilling to expect too much and just wanted to live well in the present. Okay, you keep these resources and try to break through the middle stage of foundation building by yourself. Lu Changsheng did not force it, and was ready to wait for decades to see if he would consider the heaven and earth longevity method. Although this method can break through the Jinden and even the Yuanying, the price is the loss of freedom. Thank you, father. Lu Qingsong did not regret it at all, and acted very relieved. After all, contentment is the key to happiness. If he had not been born in the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, with his talent, ability, and understanding, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through the foundation building. 4 years ago, when a beast tide appeared in Damang's, Lu Qingyan and several Lu family foundation building cultivators immediately joined the law enforcement team of the fairy city, helped defend the city, hunted monsters everywhere, and made a great reputation for Longai Island. Especially Lu Qingyan, who was in charge of the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers, was even given the name of Black Dragon Spear, which attracted the pursuit of many foundation building cultivators. Although Lu Qingyan's appearance is not absolutely beautiful, she can be regarded as an upper middle level figure. With such a beautiful appearance, she is the deputy city lord of Daming Fairy City, the daughter of Changsheng's Henren, and is in charge of the Lu family's Taoist soldiers. You know, the last person in charge of the Lu family's Taoist soldiers was the eldest son of the Lu family. From this point, we can see Lu Qingyan's status in the Lu family. Therefore, after the beast tide, cultivators often visited Longai Island, and even tried to contact Lu Qingyan in the name of asking for advice and learning. On this day, on Longai Island, on the Jiaosh Cliff, Lu Qingyan was learning and fighting with a 27-28-year-old, elegant cultivator. This is one of her daily routines. In addition to practicing, raising Taoist soldiers, she would go out to hunt monsters, or compete with others. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s and a handsome young man in his 20s came leisurely towards this side. Lu Qingyan, holding a black dragon spear, suddenly felt something. Seeing the handsome young man, she was startled, then raised her spear, rolled in the air with a nimble posture, bowed to him and shouted, "Dad!" "What?" Seeing this, the elegant monk who was sparring with Lu Qingyan looked at the handsome young man who was like a jade tree. He was shocked and bowed quickly, saying, "I am Li Fengayao from the Li family of Heian Island, and I pay my respects to the immortal Changsheng." Yes, Lu Changsheng had some impression of the Li family of Heian Island, which seemed to be a fake Dan-level force. He asked a few questions and then talked to his daughter. Li Fengayao next to him saw this and was very tactful. He did not dare to disturb him and respectfully said goodbye and left. At this time, Lu Changsheng suddenly looked at his daughter and said with a smile, "Qingyan, this boy is probably interested in you." Ah! Lu Qingyan was stunned. I didn't expect her father to mention such a thing. But after a slight surprise, she said with a firm look in her eyes, "My daughter has no love heart, nor does she want to marry someone else as a wife or concubine." After that, she tightened the black dragon spear in her hand, and said with bright eyes, "Although my daughter does not have the talent, character, courage, and extraordinary talents and ability to deal with things like my elder brother and sister Wangshu, she also wants to do her best to see how far she can go in the future. Even if I can't be like the true Lord Qingluan, with a red tassel binding the blue dragon and becoming famous all over the world, I am willing to hold the red tassel in my hand and guard one side for the family." Although she is only 5 or 6 years younger than Lu Qingsong. But her spirit is completely different from Lu Qingsong. Or, this is also the reason why many cultivators are unwilling to get married. Once they get married and have children, they will gradually lose their heart to the Tao and their spirit to strive for progress. Well, I didn't expect my Qingyan to have such an ambition. Lu Changsheng knew that his daughter was determined to pursue the Tao, but he didn't expect that she had such an ambition. He applauded and said with a smile, "In his early years, the true Lord Qingluan was in charge of the Qingluan Taoist soldiers and was famous in Jiang State. You will practice the Black Dragon Code and Black Water Dragon transformation art to the stage of Dan formation, and be in charge of the Black Water Jiaolong Taoist soldiers, and travel across the Great Dream Lake. By then, you will also be famous in Jiang State." Dan formation. Lu Qingyan's dark and bright eyes were filled with desire. Although she relied on the black dragon essence and the dragon blood to improve her Tao foundation to the perfect level, it was still difficult to break through the Dan formation. Since you have the ambition to imitate the true Lord Qingluan, you should know that the true Lord Qingluan's talent was not the best in his early years. She, the true Lord Qingluan, could become a true Lord of Dan formation and Yuanying step by step. Why can't my daughter do the same? Lu Changsheng said to his daughter with a smile. Over the years, he found that not only his daughter Lu Qingyan, but many female cultivators around him admired the true Lord Qingluan, including Lu Miaojin Ling's Xio. So he was a little curious, if the girls knew that he and Qingluan's Henjin had a daughter, how would they feel? Dad, even if Lu Qingyan had ambition, she didn't dare to hope that she could be like Qingluan's Henjin. But most of the female cultivators in Jiang country admired Qingluan's Henjin and regarded her as an idol and a goal. Your Tao foundation is strong now. As long as you cultivate to the peak of foundation building, and then use the power of Tao soldiers, you may have a chance to form a pill. Lu Changsheng smiled, and then said seriously, if there is any deficiency, it is that the spiritual roots are a bit of a drag. Low-grade spiritual roots are almost impossible to build a foundation. Middle-grade spiritual roots, not to mention impossible to form a pill, also have little hope. Especially Lu Qingyan is only a 6th grade spiritual root. However, he came here this time, on the one hand, to see and care about his children here, and also to consider whether to give Lu Qingsong's Butyeondan to Lu Qingyan. Spiritual roots. Lu Qingyan naturally knew that the 6th grade spiritual roots were a drag on breaking through the Jiangdan, and she had to make up for it in other ways. But then, her father's gentle voice came to her ears, "But since you have such an ambition, your father will help you. This pill can improve the quality of your spiritual roots." Improve the quality of your spiritual roots. Although Lu Changsheng did not mention the name of the Butian pill, Lu Qingyan was still very surprised. After all, pills that improve spiritual roots are priceless no matter where they are. Dad, this. Lu Qingyun said, and just as she was about to refuse, Lu Changsheng was too lazy to waste time. With a flick of his finger, the porcelain bottle opened, and the bouillon pail inside flew directly into Lu Qingyun's mouth. Concentrate on refining the medicinal power. Then, Lu Changsheng began to help his daughter refine the medicinal power of the bouillon pail. Like his daughter Lu Rui, Lu Qingyun's spiritual roots were upgraded to the 4th grade. However, there is also a gap between the 4th grade. Like Lu Rui, the spiritual roots barely entered the 4th grade. And Lu Qingyun's spiritual roots have almost been upgraded to the critical point of the 4th grade. If she advances a few steps, it will be the 3rd grade spiritual roots. Dad Lu Qingyun opened her eyes and sensed that her spiritual roots had been greatly improved. But the specific improvement must be known through cultivation and careful experience. Haha, okay, your father will wait for you to break through the Jinden, hold the red tassel, and guard the family. You can keep this gourd of blood essence, and dilute it with spiritual liquid to cultivate the soldiers. Lu Changsheng gave his daughter a gourd of the diluted void kun blood essence to cultivate the black water dragon soldiers. Although the soldiers consume a lot of resources and grow slowly, once they are cultivated, their role is unquestionable. Moreover, now that they are stationed in Damangs, Lu Changsheng also needs such a force of soldiers, which will be useful in the future. Dad, don't worry, your daughter will definitely work hard to cultivate and live up to your high expectations. Lu Qingyun said with a firm look. Okay. Lu Changsheng smiled and went with his daughter to check the current situation of the Blackwater Dragon soldiers. With the natural training ground of the Great Dream Lake that fits the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers, the number of Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers has already exceeded 100, reaching 300. But the level has not been upgraded yet. Only more than 10 Taoist soldiers with high-level and Earth-level bloodlines have been promoted to the 2nd level. But this fighting force is already very terrifying. In the previous Beast Tide, Lu Qingyun did not take these Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers out. If all of them appeared in the world's vision, the name of the Xianfu Lu family would probably cause a stir again. After a few words of encouragement and praise, Lu Changsheng continued to go to Chili Island and Billy Island. After finishing his work, Lu Changsheng returned to the city lord's mansion to protect his daughter Lu Mengjin, who was preparing to build a foundation. Meng, don't be nervous. The formation of this daughter breaking through the foundation is amazing. Not only is Lu Changsheng a father comparable to Yuanying, but his mother, who has the cultivation of Jinden, personally protects the law. Nanguang Li and Hong Lian also came to watch. Knowing that Lu Mengjin was a body of evil poison and practiced supreme poison skills, even Hong Lian was quite curious about her situation. She wanted to know how far this seemingly weak little girl could grow and what kind of foundation she could condense. Lu Mengjin had originally calmed down and prepared herself. But being watched by so many people, she suddenly became a little nervous. Fortunately, after preparing for so long, Lu Mengjin took a few deep breaths and began to attack the foundation. The first 3 levels of foundation building were naturally not a problem for Lu Mengjin, and she did it easily. In other words, her entire breakthrough process was like eating and drinking water. As the skills were running, the foundation building spirit liquid prepared by Meng Xiaochen for her daughter entered her body meridians and limbs. Is this the body of evil poison? With such a strong toxicity, ordinary foundation building cultivators are afraid that they can't survive for more than a cup of tea. And it also carries a dark disaster and curse aura. Hong Lian has a Yuanying level soul and can directly see Lu Mengjin's Qi Hai Danshan. Her Danhu is different from that of ordinary cultivators. It is not pure spiritual power, but endless poison. As the Danhu turns into true lake and condenses into Dao platform, a disaster and curse aura appears, interweaving with the poison and pouring into the Dao platform. Hong Lian can sense that this poison can kill a foundation building cultivator. When she completely completes the breakthrough, she will be completely invincible at the same level. If you don't have body training or poison resistance, you will be poisoned if you get close to her, and then die from the poison. As for the disaster and curse aura in the dark, Hong Lian can't judge the specific effect, but it can be seen that it is very unusual. No wonder it is said that once the evil poison body breaks through the Jinden stage, it will be a human-shaped natural disaster, which can turn a force into poisonous soil. No one dares to provoke it. It is so amazing just to build a foundation. No, this is not an ordinary evil poison body. She practices the supreme poison skills prepared by her husband. Once she breaks through the Jinden stage and the Yuanying stage, I am afraid it will be more amazing than the evil poison body recorded in the rumors. Honglian couldn't help but think secretly that once this kind of poison body goes to the battlefield, it is simply terrifying and can easily poison countless cultivators. If a war is set off in the world of immortal cultivation, such an evil poison body can even affect the situation to a certain extent. However, thinking of Lu Mengzhen's soft and weak temperament, she couldn't help shaking her head and felt a little pity. Xiaozhen. Lu Changsheng paid attention to his daughter's situation through Tai Shenhun. He signaled Meng Xiaozhen to release the poison prepared in advance as a foundation-building spiritual object to help his daughter condense the foundation and improve the quality. However, the meridians and the danshan of a key refining cultivator can only bear a limited amount of toxins. Even if one has a poisonous body, it is impossible to improve his Dao foundation by relying on the accumulation of endless poisons. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lu Changsheng flipped his palm. The yin and yang key origins of the danshan of the key C appeared like a dragon and a phoenix, and turned into yin and yang fish to help his daughter take another step forward. Meng, concentrate. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice, and then protected his daughter's meridians and the danshan of the key C with the yin and yang origins, helping her refine all kinds of poisons and condense the Dao foundation. Boom. It can be seen that with the help of the yin and yang fish, her deep purple Dao platform, which was intertwined with endless poisons and disasters, went one step further and continued to condense. It was visible to the naked eye that it was thicker than the Dao foundation of most cultivators. However, during this process, Lu Mengzhen's fair and delicate face showed a look of pain. Even though her danshan of the key C was tougher and thicker than most cultivators under the many natural treasures, it also had a limit to its endurance. And now, Lu Changsheng was helping her break the limit, so it was naturally very painful. Meng, if you can't hold on, tell daddy. Lu Changsheng practiced the yin-yang creation sutra to help his daughter coordinate yin and yang, balance the disasters and poisons in the foundation of Taoism, and perfectly match the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits as much as possible to break the limit. Although Lu Mengzhen is weak, timid, crybaby, and easily wronged, she has become much stronger under Meng Xiaozhen's patient and careful teaching over the years. Especially for things like foundation building, Mother repeatedly warned and told her the importance of it. Even though her little face was wronged and tears came out of pain, she still pursed her lips tightly. Meng, don't cry. Although she knew that her husband was doing it for her daughter's good, Meng Xiaozhen was still distressed when she saw her daughter's pain. After a long time, Lu Changsheng saw that his daughter's foundation of Taoism had reached its limit, so he stopped practicing the technique, dispersed the origin of the two yin and yang energies, and transformed them into the power of dragon and phoenix nirvana, nourishing the meridians of the flesh and the 5 internal organs and danshan for his daughter. After refining the origin of dragon and phoenix, Lu Changsheng's yin and yang energies had the power of dragon and phoenix nirvana. That's why he broke through the 4th level of body refining and obtained the nirvana supernatural power. And the previous chaotic body merged with the true spirit blood of his daughter Muk, which slightly improved the effect of this nirvana. Therefore, the effect of this source of yin and yang qi in warming and healing the body is no worse than warming and nourishing the foundation. Even if the effect is much worse in this way, it is amazing for a half-step foundation building cultivator like Lu Mengzhen. Boom. After a moment, in the center of Lu Mengzhen's Qi High Danshan, a Taoist platform with a deep purple body, bright colors, rich and deep, and mixed with wisps of black mist swirled up. This Taoist platform is different from most Taoist platforms. Not only is it much more spacious and thick, but the surface is full of strange and complicated patterns, like mysterious ancient runes, glowing with a faint green light. The edges also show a sense of irregularity, like the fangs of a demon, burning with a faint purple flame. But the most amazing thing was the colorful vortex in the center of the platform, which slowly rotated, and various poisonous creatures could be vaguely seen. They roared and screamed in the vortex, struggling and twisting, as if they were imprisoned in the platform, but they continuously provided the platform with poisonous spirit power. This was the 10,000 evil poison spirit soul eroding Dao foundation in the 10,000 evil poison spirit secret book. Chapter 696, Fairy Lotus Demon Girl. Woo. Unlike most people who break through the foundation building stage with a radiant glow, Lu Mengzhen was surrounded by layers of poisonous fog and disaster. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng and others were not afraid. Otherwise, Ordinary foundation building cultivators might even be affected by her. Is this the evil poison body? Meng Xiaochen and Nangguang Mili paid close attention to Lu Mengchen's situation. They saw that she was undergoing baptism and shedding her mortal body. In this process, the effect of her evil poison body and her potential were constantly stimulated. Looking at Lu Mengchen's situation, Nangguang Mili was even a little envious. Envy that she could be valued by Lu Changsheng so much, and received so many rich resources for cultivation, so as to condense such a supreme foundation in the foundation building period. She also spent a lot of effort to cultivate her daughter Nangguang Yao in her early years, and laid a solid foundation for her when she was young. But even though Nangguang Yao's spiritual root talent is not inferior to Lu Mengchen, and even her character and comprehension are better, she is far inferior to Lu Mengchen in front of her. For a moment, Nangguang Mili began to miss his smart and sensible daughter again. I wonder how she is doing now that she has joined the Qingyun Sect. Although the White Lotus Master said at that time that he would help his daughter to wash away all the lead and refine the foundation of Taoism through the Xianlian Pond, and perfectly transfer to the inheritance of the Qingyun Sect. But the mother is worried about her daughter's journey. How can she not miss her? Dad, Mother, did I succeed in breaking through? At this time, Lu Mengchen opened her slightly red crystal eyes and said aloud, "Of course, my Meng is great." Lu Changsheng ignored the toxins flowing in his daughter's body, pinched her fair face, and smiled warmly. Although she cried in pain after breaking through the foundation building, it was really a bit, but thinking about it carefully, this is also the most painful thing his daughter has experienced since she was a child. The little crybaby in his early years could bite his teeth and persevere, which in his opinion was a great improvement. Meng, how do you feel now? Meng Xiaochen asked her daughter with concern. Mom, I'm so sleepy. Lu Mengchen said amiably. During the breakthrough process just now, Lu Changsheng helped her break through the limit by using the origin of yin and yang qi, which caused a slight load on her physical meridians. Now it has transformed into the power of dragon and phoenix nirvana to nourish her physical body. The effect of breaking through the foundation building also constantly baptized her meridians, dampened limbs and bones, and stimulated the effect of the evil poison body, causing her to feel like she was experiencing a deep pain. Now she is nourished by the mother's womb and wants to sleep comfortably. Meng, don't sleep yet. Lu Changsheng signaled his daughter to stabilize her realm first, run this Haoshan of the exercises, and complete the transformation of the foundation before sleeping. Although Lu Mengchen was very sleepy and aggrieved, she still endured the sleepiness and ran the exercises obediently in the face of her parents' words. Honglian, who was standing next to her, saw that her husband's education method was like coaxing a child, and couldn't help shaking her head in her heart. With Lu Changsheng's education method, unless she experienced some major changes, it would be difficult for Lu Mengchen to be independent with her personality. But after so many years of getting along, she also knew her husband's temperament, so she didn't say much, but subconsciously put her jade hand on her lower abdomen. After his daughter had completely completed the foundation building, Lu Changsheng looked at her body, mana, and consciousness. The mana was purer and more powerful than when he had just broken through the foundation building. Although the body had not been cultivated, it was comparable to the first stage mid-stage body cultivation. Most importantly, she had broken through the foundation building, and the poisonous mana in her body could cover her skin at any time, directly poisoning the foundation building, the second stage body cultivation. The consciousness was Lu Mengchen's weakness, only about 18 feet. This was normal. Lu Mengchen obtained the secret book of 10,000 evil poison spirits from Lu Changsheng, and it has only been 10 years since she started practicing. The reason why the consciousness was born in the key refining period was entirely due to Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaochen feeding it. Otherwise, in her case, she would have to rely on the potential of the evil poison body to break through the consciousness barrier. Xiaochen, Meng can spend more time on the magic in the future to lay the foundation for the cultivation of magical powers in the future. Lu Changsheng said to his wife, "The cultivation of magical powers is not achieved overnight, and there must be a certain foundation of magic. The secret book of 10,000 poison spirits not only includes poison, but also curses. It is extremely complicated, difficult to practice, and very time-consuming. Fortunately, my daughter has the poison body of evil, so as long as she takes poison, she can improve her cultivation. Even if she spends a lot of time on magic, it will not delay her cultivation." Meng Xiaochen never doubted Lu Changsheng's words and believed them completely. Next, Lu Changsheng asked Meng Xiaochen about her cultivation. The latter turned to the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits, which was a big step ahead of his daughter. She had not yet fully understood this method, and needed Lu Changsheng to teach her. Before, Nanguang Mili saw Lu Mengchen's breakthrough and suddenly looked worried, which naturally could not be hidden from Lu Changsheng, who possessed the Tai spirit. So after teaching Meng Xiaochen, Lu Changsheng took her to comfort Nanguang Mili. Don't worry, Yao Iao is smart and sensible, and she has Yuan Yingzhenjin as her master, so she won't be bullied. Maybe when we go to visit her, she has become the saint of Qingyun Sect. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng hugged Nanguang Mili's soft and charming body and comforted her. These words are not just comfort. After all, his daughter Nanguang Yao broke through the giant at the age of 64. This speed is enough to show that she is highly valued in Qingyun Sect. Although her cultivation has not improved in recent years. But as a disciple of a sect, especially a disciple of a large sect, whether it is sect tasks, going out for training, or practicing magical skills, it is very time-consuming. It is understandable that the cultivation realm has slowed down. Yes, Master, Yao Iao's personality is likable everywhere, and she is smart and sensible. Meng Xiaochen's body was covered with fine sweat, and she also took her master's white lotus arm and said softly. In the early years, whenever Nanguang Mili had something to do, she would take care of this junior sister. Naturally, she knew that Nanguang Yao was cute and well-behaved. Her innocence was just her appearance. She was actually very smart. If she continued to grow up, she would definitely be a demon who confused all living beings in the future. With such a character, it would not be easy for her to suffer even if she went to the Qingyun Sect. Nanguang Mili's beautiful eyes were hazy, like a galaxy flowing, and she responded with a weak breath. Having said that, as a mother, she always felt that her daughter would be easily bullied outside. A few days later, Lu Changsheng took Nanguang Mili and his daughter Lu Wangshu back to Qingzhu Mountain, preparing to go to the Five Poison Sect with Nanguang Mili. On the one hand, he promised Nanguang Mili that if she didn't like this place and wanted to return to the Five Poison Sect, he would send her back. On the other hand, it was the matter of the Hansha fantasy realm, and he was going to meet with a Yaodou to ask about the current situation. Also ask a Yaodou if there is any channel to obtain Hua Yingdan, or where there is an unowned spiritual land suitable for breaking through the nascent soul. At the same time, in the eastern region of the southern wasteland, in a secret valley, a woman wearing a red rosy dress, with exquisite and beautiful appearance, tall figure, and graceful ups and downs, was as pale as paper. She was being surrounded and killed by several people, and blood was constantly flowing. Junior sister. At this time, a young man with a heroic appearance and agile posture like a dragon broke through the air and shouted angrily. He looked at one of the holy women wearing a white lotus dress and a white veil covering her face, and offered a magic weapon. Nanguang Yao, let go of my junior sister. As he spoke, he offered a magic weapon, and the golden ancient lamp formed a blazing sun fire. The color was red gold, like the sun shining. Then a majestic three-legged divine bird, scorching and mighty, killed Nanguang Yao, who was wearing a white lotus dress and bathing in the hazy holy light. Nanguang Yao's face was covered by a white veil, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of beautiful eyes like stars were revealed, which made people intoxicated and couldn't help but fall under her charm. She chuckled, then made a seal with her hands, and said with a holy and beautiful face, "The mortal world is like a prison, and all living beings are suffering." In an instant, the world seemed to be much brighter, and the wonderful sound of the celestial music rang out. The mortal world is like a prison, and all living beings are suffering. The reincarnation is endless, and the worries are endless. Have pity on us. The fairy lotus falls from the sky, escapes from the sea of suffering, and enjoys eternal happiness. The holy mother of lotus, the home of the vacuum. Nanguang Yao is like a holy female fairy who is spotless, full of fairy spirit, agile and ethereal, flawless and spotless. There are fragrant and crystal raindrops falling from all directions, like orchids in the valley, refreshing the heart, and setting off her noble holiness. It can be seen that the place where she stands seems to have turned into pure land, isolated from the world and isolated from the sun's true fire burning in the void. Damn it! Ji Shaoyi looked at Nanguang Yao's magical power with a solemn expression. Although the cultivators of the Qingyun Sect were not good at direct combat, they had many methods, and it was not easy to defeat them among the same level. Especially the Nangguanyao in front of him had already cultivated the top magical power of the Qingyun Sect, the Qingyun Pure Land. Senior brother. Not far away, the Qingzhu woman who was surrounded and killed suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, shouted with a pale face, and struggled desperately. Ji Shaoyi was anxious and angry, knowing that it would be difficult for him to defeat the Qingyun demon woman in front of him and save his junior sister. But now he couldn't leave his junior sister alone. Why, do you want to save her? Nangguanyao looked at the young man in front of him calmly, and her beautiful eyes like stars seemed to flow with a holy and compassionate color. Even Ji Shaoyi, the prodigy of the Qingyun Sect, couldn't help being distracted by Nangguanyao's charm. He bit his tongue and calmed down, saying in a cold voice, Nangguanyao, what do you want in exchange for letting my sister go? Even in a one-on-one situation, he was confident that he could beat Nangguanyao, but now he was outnumbered and no match for the latter. Especially since his sister was still in the other's hands. But at this moment, he also realized that something was wrong. Although his sister was very powerful, it was impossible for her to hold on for so long in front of Nangguanyao and so many people. It must be that Nangguanyao deliberately used his sister to lure him here. It depends on what price Brother Dao is willing to pay. Although Nangguanyao was full of fairy spirit, like a 9-day fairy, holy and compassionate, her words were as soft as silk, charming and intoxicating. HMPH, Fairy Lotus Demon Girl, stop messing with people's minds here. If you have any request, just ask directly, as long as it is not excessive. Ji Shaoyi did not dare to say more to Nangguanyao in front of him, so as not to be charmed by her and affect his mind. After all, the magical powers of the Fairy Lotus Sect are not on the front, which makes people unable to defend against it. Ji Shaoyi, you must know that I am not negotiating conditions with you now, but you are begging me. Nangguanyao interrupted him directly, with a bit of cold and majestic voice, like a queen high above, saying, if you hold this mentality, then there is no need to talk, collect the body for your junior sister. As soon as the voice fell, he slapped the red cloud girl with a palm. Puff. The Qingzhu woman, who was already fighting hard and unable to support, flew out instantly, spitting blood, and was tied up and unable to move. Brother, don't agree to her. Even if I die, I don't want you to beg her, a Fairy Lotus Sect demon girl. The Qingzhu woman was very tenacious and shouted to her senior brother with an unyielding face. However, the more she did this, the more Ji Shaoyi couldn't bear to watch her die. After all, he and his junior sister were close, and they were only one step away from becoming Taoist partners. If he let her die in Nangguanyao's hands, she might have a demon in her heart. Tell me, what do you want to let my junior sister go? Ji Shaoyi was filled with red gold flames, staring at Nangguanyao, his hands clasped tightly, and his veins bulging. It's very simple. If you want me to let your junior sister go, then use your life in exchange. As long as you let go of your sea of consciousness and let me plant the restriction, I will let your junior sister go. Nangguanyao's beautiful eyes were crystal clear, holy and ethereal, like a holy and compassionate female fairy. Ji Shaoyi's face changed. Once the soul restriction is planted, it is equivalent to holding your life in the hands of the other party. But brother, don't agree to her. I would rather die than let you be planted with a soul restriction by this witch. The red cloud woman not far away immediately shouted loudly, wanting to sever her heart veins. But a cultivator next to her immediately slapped her on the back, imprisoning her magic power to prevent her from committing suicide. Plant the soul restriction? Nangguanyao, do you want to control Ji's life and transfer me to the pure land of the immortal lotus? Ji Shaoyi knew Nangguanyao, so he naturally knew the magical skills of the immortal lotus sect. The most famous of them is the pure land of the immortal lotus, which is known as the immortal lotus descends to the world and saves all living beings. Once you are transferred to the pure land, it is equivalent to becoming the other party's slave for eternity, willing to sacrifice everything. However, with such a horrifying method, it is naturally difficult to convert others, and the conditions are harsh. As a genius of the Great Sun Golden Crow sect, he practiced the Great Sun Golden Crow art. How could he be converted easily? The other party must place many restrictions on him before he can be converted slowly. But as long as you let my junior sister go, I will let you plant the soul restriction. He took a deep breath, his eyes struggling, as if he had made some difficult decisions, and said aloud. He was able to become the pride of the Sun Golden Crow sect, so he was naturally extraordinary. In his early years, he had an opportunity to pick up a Golden Crow True Feather. After refining this Golden Crow True Feather, not only did his talent improve, but a little Sun True Fire was also born in his sea of consciousness. This little Sun True Fire can burn all the magical skills that target the soul, including many soul restrictions. Only the master and the junior sister knew about this matter. So when Inanguanyeo proposed to plant the soul restriction in the sea of consciousness, he was ecstatic and even thought that he could take this opportunity to seriously injure the opponent's soul with the Sun True Fire. Once the soul was seriously injured, he had a 50% chance of killing the opponent with full force. However, in order to avoid being noticed by Inanguanyeo, he naturally showed entanglement and anger, all for the junior sister. It just happened that he could take this opportunity to show his anger and break the last layer of relationship between himself and the junior sister. Woo woo woo. The junior sister not far away kept shaking her head at her senior brother, but now her voice was sealed and she couldn't speak, so she could only stammer. What is love in this world? It makes people pledge their lives to each other. I didn't expect Brother G to be such a passionate person. As a genius of the Great Sun Golden Crow sect, he is willing to open up his sea of consciousness for my junior sister and let me plant the soul restriction. Inanguanyeo's beautiful eyes were like brilliant stars, looking at Ji Shaoai in front of her, as if she was very surprised. Humph, if you let my junior sister go now, I will open up my sea of consciousness and let you plant the restriction. Ji Shaoai was dressed in a scarlet golden robe, with a heroic face and an imposing aura that no one else could do it but him. Although Brother Deo is so passionate and his words are convincing, Yao doesn't believe it. Why don't Brother Deo open up the restriction on the sea of consciousness and let me plant the restriction, and I will naturally let Fairy Ruan leave? Inanguanyeo's beautiful eyes seemed to be able to speak, and she said with a smile. In that case, you make a Deo heart oath, not only to let my sister go, but also to protect her from leaving the secret realm. Ji Shaoai seemed unwilling to talk too much nonsense with Inanguanyeo, and said in a cold voice, a three-legged golden crow looming above his head, forming a sea of red gold fire. Deo heart oath. Inanguanyeo thought for a moment, and directly responded, okay, as long as Brother G lets go of the sea of consciousness and allows me to plant the restriction while speaking. He made a Deo heart oath directly. This time, it was Ji Shaoai's turn to frown. I didn't expect Inanguanyeo to agree so readily. However, guessing that the other party's main target was himself, he was relieved in his heart and said in a deep voice, okay. Then he let go of the sea of consciousness. However, even though the sea of consciousness has the true fire of the sun, which can burn everything, he is still very cautious. After all, the sea of consciousness and the sea of Qi and Danshin are two very important places for cultivators. The slightest accident can lead to eternal damnation. If it weren't for his sister, he would not have taken such a risk and resorted to such a bad strategy. Inanguanyeo made hand gestures and cast some kind of soul restriction. However, at the moment when the restriction was cast, a poisonous insect suddenly flew out from her sleeve and shot towards Ji Shaoai's sea of consciousness. Puff! Ji Shaoai glared angrily, and the sun's true fire in his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows burned instantly, burning the poisonous insect in front of him. But the next moment, after Inanguanyeo, who was reflected in his pupils, unveiled her face, she looked like a perfect work of art from heaven, with a peerless face full of holy mercy, and a slightly trance. Buzz! 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 The formation restriction was set up around him at some point. I saw ripples in the space, and invisible silk threads appeared, binding his body and limbs, and imprisoning his magic power. Not good. Ji Shaoai bit his tongue hard, and his magic power was running, trying to burn the silk thread, but the poisonous insect burned by the sun's true fire between his eyebrows hissed loudly and turned into a burst of powder, giving him a splitting headache. At the same time, white lotuses bloomed in Inanguanyeo's pupils, and the ethereal fairy sound of the mortal world is like a prison, and all living beings are suffering rang out around her body. She cast a soul restriction and stretched out a jade finger. Ji Shaoai mobilized all his magic power, trying to break through the layers of attacks, but facing the invisible silk thread, Inanguanyeo's peerless face, the fairy lotus magical power, and the sluggish magic power, it was difficult to struggle. He could only watch the white jade and delicate fairy-like fingers in front of him point at his eyebrows. Then, Nangguanyeo's dreamlike, fairy-like, holy and compassionate beautiful face was firmly imprinted in his mind. He looked at Nangguanyeao in front of him, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. It seemed that everything in the world would be eclipsed in front of her. Something's wrong. As a prodigy of the great Qingyun Sect, Ji Xiao realized in an instant that something was wrong and that he was affected by the other party. But looking at Nangguanyeo's perfect face without any flaws, he felt that there was no problem at all. "Sister Yao, are you okay?" At this time, not far away, the pale, bloodless Chiksha woman suddenly stood up and asked with a weak look, looking at Nangguanyeao with admiration. "Your senior brother is worthy of being one of the top talents of the Sun Golden Crow sect. Under my magical power, he can still maintain his original intention, but it will be almost over in a few days," Nangguanyeao said with a faint smile. Then her jade hand gently stroked the Chiksha woman's black hair and cheek, and said in a gentle voice, "Qingyan, you have worked hard this time. As long as I can help Sister Yao, Qingyan will not work hard." The red cloud woman's face, as pale as paper, was filled with a happy smile. She stroked Nangguanyeo's palm like a pet. "Junior sister." Ji Xiaoyi looked at the scene in front of him in surprise and astonishment. His heart was heavy and he couldn't speak. But what surprised him even more was that he couldn't feel hatred, murderous intent, or even the intention to escape towards Nangguanyeao in front of him. He felt cold and terrified in his heart, knowing that he had fallen into the hands of Nangguanyeao in front of him. Chapter 697 Goodbye Aotuo. Cry. At this moment, a golden crow bird cried deep in Ji Xiaoyi's sea of consciousness, and he became more awake and realized that something was wrong. Even though the magical powers of the Qingyun Sect were strange and unpredictable, it was impossible to confuse his soul and consciousness in a short time. The other party deliberately used his junior sister to disturb and deceive his mind, causing him to sink. "Burn the sky! Burn the sun! Burn myself!" Ji Xiaoyi roared immediately, using his magical secrets. He was like a rising sun, trying to burn his body. This is the top secret of the Sun Golden Crow sect, which can burn oneself and burst out unprecedented strength. If you practice it to perfection, you can even put your life to death. You are really alert. However, Nangguanyeao was prepared and activated a third-level middle-grade talisman. At the same time, the few people who had besieged the Chiksha woman before came forward one after another, formed a formation, and used magical skills to cover and suppress Ji Xiaoyi. The mortal world is like a prison, all living beings are suffering, reincarnation is endless, worries are endless, pity us, the immortal lotus falls from the sky, escape from the sea of suffering, enjoy eternal happiness, the holy mother of lotus, the home of the vacuum. Between heaven and earth, petals fell, and the heavenly sound like the chanting of immortal music continued to sound. Some crystal petals with a pink and white luster can be seen floating into Ji Xiaoyi's body. Damn it! Ji Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, knowing that his magical powers were clearly known by the other party. He used the golden crow transformation technique to the extreme, and his body burned by the red gold flame seemed to melt into a big sun, setting off a fierce storm, and wanted to break through the air. But at this moment, her sister, whose face was as pale as paper, blocked the way and played a secret treasure to interfere with his magical power. Ah! Ji Xiaoyi's eyes were about to burst, and he roared in anger, full of unwillingness. In a head-on confrontation, he was not afraid of anyone in front of him. Even if he was fighting one against two, he could retreat safely. But Nangguanyeo's methods really made him feel aggrieved. Under the siege of several people, he gradually couldn't continue. The red gold flame on his body gradually dimmed, his body was covered with blood, his skin was torn, his mind was disturbed and affected, and he was drowsy. Nangguanyeao was as ethereal as a fairy, constantly performing magic formulas to convert Ji Xiaoyi in front of him. Although the immortal lotus pure land of the immortal lotus sect is horrifying, it is not easy to convert people. In other words, it is very difficult to completely convert cultivators of the same level, and it cannot be completed in a short time. If she hadn't had to deal with the next sect trial, she would not be willing to take such a big risk to set up a trap to convert Ji Xiaoyi. After all, in the next period of time, not only will she be unable to use the immortal lotus pure land, She will have to do her best to stabilize Jishoyi, and she will also be put on the must-kill list by the forces such as the great Qingyun Sect. Even after returning to the sect, she will be feared by her two senior sisters. Save. After Lu Changsheng brought Nangguang Mili and Lu Wangshu back to Bihu Mountain, he handed over part of the flesh and bones of the Voidkun to Lu Pingyan. He signaled him to use the essence of the flesh and blood of the Voidkun as the basis to make several cauldrons of medicinal baths for the children of the Lu family. He could also use the essence of the flesh and blood of the Voidkun to practice. Yes, Dad. Lu Pingyan responded respectfully. By the way, I plan to organize a dam-forming ceremony for you at home later. What do you think? Lu Changsheng asked. Considering that his family was too popular before, he postponed his son's dam-forming celebration. However, the huge impact caused by the Great Dream Fairy City has made his status as the Deputy City Lord rise, and even the Qingyun Sect has changed its attitude. Under such circumstances, Lu Changsheng felt that there was no need to hide the fact that his son Lu Pingyan had formed a den. The main reason was that Lu Pingyan would be at home for a long time in the future, and he would have to meet people sooner or later and deal with family affairs, so it would be better to be open. Moreover, his son and Qin Yi had been separated for so many years. Now that he has returned and held the ceremony, he should also go to the Qingyun Sect to completely settle the marriage. It may be a little difficult for the son of Changsheng's Henren to marry the Qingyun Sect's true disciple. But the Xianfu Lu family's genius who broke through the Jinden at the age of 100 asked to marry the Qingyun Sect's true disciple, and the Qingyun Sect must be very happy. I can do anything. Lu Pingyan didn't care much about these false names. In that case, I'll ask your Aunt Maoyan to prepare in advance, and when I come back, we can hold a celebration. Then you can go to the Qingyun Sect to meet Xiaoqin and her master. Lu Changsheng said aloud, feeling that he was really worried. Not only do he have to worry about his wives and concubines, but he also has to worry about his children's marriages. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Lu Yun and Lu Qingsong were quite worry-free. Lu Pingyan had planned to go to the Qingyun Sect before, but he couldn't get away for a while because of family matters, so he delayed it. Unexpectedly, his father actually said directly that he would go to the Qingyun Sect to pay homage to Master Qin Yi. He was a little unprepared. Forget it. Your Aunt Maoyan and Wangshu will go to Juxiao Fairy City later. You can go with them. I will tell your Aunt Maoyan later and go to Qingyun Sect with you to pay a visit. Seeing his son's hesitant look, Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head and said, as for Bihu Mountain, now Lingxiao has broken through to the Jinden stage, and there are Jiuiao Mastiff and Kianmian Fox Puppet. Later, I will put all the third-level puppets harvested from Hanja Fantasy Realm at home. Unless Yuan Yingxianjian attacks, there is no need for Lu Pingyan to guard them. Okay, it's settled. Seeing that Lu Pingyan wanted to say something, Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, by the way, take Xiao and Xiaoqi with you to relax. Lu Changsheng still dotes on his daughters. Now that he doesn't have time to take them out to play, Lu Pingyan will do it for him. Yes, Dad. Seeing that his father had settled everything, Lu Pingyan agreed with some helplessness. Immediately, Lu Changsheng returned to Bihu Mountain and told Lu Maoyan, and Lingxiao about Lu Pingyan. Okay, Pingyan has been away for so many years, it's time to meet Xiaoqin. The girls had a good impression of Qin Yi, who dared to love and hate and came directly to Bihu Mountain. The main reason was that Lu Changsheng made the decision. As long as there was no big problem, the girls would not question it. After staying at home for a few days, Lu Changsheng took Nangguang Mili to fly towards the Wanxiao Mountains. Now that the Liangai War has begun, the border of Jiang State has become much stricter. Although it will not affect Lu Changsheng, for the sake of safety, he still plans to cross the Wanxiao Mountains to Jin State. And he can also go to Qinglun Fairy City on the way to see his children and the situation of the Fairy City. Considering that he still has to meet Chu Qingyi, Lu Changsheng told Nangguang Mili that the situation between the two countries is not good now, and he has caused a lot of trouble outside and has been paid attention to by many forces, so he hopes to wrong her in the Xianun Baohuang Lotus. With the experience of the Wuxiang realm in his early years, Nangguang Mili was half believing and half doubting what Lu Changsheng said. But in the end, he chose to believe it. After all, if this dog man really wanted to find other women, he could turn a blind eye. Otherwise, he would be angry to death if he was so petty. Moreover, Even the leader just thought of the previous agreement and words of promise between Lu Changsheng and her. For some reason, Nangguang Mili felt a little inexplicably throbbing in his heart. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Qingzhu Mountain. Seeing that everything was going well here, Lu Changsheng was very pleased and said that they should pay more attention and send a message to the family as soon as possible if there was anything wrong. Then he came to Qingyun Fairy City to see his son Lu Qingxuan. Although the latter heard about the Hansha fantasy realm, he knew what to ask and what not to ask, so he simply asked Qingyun Sect about what he needed to pay attention to next. You can do whatever you want. Although the true Lord Qingyun has left, his influence is still there. The Heavenly Sword Sect will not use it against the Qingyun Immortal City in the short term. Although Lu Changsheng did not know the specific attitude of the Heavenly Sword Sect towards the Qingyun Immortal City, he judged that at least before the situation of the true Lord Qingyun was confirmed, the Heavenly Sword Sect would still respond with a friendly attitude. I understand, Father. Lu Qingxuan nodded in response, knowing that it was the same as his guess. Regarding the divination inheritance of the true Lord Qingyun, I have talked to her before. It's not that she doesn't teach you, but you can't learn her inheritance, so you should treat this as a hobby and don't indulge in it. Lu Changsheng only knew about his son's divination in his early years. But when he won the second-level divination inheritance, Lu Changsheng knew that it would take a lot of time, energy, and life to cultivate this skill. Those who are not gifted should not practice too deeply. His son has a talent for divination, but it can only be considered average. If he studies too much and indulges in it, it will only delay himself and eventually waste his soul and body talent. Dad, I understand. Lu Qingxuan nodded seriously. In fact, his father didn't need to say much. After years of continuous research and contact, he gradually realized that it was difficult for him to become a third-level hexagram master. In other words, he could only break through the giant stage, and then spend a lot of time, energy, and life to slowly push hexagrams to the third level. But once he did this, his life and potential would be affected and seriously damaged. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. There was no need for him to say much about his son's character. Just mentioning it would be enough. After caring and guiding Lu Qingxuan's practice, Lu Changsheng left quietly and went to find Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi was worried about Lu Changsheng after seeing the relevant information about Hansha fantasy realm. Although he knew that Lu Changsheng was fine through his junior sister and the situation in Diamond Fairy City. But he hadn't seen him for a long time, and Lu Changsheng didn't come to see him, so he couldn't help but worry and miss him. Now that they met, this usually cold and arrogant sword fairy showed a cold outside and warm inside. In response, Lu Changsheng felt soft in his heart and accompanied her well and was warm with her. After more than half a month, the two reluctantly parted. Sure enough, beauty wears down one's will. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, feeling that indulging in the land of tenderness every day was really a delay in his work. From today on, quit. Let's go, Jinpen. Lu Changsheng thought, and released the golden-winged sky peng of the Qingzhu shadow belt, signaling it to take his place. He didn't use it before. On the one hand, Jinpeng needed to rest well and digest and refine the nascent soul essence. On the other hand, Qingyun Sect said that many forces would focus on Jiang Kingdom during this period, so he would try not to use the golden-winged sky peng in Jiang Kingdom. But the journey from Jiang Kingdom to Jin Kingdom is long, and it is too time-consuming and energy-consuming to travel by oneself, so the golden-winged sky peng is still needed to take his place. Cry. Relying on the incomplete nascent soul essence of Qingzhen, the golden-winged sky peng has grown to the top of the third level, and its body is accumulating powerful and amazing energy. The golden feathers were brilliant and gorgeous, and the wings spread in the air, instantly turning into golden rainbow light, tearing through the layers of void and flying towards the direction of Jin State. A month later, the golden-winged sky peng arrived at the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in Jin State. For the sake of safety, Lu Changsheng did not let the golden peng continue to take over, and used the inverted yin and yang glazed wall to fly towards the direction of the Five Poison Sect. After arriving 100 miles away from the Five Poison Sect, he activated Yaotuo's communication talisman. Half an hour later, the void rippled and several poisonous insects appeared. Then, a girl with a delicate and majestic appearance, wearing a silver crown and hairpin, wearing a purple and red luxurious dress, and bare jade feet walked out. My lord. The leader of the Five Poison Sect bowed to Lu Changsheng in front of him, and there was a bit of awe in her eyes that were inconsistent with her age. Through the intelligence information from the Hansha fantasy realm, she already believed that Lu Changsheng was the master of this Hongzhou dynasty and the reincarnation of the true Lord of Transformation. So the doubts and arrogance in my heart in the early years all disappeared, and I adjusted my mentality. Has my affairs in the Hansha fantasy realm affected your five poison sect? Lu Changsheng asked, knowing that the latter must have received the news of his achievements in the Hansha fantasy realm. If not, the look he just gave me would not have been inexplicably respectful. Several Yuanying cultivators came to visit and asked about the situation between me and the master, but they were just asking and did not cause any impact. The leader of the five poison sect said, no matter what, she is also a Yuanying Zhenjin. Even if other Yuanying cultivators knew that she had some relationship with Yangming Zhenren, they would not fight and force her to ask about the situation. Besides, the matter between her and Yangming Zhenren was originally released by Mingsha's Zhenjin. Whether it is true or false, and what the specific relationship is still uncertain. No one would offend a Yuanying cultivator for such a small matter. Besides, she has been in the sect these days, and has a 4th level formation. Even if 3 or 4 nascent soul cultivators come, she is not afraid. That's good. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, not wanting the latter to be seriously affected by his own affairs. But you have to be careful, my lord. According to the information I have obtained, there are forces secretly fanning the flames and deliberately spreading the news about you and Qingyun Zhenjin. This situation is likely to attract the attention of some big forces and nascent soul mid-stage cultivators. The five poison sect leader continued. With the combat power shown by Lu Changsheng and Qingyun Zhenjin in the Hansha fantasy realm, ordinary nascent soul cultivators are not their opponents at all. Unless multiple nascent soul cultivators set up an ambush. But this possibility is not great, and it is more likely to attract the attention of some old monsters in the nascent soul mid-stage, and calculate the situation of the two. Publicize the situation between me and True Lord Qingyun. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and he really didn't know about this matter. He asked, do you know which forces are doing this? I don't know. For example, the Beast God Mountain may secretly add fuel to the flames, but a Beast God Mountain should not have such great power. The leader of the five poisons shook his head and asked, Master, what is the matter with you coming here this time? Well, I came here on the one hand to send Mi Li back, and on the other hand, I want to ask if you have a channel for infant transformation pill, and know where there is an unowned 4th level spiritual land. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, the movement of breaking through the nascent soul is very shocking, especially if you plan to break through the heavenly Dao nascent soul. So in this case, it is best to break through the unknown spiritual veins. As for breaking through with the help of the five poison sect spiritual land, let alone the previous observation, the spiritual veins here are not suitable for him. As long as he dares to break through, the dark evil true lord will definitely come to interfere and affect him at the first time. Even Lu Changsheng believes that the Heavenly Sword sect does not want to see true man Yangming break through the nascent soul. Not to mention the impact on the heavenly Dao nascent soul. Infant transformation pill? Unknown 4th level spiritual land. Ayato was surprised when she heard this. She thought to herself that her master was going to break through to the nascent soul. But considering the other party's performance, breaking through the nascent soul should be easy, right? Master, unless you get it through secret realms or ancient ruins, under normal circumstances, there is no infant transformation pill in Jin state. If you want to get infant transformation pill, you can only go to the nascent soul trade fair held by several top forces to exchange for materials related to infant transformation pill, and then ask someone to refine it. Ayato said helplessly. There are so few nascent soul cultivators, which is also related to the fact that infant transformation pill is too precious and rare. Like condensing crystal pill, many forces can produce it stably. But infant transformation pill, not to mention the difficulty of refining, just the cultivation of medicinal materials, it takes at least thousands of years. In this case, except for the top nascent soul forces, it is difficult for ordinary nascent soul forces to obtain infant transformation pill, and they can only collect it slowly. For her to break through the nascent soul, there is no infant transformation pill at all, and she can only use the nascent soul secret method and a few nascent soul spiritual objects. As for the 4th level unowned spiritual land, Ayato shook his head and said, as long as the 4th level spiritual land is known to people, it basically has an owner. There is no fourth level unknown spiritual land. If you want to impact the nascent soul, it is best to stay away from the southern wilderness and the northern region. At present, many forces are paying attention to you in Qingyun Sect. Once you impact the nascent soul, the magic power and energy will leak, which will easily cause trouble. For a while, Yao felt that it was very troublesome for Lu Changsheng to find a fourth-level spiritual land to impact the nascent soul. If there was no matter about the Hansha fantasy realm, the other party could impact the nascent soul in the Five Poison Sect. But in the current situation, as long as the nascent soul celestial phenomenon appears in the Five Poison Sect, there will definitely be many people who come to check the situation. Moreover, the latter wants to impact the so-called Dao nascent soul, causing a movement far beyond the human and authentic nascent soul, which is afraid that it will also attract the attention of many forces and have certain dangers. Is it true? In fact, Lu Changsheng had already prepared for all this, and he murmured slightly, "Let's go to your Five Poison Sect first." "Okay." Yao responded, saying that many forces are currently paying attention to Yang Ming's Hunren, so try not to show up in the Five Poison Sect directly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Immediately, holding Lu Changsheng's palm, with the help of the array plate, he and Lu Changsheng broke through the void and directly entered the heartland of the Five Poison Sect. "My lord, my Five Poison Sect has a infant raising goo that is being cultivated. It will probably mature in 180 years. If you need it, I can use secret methods to accelerate the cultivation and try to mature within 50 years. By then, the probability of Yuanying can be increased by 10%. Although the Yuanying forces such as the Five Poison Sect do not have infant transforming pills, they still have some unique secret methods to increase the probability of Yuanying. Like this infant raising goo, it imitates the effect of the infant transforming pill. It can help the giant and monks improve their spirit, nurture Yuanying fetuses, and stabilize the origin of Yuanying. Infant raising goo. Lu Changsheng knew about the goo dao of the Five Poison Sect, and could use goo insects as magic weapons, and even elixirs. The fact that it could increase the probability of nascent soul formation by 10% was enough to show that this infant raising goo was precious. Even if it was accelerated by secret methods, it would take 50 years to mature, which was too slow. Moreover, with the experience of building a foundation and forming an elixir, Lu Changsheng knew that if he broke through to the nascent soul, it would not be of much use to him, and might even become a burden. "No need, I'm just asking," Lu Changsheng said with a smile, without forcing her, and came to the temple with Yao to ask her how she was comprehending the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits and if there was anything she didn't understand, and to teach her. Chapter 698, Entering the 10,000 Demons Abyss Again, the soul-captivating divine light. A few days later, the Five Poison Sect, the Five Saints Temple, and the leader's bedroom were in a mess. Exquisite and precious furniture was tilted here and there, and the tea set on the table fell to the ground. The tea gathered on the ground into small water stains, with a crystal-like hazy luster. The purple sandalwood table and chairs in the center were cracked, and one of the legs was broken, as if it had suffered a fierce collision. The purple jade bed where the leader of the Five Poison Sect usually rested was now messy and full of wrinkles, like a crumpled scroll of paper. The neat gauze curtains that looked like clouds seemed to be swept by a storm, loose and sagging, and a few wisps of gauze were powerless to drape over the edge of the bed. The lazy and low curtains were even torn into strips of cloth, and the exquisite and elegant purple-red dress with a lingering fragrance fell to the ground. Not far away, a silver crown with a crystal luster, as well as several pairs of wrinkled stockings scattered on the ground, multiple pairs of high heels and embroidered shoes of different styles, made the entire bedroom more imaginative and confused. Hulala! At this moment, a faint sound of spring water came from the side hall of the bedroom. Nangguangmi Li gradually woke up, raised her head slightly, and looked at Lu Changsheng and her own leader in the pool with her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that the two were still practicing. In her early years, she thought that she, Xiaojun, and Lu Changsheng had reached their limits. Now she knows that she is looking at the leader, Yuanying Zhenjin, who is usually high above, now unable to hum and show the most primitive beauty. She feels an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. But after all, the one in front of her is her own leader, and the majesty accumulated over the years will not dissipate so quickly. Nangguangmi Li did not disturb him, but just watched quietly, with hazy eyes and flowing light. It was unknown how long it had been, But the 16 or 17-year-old five poison sect leader fell limply into the pool, stroking her slightly bulging belly with her bare hands. Her beautiful eyes turned white with intoxication, and then she fell asleep directly, her body surrounded by five-colored rosy clouds, and gradually returned to her usual appearance. Huh? Lu Changsheng exhaled a breath of fresh air, without the slightest fatigue, only feeling energetic. Since he was promoted to the 4th level physique. No, it should be said that he had not enjoyed himself so much for a long time since he was promoted to the quasi-4th level physique. Before, he could indulge himself a little when facing Honglian and Nangguangmili. But his physique was promoted to the 4th level, and his physical combat power was increased by another level, causing him to restrain his strength again. And these days, facing the five poison sect leader, the Yuanying's he finally stopped restraining himself. However, looking at the five poison sect leader in the pool, whose delicate body was limp and powerless, and surrounded by five-colored rosy clouds, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of guilt. He really didn't treat Iotaro with enough sympathy. Although the latter is a Yuanying cultivator, he has not practiced his body, and his physical body can only be considered average. He immediately reached out and picked up the petite body of the five poison sect leader in the pool, walked out of the pool, and looked at Nangguangmili, who was not far away. You made the sect leader faint. Nangguangmili said with a breath, surprise, and tenderness. Although she has experienced exhaustion, her own sect leader is a Yuanying's. Does Millie still want to be the same as the sect leader? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. No. Although this kind of thing is very blissful, she was still soft and painful all over after just waking up. Nangguangmili's answer was within Lu Changsheng's expectations. He chuckled and grabbed the latter's delicate jade feet without shoes and socks. 10 crystal toes are like white jade grapes, perfect and tempting. The nails painted with impatience saffron juice complement the snow-like skin, revealing silent enchantment. Nangguangmili glanced at Lu Changsheng with her narrow and long phoenix eyes, and hummed in a somewhat brisk voice, then narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, frowned from time to time, and lifted her feet from time to time, with her snow-white toes and plump thighs trembling slightly. Knowing that Nangguangmili's body had not recovered yet, Lu Changsheng did not pretend. After a moment of tenderness, he carried her and Iotaro back to the bedroom. Looking at the messy bedroom in front of him, Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. He thought to himself that this was only a 4th level physique. If two 5th level body refining monks practiced together, how shocking would the movements be? Could it be that the sky is a quilt, the earth is a bed, and the mountains, rivers, and plants are curtains? Lu Changsheng's mind flashed with a movement of two body refining monks practicing together, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to collapse. He couldn't help laughing, and then rested with the two women. Although Iotaro fell asleep, she woke up after resting for half an hour. After opening her eyes, she looked at Lu Changsheng with a bit of resentment. After all, even if she was a Yuanying's, she could not bear such a deadly act. However, after practicing together for several days, she also realized that Lu Changsheng's physique had further improved and broken through. Looking at the state of the five poison sect leader at this time, Lu Changsheng felt even more guilty. He immediately put aside all distractions and asked about the business, saying, Iotaro, what is the current situation of the Yinming ghost sect? Aotaro's white and tender skin was still glowing with a faint blush, and she said weakly, after returning from the Hansha fantasy realm, the Mingxia has been lurking in the sect and has not come out. I don't know the specific situation. In the early years, the three major demon sects in Jin State almost communicated with each other in terms of information and intelligence, and helped each other. But since the Mingxia's Hanjin leaned against the Beast God Mountain and broke through the Yuanying, the relationship between the three families began to break. Then she and Lu Changsheng came out of the 10,000 demons abyss to fight against the Mingxia's Hanjin together, and the two families cut off contact, and even showed a faint hostility. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and continued to ask, what about the Xianxi sect? What's their attitude? The three major demon sects in Jin State were able to maintain a balance. In addition to the early alliance between the three families, they also helped each other and formed a kind of mutual checks and balances. Without absolute strength, no one wants one of them to dominate. Yan Wujiang's 4th level corpse king was taken away by the Qingyun Sect before, which can be said to be a great loss of vitality. Unless a large price is spent to breed another 4th level corpse king, he will not go out in a short time, so he has been very low-key in recent years and has not made much noise. Ayato curled up her white and tender little feet slightly and said weakly. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly and suddenly found that among the 3 major demon sects in Jin State, the 3 Yuanying's engines were the best in the state of the nether evil. Ayao's Qingzhu Gu was in his hand, and he was ready to switch to the mysterious book of 10,000 evil poison spirits, and his strength was affected. The natal corpse king of the Qianxi sect master was forcibly left by himself and the Qingyun Sect during the war of opening up wasteland. Only the true lord of the dark demon, who still holds the treasure pool of 10,000 ghosts, is the best in the same level. Thinking of the 4th level corpse king of the Qianxi sect master, Lu Changsheng felt a little pity. The weeping soul feeds on spirits, ghosts, corpses and demons. If you can eat a 4th level corpse king, not to mention being promoted to the 4th level, you can at least grow to the top of the 3rd level. But the 4th level corpse king fell into the hands of the Qingyun sect. Even if the Great Dream Fairy City and the Qingyun sect maintain a superficial relationship, it is impossible for me to exchange it. Even if I propose to exchange the 4th level corpse king, it may arouse the suspicion of the Qingyun sect, and change its attitude, thinking that I am related to the demon Dao and the Jin kingdom. At this time, Lu Changsheng seemed to think of something and asked the 5 poison sect master in front of him, Ayato, you said before that the Gugad bowl was left in the 10,000 demon abyss. If you can find this bowl, how much will it improve you? Before, Ayato lured him to the 10,000 demon abyss on the grounds of Gugad bowl. After subduing the latter, if his son Lu Pingyan had not had an accident, he was ready to help the other party find this treasure of the 5 poison sect. Thinking of the weeping soul beast on his body, Lu Changsheng felt that he could go to the 10,000 demons abyss again. The weeping soul beast can absorb souls and eat ghosts, restrain all kinds of ghosts, corpses and demons, and can also evolve itself by absorbing souls and eating ghosts, spirits, and corpses. In the 10,000 demons abyss, there are many ghosts and demonized polluted monsters. He can quickly improve the strength of the weeping soul beast to the top level of the 3rd level, or even the quasi-4th level through the 10,000 demons abyss. Moreover, although the monsters in the 10,000 demons abyss are polluted and demonized, they are easier to hunt because they lack intelligence. His current combat power, plus the golden-winged sky pang, the weeping soul beast, and a Yaotuo, are enough to kill the 4th level demonized monsters and harvest a wave of natural materials and treasures to prepare for the next practice of Brahma Demon True Body. After all, after returning home this time, he plans to practice well and improve his strength one step further, and then go to Xingxiu to see his son Lu Quanzhen, the spiritual land, and the situation of the infant transformation pill. At present, the most obvious way to improve strength is the Brahma Demon True Body. Before, he had only cultivated to a minor level, and holding the Daluo sword embryo, he was able to compete with the nascent soul cultivators. If he cultivated to a major level, and condensed the meridians, bones, blood and flesh of the Brahma Demon's true body, it would reach a very terrifying level. Like the Zhuanghuang essence he won in the lottery in his early years, he had always kept it to condense the Brahma Demon's true body. But after so many years, except for 3 strands of essence used to sacrifice, Yin-Yang Yi-Qi Great Capture, the rest was still gathering dust and he had no time to use it. Find this bowl back. Ayao's face was delighted when she heard this, and then she thought for a while and said, My lord, according to the records, the main effect of this bowl is to cultivate goo worms, and improving combat power is secondary. If we find the goo god bowl back, we can try to cultivate the several unique goo worms recorded in the sect. Like infant goo, under normal circumstances, even if I spend a lot of natural materials and treasures and use secret methods to promote birth, it will take at least decades to mature. But if I have the goo god bowl, it may reduce the time by half. Ayato explained the effect of goo god bowl to Lu Changsheng. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, knowing that this goo god bowl is a bit like his own Wanling bottle, which is more inclined to assist in cultivation. However, this kind of treasure is even better than Wanling bottle in the hands of goo poison cultivators like Ayato. If you have nothing to do now, I can go to Wan Moyun with you to see if I can find this treasure back. Lu Changsheng said bluntly. Since Ayato has surrendered to him, he will naturally give her some sweet benefits. Besides, the improvement of Ayao's strength is also a good thing for him. When he breaks through the nascent soul, he can completely destroy the Yinming ghost sect through Ayato, subdue the Qianxi sect, and turn Jin into the natural defense line of Jiang. Thank you, my lord. Aoto's face was immediately delighted. If she can find the Gushen bowl, she can not only cultivate several top-level Gu insects and improve her strength, but the strength of the entire 5 poison sect will also be improved by 1 level. Can you go out now? Lu Changsheng asked. Under his influence, the 5 poison sect is now being watched by many forces. He doesn't want to go with Aoto and cause trouble. Don't worry, my lord, there is nothing wrong with this sect. Nascent soul cultivators often retreat for several years or even decades. She just didn't show up for a few years, and it wouldn't affect the operation of the sect. It just so happens that Meili is here too. If there's anything wrong with this sect, you can let Meili watch it. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, knowing that nascent soul cultivators like Aoto basically don't care about the affairs of the sect. If Nangong Meili's true elixir is promoted to the upper grade, breaks through the late stage of elixir formation, and controls the formation, it will be enough to sit in the 5 poison sect. Yes, my lord. Aoto looked at Nangong Meili, who was graceful and charming not far away. She had woken up but had not spoken, and knew what Lu Changsheng meant. At present, the latter trusted Nangong Meili the most in the entire 5 poison sect, and hoped that he would also treat the other party as a true confidant and cultivate him with all his strength. 1 month later, Lu Changsheng and Aoto came to the outside of the 10,000 demons abyss quietly. With their strength, although they did not have to worry about being noticed by other cultivators, they were still very careful and tried their best to conceal their magic power. After entering the 10,000 demons abyss, which was hazy with gray fog, black fog, and ghosts crying, there were no other cultivators around. Lu Changsheng looked at the ghosts floating in the gloomy wind, and his palm touched the Qingyan binding belt. In an instant, a small beast several inches long, with golden hair all over its body, huge nostrils, and black eyes, like a macaque, appeared. The weeping soul looked at the dark wind and ghost fog in front of him, and his mouth squeaked, as if he was excited. A light yellow glow suddenly burst out of his huge nostrils, sweeping away all the dark wind and ghost fog in front of him, and then sucked it into his nostrils and mouth. This is... The 5 poison sect leader looked at the weeping soul beast with a slightly surprised look. Although these were just low-level ghosts, she could destroy them with a raise of her hand. But the aura of the weeping soul beast and the glow that just burst out of its nostrils gave her an inexplicable palpitation, realizing that the weeping soul beast in front of her was not simple. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene with a calm expression, and also wanted to take this opportunity to see the fighting power of the weeping soul beast. He raised his palm lightly and put the weeping soul beast on his shoulder, and then went deeper into the 10,000 demons abyss with Aoto. If any ghosts and evil ghosts appeared in the dark wind and ghost fog on the way, the weeping soul would hum hard, and a light yellow glow would burst out of his nostrils, sweeping them away and taking them into his mouth. Even a 3rd-level ghost king has no power to fight back against a soul-crying beast. As for the demonized monster, the soul-crying beast has no way to directly eat it with its magical power, and can only suppress it with the soul-capturing divine light. Unless the incarnation enters the combat state, under normal circumstances, the soul-crying beast's restraint on the spirit ghost king is more obvious. Lu Changsheng knew that in the face of demonized monsters, corpse kings and other demon monks, the soul-crying beast must enter the combat state before it can transform into true evil demon nemesis and a beast of punishment. But for him, the soul-crying beast in its current state is enough. The evil ghosts are directly eaten by the soul-crying beast and turned into food. The demonized beasts and corpse-transformed monsters are suppressed by the soul-crying beast, and he easily kills them with one sword. The 10,000 demons abyss, which is extremely dangerous in the eyes of outsiders, has directly turned into treasure land of resources for Lu Changsheng. Even the 5 poison sect leader was stunned and amazed when he saw this scene. After all, in order to avoid excessive consumption of mana and physical strength, the Yuanying monks will not act casually when entering the 10,000 demons abyss. But the soul-crying beast on Lu Changsheng's shoulder sucked souls and devoured ghosts, and directly fed on the ghost king of the 10,000 demons abyss. It was not afraid of consumption at all, and even became stronger and stronger. It was simply unsolvable. In addition to the previous golden rock, the master actually has such a spiritual pet, and this mysterious light has a natural suppressive effect on the devil. Even though the 5 poison sect leader was knowledgeable, he did not recognize the soul-crying beast. He only saw that its magical power had a certain restraint on the devil cultivators. The master brought this spiritual pet to Jin state, Is he going to cause trouble for the Qingyun Ghost Sect? Ayato paused in her heart and guessed. She could see that although this little beast restrained the devil, it was more restrained against the Qingyun Ghost King without a physical body. Like the third-level Ghost King, he didn't even have the ability to resist in front of this soul-crying beast. If the Qingyun Ghost Sect encountered this spiritual beast, I'm afraid half of them would be directly destroyed. In this way, Changsheng and Ayato swept through the 10,000 demons abyss. Although the crying soul cannot completely restrain the demonized monsters, it is very sensitive to the key of evil demons and demons. It can sense the ghost kings and demonized beasts nearby through its sense of smell. When a ghost king or a demonized monster comes, it can also be alerted at the first time. The third-level top-level Yinsha demon vine is not bad. It can be used to refine whip magic weapons, and can also be used as the main medicine for refining the demonic pill. The 10,000 demons abyss is full of demonic energy, evil energy, ghost energy, and turbid air, resulting in a very desolate place, and almost no spiritual medicine can be seen. But under such circumstances, some spiritual materials of heaven and earth that are difficult to see in the outside world will still be born. Roar. After a long time, Changsheng and Ayato came to the territory of a fourth-level demonized beast. Before, when the two came to the 10,000 demons abyss, they would avoid it if they could, and if they couldn't avoid it, they would just repel it as much as possible, and it was impossible to fight head-on. But this time, in addition to helping Ayato find the Gushen Bowl, Changsheng's purpose is to hunt down the fourth-level demonized beast. Sensing the powerful demonic energy roaring and rushing towards him, Changsheng was not afraid at all, and his fourth-level physique began to revive. The mighty and vast blood and ki were like an ancient volcanic eruption, rolling and spreading, breaking up the black fog in all directions, and sweeping across dozens of miles. Many ghosts and evil spirits screamed, and then disappeared directly into smoke and turned into ashes. With this energy, the master has indeed broken through the fourth level of body refining. Before, Ayato guessed that Changsheng's strength had improved, especially in body refining. At this time, seeing Changsheng's energy fully released, he was instantly confirmed, and he was shocked. After all, Changsheng was not a cultivator who focused on physical cultivation, and did not have the magical powers of real physical cultivation. To break through the fourth level, like a Yuanying cultivator, he needs to face the heavenly tribulation. But it is too difficult for this kind of physical body to survive the heavenly tribulation. But with a master's strength, the fourth level body refining tribulation does not seem to be a difficult task. Thinking of Changsheng's record in the Hansha fantasy realm, Ayato felt that the fourth level body refining was not a surprising thing. After all, compared with the priority of breaking through the fourth level body refining, the giant encounter attack against the Yuanying's engine is more terrifying. Seeing a two-headed demonized lizard that was 100 feet long roaring in front of him, raising endless flying sand and rocks and a fishy wind and stench, the Five Poison Sect leader did not think about it and sacrificed his own life treasure, Five Poisons 10,000 Evils banner. The long banner fluttered, and the colorful, lifelike spirit snakes, venomous scorpions, centipedes, spiders, and toads on it seemed to come alive, causing a burst of poisonous gas in all directions. Cry. Squeak. Squeak. The golden-winged sky pang and the weeping soul beast also looked at the two-headed demonized lizard rushing towards them, full of fighting spirit. Chapter 699, Kill the fourth-level beast. The crying soul transforms. Roar. The two-headed demonized lizard saw Changsheng and the Five Poison Sect leader's aura, and not only was it not afraid, but also regarded it as a provocation, roaring with anger. The sky was full of flying sand and rocks, like a sandstorm, and a black poisonous miasma spread out. Changsheng chose this fourth-level demonized lizard because its attributes were earth and poison, relatively clumsy, and its poison was restrained by him and the Five Poison Sect leader. So when facing the two-headed lizard that was coming to kill him, the Dalo sword embryo in Changsheng's hand appeared directly, bursting with brilliant sword light, and killed it head-on. Clang. After breaking through the fourth-level body refining, Changsheng's physical blood can further stimulate this innate sword embryo. The brilliant sword light illuminated the universe, and combined with the Changsheng's vigorous spirit like a fourth-level demon king to drive the heaven and earth in all things, slashing on the claws of the two-headed lizard, sparks flew everywhere, and then blood splashed, and a foot-long wound appeared. Although the golden-winged Skypeng and the soul-crying beast were only third-level monsters, they possessed true spirit-level bloodlines, and faced the 4th level 2-headed demonic lizard without fear. The soul-crying beast snorted, and a pale yellow soul-grabbing glow burst out, like a hazy mountain, pressing down on the 2-headed lizard. The golden-winged sky pen went straight up. Its wings were like 2 golden blades, with the cold edge, like claws made of fairy gold that swept across the back of the demonic lizard, tearing a bloody mark. Although it was far inferior to the Dalosort embryo, it also broke through the defense and injured the flesh. Roar. The 2-headed demonic lizard sensed the dangerous aura, roared, and its breath surged. The dark green scales on its body trembled, and a layer of cocky light film swayed, and its huge body suddenly expanded. Boom boom boom. The terrifying and vast aura swept across the 4 directions like a raging sea, and terrifying stone spikes emerged from the ground, trying to pierce Lu Changsheng, golden-winged sky peng, and a Yaoduo. But they were all prepared, so how could they be so easily hit? Lu Changsheng's 4th level physique and chaotic body kept roaring. The 9 treasures Ruai bone operated instinctively, turning into a majestic and vast force, interweaving the blood and magic power, and the Dalao sword embryo in his hand burst into a torrent of sword light. The next moment, the sound of the sword ringing through the world sounded. The earth-yellow light membrane of the 2-headed demonized lizard was broken by the Dalao sword embryo. A huge demon claw was cut off by Lu Changsheng, and the dark demon blood splashed on the ground, forming erosion and corruption. The 5 poison sect leader immediately seized this opportunity and performed magical secrets to corrode and affect the 2-headed demonized lizard with the poison of the goo worm. After all, this demonized lizard has a highly toxic attribute. She is not afraid of the opponent, but ordinary highly toxic substances are difficult to affect it. Roar. The 2-headed lizard screamed in pain, realizing the danger and started to go crazy. But the soul-catching divine light of the weeping soul beast fell on it, causing billowing black smoke to continuously come out of its scales and wounds, which was extremely painful. It was impossible to get close to the 5 poison sect leader and the weeping soul beast. Buzz! Its dark pupils full of evil spirits suddenly glowed with a yellowish-brown luster, staring at the weeping soul beast intently, forming circles of ripples. In an instant, a violent wind swept through the world, and countless flying sand and rocks were about to drown the weeping soul, and its body was covered with a layer of yellowish-brown crystals. No, this is petrification magic. A 3rd-level demon king would have innate magic, and the 2-headed demonized lizard in front of him, as a 4th-level beast, naturally had innate magic. Lu Changsheng suddenly slashed with a Dalao sword embryo in his hand, trying to interrupt the latter's magic. But the 2-headed lizard's body was covered with layers of yellowish-brown light film, which even Lu Changsheng could not easily break. Not far away, the soul-crying beast screamed squeak squeak and then roared. Its light golden hair glowed with a faint light, and black mist lingered around it, breaking free from the stone particles on its body. Then, the soul-crying beast's small body, which was an inch long, rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black mist around it was like a blurry ghost, baring its teeth and claws. Roar. The soul-crying beast was like a demon ape, roaring to the sky, and the ghosts around it trembled, pouring into the dark hair on its back, turning into a group of eerie and terrifying evil ghosts. Its body became more and more ferocious, and its tail gradually turned blood red. A curved horn emerged from its head, which was thick and ferocious. The center of its eyebrows suddenly tore, and a blood-red demon eye appeared, which was breathtaking. In just a few breaths, the weeping soul beast changed drastically, from a cute little beast to a black-faced, fanged, ferocious demon ape with a gloomy ghostly aura, emitting a monstrous fierceness. This is the fighting form of the weeping soul beast, a true beast of punishment, the nemesis of evil spirits. Roar. The weeping soul beast's pupils were cold and dark, and black mist surged all over its body, like layers of waves. Its head and horns were glowing with hazy light, and its eyes shot out scarlet divine light, and it rushed towards the 2-headed demon lizard. At this time, the 2-headed demon lizard, which was suppressed by Lu Changsheng, the leader of the 5 poisons, actually appeared in a trance. What kind of demon beast is this? Ayato looked at the weeping soul beast with a look of surprise and was extremely surprised. Previously, the weeping soul beast used the soul-sucking divine light to devour ghosts and monsters, which was amazing. Now it can actually deter the 4th-level beast, which is simply terrifying. Buzz buzz buzz. The red divine light of the weeping soul beast fell on the 2-headed demonized lizard, as if countless ghosts were biting it, making its body light film dim, and filthy demonic flames emerged. Then, The fist covered with some bone spurs bombarded the two-headed lizard's body, like a god or demon beating a drum, and each punch caused a rumbling sound. The beast of punishment restrains all kinds of ghosts, monsters, corpses and demons. It is indeed extraordinary. Lu Changsheng saw through Taiyi's soul and his fiery eyes that the black fog lingering on the surface of the weeping soul would help it dissolve the ghost and demonic energy it swallowed. And all its attacks would cause additional bonuses to this demonized beast. When it fell on the two-headed lizard, its power was even higher than that of the golden-winged Sky Peng, a top-level third-level demon king. This is still facing a demonized beast. If it faces a real demon cultivator and a fourth-level ghost king, the weeping soul beast's combat power may be able to increase by one level. Through the situation in front of him, Lu Changsheng had a general understanding of the weeping soul beast. If the latter grows to the top of the third level, he might be able to defeat the fourth-level ghost king. He didn't think much about it. With the pressure shared by the front of the weeping soul beast, the Dalo sword in his hand kept slashing out, cutting off the scales of the two-headed demon lizard, and the demon blood splashed. Even if this demon lizard lacked intelligence, it was aware of the danger at this time and wanted to struggle to escape. But facing the frontal attack of Lu Changsheng and the weeping soul beast, and the interception restrictions of a Yaoduo and the golden-winged Sky Peng, it couldn't escape at all. Prevent it from counterattacking. Looking at the scarred and gradually crazy two-headed lizard in front of him, Lu Changsheng reminded him. For many years in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Damang's hunted demon kings, and he had accumulated a lot of experience. Knowing that the demon king would counterattack before dying when it was almost at this point. This kind of fourth-level beast dying counterattack, not to mention killing one person, but it is very likely to seriously injure one of them. He and Yaoduo still have to continue exploring the 10,000 demons abyss, and they don't want to be injured by this two-headed demon lizard. Don't worry, my lord. With Lu Changsheng and the weeping soul beast attacking head-on, Yaoduo fought very easily. The 5 poisons and 10,000 evils banner beside him was rustling, and the 5 poisons were everywhere. In his hand, he held a whip-shaped magic weapon, which he kept swinging to interfere with and restrict the two-headed lizard. Roar! Half a quarter of an hour later, the two-headed demonized lizard with scarlet and crazy eyes wanted to counterattack, but there was no chance at all. He chose to give up struggling and used all his magic power. The whole body was filled with poisonous mist, trying to petrify himself. Lu Changsheng saw that this was similar to the cocooning magic power of Xianqin's Henjin. Once it was petrified, Nirvana was sealed, and the defense was greatly increased. It would be difficult to kill it in a short time, and it would take more blood and mana. In the 10,000 demons abyss, it was full of demonic energy, evil energy, ghost energy, and turbid energy. There was almost no spiritual energy. It could only recover mana and physical strength through elixirs and spirit stones, which was very troublesome. 5 poisons and 10,000 evil spirits, rise. The 5 poison sect leader, who was a Yuanying cultivator, had been prepared for a long time. Seeing this, her white and tender little hands quickly made hand gestures, and the 5 colored long banners around her fluttered. For a moment, the poisonous evil spirits and poisonous insects that had previously eroded the body of the two-headed lizard all rioted, interrupting the latter's magical power. At the same time, Lu Changsheng's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the Daluo sword embryo in his hand chopped towards the neck of the lizard, whose scales were almost falling off and bleeding. Ka-ka-ka. Flesh and blood splattered, and bones shattered. Seeing this, the crimson divine light between the eyebrows of the weeping soul beast also focused on the neck with all its strength. Puchy. A hideous and terrifying lizard head was directly chopped off, and the devil blood gushed out like a spring, causing the two-headed demonized lizard to let out a heart-wrenching roar of pain. Kill again. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng joined forces with the weeping soul beast, and took advantage of this gap to suddenly slash out with a sword, trying to cut off its other head. The wounded and exhausted two-headed demonized lizard had no power to resist, and another head was cut off. But as a 4th-level fierce beast, even though 2 heads were cut off, it was not dead yet, and the head and body seemed to want to close again instinctively. But how could Lu Changsheng give it this opportunity? He used the yin-yang key to capture and hold the 2 heads tightly. After a moment, the body of the two-headed demonized lizard collapsed like a hill, and its life breath was completely cut off. Huh? This 4th-level fierce beast, even without a brain, is really hard to kill. Lu Changsheng looked at the body of the two-headed demonized lizard in front of him and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Before, he used the Sun and Moon, two yin and yang mysterious light mirror, to kill the void kun, but he didn't feel anything. Now that he killed this two-headed demonized lizard with his own strength, he deeply realized how tenacious the vitality of the 4th level demon king is. If there is no backup plan and multiple people are restricted, it will escape, and it will be difficult to stop it by himself. A 4th level vicious beast. The 5 poison sect leader looked at the demonized lizard in front of him, with a complex expression on her face. She glanced at Changsheng and the weeping soul beast. Although she contributed to this battle, it was mainly Changsheng and the weeping soul beast. The head-on combat power of one person and one beast was simply terrifying. Auto, do you have any materials you need? Changsheng never ate alone. Looking at the spoils in front of him, he asked the 5 poison sect leader. While speaking, a gourd was thrown out in his hand and began to absorb the blood of the two-headed demonized lizard. Although the blood of this two-headed lizard was polluted and demonized, its value was far less than the blood of the void kun. But it was just right for him who practiced a Brahma demon true saint art. This was also one of the purposes of his coming to hunt the 4th level demonized beast. This two-headed lizard should have 2 hearts. If you can't use it, I can use the heart with a highly poisonous attribute to cultivate poisonous insects. Auto said aloud, without refusing or being too greedy. Okay. Changsheng nodded and began to dissect the demonized two-headed lizard in front of him. It was impossible to take away all the flesh and blood, so he let the golden-winged skypeng and the weeping soul beast eat it. However, the Yuanying essence in the golden-winged skypeng's body had not been refined yet. After eating a few bites, he stopped eating to avoid being contaminated by the demonized flesh and blood. The weeping soul beast was not affected at all. He feasted on the two-headed lizard in front of him. The black mist around him was like a gloomy ghost, directly absorbing the essence of the flesh and blood. Changsheng didn't care about this and dug out the earthy yellow beast pill of the two-headed demonized lizard with a faint green luster. The whole beast pill was lingering with rich demonic energy, evil spirits, and turbid air, enough to infect many monsters and monks. The weeping soul beast couldn't help but look at the beast pill, with a look of desire in his eyes. Ordinary monsters dare not take this beast pill, which is easy to be infected, but it is more suitable for it. You want it? Changsheng raised his eyebrows and threw the priceless 4th level beast pill to it. During this trip to the 10,000 demons abyss, the soul-crying beast had already demonstrated its combat power and value. So Changsheng was willing to train it well and make it quickly promoted to the top of the 3rd level, the 4th level. Roar, roar, roar. The soul-crying beast, with its black face and fangs and ferocious and terrifying appearance, roared excitedly, took the 4th level beast pill, and then sucked it hard with its nose to absorb the essence of the origin inside. Eat these first, don't waste it. Changsheng said to the soul-crying beast. Hearing this, the soul-crying beast looked at the beast pill in his hand with some reluctance, and then continued to absorb the essence of the flesh and blood of the two-headed lizard. After giving the poisonous heart of the two-headed lizard to Yaotuo, Changsheng processed all the valuable materials such as bones, tendons, eyeballs, claws, etc., took a pill to adjust his breath, and then went with Yaotuo to find the nest of this two-headed demonized lizard. Although this kind of demonized beast lacks intelligence, as a demon beast, it still instinctively collects some natural treasures. You can eat here first. Changsheng looked at the soul-crying beast that was still feasting and said, hoping that it would eat as much as possible. Not long after, Changsheng and Yaotuo came to the nest of the two-headed demonized lizard. It was dark and deep here, with messy rocks, like a demon cave. This is demon soul grass. As soon as he entered the nest, Changsheng saw several strange weeds with dark leaves in front of him, without fragrance and luster, and couldn't help but step forward to take a closer look. This is a very rare spiritual grass that has the effect of nourishing the soul and improving soul power. Of course, the side effects are also very obvious. During the period of taking and refining, the heart demon will interfere with the mind. But for Changsheng, who practiced the 6 Desires Heart Demon Sutra and had the Sumeru Tree King at home, this side effect was equivalent to nothing. Although the one Moyern lacks rare spiritual materials, there must be a lot of good things in this 4th level beast's nest. Changsheng thought to himself, put away the 4 magic soul grasses, put them in the brocade box, and planned to take one of them to experience the effect. Then he gave his son Linxiao, daughter Lu Wongshu, and others to improve their souls and feel the effect of the inner demon in advance. The two continued to search in the cave, but did not see any rare treasures. However, as a fourth-level beast, the two-headed demonized lizard, like most demon kings, collected a lot of crystal ores and put them in the nest. Many of them are fourth-level crystal ores, which can be used to refine magic weapons and create puppets, which is a big harvest. After digging 3 feet into the nest in front of them, Lu Changsheng and Ayato returned the same way, set up the formation prohibition, and meditated through the spirit stone and the spring of the spirit eye, waiting for the crying soul to eat. At the same time, Lu Miaoj, Lu Pinggan, Lu Wangshu, Li Xingguo and others came to the Li family in Daishan. Chapter 700 Xianfu Lu family. Let them know that Li Xingguo and Li Xingguo are back. Li Xingguo looked at Qingyun Mountain with mixed feelings, then stepped forward and said, "Time can dilute many things. It has been almost 70 years since she left Jiuxiao Fairy City and went to Bihu Mountain in her early years. For Immortal, this time is a lifetime. And she also completed the most important part of her life in Bihu Mountain, giving birth to children. The 2 children without spiritual roots have even become grandfathers and grandmothers. Under such circumstances, she no longer has much feeling for her early family. The only thought is to bring her parents' tablets home and let her daughter Lu Qingli take good care of the name of Baodan Pavilion." Li Xingguo, Li Xingguo. The Li family members stationed at the mountain gate did not know the 2 sisters Li Xingguo. But they still had a certain degree of insight. They saw that the people in front of them were either rich or noble. They thought that the great monks who had a connection with their family came to visit, so they bowed and said, "Wait a moment, everyone. I will go and inform them." A moment later, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s came and saw the mature faces of Li Xingguo and Li Xingguo outside the mountain gate. His pupils shrank and he said in a deep voice, "Li Xingguo, Li Xingguo, you still have the face to come back." In their early years, the 2 sisters had a conflict with the family, did not give face to the ancestor of the family, and left the family without a word. Afterwards, they were favored by the son of the Zhao family, but they did not give face directly and chose to leave Jiuxiao Immortal City on a spirit ship, which greatly disappointed the son of the Zhao family and even blamed them. In his opinion, if the 2 sisters had obeyed the arrangements of the family in their early years, they could not only train another second-level alchemist, but also rely on the Zhao family. Especially the Zhao family rose in the War of Reclamation 20 years ago. Now there are 3 fake pills in one family. There is a high probability that they will be promoted to Qingyun family in 100 years. However, just as he finished speaking, "Pa!" a crisp sound rang out. A beautiful woman with a delicate and bright face and wearing a pink dress stepped forward, swung her slender jade-like palm, and slapped the middle-aged man away. Then he raised his chin slightly, and said with a noble and indifferent look, barking wildly, "Slap your mouth." As soon as the voice fell, the magic power of the 8th level of foundation building was released. Lu Wangshu of the Xianfu Lu family accompanied my aunt to visit relatives and worship my parents. "Where is the ancestor of the Li family? Come out and greet him quickly." Xianfu Lu family. The middle-aged man who was about to shout an attack was stunned after being slapped, and his heart was horrified. Although the Li family is only a foundation-building family, but as an old foundation-building family, they still know the Xianfu Lu family, which is now famous and known as the first immortal cultivation family in Jiang State. As for the Xianfu Lu family, apart from the most famous ancestors Changsheng's Henren, Nujin Miaoj's Henren, and Lu Pinggan, the eldest son of the Lu family who defeated the divine sword Shengwen family, and Lu Qingshan, who joined the Qingyun Sect and killed the 3rd-level demon king, Lu Wangshu is the most famous one. Not only is he gifted and inherits the talisman tradition of Changsheng's Henren, but he is also the daughter of Changsheng's Henren and Qingyun Sect, Ziyu Fairy, and is very favored. They married Changsheng's Henren. Li Jiangping guessed what was going on in an instant, and was terrified. Although the grudges had been over for decades, many of the older generations who had handled the matter had passed away and sat in meditation. But now that the other party is close to the Xianfu Lu family, it is easy for them to kill their Li family. Especially since the daughter who is very favored by Changsheng's Henren came with the 2 girls, it means that she represents Changsheng's Henren. Thinking that his family was remembered by a Qingyun's Henren, Li Jiangping was extremely frightened and his body couldn't help shaking. As Lu Wangshu spoke and released his spiritual pressure, Lu Ling and Lu Qingqi, who were brought to play, immediately learned from their sister to release the spiritual pressure of foundation building. Lu Qingli, Lu Qingai, and Lu Qingning, who came with their mother, released their spiritual pressure of foundation building. Although their cultivation was not as good as Lu Wangshu, Lu Ling and Lu Qingli also had the cultivation of the middle stage of foundation building. Foundation building, so many foundation building cultivators. Li Jiangping and several garrison cultivators nearby felt dry in their throats. Although the Li family is an old foundation building family, it was affected by the War of Reclamation and its vitality was greatly damaged. Now there are only 3 foundation building cultivators in the entire family. So looking at the waves of foundation building spiritual pressure in front of them, they were awe-stunned. The family has so many grievances with the Li Xingguo sisters, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Even if the 2 families are fighting, they don't need to send out so many foundation building cultivators, right? At this moment, Li Jiangping suddenly noticed a beautiful woman next to Li Xingguo and Li Xingyu, who seemed to be the spirit of heaven and earth, wearing a white plain dress, with a gentle and elegant temperament, as kind as water, as if she was isolated from the world and independent. Although the latter did not release the magic power and spiritual pressure, the faint magic aura made him realize that something was wrong, and he felt that this person was a bit like the mistress of the Xianfu Lu family, Lu Miaoj. In an instant, the whole person plop knelt down, and the cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He said in a stuttering voice, "I didn't know that Fairy Lu and the senior cultivators of the Xianfu Lu family were here. Please forgive me for the poor reception." Then he looked at the sisters Li Xingguo and Li Xingyu, and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, saying, "Xingguo, Xingyu, welcome back. All these years, the family has missed you and worried about your situation." The sisters Li Xingguo and Li Xingyu were speechless for a while. They naturally knew Li Jiangping in front of them. When their parents were still alive, the latter treated them quite well. Later, when their parents died unexpectedly, many people around them changed their faces. They even wanted to defraud their parents' inheritance and fight for foundation building resources. Swish! At this moment, a foundation building light came to the front of the mountain gate, revealing an old man with pale hair and vigorous spirit. "Xiao Ruo, Xiao Yu." The old man looked at the 2 sisters, and then at Lu Wangshu and others, especially the tall and burly Lu Pingyan. His pupils shrank. More than 30 years ago, outside the Xiao secret realm, he had seen Lu Pingyan and was very impressed by the eldest son of the Lu family who defeated Shengwen Jiuang. Unexpectedly, the eldest son of the Lu family who had disappeared for decades also came. Immediately pretending not to see it, he bowed and said, "I am Li Yunhu, and I have met Fairy Lu and Otao as friends. Uncle Wei, Xiao Yu and I came back this time just to pick up my parents." Li Xingguo saw the old man and his face softened a little. Although Lu Miaoj and Lu Wangshu were there, she could find a reason to destroy the Li family as long as she opened her mouth. But she was able to leave Dai Mountain with her sister because she had someone to help her. The old man in front of her was an elder who had taken good care of her. Moreover, she had already let go of the grudges for many years, and believed that it was the things in her early years that made her recognize the false family affection. "Alice, I hope you are doing well." The old man looked at the many foundation building cultivators in front of him and sighed. Knowing the things in the early years, the family felt guilty about the 2 sisters. Now that so many years have passed, he is not sure about the temperament of the 2 sisters, so he dare not say much and releases the mountain gate formation. Half a day later, Li Xingguo packed up some of the relics from the early years, and left Dai Mountain with Lu Wangshu, Lu Miaoj and others. Ancestor the head of the Li family and several elders looked at Li Yunhu, wanting to ask him what he thought about this matter. "Alice, the family should be properly rectified." Although Li Yunhu helped the 2 sisters in his early years, he only took care of them a little for the sake of their parents. Now that the 2 sisters have returned, they have not held the Li family accountable. They have already shown consideration for friendship. How could they still ask for help? Upon hearing this, the Li family cultivators were all filled with fear and regret. They were glad that the Li Xingguo sisters did not hold them accountable, but it was a pity that they could not use this relationship. If they could get close to the Xianfu Lu family, not to mention business cooperation, the actual help, just the title, would be enough to make the Daishan Li family worry-free for decades. "Aunt Xingguo, aren't you going to the Zhao family?" After returning to Juxiao Immortal City, Lu Wangshu asked Li Xingguo. "It's been so long, forget it." Before coming, Li Xingguo felt that there was no need to make such a big fuss. If she had been holding a grudge in her heart, she would not have waited until now. "Okay." Seeing this, Lu Wangshu nodded, but sent a message to Lu Qinggai to tell the Zhao family that he and others had come. His aunt would not pursue the matter, but since he and others had come, it was naturally impossible to let it go so easily. Otherwise, if it gets out, people will think that they are easy to bully. A few days later, the news reached the Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain. Damn evil. After learning the cause and effect of the incident, a fake Dan ancestor of the Zhao family was immediately shocked and angry. He immediately selected treasures from the family treasury and prepared to apologize. With a large family and prosperous business, sometimes you don't even know when you will get into trouble. Several ancestors of the Zhao family sighed and felt a little scared. Fortunately, the Xianfu family is relatively upright and not the kind of overbearing sect. I heard that the ancestor of the Xianfu family, Changsheng's Henren, has a good temper, but the talisman fairy Lu Wangshu who appeared outside Qingzhu Mountain before is not a good person. That's right, and in addition to this talisman fairy, Changsheng's Henren's wife, Lu Miaoj, the Lu family's female monarch, is also here. The Zhao family learned about Lu Wangshu's related news through intelligence at the first time. Not long after he broke through the foundation building in his early years, he killed 5 foundation building cultivators with a talisman array outside his own market, and his reputation rose. Later, when the Lu family competed with several major family forces under the rule of King Guyan, whether facing the Jin family of Jin Longling or the Sima family of Zuan Wuling, there was the figure of this talisman fairy. She even went directly to the Jin family with Lu Pingyan to block the door, bombarded the mountain protection formation with talismans, and made harsh words. In addition, there is another shocking news. At the celebration of Changsheng's Henren's dam formation in the early years, the ancestor of the divine sword Shangwen family brought the family elite Shangwen Poyan to find a place. As a result, Shangwen Poyan, who is now famous and known as the most likely to break through the dam formation in the Shangwen family, was almost killed by Lu Wangshu's talisman formation. It was horrifying. So for this kind of eldest lady whose parents are both dam formation, who is gifted and has a temper, they are really afraid. I am Mo Yushin, Zhao Dongfu, and I meet Zhenren Miaoj, all the fairies, and fellow Taoists. The next day, the ancestor of the Zhao family came forward with the master to apologize, with a humble tone, and presented the prepared generous gifts, with some distress in his eyes. Although he is a fake Dan Zhenren. But facing a true Dan cultivator like Lu Miaoj, he dared not show any disrespect at all. After all, only the fake Dan cultivators knew the gap between the fake Dan and the true Dan. This gap was even greater than that between the true Dan cultivator and the top-grade Golden Dan. True Dan, or even the flawed Dan, was only inferior to the Golden Dan in terms of mana and future potential, but at least they all belonged to the Jin Dan cultivator. But the fake Dan cultivator, relying on the demon pill and external objects to break through, had no possibility and potential to grow further. In the eyes of many high-level cultivators, they could not be called true people or Jin Dan cultivators. You are quite sensible. Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white luxurious dress, with a delicate appearance and elegant temperament. There was no need to pretend to be arrogant and slap in the face, and there was no need to take the initiative to ask for justice. With the current reputation of the Xianfu family, as long as the news was released, it would be enough for 90% of the family forces in Jiang State to come to the door in person to apologize and resolve the grievances. Even Li Xingguo, Li Xingyu, and Lu Qingqi and others couldn't help but sigh when they saw the humble Zhao family ancestor in front of them. Deeply aware of the weight of the 4 words Jidan's Henren. After giving the Zhao family's compensation to Li Xingguo, the group continued to play in Jixiao Xiansheng. Jixiao Xiansheng, once the first immortal city of Jiang State, is still very prosperous and lively. But at this moment, the group welcomed several uninvited guests. Hello, Zhenren Miaoj, hello, my friends. 20 years ago, the Shendao Shengwen family made many contributions in the War of Land Reclamation, which led to the emergence of the second Henren of the family, ensuring that this Henren ancestor of the Shendao Shengwen family would not lose his position as a family like the 5 Elements Wang family. Hello, Zhenren Zili, what can Zhenren do for you? Although the Xianfu family and the Shendao Shengwen family had some hatred in the early years, but under Lu Changsheng's initiative to resolve it, the 2 families currently have no hatred, and even have a good relationship. When this Zili's Henren held a celebration, the Lu family also prepared a gift. Haha, I heard that Master Miaoj and the other friends came to Jixiao Xiansheng. As the host, our Shengwen family should come to see them. In addition, This useless younger generation in the family was defeated by friend Wang Shu in his early years. Now that he heard that Master and friend Wang Shu came here, he wanted to come over to challenge them. Master Zilai pointed at Qingyun Mountain, who was carrying a thunder knife next to him. Lu Miaoji and Lu Pingyan looked at Qingyun Mountain, the 9th level of foundation building. There was a dense and sharp sword energy all over his body. It is estimated that he wanted to accumulate his spirit and spirit through constant challenges and competitions, so that his sword intent would rise to the extreme, so that he could attack the Dan with all his strength. During this process, Master Zilai also looked at Lu Pingyan, who was tall and burly with a strong physique. The cultivation of magic power and blood was covered by an invisible aura, making him unable to see through it. Could this person break through the Dan? Master Zilai thought to himself. More than 30 years ago, the eldest son of the Lu family reached a quasi-3rd level of body refining. He has been missing for many years, and now there is no trace of mana, which makes him unable to see through it, so he subconsciously guesses. 4 giants in one family. Thinking of this guess, even Master Zilai couldn't help but be shocked. After all, if Lu Pingyan in front of him really breaks through to the giant stage, then the Xianfu Lu family will have 4 giant cultivators and a 3rd-level clan spirit beast, which can be said to be the top force under the 4 major immortal gates. The most important thing is that the 4 giant cultivators of the Xianfu Lu family are all very young. Unlike his Shendao Shengwen family, there seem to be 2 giant masters, but the last generation of ancestors were seriously injured in the War of Land Reclamation and only have a few decades left to live. That's why they spend a lot of effort to cultivate Qingyun Mountain and others who are expected to break through to the giant stage, just to have 1 or 2 more giant cultivators in the family. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.